Chapter 501. Suppression. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you become my test subject, I naturally have ways to ensure you have enough God-making eggs to use, said Changhen Dongli in a cold voice. So you're implying that there are many more God-making eggs within the crashed spaceship, right? Lin Shen squinted as he spoke. That's correct. So, as long as you stick with me, you'll naturally be able to keep using the God-making eggs to ascend, Changhen Dongli stated. If I kill you, all the God-making eggs inside the spaceship would be mine. That's also true, isn't it? Lin Shen said with a smile. Haha, that's true as well. The problem is that you don't have the ability to kill me, whereas I can easily slay you, Changhen Dongli laughed. Then his gaze suddenly turned icy, and he leaped up again, charging at Lin Shen, who was hanging in the stone dome, like a streak of light. Lin Shen's words just now had somewhat enraged him. Almost in the instant Changhen Dongli surged forward, Lin Shen opened fire once more, and he darted in another direction. But this time, Changhen Dongli somehow predicted his movement. His hands erupted with terrifying power, propelling his form towards Lin Shen. While flying towards Lin Shen, he drew the strange fang hanging from his person and waved it at Lin Shen over and over. Invisible bursts of strange power, like the fangs of a spectral beast, tore at Lin Shen from different directions, leaving him with no room to dodge. Changhen Dongli had now become murderous and no longer intended to leave any survivors. Lin Shen tried his best to adjust his position while unleashing the surfing quadra punch. Even with the double enhancement of his super base form and super base change, the full-force surfing quadra punch was still shredded by that strange tearing power. Lin Shen failed to dodge the continuing onslaught of the tearing force and felt a severe pain in his chest as the carapace there shattered, revealing the celestial number 7 battlesuit underneath. The battlesuit twisted but didn't tear, and Lin Shen's body was sent flying backward, striking a large mountain below like a shooting star. Boom! The mountainside collapsed where he struck, and when Lin Shen crawled out from the broken rocks, Changhen Dongli was already standing outside the ruins, mockingly saying to the bedraggled Lin Shen, "Didn't you want to kill me? Go ahead, make your move." No sooner had he spoken than, without giving Lin Shen a chance to respond, he charged at him again, his strange fang once again swinging toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen retreated in panic, instinctively throwing anything he could grasp at Changhen Dongli, the scrap sword and pet gun at his waist and the backpack on his back, all hurled toward Changhen Dongli. The scrap sword and pet gun, when they encountered the strange fang's tearing power, were not shredded but instead knocked flying. The backpack was torn open, scattering its contents everywhere. Most of the items were instantly torn apart by the fang's tearing force, but among them, a flash of white light burst forth and then vanished. Changhen Dongli instinctively stepped back, for that flash of white was so fast he didn't even see how it disappeared. During the retreat, Changhen Dongli suddenly felt heavy and fell stiffly to the ground. Above Changhen Dongli's head appeared the snowball-like figure of Feizai Fatty, Shay. Lin Shen stopped pretending and rushed toward Changhen Dongli, who was pinned down by Fatty, aiming a finger sand strike at his waist. What he thought was an almost certain strike was dodged by Changhen Dongli with a twist of his waist. Lin Shen was astonished. Changhen Dongli, even while suppressed by Fatty, could still move. However, Changhen Dongli's movement was clearly very labored, and he barely managed to avoid Lin Shen's finger sand. What the hell is this? Changhen Dongli's compound eyes spotted Fatty standing atop his head, his expression one of shock as he reached out to grab Fatty off his head. Lin Shen wouldn't give him that chance, simultaneously launching punches and finger strikes, furiously attacking Changhen Dongli. Fortunately, under Fatty's suppression, Changhen Dongli's speed slowed considerably, no longer faster than Lin Shen. If he tried to grab Fatty from his head, he wouldn't be able to defend against all of Lin Shen's attacks in time. Changhen Dongli instinctively lowered his hand and swung his bizarre fang, hoping to shred Lin Shen's attacks first. But when the two forces collided, Lin Shen found his own strength had diminished significantly, not much stronger than his own. If it weren't for the tearing effect of the attacks made by the fang, it was likely that the two would have been equally matched. Lin Shen was overjoyed, launching a frenzy of attacks at Changhen Dongli. Changhen Dongli, however, was utterly dismayed. Not only was his body suppressed, but his strength was also diminished to such a weak level, something unimaginable. Damn it, you think that thing will kill me? Changhen Dongli continually fended off Lin Shen's offenses, without any attempt to remove Fatty from atop his head. His expression turned grim, and he stopped trying to remove the Fatty from his head, aiming to take out Lin Shen first. Even if their strength and speed were similar, he was confident he could kill Lin Shen. His skills and various abilities were certainly not something these uncivilized primitives could compare to. But when Changhen Dongli truly started fighting Lin Shen as an equal, he immediately found Lin Shen's techniques far exceeded his expectations, even making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Shen used one hand for boxing and the other for finger skills, the boxing fierce and unsurpassed, the finger skills sinister to an extreme. The wave-like boxing Lin Shen unleashed was manageable for Changhen Dongli, but the silent, deadly finger strikes made him dodge in peril every time. Those finger strikes were not only hard to detect, but Lin Shen always released them at the most uncomfortable rhythm for Chen Hendong-li, and if it weren't for his superhuman physique and unique techniques, he would have been hit by those finger strikes several times. Chen Hendong-li wasn't certain whether his body, under Fatty's suppression, had also become fragile, thus he dared not forcefully withstand Lin Shen's attacks. With his hands and fingers misaligned, Lin Shen forced Chen Hendong-li to retreat step by step, finding himself at a disadvantage. Wei Wufu, holding the evil ghost blade, charged up, his white robe billowing. Lin Shen was instantly thrilled. Wei Wufu's timing was perfect. With his white robe ability further weakening Chen Hendong-li would find it difficult to dodge his finger sand, no matter how powerful he may be. Indeed, as Wei Wufu drew closer, Chen Hendong-li's speed and strength were again diminished. His strange fang tore through the surfing fist, but failed to block the unexpected finger sand. The needle-like finger force pierced straight into Chen Hendong-li's waist. Although it did not penetrate, it caused Chen Hendong-li's body to stiffen on the spot. The spot targeted by the finger force was precisely an acupoint on Chen Hendong-li's body. "Kill him!" Lin Shen roared ferociously, his fingers jabbing towards Chen Hendong-li's eyes. Wei Wufu also held the evil ghost blade in both hands, chopping towards Chen Hendong-li's neck from behind. The stiffened Chen Hendong-li, eyes shining mirror-like, within his honeycomb-structured compound eyes, it seemed as if small hexagonal mirrors reflected the figures of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Chapter 502, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt as if their souls couldn't break and were rushing out of their bodies. It wasn't just a feeling, they really did rush out and were sucked into a mass of darkness. The darkness seemed like a soul-devouring mist, nibbling away at Lin Shen's will, causing a pain in his mind akin to being stabbed by needles. Suddenly, a white light rose from the darkness, illuminating the dark space. That white light turned out to be a spirit body formed entirely of white light, resembling a phoenix. Its wings danced, and wherever they passed, the darkness burned away like a curtain, making the space brighter and brighter. Once the dark space was illuminated, Lin Shen was shocked to find himself inside a massive structure. There were all kinds of sci-fi instruments around, as well as various transparent containers holding all manner of strange creatures, preserved in formalin-like specimens. Lin Shen only glanced briefly, but noticed several familiar beings among the creatures. There were members of the celestial race with angelic appearances, the demonic demon tribe, the tiger clan, and other bizarre species that Lin Shen had never seen before. Wei Wufu, glowing brightly as if a spirit body, was also nearby. To their surprise, inside the building was something resembling an operating table, with all kinds of instruments. Chen Hendong-li, who appeared like a spirit body just like them, was actually bound to the table, with various tubes and metal rings inserted into him, and his head was trapped by a hemispherical crystal. As the white spirit bird flew past, everything inside the building caught fire, and soon the entire building was ablaze. Chen Hendong-li, who was bound to the table, was also ignited by the white flames, letting out agonized screams as he desperately struggled, but no matter what, he couldn't escape from the table. Boom. Lin Shen felt a moment of dizziness in his brain and, upon opening his eyes, found that his vision had returned to normal. Chen Hendong-li, opposite him, screamed in pain, desperately clawing at his own eyes. His black compound eyes were now burning with white flames. Fatty flapped his little wings, carrying his round body into the air, and settled back on Lin Shen's shoulder. Lin Shen hit Chen Hendong-li with a finger sand, once again striking his pressure points, causing his body to stiffen. At that moment, Chen Hendong-li was digging into his own eyes with his fingertips already penetrated halfway, remaining in this position unable to move. The white flame in his eyes burned fiercer and fiercer as if it was incinerating his brain and causing it to give off white light. As Chen Hendong-li's fingers twitched slightly again, Lin Shen delivered another finger sand, continuously controlling his body, preventing him from moving. The white flame continued to burn, gradually spreading out from his eyes, igniting Chen Hendong-li's entire body. Soon, Chen Hendong-li's whole body was engulfed in white flames, and his body no longer showed any response, burning continuously like a piece of wood. It wasn't until he had burned to a crisp that the white flames finally extinguished completely. Chen Hendong-li's body, now like charcoal, stood rigid. A gust of wind blew over, and it immediately turned into black ash, scattering across the ground, while a pigeon egg-sized black crystal rolled out. Reincarnation ashes. Lin Shen immediately recognized what it was and picked it up. Wei Wufu took a long breath, and it was clear, even for him, this experience was hard to remain calm about. Jot? If we can't kill Chen Hendong-li, it won't just be the Wei family that's doomed, but all of humanity on our home planet. Fatty, I'll give you an extra meal later. Lin Shen stroked Fatty's feathers, feeling some lingering fear in his heart. Chen Hendong-li was truly terrifying, and without Fatty as their trump card, they likely would not have been a match for him even altogether. This also made Lin Shen remember the name God-making race. When he was controlled by Chen Hendong-li's compound eye skill and saw that eerie scene, Lin Shen started to doubt that Chen Hendong-li was really a member of the God-making race. It was very possible he was just an experimental subject of theirs. However, Cheng Hendongli was now dead, and as for his true identity, they might be able to find answers inside that spaceship. But entering the interior of the spaceship was clearly an extremely dangerous task. No one knew if there were other creatures like Cheng Hendongli inside. It was also unknown what schemes the god-making race had concocted inside that spaceship. Both of them hurried back and found Wei Changqing and the others. When they learned of Cheng Hendongli's death, they first found it hard to believe, then felt a deep sense of relief. Lin Shen handed out some medicines to them, allowing them to recover some of their strength. Fatty flapped his wings and flew toward the log that had been turned to charcoal by the combined strike of Wei Changqing and the others, landed on it, and began pecking at something. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen saw that the small branch on the log still maintained its crystalline blue color and had not turned into black char. The few leaves at the top of the branch were also clear and translucent, like flawless blue crystals. Fatty pecked at the leaves one by one and in no time had pecked them all clean. After losing its leaves, the small branch gradually withered and soon lost its luster. Fatty jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder, tucked his head in, closed his eyes, and became as still as a plush ball. Cheng Dongli mentioned that this underground space is a place of base mutation, but it's a pity that I couldn't get a clear answer about what kind of base mutation site it is. We can only explore it slowly in the future, Lin Shen thought to himself. After resting, the group left the underground space. Lin Shen planned to ask Wei Changqing and the others to join him in exploring the underground space after they had fully recovered. It would be best if they could enter the interior of the spaceship that was broken in two to see what was inside. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that Cheng Hendongli wasn't quite right, and it was very likely that he was just an experimental subject or simply a regular member responsible for transporting the god-making egg. After returning to Chengcheng, Lin Shen used Xiaoqi to search for information about the god-making race, but the material he found was very sparse. The closer to modern times, the less information there was about the god-making race. Most of the material related to the god-making race dated from before the era of the ancient dynasty. After the ancient realm king, information on the god-making race became exceptionally scarce, and it was only in the archives of the celestial race's imperial family that Lin Shen managed to find even a little bit of information. Ordinary people probably couldn't access any content related to the god-making race at all. To Lin Shen's surprise, information about Cheng Hendongli also dated back to the era of the ancient realm king. Cheng Hendongli was not a person from the current era at all, and the destruction of Dongli Star was also an event from the time of the ancient realm king. What's going on here? Could it be that the spaceship transporting the god-making egg crashed here during the era of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen was full of doubts. This was obviously impossible. More than 200 years ago, many people from the Wei family witnessed the spaceship crash, plunging into the underground space. Chapter 503 should not bear the surname. Wei, could it be that this spaceship, transporting the god-making eggs, had already set off during the era of the ancient realm king, and had been voyaging through the universe for countless eons before accidentally crashing here? Why didn't they use the teleporter instead of undertaking such a prolonged cosmic journey? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the key point. It seems we can only find the answer by entering the spaceship. Just as Lin Shen was pondering this, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. He had thought it was Wei Wufu, but upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Wei Changqing standing outside. Sir Qing, Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and didn't know why Wei Changqing had come here alone. Wufu is at the Townland Hall. There are some things I want to discuss with you alone, Wei Changqing said. Sir Qing, please come inside to talk. Lin Shen probably guessed what Wei Changqing wanted to talk about. Wei Changqing looked at Lin Shen and said, Child, I want Wufu to leave the mother planet with you so that he can achieve nirvana elsewhere. I also want to take him with me, but it's not my decision to make, Lin Shen sighed. That boy Wufu is stubborn. As long as you are willing, I have my ways. Wei Changqing also sighed and then continued, Do you want to explore that spaceship? Yes, but it's difficult, and maybe now is not the time. Lin Shen shook his head. According to what Cheng Hendongli said, the spaceship should still contain what he referred to as the god-making egg, which could allow one to ascend to nirvana or even become immortal, said Wei Changqing. I have discussed this with the others, and when the time is ripe, we will attempt to enter the spaceship. If we are lucky enough to succeed and retrieve the god-making eggs, then you and Wufu can leave the mother planet with them and never return. With those god-making eggs, one could achieve immortality just as well on the mother planet. There's no need to go out into the universe. Lin Shen was puzzled about why Wei Changqing and the others were so intent on getting Wei Wufu off the mother planet. In line with the Wei family's usual manner, they would presumably prefer Wufu to stay and guard the mother planet to suppress the creatures from the underground space. Moreover, with those god-making eggs, they could become immortal while remaining on the mother planet, so it seemed unnecessary to venture into the universe. Wufu actually should not bear the Wei surname. Wei Changqing revealed a secret that made Lin Shen's eyes widen. Not bear the Wei surname? Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. Then what should his surname be? I don't know. Wei Changqing shook his head. Does that mean he is an orphan adopted by the Wei family? Lin Shen did not expect Wufu to have such a pitiable past. It's not as you think. Although Wu Fu originally should not bear the Wei surname, he is indeed my own grandson, just my daughter's child. Wei Chongqing shook his head and said. Lin Shen was slightly startled, realizing he had thought incorrectly. Then who is his father? That's just it, we don't know who his father is. Otherwise, how could we not know what his surname should be? Wei Chongqing said with a bitter smile, revealing a secret. Years ago, Wei Chongqing's daughter had left Qiancheng and spent some time in the universe. When she returned, she brought Wu Fu back with her, gave him to Wei Chongqing to raise, and then she left the mother planet and never returned. Wei Chongqing had asked Wu Fu's mother who Wu Fu's father really was, but she refused to tell him and sneaked away instead. Thus, Wei Chongqing also did not know who Wu Fu's father really was. He had always kept Wu Fu by his side, raising him as if he were his own grandson. In order for Wu Fu to have a complete childhood, Wei Chongqing never told Wu Fu about this matter. Wei Wu Fu has always thought that he was the child of Wei Chongqing's son who had died in battle. I know my daughter well. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never abandon her child. She must have encountered a great difficulty to make such a choice, Wei Chongqing said, staring at Lin Shen. Therefore, I would like to ask you for this favor, to find out whether Wu Fu's mother is still alive and who his father is. However, all of this must be done in secret. It cannot be exposed, or it may bring unwarranted disaster upon you. Rest assured, Sir Qing, I will do my utmost to investigate these two matters thoroughly, Lin Shen replied earnestly. Also, before you find out the truth, Wu Fu must not know about this, Wei Chongqing added. Understood, Lin Shen nodded slightly. Now he finally understood why Wei Chongqing didn't want Wei Wu Fu to stay on the mother planet. Child, Wu Fu is fortunate to have a friend like you, Wei Chongqing said as he stood up. Sir Qing, you have it the wrong way around. Having a friend like Wu Fu is my good fortune, Lin Shen corrected him. Good, very good, Wei Chongqing smiled. With you by his side, I am reassured. After you find out the truth, you decide whether or not to tell him. Watching Wei Chongqing leave, Lin Shen then closed the door and pondered where to start his investigation. All the information Wei Chongqing gave him was the name Wei Jiayuan. The Wei family had a unique way of naming their children, and for a woman to have such a name was quite unusual. Aside from the name, Wei Chongqing couldn't provide any more information. He only knew that after leaving the universe, Wei Jiayuan's first stop had been the celestial race. Where Wei Jiayuan had gone after that, he hadn't been able to find out. However, Wei Chongqing did provide Lin Shen with a clue. Wei Jiayuan once mentioned that she had made a very good confidant in the universe. Perhaps some information could be gleaned from her. All Wei Chongqing knew was that Wei Jiayuan's confidant was named Yi Fei, but which race she belonged to was unknown. The surname Yi, is it possible that old Wei's mother's confidant could be a human? Lin Shen mused to himself. It seemed that Yi was not a surname among the celestial race. He himself did know a human woman with the surname Yi, who seemed to be about the same age as Wei Jiayuan. Of course, the Yi surnamed woman Lin Shen knew was none other than Ye Yuzhen's mother, Yi Jingren's daughter. It might just be a coincidence. Such things are too coincidental, Lin Shen thought, unaware of Madame Yi's full name. He considered asking her in case Madame Ye really was Wei Jiayuan's confidant. Lin Shen originally planned to wait in Tiancheng until Wan Chongqing and the others recovered, then explore the underground space to understand the nature of the base mutation site. An urgent message from Tiancheng forced him to return to Sky Pinnacle Star first. The Heavenly Emperor summoned Lin Shen, apparently for something important. Lin Shen had no choice but to immediately leave the mother planet and, after several transfers via the High Mansion's teleporter, return to Sky Pinnacle Star. What does the Heavenly Emperor want that he must have me come back? Could there be another opportunity to make money? Which planet does he want me to go to this time to make a fortune? Lin Shen thought as he arrived at Splendid Palace. However, he did not see the Heavenly Emperor. Instead, the Heavenly Consort was sitting alone at the main seat. Tian, you are quite bold. The Heavenly Consort stared at Lin Shen, her tone very unpleasant. Chapter 504, Raising an Army, to Demand Accountability. What do you mean by these words, Your Highness? Lin Shen looked at the Heavenly Consort with confusion in his eyes. I did not expect that the young chief of the Heavenly Institute could be such a fine actor. The Heavenly Consort coldly hummed as she stared at the seemingly bewildered Lin Shen. I sent Kong Chuan to Giant Ringstar to protect you, and you did not show gratitude. It would have been fine. But you forced him to gouge out the eye of the peacock. Do you think Kong Chuan is easy to bully, or do you think I am easy to bully? Your Highness, these words could not have come from Kong Chuan's own mouth, could they? Lin Shen said calmly. Kong Chuan is a gentleman of great benevolence. He would naturally not speak ill in my presence. However, facts are facts. Do you still want to argue? The Heavenly Consort said fiercely with anger in her heart, glaring at Lin Shen. The entire celestial race is waiting to see your downfall, hoping that you die on Giant Ringstar. I sent Kong Chuan to ensure your well-being, yet you forced him to gouge out the eye of the peacock. Is this how you repay me? Lin Shen took out the eye of the peacock and placed it in front of the Heavenly Consort, then calmly performed a salute, saying, If your Highness views me thus, then please take back Kong Chuan's eye of the peacock and administer my punishment. You believe just because the Heavenly Emperor favors you, I cannot handle you. The heavenly consort seemed to be a bit relieved and at the same time puzzled why Lin Shen would easily hand over Kong Chuan's eye of the peacock. Even if I am foolish, I still understand what is important, Your Highness. If you have determined that I am such a fool, then please punish me, Lin Shen said, still bowing his head to ask for punishment. In her heart, the heavenly consort too had some doubts. Forcing Kong Chuan to gouge out the eye of the peacock was a significant matter that could not have been kept hidden. Lin Shen had handled the matters at Giant Ringstar so splendidly and had gained the deep favor of the Heavenly Emperor, it was unlikely he could be that foolish. Speak your mind freely, the Heavenly Consort said with coldness in her voice. Your Highness must be well aware of what kind of person Kong Chuan is. Lin Shen paused before continuing. Firstly, I did not force Kong Chuan to gouge out the eye of the peacock. I merely asked him to leave as I couldn't make use of such a person. Secondly, it was precisely because Kong Chuan was sent by Your Highness to protect me that I accepted the eye of the peacock. Are you saying that if Kong Chuan hadn't been sent by me, even if he offered you his eye of the peacock by gouging it out himself, you wouldn't have kept him? The heavenly consort asked with a cold face. To say something Your Highness may not like to hear, if he wasn't Your Highness's man, he wouldn't have survived until this moment, Lin Shen said. The heavenly consort was slightly taken aback. The fact that Lin Shen could say such a thing clearly indicated that there was great resentment in his heart. Explain yourself clearly, the heavenly consort said with a frown. Only then did Lin Shen recount the incident when Kong Chuan had locked him in a room and went after the enemy alone, almost causing Lin Shen to lose his life. If Lin Shen had started with this defense, the heavenly consort might not have been receptive, but with the context of the conversation thus far, she could somewhat understand why Lin Shen harbored such great resentment. Kong Chuan's merits have been clearly stated before the heavenly emperor, and I have not spoken a word more, thus I have not failed to appreciate Your Highness's kindness. Please show your grace, Your Highness. No matter what, I cannot employ this person again. I have but one life, and I wish to live a few more years. Please show your grace. Lin Shen once again performed a salute. The heavenly consort gazed at Lin Shen for a long moment before suddenly saying softly, Chief of the Heavenly Institute, there's no need for this. I now realize you have been wronged. The mistake was indeed on the part of my brother and me, and we will make amends to you in the future. Your Highness has kind intentions, for which I feel grateful in my heart, Lin Shen said. I'm glad you understand that wasn't my intention. I apologize on behalf of my older brother, and I ask for your continued care for him. I will instruct him as well so such incidents will not occur again, the heavenly consort said. My abilities are limited. I really am powerless to assist. Your Highness should seek someone more capable, Lin Shen continued, his head still lowered. The heavenly consort looked at Lin Shen, feeling somewhat annoyed, yet it was not appropriate for her to show it. Indeed, Kong Chuan had handled the matter foolishly. If she were in his place, she would not employ someone like that either. But after all, Kong Chuan was her blood brother, and the Heavenly Emperor had already tacitly agreed that Kong Chuan could hold a position within the Celestial Master Institute. But after Kong Chuan's blunder, Lin Shen would rather defy her orders than employ him again, making the situation difficult to handle. The Heavenly Consort had summoned Lin Shen intending to rebuke him and then have him assist Kong Chuan into the position of Special Service Department Chief. Yet things had progressed to this point, somewhat beyond the Heavenly Consort's expectations. The Special Service Department is currently in the hands of the An family. If you do not replace the chief, I'm afraid future affairs will be as frustrating as this time, unable to mobilize even a single person. After years of the An family's operation within the Special Service Department, even if you replace a chief, an ordinary person would not be able to control it. After this incident, Kong Chuan has learned his lesson, and he will surely not act rashly again. Plus, with the favor my brother and I owe you, the Special Service Department will certainly look up to you as their leader. The Heavenly Consort had no choice but to clarify the advantages and disadvantages to Lin Shen, still hoping he would give Kong Chuan another chance. Your Highness, my abilities are insufficient, and I am planning to ask the Heavenly Emperor for resignation. This position as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute is beyond my capacity, Lin Shen said. Hearing this, the Heavenly Consort's expression immediately turned colder. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, the position of Dean is not so casual that you can take it when you wish and shirk it when you don't. Don't mention such a thing again in the future. Seeing Lin Shen's head still lowered and silent, the Heavenly Consort could only sigh and approached him softly, saying, He's my only brother, and I know his temperament is troublesome. Without someone reliable to watch over him, I really can't rest easy. Tian, your talents and wisdom are unmatched, and you are capable of great things. If my older brother could serve under you and be mentored by you, I would be at peace. Your Highness, if you definitely want Kong Chuan to work under me, that's fine, but he can only start with his basic duties, and when I think he's capable, only then can he take on a higher role. If things remain unchanged, please understand that I am also helpless. Lin Shen was very clear. He was willing to take Kong Chuan along, but for the position of Special Service Department Chief, he definitely would not appoint him for now. I understand your difficulty. For now, let's proceed this way. Sky Pinnacle Star currently has more than 100 ascenders from the Peacock clan. If you need them, they will be at your disposal from now on. Don't worry about the expenses. Consider it a small gesture of apology from my brother and me, the heavenly consort said after a moment of contemplation. Lin Shen did not refuse. Free labor was not to be passed up. After all, he was a dean and could not be expected to do everything himself. He needed subordinates for the legwork. The Special Service Department was unreliable at the moment, hence Kong Chuan and the 100-plus members of the Peacock clan would serve well as free labor. The inter-clan ranking battle is about to begin. Do you plan to compete? The heavenly consort sat down again and looked at Lin Shen. If you wish to compete, I have a gift for you that might benefit you. Chapter 505 I-05 Lin Shen didn't know what the heavenly consort's gift was, but as far as he knew, pets and spirit base couldn't be used in the racial ranking battles. Because the ranking was a measure of a race's strength, it was limited to only using one's own strength and life base, and even equipment and battlesuits were prohibited. Although Lin Shen had no intention of participating in the battle, the fact that the heavenly consort said her item could help him aroused his curiosity. What exactly was it? Come here. The heavenly consort beckoned Lin Shen with a wave of her hand. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, whether I participate or not, I should take any benefits first. Besides, it's time to get closer to the heavenly consort. Perhaps my fire seed might still have a chance. It wouldn't be good to refuse. With that thought, Lin Shen approached the heavenly consort, maintaining a distance of 3 steps. Come closer, said the heavenly consort again. Lin Shen had to take another step forward, leaving only 2 steps between him and the heavenly consort. Closer, the heavenly consort continued, looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen hesitated. Coming any closer would mean standing right in front of the heavenly consort, which seemed somewhat improper. But it would be somewhat inappropriate to voice this reluctance himself. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shen still took a small step forward. Stretch out your hand, the heavenly consort finally said with satisfaction. Lin Shen obediently extended his hand to the heavenly consort, expecting her to give him something. But he was taken aback when she suddenly took hold of his palm. Lin Shen was startled, unsure whether he should withdraw his hand. If the heavenly emperor found out, could he be misunderstood? Luckily, the room housed only the 2 of them, and Lin Shen hadn't noticed any surveillance equipment. As long as the heavenly consort kept silent, no one else should know. But Lin Shen failed to understand why the heavenly consort suddenly took his hand. Could it be because he was handsome, and she wanted to keep a pretty man in secret from the heavenly emperor? Your Highness, I am a man of morals and limits. I would never engage in such deeds. Lin Shen silently established his persona in his mind. Your next journey awaits at Empire. If I were to give you an opportunity to make a request to me, what would you desire? The heavenly consort asked while looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, what else could I request but to share a bed with you? I have no other desires, only hope that your Highness and His Majesty may achieve your heart's desires, said Lin Shen aloud. You do have a way with words. The heavenly consort let go of Lin Shen's hand, leaving something in his palm. Lin Shen sighed with relief, realizing she indeed had something to give him. Take the item with you. It will be of use to you. For my elder brother's matter, I would ask that you take special care as well. The heavenly consort sounded somewhat tired and waved her hand. You may go. Thank you for your gracious gift, your Highness. I shall take my leave, Lin Shen said, seeing that the heavenly consort didn't wish to say more and left, holding the item. After Lin Shen left the splendid palace, the heavenly consort looked at his receding figure. A blush crept over her cheeks, and she muttered inwardly, that man isn't all that virtuous either, his mind full of sordid thoughts. Little did Lin Shen know that the heavenly consort was aware of the thoughts in his mind. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't have let her touch his hand. Upon leaving the imperial palace, Lin Shen took out the item the heavenly consort had given him for a closer look. Expecting some divine object, he was surprised to find it was merely a crumpled piece of paper. Unfolding the paper and glancing over it, he saw it was filled with small letters. 7-step soul lock. Lin Shen scrutinized it for a while, realizing that it described a stepping technique. It was merely a simple series of 7 steps, but it was capable of endless variations when applied. What use is a stepping technique for me? I don't have time to practice such things. Lin Shen folded the paper and put it away, planning to let Yun practice it later. Returning home, Lin Shen opened the chest to look at the 3,000 celestial crystal coins again, truly reluctant to use them to pay off his debts. Since no one has come to collect the debt yet, let's just keep it for now. Lin Shen thought about what to do with the money when suddenly a beautiful point of light appeared before his eyes. The light appeared abruptly, as if it had leapt out of nowhere, but there was no disturbance at all. Lin Shen sprang back, his body wrapped in the carapace, one hand holding the scrap sword and the other grasping the pet gun, staring intently at the point of light. Strangely, the light spread out and transformed into a scroll of light in midair, with no images inside, only countless points of light moving around, like the stars in the sky. One of the stars flew out from the scroll, gradually expanding and turning into a light sphere the size of a balloon. Seeing this, Lin Shen already knew what it was. Every time the cosmic ranking battle was initiated, ethnic invitation cards would appear before those who were eligible to participate. This thing that had appeared out of thin air must be the ethnic invitation card. Generally speaking, any adult life form in the universe that has used a teleporter to leave their mother planet and reach other life planets would receive an ethnic invitation card. However, on the human mother planet, Lin Shen had never seen an ethnic invitation card, nor had he witnessed a cosmic ranking battle. The next second, the light sphere turned into an elf-like figure the size of a palm, flapping its wings of light, and said to Lin Shen, "Human, you now possess the eligibility to participate in the cosmic ranking battle. Would you like to strike?" "I'd like to first understand the rules of the cosmic ranking battle," Lin Shen said to the elf-like shadow. He was very curious, wondering who organized the cosmic ranking battle and who issued the invitation card. Even the Supreme Clan did not have the ability to do something that involved the whole universe. The cosmic ranking battle is divided into an elimination round and a ranking round. The elf shadow explained the rules of the cosmic ranking battle in detail. After listening, Lin Shen thought for a moment and asked, "Does it mean I can only represent humans in battle, but I can use any name I want for myself?" "Yes, you can only represent your own race in battle. As for your own name, it's entirely up to you to decide," the elf shadow answered. "Are battles limited to one's own strength and life base, without the use of any equipment or pets?" Lin Shen asked again. "Yes," the elf shadow affirmed Lin Shen's question once more. "Is it possible for me not to fight and just send my life base into battle?" Lin Shen asked further. "No, you must fight in person," the elf shadow shook its head. "After I register to fight, can I forfeit?" "You can. Is there any penalty for forfeiting?" "There is not." After asking many questions, Lin Shen chose to register first. After all, he could forfeit even if he had signed up. "Thank you for your participation. There are 10 universal days until the start of the first elimination round. Please be sure to stay in your best competitive state. Goodbye." The elf shadow flew back into the scroll, which then rapidly closed and finally turned into a point of light and disappeared. This is too strange. Who exactly organized the cosmic ranking battle? Lin Shen thought of those teleporters. Chapter 506, Join the Battle? All the teleporters were discovered later on. Even for those races ranked within the top 10 in the universe, the teleporters they used were found on different planets. They could not manufacture interstellar teleporters on their own. But these teleporters couldn't possibly be naturally occurring. They must have been created by someone. Lin Shen thought again about what Changhen Dongli had said and suddenly felt there was some truth to it. However, these were not things he needed to consider at the moment. Those powerful cosmic races had spent billions of years without figuring this out. Right now, he just needed to decide whether to participate in the war or not. Unfortunately, the elimination round didn't offer any real benefits unless one took part in the ranking battle and managed to bring their race into the top 100 million rankings to gain some advantages. As long as one could enter the rankings, the evolutionary speed of their entire race could be somewhat accelerated. The higher the rank, the more substantial this acceleration. The fact that the Supreme Clan was able to produce an innate nirvana like DEC owed much to their repeated high rankings, never falling below the top 3. Their rate of evolutionary advancement was naturally much faster than those of smaller races. Such a rule just means the strong get stronger. It's really too difficult for other small races to overturn the old, higher-ranked races. Lin Shen pondered the pros and cons. Xiao Qi, search for news related to the racial ranking battles. Lin Shen issued the command to Xiao Qi. The internet was flooded with news about the racial rankings. Major races were all reporting on it. Many well-known fighters had already signed up to participate in this racial ranking battle. Originally, Lin Shen thought the ranking battle would be a stage for those top fighters, where immortals would be the main force. But after searching the news, he found very little information about immortals. Instead, there was a lot about nirvana beings and ascenders. After reading for a while, Lin Shen finally understood what was happening. Since immortals were too powerful, ordinary people simply couldn't comprehend what was happening in their battles. It usually turned out to be a dazzling light show, followed by a wait until the battle was over to announce the winner. Instead, the battles of nirvana beings and ascenders were somewhat comprehensible to those with certain abilities. Particularly, the battles of ascenders had higher entertainment value. The battles of nirvana beings could still be roughly understood by ascenders, but anything lower was similarly incomprehensible. Therefore, the most popular were the ascension-level battles. The vast majority of cosmic races could understand a bit of the strategy, making the viewing threshold not so high. Among the ascenders, DEC was without any controversy the most supported, a resounding first place. Beyond DEC, there were also many strong contenders from other powerful cosmic races, like Feng Shenshu from the Phoenix clan, Kristen from the Demon tribe, Wumian from the Chaos clan, Zhanshuan from the Soul Martial clan, and so on, all received high acclaim. Within the celestial race, the one with the highest support was the Prince Tian Beluo. Apart from Tian Beluo, there were also several ascenders from the celestial race who belonged to the series of the favored ones of the heavens and likewise could not be overlooked. Of course, it wasn't just the celestial race. Those other powerful cosmic races too had more than one or two genius individuals. It was only the Supreme Clan, with DEC as the lone person participating at the ascension level. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to these, but one extremely popular piece of news did catch his eye. The undefeated king enters the battlefield, while a multitude of champions sharpen their blades eagerly. "Oh my god, why are you getting yourself involved in this mess?" Lin Shen exclaimed, his face turning somewhat green after reading the news. Lin Shengdong had actually announced his participation in the battle, and many famous ascenders from various races had stated their intention to take him down during the elimination rounds. Lately, news about Lin Shengdong challenging renowned ascenders from different races had been leaked constantly, with almost every ascender of notable races having been challenged by him. Even though he didn't win, the victories of those ascenders were not exactly delightful either. It seemed that no matter whom Lin Shengdong fought, he was always able to leave unharmed. He may have been defeated, but now a good number of people believe that the strength of the undefeated king is not weak at all. Otherwise, why was there not a single ascender among the many top-level ones who fought him who could truly injure the undefeated king? There have even been fans of the undefeated king claiming that his strength is on par with DEC's, suggesting he's simply biding his time and is equally matched with anyone he confronts. Whenever someone disputes them, they have only one response. "If you're so capable, why don't you knock down the undefeated king?" This remark has drawn countless enemies for Lin Shengdong, with numerous ascenders declaring that they will defeat the defeated king thoroughly in the elimination matches. Some even go to extremes, openly threatening to take his life. Discover Stories at Empire. Lin Shen watched all this with a gloomy heart, sensing that Lin Shengdong was soon becoming a public enemy to the whole world. But he knew his fourth brother's character well. Once he publicly declared his intent to participate in the battle, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that he would indeed take part. Lin Shen was somewhat worried that his fourth brother might be ganged up on during the elimination match. Even if he wasn't ganged up on, he wouldn't be able to withstand a series of consecutive battles. According to Lin Shen's understanding of the rules of the elimination match, one could forfeit before the start, but once it began, one had to wait until the end of the elimination match to forfeit and not participate in the next one. There was a time limit for the end of the elimination match, and Lin Shen seriously doubted whether Lin Shengdong could hold on until it ended, given so many were out to get him. Lin Shen was contemplating whether to join the battle himself so that he could offer some help if his fourth brother were indeed ambushed. With his current strength, ascenders posed little threat to him. Even if he were to be besieged, he should be able to last until the end of the elimination match with his endurance. Of course, Lin Shen still hoped that his fourth brother was merely bluffing and would not actually participate in the elimination match. Since there was still some time left before the elimination match started, Lin Shen decided to wait and see how things would unfold. As days passed, the hype surrounding the undefeated king refused to die down, with more and more top-level ascenders declaring that they would teach him a lesson if he competed, which worried Lin Shen. Suddenly, a message came through on the communicator. Lin Shen looked at it and realized it was from Ouyang Yudu. "I'm going to battle. What about you?" "Haven't decided yet," Lin Shen replied. "What about Wei?" Ouyang Yudu quickly sent another message. "He's on the home planet, so he probably won't battle," Lin Shen responded. Ouyang Yudu did not reply again. Just as Lin Shen was about to put the communicator away, he received another message, a friend request from a stranger. "Tu Xiaodao?" Having identified the name of the requester, Lin Shen clicked agree. "Mr. Lin Shen, I'm joining the race ranking battle. Want to team up?" Just after the friend request was accepted, Tu Xiaodao's message came through. Chapter 507, The Elimination Round begins. "When did you leave the mother planet?" Lin Shen communicated directly with Tu Xiaodao. "Not long after you left, I also departed from the mother planet. I'm now cultivating on Greenwater Star and have reached 10-stage ascension," Tu Xiaodao said. "You've attained 10-stage ascension so quickly?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Back when he battled the Wan family, Tu Xiaodao seemed to be only at second turn ascension, and in such a short time, she had already reached the 10th turn. "It's not been quick. If it weren't for joining this interspecies ranking battle, I would have already entered Nirvana," Tu Xiaodao explained. "Isn't it also possible to join the battle after achieving Nirvana?" Lin Shen asked. "Joining the battle as a Nirvana-level ascendant, I'd have no advantage. But fighting at 10-stage ascension affords me some benefit over those below 10-stage. It's a pity the rules don't allow it. Otherwise, I'd prefer to fight from Nirvana against ascendants," Tu Xiaodao said with a laugh. "However, if the rules did permit it, the other races' high-level powerhouses would be even more abundant, and it would be less favorable for me. The current arrangement is already the best. By the way, Mr. Lin Shen, which turn have you reached?" "My life-base fan has just reached 7th turn," Lin Shen replied. "What's the matter? The higher the level, the greater the advantage. You taught me that. How come you're only at 7th turn? I thought you had already reached 10 stage and were abstaining from Nirvana just for the battle," Tu Xiaodao said, puzzled. "When did I ever espouse such a principle?" Lin Shen wondered. He didn't recall saying such things. However, Lin Shen wasn't confident in his memory. What if he had said it and forgotten? So he could only respond, "I've had many affairs to attend to recently, which has slowed my progression through the turns a bit. Are you still going to participate in the ranking battle? I've heard that the Wan family will be joining as well, and that includes Wan Guliu," Tu Xiaodao shared a piece of news. "Wan Guliu?" It took a moment for Lin Shen to remember. Is he the ascender from the Wan family who escaped last time? I recall he's the younger brother of that 7th turn ascender from the Wan family. Right, that's him. I've got news that after Wan Guliu escaped, he went to the interstellar Wan family, somehow cozied up to Princess Catherine from the Demon tribe, and reaped huge benefits. Now he is already at 9th turn ascension. Tu Xiaodao briefed him on Wan Guliu's situation. If you decide to join, be cautious if you encounter Wan Guliu. The Wan family may not consider the bigger picture. I still haven't decided whether to join the battle or not. Lin Shen was still hesitant. Mr. Lin Shen, let's do it together. When I asked Wei for your contact, he said he intends to stay on the mother planet, which is not receiving invitations, so he certainly won't join the battle. We need to make a name for humans together. Otherwise, humans will have a hard time getting by in the universe, Tu Xiaodao urged. I'll think about it. Even if I do join, it's probably best that we don't stick together, Lin Shen said pensively. Why not? Tu Xiaodao asked, not understanding. You know of the undefeated king, right? Lin Shen inquired. Who doesn't know such a prominent figure? They say he might be our human kin, but whether that's true or not, he certainly looks like one of us, Su Xiaodao mentioned excitedly. I've heard that many top ascenders from various races are itching to take him down. That undefeated king, he might be my brother, Lin Shen said reluctantly. What, the undefeated king is your brother? Tu Xiaodao was shocked, then rapidly added, you mustn't let others know about this. Otherwise, I suspect those top ascendants will want to take you down too. No, you better not join the battle. It's too dangerous. Our brother's reputation is just too intimidating, truly hard to bear. That's exactly why I'm hesitating to join the battle, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. There's nothing to hesitate about. Don't participate. Tell our brother not to join either, Tu Xiaodao advised. I can't contact him, Lin Shen pondered, then added, all right, I'll think about it some more. Lin Shen intended to tell Tu Xiaodao that Ouyang Yudu would be participating in the battle, but thought better of it. Ouyang Yudu's abilities were too peculiar, and Tu Xiaodao being with him might hinder both of their performances. Lin Shen wanted to help his fourth brother, but he was also afraid of becoming a pariah in the universe. He had been looked after all his life. Thinking about wandering the universe where everyone was an enemy was somewhat unbearable for him. He wasn't sure he could handle the hardship and suffering, yet he couldn't just ignore his fourth brother's affair. As the elimination round was about to start, Lin Shen decided to first go in and see how things would play out. After all, no one knew he was the brother of the undefeated king. He planned to keep a low profile once inside. If his brother didn't show up, or if nothing significant happened, all the better. But if something did happen, he couldn't just watch his brother be besieged. The elimination round is about to begin. Please confirm whether to enter the battlefield or not, the elf shadow asked Lin Shen. Enter, Lin Shen replied. Please confirm your race and name. Human, Tian. Welcome to the elimination round, and I wish you good luck in achieving a high score, the elf shadow said with a beaming smile, blowing a halo of light at Lin Shen and then turning to fly towards the scroll. Lin Shen felt himself being pulled into the scroll by a force, and then the scroll disappeared. In the starry sky, strands of cosmic rainbow light stretched out, creating a mirage-like mysterious spectacle, almost like a scroll spread across the stars. Each planet could see these visions, and the scroll was divided into 5 areas, corresponding to the 5 levels: base mutation, ascension, nirvana, immortal, and realm king. Inside each scroll, the images were of an independent planet, with the scroll displaying the entire planet's vista flatly. Read New Adventures at Empire. On the other 4 planets, figures had already begun to appear. The Realm King's planet, however, remained empty. No Realm King had emerged in this era, so the Realm King battles were essentially moot, with no contenders. There were not many participants at the Immortal level either, as the battlefields of the 3 other levels became increasingly populated. On the Ascension level planet battlefield, Lin Shen found that all his belongings had disappeared, and he was even without his own clothes, clad instead in a white battlesuit he had never seen before. Looking around, he saw that there were a few ascenders nearby, all wearing the same white battlesuits. On the wrist of the battlesuit was a device resembling a wristwatch, also displaying a countdown timer, 72 cosmic hours, which equated to 3 cosmic days. Contestant Tien. Current points 1. Current rank 0. For this Ascension level elimination round, contestants who rank in the top 1 billion by points can advance to the ranking battle. Lin Shen was already aware of the competition's rules. Defeating a contestant allowed him to seize their points, and accumulating more points led to a higher ranking. Chapter 508, Come Follow Me. Lin Shen glanced around, noticing that over a dozen competitors from different races had appeared nearby, and surprisingly, not a single one was of the same race. In the entire universe, who knew how many races of ascenders were competing in battle? If not 100 billion, there had to be at least several billion. Encountering members of one's own race in one place was evidently not an easy task. Above each competitor's head shone a number, 1, a projection from themselves, representing the points they each held. The starting points for all were 1, which was the same for everyone. While Lin Shen was sizing them up, they were also scrutinizing each other and cautiously keeping a certain distance to avoid being ambushed. Find Adventures at Empire. You, hand over your points. A giant towering over 4 meters tall with an elephant head landed in front of Lin Shen, pointing a battle axe at him as he spoke. Lin Shen turned his neck to look around and then looked at the elephant man with a puzzled expression, asking, "With so many people around, why do you want to rob my points?" The elephant man paused, his voice buzzing as he asked, "What's the difference? Can't I choose you?" "You're so big and I'm so small. Are you targeting me because you think I'm weak and easy to bully?" Lin Shen asked again. The elephant man shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. It's just because you were the closest to me. That's why you're the first one I approached. Elephant warriors do not fear any strong opponents and dare to face any challenge." Seeing how simple and honest the elephant man was, Lin Shen spoke earnestly. "A true warrior dares to challenge stronger beings. Do I look stronger than you? Not at all." The elephant man took another look at Lin Shen and said apologetically, "Sorry, I chose the wrong person." With that, the elephant man actually turned around and left, flying towards another tall ascender in a different direction. He really left. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the elephant man to be so straightforward and actually just walk away. The other tall ascender who had been waiting to watch the show never imagined that the elephant man would simply let the human go and instead come towards him, which instantly made him feel somewhat dismayed. But he was not as shameless as Lin Shen and had no choice but to summon his life base to respond to the challenge. The two ascenders instantly clashed into a brawl, sand flying, and the sound of life-base collisions filled the air incessantly. Both ascenders were of the strength type, and their battle had no frills, just pure striking power. One wielded a battle axe and the other a wolf fang club, neither backing down in the relentless exchange. "What a cunning human! You may have deceived that foolish elephant man, but you won't fool me. Hand over your points, and I'll spare your life." A wolf-eared ascender, surrounded by a crooked knife life base, approached Lin Shen. "You're indeed much smarter than he is, but have you thought about it? If I refuse to give you the points and you battle me now, even if I'm not as strong as you, you'll at least have to expend some energy to kill me. What if you get injured in the process? Do you think those guys over there won't take advantage of that?" Lin Shen gestured with his mouth towards the other ascenders in the distance. Upon hearing this, the wolf-eared ascender's face shifted slightly, and looking over, he saw several ascenders indeed paying close attention to their side. Don't think that your smooth talk can deceive me," the wolf-eared ascender said darkly, staring at Lin Shen, yet not immediately making a move. "With your smarts, I couldn't possibly deceive you. What I mean is, why don't the two of us join forces and rob others of their points first? In a 2-on-1 situation, our consumption won't be much, and others won't dare to attack us while we're vulnerable. What do you think?" Lin Shen said unhurriedly. "Makes some sense," the wolf-eared ascender said, his eyes shifting as he stared at a nearby ultra-burn tribe ascender. "Then let's go rob his points first. Show me your sincerity. You go first." The wolf-eared ascender wasn't foolish either. He merely wanted to use Lin Shen as cannon fodder, planning to swoop in and take their points when both parties were injured. "Okay." Lin Shen readily agreed, flying towards the ultra-burn tribe's ascender. The wolf-eared ascender just watched from a distance, with no intention of entering the battlefield. Seeing Lin Shen approach, the ultra-burn tribe ascender gripped the life-base axe in his hand, prepared to fight desperately, as he would absolutely not give up his points. "Brother, from now on, follow me," Lin Shen said to the ultra-burn tribe member, with no intention of starting a fight, merely speaking to the ascender. "Why should I?" the ultra-burn tribe member asked, frowning. "Can you really beat the two of us?" Lin Shen pointed toward the distant wolf-eared ascender. "I'll have to try to find out," the ultra-burn tribe ascender snorted coldly. "Even if you can beat us, fighting two at a time, won't you still pay a price? Do you have the energy left to deal with other ascenders?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "But if you follow me, the three of us can just rob anyone's points, and won't that be like taking candy from a baby? I'll give you a share of the points we snatch." "It might not be much, but it's still better than being robbed by someone else, right?" "You have a point." The ultra-burn tribe ascender considered the other ascenders around, and felt that fighting Lin Shen now would indeed do him no good. It seemed better to pretend to agree with this human for now, and deal with the other ascenders first. Then he would find an opportunity to deal with Lin Shen and that wolf-eared ascender later. When the wolf-eared ascender saw that Lin Shen did not fight upon approaching the ultra-burn tribe ascender, but instead spoke with him for a bit, and then the ultra-burn tribe ascender started following him, he felt a shock in his heart. He feared that Lin Shen and the ultra-burn tribe ascender intended to join forces against him. "Lang, this is Ao. From now on, he'll be following me, and together we'll target other ascenders," Lin Shen said, pointing at another ascender nearby. Lang was briefly taken aback, wanting to say something, but seeing the ultra-burn tribe ascender at Lin Shen's side, he realized that if he disagreed, the two might gang up on him, so he could only say gravely, "Okay." In the blink of an eye, Lin Shen had formed a trio and was surrounding another ascender. Seeing them approach, the ascender turned and attempted to flee, but Lang and Ao cut him off. "Hold off on attacking." Lin Shen stopped Lang and Ao, who were about to make a move, shaking a folding fan in hand as he walked up to the ascender and said with a smile, "Brother, joining us only costs a bit of points. Would you like to join us to collect points, or would you prefer to take on the three of us by yourself?" "Big brother, I want to join your group. The Ascender wisely transferred his meager points to Lin Shen. Very good. From now on, you're one of us. I'll hold on to the points for now. When we've gathered enough to go around, everyone will get their share, and it'll definitely be more than what you could get on your own. Now, let's start over there. Lin Shen closed his folding fan and pointed spiritedly towards another Ascender who was trying to escape. Chapter 509. No Surrender. Most people in the universe were watching the images from the Ascender planet battlefield, but strangely, the first person they sought was not an Ascender from their own race, nor was it DEC, who was known as the strongest of the Ascenders. Everyone was looking for that guy clad in white, unbeatable in posturing, and the number one at escaping. However, after searching for a long time on the starry sky scroll, some had even started using magnifying glasses, they still hadn't seen a trace of that man. Many people were greatly disappointed, believing that the man who claimed himself the undefeated king must have been scared and simply not participated in this race-ranking battle. Thinking about it, it made sense. An Ascender from a minor race with neither background nor strength, yet having enemies spread throughout the many powerful races in the universe. With so many top-tier Ascenders from various races having said they would deal with him, it would be insanity for him to dare participate in the battle for the race rankings. Even though they knew this was the best choice for the undefeated king, most people still felt incredibly disappointed and even somewhat disheartened. The reputation of the undefeated king wasn't good, and it seemed like he had never really won before. But his actions had given many from smaller races a feeling of recognition deep inside. To achieve constant victories like those genius-born Ascenders from great races was very difficult. Yet the undefeated king had shown them another possibility. Being unbeaten was a victory in itself. I may not defeat you, but you can't kill me either, which is also a kind of victory. Therefore, many who followed the undefeated king didn't necessarily wish to see him killed by those geniuses from the great races. Although many were hesitant to admit it and embarrassed to tell others, deep down they really thought that guy, the undefeated king, was pretty good and hoped he would continue to remain unbeaten. However, what they wanted to see was him being unbeaten, not unmoved to battle. Thus, the withdrawal of the undefeated king still left them feeling a bit lost. Being unbeaten is just a form of self-comfort. When it comes to a point where battle is inevitable, it's nothing but a joke. Zhuo Qinglong, who had already ascended to the Klamath, couldn't help but sigh deeply after failing to find the undefeated king in the Ascension-level planet battlefield. Not long after leaving his mother planet, he had learned of the existence of the undefeated king and always felt that maybe that was the direction in which he should strive. Although the undefeated king's decision to withdraw today, in Zhuo Qinglong's view, was the correct and most rational choice, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of loss. But this time, he was not looking at the Ascension-level planet battlefield, but at the Nirvana-level planet battlefield. Enjoy new tales from Empire. Compared to the Ascension-level and base mutation-level battlefields, the Nirvana-level battlefield had significantly fewer participants, and it was rare to see a large number of Nirvana beings in a small area. But the competition at the Nirvana level was the fiercest, because battles at this level were the ones that could truly affect the cosmic rankings. Zhuo Qinglong painstakingly compared the scenes from the news with the corresponding locations in the sky. But due to the vastness of the starry sky scroll, finding a specific location was obviously not an easy task. However, Zhuo Qinglong had no intention of giving up, and finally he spotted a place that was exactly the same as in the news. That was a cliff by the sea, adorned with a purple flower tree whose crown resembled a gigantic mushroom cap. The wind swept through the canopy, as purple petals drifted with the breeze towards the ocean, much like specks of purple stars falling from the sky. Underneath that flower tree stood a man in white attire, a human male, catching a fluttering petal with his outstretched hand. As the petal settled on his slender fingers, what caught the eye was not the petal itself, but those crystal-clear, jade-like slender fingers. The undefeated king. It really is him. He has achieved nirvana. No wonder he wasn't seen on the Ascension-level planet battlefield. So that's it? Zhuo Qinglong couldn't help but curve his lips into an uplifted arc. By this time, many people had noticed this fact. The undefeated king hadn't forfeited, but had instead advanced to the Nirvana level and entered the Nirvana level planet battlefield. No surprise he wasn't seen on the Ascension level planet battlefield. He actually went to the Nirvana level planet battlefield, Catherine said with interest as she watched the starry sky scroll. He already had such a hard time in the Ascension level, now he's gone through Nirvana at this time. At most, it's just one Nirvana. Given his situation, I'm afraid no one on the Nirvana-level battlefield would lose to him. Isn't that even more tragic? Tia commented from the side. How will the Ascension level's undefeated king be roughed up at the Nirvana level? Just thinking about it is amusing, Catherine remarked. Quite a few people shared Catherine's sentiment, believing that the undefeated king who had entered the Nirvana-level planet battlefield would probably only become a stepping stone for others, unlikely to score even a single point. While people across various planets were discussing vigorously, a Nirvana being happened to fly past the nearby cliff and noticed Lin Shen under the flower tree. You are the undefeated king. The Nirvana being recognized Lin Shen hovering outside the cliff and spoke with some surprise. And who might you be? Lin Xiangdong's eyes shone like stars as he looked towards the Nirvana being, casually brushing the petal from his fingertip, letting it drift towards the vast sea. This human is so good-looking, even better than those of the celestial race. Tia couldn't take her eyes off him. What good is looking nice? There's plenty of pretty but useless things, Catherine responded indifferently. The Nirvana being he's encountered comes from an unheard-of minor race, but it seems like they've gone through Nirvana at least 3 times. It's hard to say if he can escape. There are even more who are neither good-looking nor useful. By comparison, being pretty but useless is already quite exceptional, Tia said, blinking her eyes. Giggle, there's some truth in that. You're right, at least this undefeated king is quite easy on the eyes, Catherine laughed. The Nirvana being, looking down at Lin Xiangdong, said from above, Flying Demon Clan, Immeasurable Sea. Never heard of it. Do all members of the Flying Demon Clan look as ugly as you? Lin Xiangdong, though good-looking, was cursed with a sharp tongue. I merely intended to take your points, but now I'm compelled to teach you a lesson. Immeasurable Sea's expression chilled as black demonic chi surged around him. The next second, Immeasurable Sea unleashed a palm strike. The infinite demonic chi enveloping like dark clouds overcast, looming towards Lin Xiangdong. Those secretly paying attention to the undefeated king couldn't help but have their hearts leap to their throats as they watched the overwhelming surge of demonic chi. Below was the tumultuous sea. Above was the all-encompassing demonic chi. The cliff seemed like the last patch of pure land under an apocalyptic sky, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. Above the cliff, beneath the flower tree, Lin Xiangdong stood against the wind, flicking a snow-white petal with his hand. The petal soared against the demonic chi, bending with the wind 1 into 10, 10 into 100, 100 into 1,000, 1,000 into tens of thousands, instantly turning into a storm of blossoms sweeping through heaven and earth. Chapter 510, Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor. The demonic chi covering the sky, under the increasing onslaught of flower petals, gradually appeared to be in a state of solitary weakness. People watched with wide-open eyes as the demonic chi was scattered by the mudslide-like petal torrent, observing the Nirvana, being summoning their life base and carapace to fend off the petals, only to see the life base and carapace gradually shattered in the torrent, and finally, the white battlesuit on the Nirvana being's body was torn apart, and their watch burst open. The body of the Nirvana being was lifted skyward by the flood of petals, the scoring light and shadow above their head disappearing without a trace, and for a long time, the Nirvana being did not fall back down, probably blown out beyond the stratosphere. Are Nirvana beings so weak? Truly disappointing, Lin Xiangdong said, shaking his head slightly, the very picture of disappointment as the score above his head changed from 1 to 2. Watching Lin Xiangdong returning to sit cross-legged under the flowering tree, the spectating crowd exploded. Read new chapters at Empire. The undefeated king was still an ascender just over a month ago. At that time he even challenged a well-known ascender. In such a short span of time, he must have just attained Nirvana, right? How has he become so fierce? I recognize that member of the Immeasurable Sea from the Flying Demon Clan. Although a minor race, their strength absolutely cannot be considered weak. A thrice Nirvana. Being with a combat level that is passable, but was just blown away by the undefeated king, shattering both life base and carapace in one strike. When did the undefeated king become so strong? They're just not able to beat those top-tier geniuses, but their standards are still pretty even with them. What makes those minor races ordinary types think they can challenge the undefeated king, as if he were a pushover? Haha, dreaming of scoring points from the undefeated king? Even DEC returning to Nirvana couldn't hold on to a Nirvana being of the same class. Sister, is this what you call pleasing to the eye and useful? Tia asked, her eyes filled with little stars. It's okay, I guess, Catherine replied casually. While Lin Xiangdong was comfortably watching the sea on one side, Lin Shen was completely unaware that he was not on the battlefield of the Ascenders, without any source of information in the battlefield itself. At that time, he was discreetly collecting points while searching for Lin Xiangdong's whereabouts. Nearly a dozen Ascenders nearby had been coerced into joining Lin Shen's team, with the motto, "Join the team or we target you." Those who could escape did so, while those who couldn't either join the team or had their points stolen. Lin Shen had essentially become the local tyrant and ringleader. Not in a hurry to expand his territory, he led the dozen Ascenders watching a battle between the Elephant Man and another tall Ascender. The one fighting the Elephant Man was a member of the Weak Warrior race, a race whose name Lin Shen only knew because Lang had told him about them. He had never seen individuals of this race before. The name Weak Warrior might sound inferior, but their physique was nearly on par with the Elephant Man, and their strength was just as remarkable. The shockwaves generated from the two giants' frenzied combat were terrifying. These two are tough to handle. They probably both have the strength of 7th or 8th turn. We might not be able to handle them. Let's go find other Ascenders, Lang whispered in Lin Shen's ear. No rush. Let's watch and see, Lin Shen said calmly, lightly shaking his folding fan. The Elephant Man and the Weak Warrior were evenly matched, difficult to determine a winner or loser in a short time. Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to watch their strength contest indefinitely, so he lightly waved his folding fan toward them. A mysterious light pattern shot out, landing on the two of them, significantly diminishing their strength with an extraordinarily evident effect. Lang, Awo, and other ascenders who had been compelled to join the team saw that Lin Shen had such a trick up his sleeve, and all of them were simultaneously shocked and overjoyed. Weakening abilities were exceedingly rare, and they couldn't believe Lin Shen possessed such a power, which seemed to have a very effective outcome. Just a moment ago, Lang was apprehensive about the Elephant Man and Weak Warrior's formidable powers, fearing they were not up to the challenge and preferring not to provoke them. But now Lang felt that he alone could match any one of them, which showed just how apparent the effect of Lin Shen's skill was. Now, all the ascenders who had joined the team began to feel fortunate for having joined. With Lin Shen's skill in hand, they could rob many ascenders stronger than themselves. Although Lin Shen would definitely only distribute a small portion of the points to them, it was still much better than always being robbed by others. Boss, let's go get them. Lang and the others were eager to try, even their way of addressing him had changed. Just moments ago, they were all calling each other brothers, but now Lin Shen had earned the title of boss. Don't rush, I'll go talk to them first, Lin Shen said as he walked towards the Elephant Man and the Weak Warrior people. Both had stopped fighting because of Lin Shen's skill and were now glaring at Lin Shen. Is it you? The Elephant Man recognized Lin Shen and frowned. I'm not fighting you, so why did you use your skill on me? If you're not fighting me, why are you fighting him? Lin Shen countered. Didn't you just say that true warriors should fight against the strong? He's strong, that's why I want to fight him, to get his points, the Elephant Man said. Wrong, he's not strong at all, so you've picked the wrong person, Lin Shen said lightly, waving his folding fan, and removed the weakening skill from the Elephant Man. He's not strong? The Elephant Man looked doubtfully at Lin Shen, and then at the Weak Warrior people. Of course he's not strong. I bet he can't even withstand one of your axe blows. Don't believe me? I'll ask him. Lin Shen then turned to the Weak Warrior people and asked, Are you strong? You removed the weakening skill from the Elephant Man, but mine is still on. When you ask me like this, how can I not be weak? The Weak Warrior people's eyelid twitched, already cursing inwardly, but he could only say, Not strong. See, I told you he wasn't strong, Lin Shen said with a smile. Then who counts as a strong person? The Elephant Man asked. Look at the numbers on top of our heads. Those with smaller numbers are weak, those with bigger numbers are strong, Lin Shen explained. I can't read, the Elephant Man said, somewhat embarrassed. What is wealth redistribution? The Elephant Man was still visibly confused. Have you heard the story of a warrior defeating the evil dragon and sharing the dragon's stolen treasure with the poor? Lin Shen said gently. Is that wealth redistribution? The Elephant Man's eyes lit up. Yes, that is wealth redistribution, Lin Shen confirmed, then turned to the Weak Warrior people and asked, Would you like to join our wealth redistribution team? Willing, the Weak Warrior people's eyelid twitched crazily again. Could he say he wasn't willing? The skill was still affecting him, and Lin Shen obviously had no intention of letting him go. Thank you. That'll be a small membership fee, Lin Shen said with a smile, stretching out his hand. The Weak Warrior people, with a dark expression, transferred the few points he had to Lin Shen. I need to pay a membership fee too then. Here, take mine, the Elephant Man said, overhearing, and also handed over his few points to Lin Shen. This idiot. The Weak Warrior people looked at the Elephant Man as if he was looking at a fool, the kind who gets swindled and even gives money to the swindler. Lin Shen accepted the membership fees from both of them, and the team grew stronger once more. Chapter 511 Points delivered to the door. Although many ascenders from powerful families participate in the war, they are just a small number out of the tens of billions of ascenders. On this vast planet, the probability of ascenders from the same species appearing in the same area is quite slim. Of course, the ascenders from the great families involved in the war also represent only a small fraction of the ascenders within their families. After all, having more ascenders participating in the competition doesn't make much of a difference, as they would still be eliminated during the ranking battles, and the rankings of ascension-level individuals have almost no impact on the species leaderboard. Lin Shen hadn't seen any ascenders of the same species in the vicinity, but as time passed, more and more of his kin would gather together. For now, these ascenders fighting on their own had become members of Lin Shen's team. After dealing with the Elephant Man and Weak Warrior people, Lin Shen's team continued flying along the river. Any ascenders they encountered had to join them or give up their points. Lin Shen did not kill, only plundered points, and all points ended up in his possession. There are people from the demon tribe ahead, let's not go there. A group of people were flying in the sky in search of prey. When they saw several people resting by the river, among them a person from the demon tribe, Lang quickly flew to Lin Shen's side and said, They could rob small races of their points, but when it came to people from powerful races like demon, no one dared to make a move. Not to mention that their strength was not comparable, even if they were stronger, they normally wouldn't dare to attack a person from the demon tribe. Provoking a demon person of status and position might result in victory here, only to have one's own race exterminated outside the competition. Lin Shen glanced at the demon tribe member and noticed that his points had reached 17, while the numbers above the heads of those around him were all still at 1, probably all lackeys hanging around the demon person. One of them looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer examination, he was actually a human and was Wan Guliu, who had escaped from Lin Shen's clutches in a previous fight. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and decided to leave him be for now. This was a species-ranking battle, and he did not wish to fight his own kind at this time, making humans the laughingstock of the universe, nor did he want to give the impression that humans were a race prone to infighting. Dealing with Wan Guliu and the Wan family was just a matter of time, and urgency was not needed at this moment. Killing Wan Guliu wouldn't make a significant impact on the Wan family. If they were to be annihilated, the interstellar Wan family had to be uprooted entirely. Killing Wan Guliu would relieve some anger, but it could also alarm the enemies prematurely. You three stay, the rest can get lost. The Demon tribe member pointed at Lin Shen, Lang, and Ao, commanding them. Everyone hesitated for a moment. They couldn't afford to provoke the Demon tribe, but all of the points were with Lin Shen. If they left, they wouldn't get any benefits. Of the 20 or so ascenders, only Lang and Ao from the initial group still retained some points. The rest had none. If it were possible, Lang and Ao would have run by now, but the Demon tribe was eyeing their points, and it was impossible to escape without giving them up. Tien, we can rob from the rich to aid the poor, right? The elephant man looked at the demon person and asked in a deep voice. When Lang and others heard him say that, they wondered if he was out of his mind, actually thinking about robbing the demon person of his points. Stay connected via Empire. Right, Lin Shen laughed. He hadn't planned to deal with them so soon, but these guys actually came to him. Hearing that they could rob from the rich, the elephant man didn't say another word, summoned his life-based battle axe and, with a roar, charged forward. Lang and the others were somewhat stunned, knowing the elephant man was a blunt instrument, but they hadn't expected him to be so blunt as to charge in directly. Seeing an elephant man dare to take action against him, the D-man person immediately became furious. Attack, kill him. The ascenders beside the D-man person immediately unleashed their life base without hesitation and charged forward, surrounding the elephant man. While they were all moving forward, Wan Guliu was retreating backward, harboring a deep apprehension towards Lin Shen from the bottom of his heart. Before Lin Shen had ascended, he had killed Wan Guliu's 7th turn ascension older brother, Wan Shuiliu. Now that Lin Shen had ascended, it was unknown to what extent his strength had increased. Wan Guliu was unwilling to risk his life without witnessing it firsthand. The demon person paid no attention to Wan Guliu. After the ascenders beside him blocked the elephant man, he himself walked toward Lin Shen. You go help old elephant, we can share the points after this, said Lin Shen, not expecting these people to dare to fight against the demon tribe. However, Lin Shen still underestimated the deterrent effect the powerful cosmic races had on smaller species. The ascenders looked at each other, no one daring to make a move. Even Lang and Ao, who were about to have their points snatched away, did not dare to take action. If you don't act now, it means you're voluntarily giving up your points, Lin Shen continued. Still, no one moved, and the elephant man, outnumbered, fell into a difficult battle. Fine, it's your choice, Lin Shen said calmly. Stop the nonsense, hand over your points, and you can live, the D-man person said with contempt as he approached Lin Shen. Is there a possibility that we could cooperate? Lin Shen asked, looking at the demon person with a hint of indifference. Cooperate? As if you're worthy? Quit your damn babbling, hand over the points, the demon person cursed outright. Seems like your mother never taught you how to speak, Lin Shen said as he struck the demon person's face with his folding fan. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. The demon person, full of arrogance, attacked using only his carapace without even summoning his life base, and threw a punch straight at Lin Shen's fan. He indeed had the arrogance to back him up. The sharp cracking sound of his fist breaking through the air indicated that his strength was at least around 9th turn. However, before his fist could touch the fan in Lin Shen's hand, mysterious light patterns suddenly flew out from the fan and landed on his body. As soon as the mysterious light pattern touched him, the demon person felt as if he had withered, his speed and strength significantly diminished in an instant. Lin Shen struck his face with the fan, twisting the demon person's face to the side and caving in the facial armor. Smack! Smack! Lin Shen lashed out with his fan back and forth, causing the demon person's face to swing left and right, bewildering him to the point that he couldn't even find an opportunity to counterattack. Thud! Finally, Lin Shen closed his folding fan and used it as a bat to strike down on the head of the demon person, smashing him into the ground, creating a large crater. Everyone on both sides was stunned. A 9th turn ascension demon person was handled just like that? This didn't look like a fight at all, more like a father beating his son. The key was that this person really dared to make a move. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation from the D-Man tribe outside? For a moment, both groups were dumbstruck, and the ascenders who had been fighting the Elephant Man also didn't dare to continue and withdrew from the battlefield. Chapter 512-512. The situation now is something they never even dreamed of. A member of a minor race actually dared to assault an ascender of the Demon tribe, and even managed to beat him at that. If they were to step forward now, even an ascender of the Demon tribe couldn't win. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to death? If they didn't step up, fleeing in the face of battle, they feared the Demon tribe wouldn't let them off the hook later. They found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place, not knowing whether to stay or go. The only one who had run away early was Wan Guliu, who was now nowhere to be seen. Lin Shen didn't care about their troubles. Landing beside that member of the Demon tribe, pointed his folding fan at the man's head and said, "Are we still fighting or not?" No more fighting, no more fighting. The beaten demon member, still covered in the mysterious light pattern, his attributes weakened by nearly half, didn't dare to talk back. He wasn't considered a top fighter within the demon tribe to begin with, capable only of showing off in front of the minor races. Since you're not fighting, then transfer your points over, Lin Shen said. Didn't you say we could work together? The ascender of the demon tribe said, eyes shifting. We can cooperate, but you still need to pay an entry fee first, Lin Shen said with a smile. The ascender of the demon tribe knew he had to transfer his points. He didn't know whether his opponent was some naive fool or someone with a background, completely disregarding his identity as a member of the demon tribe. After transferring his points to Lin Shen, the demon member was about to say something, but then he saw Lin Shen pointing his fan at the ascenders in the sky and shouted, "What are you waiting for? If you don't hand over your points and join us, are you waiting to be beaten up? Transfer your points to Elephant Man." "What are you standing around for? Give up your points," the ascender of the demon tribe started to shout alongside him. After his shouting, those ascenders, with strange expressions on their faces, transferred their points to Elephant Man. Lin Shen looked at the ascender of the demon tribe with a hint of surprise, not expecting him to cooperate so readily. "Brother, your weakening skill is very strong. If the two of us, both strong, join forces, we could rob anyone we want, aside from big shots like Daisy," said the ascender of the demon tribe standing next to Lin Shen, not caring about his wounds, painting a rosy picture of the future. "You take 30, I'll take 70, Lin Shen said directly. "Isn't that a little too little? Let's split it 50-50, Lan said. "Fine, 30-70 it is," Lan quickly agreed, knowing the man he was dealing with was not easy to talk to, and that arguing might cause a fallout. Lang and the rest were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that after being beaten and robbed of points, a member of the demon tribe had actually joined the team. This seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of the typically domineering demon people. Watching Elephant Man's points increase, they felt envious but didn't regret their previous decision. As desirable as the points were, they couldn't risk crossing the demon tribe for them. Now, the member of the demon tribe seemed friendly enough, but who knew if he would turn hostile after they left? You must contribute to share in the profits. If you don't contribute, it's the same as forfeiting your previous benefits. You all understand this, right? Lin Shen had no intention of letting them go and looked at Lang and the others with a smile as he spoke. Of course, as it should be, the others hastily nodded in agreement, grateful that Lin Shen wasn't settling scores with them. With the addition of Land and others to the team, the range of their potential targets greatly expanded. Given the current status of the demon tribe in the universe, there were hardly any they dared not rob. At first, Lang and the others were timid, but with Land playing the ringleader and the brashness of the Elephant Man, combined with the growing number of team members, they gradually let loose and began to rob freely. As the team grew in size, no matter which race of ascenders they encountered, they would rob them all the same. Those who failed to see the times they were in would face a barrage of life bases from the numerous ascenders, and even a general 10th turn ascender would not be able to withstand it. Soon their team had grown into a force of over 1,000 ascenders, and at Lin Shen's command, thousands of life bases were unleashed, creating an incredibly imposing sight. Land had originally intended to just hold Lin Shen back, waiting for him to encounter formidable fighters from the demon tribe before dealing with him. However, as the team grew stronger and robbed several of the top 100 ranked races, Land suddenly realized that with the situation as it was, he was gaining points faster than if he had been robbing alone. The people he had no strength to rob on his own now simply required his command, and thousands of life bases would come raining down. Few ascenders could stand against it, and all would obediently surrender their points. Moreover, the team kept growing rapidly. Lin Shen even devised a hierarchy of squad leaders, chief squad leaders, and overall squad leaders among others, and even recruited members who were ranked in the top 100 of races, somehow turning this ragtag group into a formidable army. The team had already caught the attention of many, as the elimination competition usually saw each fighter for themselves, at most members of the same race would cooperate. A coalition of different races joining forces in battle like this was something many had never seen before. "That human is quite interesting," Catherine said with some surprise. "Opportunist," Tia retorted, not very fond of Lin Shen. She preferred the romantic heroism of individualists like Lin Shangdong. "You don't understand. While individual martial power is important, the ability to unite a team is equally precious. Moreover, the ascenders on the planet battlefield come from different races. To establish such a team in such a short time, and to form combat effectiveness, that's no easy feat," Catherine explained. "Really?" Tia looked unconvinced, and with a pout, she said, "Still, the undefeated king is more stylish." Catherine shook her head helplessly, choosing not to argue further. The Heavenly Emperor lay on the clouds, with beauties peeling grapes for him. "That kid's got some ability," he mused, enjoying the service of the beauties while watching the scene unfold in the sky. Surprisingly, he was not focusing on the immortal planet battlefield, which was of utmost importance to the celestial race, but was instead watching Lin Shen. "Lin Shen's ability to unite other races is truly outstanding," Enrong commented from the side. Her words seemed to have an underlying sting, as the celestial race was notably xenophobic, rarely valuing those without celestial blood. In saying this about Lin Shen, Enrong undeniably suggested that the Heavenly Emperor might question whether Lin Shen would form factions with other races. Without even this bit of ability, how would one be fit to be the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute? The Heavenly Emperor, however, seemed to misunderstand the implication of Enrong's words and said with a smile, appearing very pleased with Lin Shen's performance, "Discover exclusive content at Empire, as the Heavenly Emperor says." Durong, seeing the Heavenly Emperor's reaction, didn't dare say more, lest he displease him. As the team grew more massive, more and more people turned their attention to Lin Shen's team. What's that situation? A team of 10,000 Ascenders? And composed of members from different races? Damn it, the Phoenix Clan's Ascenders were robbed. Haha, that guy still tried to act all high and mighty. As soon as tens of thousands of life bases appeared, he nearly wet himself with fright. Damn, if the elimination game plays out like this, who can stand against them? Even Daisy would have to back off. In such a short amount of time, their numbers have already reached 10,000. Chapter 513, The Rankings, once again. While Lin Shen led his team to snatch points, the number of offerings in the sacrificial halo kept ringing with increased enhancements. In the Ascension-level planet battlefield, there may be nearly 100 billion Ascenders participating in the battle. Just because Lin Shen didn't kill, it didn't mean that others didn't kill either. Many top-level Ascenders couldn't be bothered with small talk. To them, killing someone was much faster than convincing them to hand over points. Those deceased Ascenders became offerings for Lin Shen, causing the attributes of the sacrificial halo to soar at an unprecedented speed. Because the quality of the offerings was so high, all being Ascenders, the increase in attributes was extraordinarily rapid. In just half a day, it had already exceeded 500 points, reaching an unprecedented high. By evening, Lin Shen's team had grown to over 50,000 members, and it was at this time that Lin Shen carried out the first distribution of the spoils. The Ascenders who were robbed later had already snatched many points from others, so the amount of points had increased by many multiples. There were now 5 chief commanders, over 500 department heads, and several thousand team leaders. Distributed level by level, even ordinary Ascenders received 2 points each. Explore new worlds at Empire. The 2 points were enough to excite them greatly because normally they were the cannon fodder that others robbed. Now, not only did they have 2 points, but within the team, they didn't have to worry about being robbed by other powerful Ascenders, and they felt very safe. If they could continue to receive points like this every day, they might have a chance to break into the rankings, which were originally impossible for them. Most Ascenders were willing to continue working with Lin Shen, and those team leaders, department heads, and chief commanders who could get a commission for every raid they did were similarly motivated. The more they snatched, the more they got to divide among themselves. Lin Shen's more than 50,000 Ascenders might not seem like much in the whole Ascender battlefield, but even those strong Ascenders from large races couldn't gather so many Ascenders at this time. Or rather, those Ascenders from the large races simply didn't care about these ordinary Ascenders and never thought of gathering them to form a fighting force. Now that we have so many people, it's quite inefficient to act together. It's time to divide our forces. Lin Shen summoned the 5 chief commanders, intending to split into 5 groups and go in different directions to rob the rich and aid the poor. Land and the other 4 chief commanders from large families were overjoyed. With Lin Shen around, he would take the lion's share of the points they robbed, but without Lin Shen, they couldn't command such a huge team. Lin Shen actively proposed to divide the forces, which naturally was great news for them. The points they robbed in the future could be theirs alone. To avoid conflict between our teams, we should agree on a war cry, Lin Shen said with a smile, shaking his folding fan. Boss, just say the word and we'll listen, Land hurriedly responded. Let's do this. No matter what name you give your teams in the future, our unified war cry will be, the sky is vast, the fields are boundless, I live a life of wild abandon. Whenever you hear this war cry, it's from our teams. Just don't end up fighting one of our own, Lin Shen instructed Land and the other chief commanders to pass down the war cry. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless, I live a life of wild abandon. When over 50,000 people shouted together, Lin Shen felt a terrifying strength surging within him, almost bursting his crown chakra. Brothers, the sea stretches to the sky, our journey is long. Regardless of where you end up or what difficulties you face, always remember that you were once a member of my team. You used to roam the world, unstoppable, fearless, and without equal, invincible under this starry sky. Whatever hardships or perilous obstacles you may face, don't give up, don't bow down, don't hesitate, don't feel helpless. As long as we unite, no one can defeat us. Come, let's sing our war song together. Let the world hear our voice. Brothers, we'll meet again on the leaderboard. The sky is vast. The fields are boundless. I live a life of wild abandon. The sky is vast. The fields are boundless. I live a life of wild abandon. Their voices shook the earth. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Land and the others exchanged looks, originally thinking that once they merged their team with their own clansmen, they might be able to turn around and rob Lin Shen. But seeing the current momentum, even if they turned against Lin Shen to fight, they probably wouldn't be willing to make an effort. Take care, everyone. Lin Shen bid farewell to Land and the others, leaving most of the team members to them while retaining just over 1,000 ascenders by his side, including Elephant Man, Weak Warrior People, Lang, Ao, and a few others. It was mainly because his points were already enough, and there was no use in having so many people. Anyone who saw so many ascenders gathered would run far away. Even the robbed points wouldn't be enough to distribute. This was just a planet, not a universe battlefield, and there just weren't sufficient resources to support so many ascenders. Lin Shen continued to lead these 1,000-plus members to rob the rich and aid the poor, but once the snowball began to roll, it was hard to stop. By the next day, another 20 to 30,000 ascenders had gathered around Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue dividing his forces, taking only about 1,000 people with him as he continued searching for Lin Xiangdong's whereabouts on the battlefield. After a day's time, quite a few ascenders from large families began to gather together, and Lin Shen finally encountered a team from the celestial race. Although Lang and the others were no longer as afraid as before upon seeing the celestial race's team of dozens of ascenders, no one dared to rush forward to rob them. The celestial race team, upon seeing so many ascenders from various races together, was also taken aback. Too many ants could kill an elephant. Facing so many ascenders had them wary of acting rashly. With a wave of his folding fan, Lin Shen brought the 1,000-plus ascenders to a halt, silently hovering in midair. "Boss, there's trouble. Among those celestials over there, there's Prince Tian Beluo." Lang examined the celestials, and after recognizing the leader, he was shocked and quickly told Lin Shen. Ao and the others standing beside also heard this and were startled, turning to look at the celestial race Prince Tian Beluo, who was now leading his people over. Seeing Tian Beluo come over with his team, Lang and the rest felt uneasy. "Tian, brother, you've actually joined the battle too." But as Tian Beluo came closer, he greeted Lin Shen. Tian Beluo's reference to Lin Shen stunned everyone. The widely renowned Prince Tian Beluo of the celestial race actually addressed Lin Shen like a brother. Chapter 514, The Team Rampaging. "Is this your team?" Tian Beluo asked as he looked at the thousands of ascenders in the sky. "Yes, are you interested in joining my team?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "I'd be delighted," Tian Beluo readily agreed, not even asking how the points would be divided. Lang and the others were stunned. They had previously thought that Lin Shen was just someone with strong team abilities, a nimble mind, good at socializing and negotiating, and a lucky guy with a rare weakening skill. In the end, he was just someone from a small tribe with no background, who could only stir up a little trouble in the special circumstances of the planet battlefield, and who would be nothing after leaving the battlefield. But now they suddenly found that this man seemed different from what they had imagined. Even Tian Beluo, the prince of the celestial race, seemed to obey him without question, agreeing to join his team without asking anything, almost as if joining his team was a privilege. They were now somewhat glad that they had followed Lin Shen from the beginning. Lin Shen was aware that Tian Beluo was participating in the battle purely to defeat Dec, and points meant nothing to him. Even if those were not given to him, he wouldn't care. Nevertheless, Lin Shen still clearly explained the rules of the team to Tian Beluo. Even if Tian Beluo himself didn't want the points, those celestial ascenders following him still needed them. Tian Beluo had no objections, and naturally, neither did the celestial ascenders following him. Seeing the Prince Tian Beluo fall in line with whatever Lin Shen arranged, Lang and the others finally realized what was going on. No wonder the boss dared to snatch ascenders from the major tribes. He has such a deep foundation. Lang and the others had their eyes spinning, planning God knows what in their minds. With Tian Beluo and his cohort joining, Lin Shen's 1,000-strong team became even more frenzied, robbing from the rich to aid the poor. Even with a celestial race prince in their ranks, Lang and his companions had nothing to fear any longer. With just one command from Lin Shen, thousands of ascenders would strike wherever directed, without the slightest hesitation. It wasn't long before the team's numbers surpassed 10,000. This time, Lin Shen split off 10,000 and instructed a well-known celestial ascender to lead a team to develop freely. Lin Shen's original intent was simply that there were too many people and not enough significant points to be earned to sustain so many ascenders, but he never anticipated that events would take a turn beyond his expectations. In the past, there had never been someone like Lin Shen. Even if someone gathered ascenders to form a team, they mostly just recruited ascenders of their own tribe, or at most, added some with whom they shared a connection. Even those who did recruit ascenders from various tribes centered the operation around themselves, never considering distributing power. Lin Shen amassed power and then decentralized it, sharing the profits. Such practices were unheard of previously, at least not on any significant scale. But this time was different. After Lin Shen established a model, the teams that split off followed suit. Unable to manage so many people, teams that grew quickly after splitting off encountered the same dilemma. Consequently, they replicated Lin Shen's approach and split their own teams further. The snowballing method was truly accelerating too fast. In just over a day, more and more teams appeared on the Ascension-level planet battlefield. One team split into 10 into 100 team numbers were exploding exponentially. Many powerful members of the large tribes who had been robbed learned this tactic and began to form their own teams. When the teams they formed encountered teams that had split off from Lin Shen's group, they would hear the other side shouting something like, "The sky is vast, the field endless, I've lived a life utmost wild and reckless." At first, they thought those people were just too arrogant. After a few encounters, they realized that as long as they shouted those few lines, the other side would treat them as their own and peacefully go their separate ways. Consequently, these lines were also learned by them. Upon meeting a large force, they'd exchange those lines, and then everyone left each other alone, each going off to look for lone or small groups to rob. The whole Ascension-level planet battlefield was like it had been infected by a viral plague. Countless teams sprung up. Lone Ascenders, even those who were top fighters, found it difficult to stand against thousands of Ascender teams. They were either robbed or forced to join a team, or they formed their own team. So, on the Ascension-level planet battlefield, a situation unobserved for hundreds of years unfurled. Numerous teams wildly absorbed scattered Ascenders on the planet. The number of teams grew and the solitary Ascenders dwindled. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Interesting, this is really too interesting. I suppose even the instigator hadn't anticipated such a scenario, Catherine said, her laughter ringing with sheer delight. At this rate, we'll soon witness battles among tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or millions of Ascenders. A spectacle never seen before in the ranking battles of the races. Could such a scenario truly occur? Tia asked in astonishment. Big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimps. When both shrimps and little fish are gone, it becomes a fight among the big fish to see who can grow larger. Too bad the elimination phase is so short, just 3 days. If we had a longer timeline, we might even see battles involving billions of Ascenders, Catherine said, her eyes shining brighter. The guy who triggered all this is really incredible. I wonder if it was intentional or accidental. With his own strength, he has thrown the entire Ascension-level planet battlefield into chaos. That young fellow has quite the knack for stirring trouble, the Heavenly Emperor mused, eyes narrowed as he watched the unfolding developments on the Ascension-level planet battlefield, eager to know what the final situation would be like. If a chaotic battle involving hundreds of billions of Ascenders were truly incited, it would be an absolutely cataclysmic disaster. Unrong said nothing beside him. There was no longer any need for her to fan the flames. Should such a tremendous war break out, countless Ascenders would fall. No one knew how many Ascenders from the major tribes would perish inside. The tribes would have no choice but to retaliate. As the instigator, even the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to protect Tien. Teams could still plunder small groups or solitary Ascenders for now, but once those solitary Ascenders decreased to a certain level, team-on-team absorptions would become inevitable and unstoppable. Kristen of the Demon tribe strolled leisurely across the plains. He had already collected over 1,000 points. Based on past experience, these points were enough for entering the ranking battles, so he was not in a hurry to rob more, simply waiting for other Ascenders to come to him. Suddenly, Kristen saw many Ascenders appearing ahead of him. Initially, Kristen was thrilled. A large amount of points meant a high initial ranking in the ranking battle, avoiding the trouble of fighting his way up slowly. What a bunch of kind-hearted people coming to deliver points again, Kristen said, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But quite soon, Kristen's smile froze on his face. More and more Ascenders appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun like a dark cloud, easily in the tens of thousands, and the number was still increasing. Fuck, what's going on? Even as powerful as Kristen was, he couldn't withstand tens of thousands of Ascenders unleashing their life bases simultaneously. Chapter 5:1, all in chaos. Oh my god. Madness, utter madness. The Ascender from the D-Man tribe known as the Sword Demon, Kristen, actually got his points stolen. Haha, Kristen is so unlucky, running into a team of a whopping 100,000 Ascenders, led by an Ascender from the Bister clan who's utterly fearless of the Phoenix clan. If they hadn't been concerned about sparking a conflict between the two tribes, Kristen might not have even made it out alive. This Ascension battlefield is just too interesting this time. All those geniuses, those deemed invincible among their peers, are nothing but trash in the face of these terrifying Ascender teams. It's not Kristen's fault. Even D.S.E. would have had to hand over points if he'd come. Damn it, whoever came up with this team mode is a true genius. Ah, the direction Kristen is heading in looks like he's about to encounter another team. Bloody hell, that's a team led by Wu Mian of the Chaos Clan, though not as many as the previous Bister Clan team, but still over 10,000 strong. Wu Mian is not weaker than Kristen, and now he's got an army of over 10,000 Ascenders. It's over. It's really over. He's run into them. Fuck, Kristen runs so fast. Isn't this running for his life? Wait, how did Wu Mian suddenly get a team? Wasn't he alone before? Enjoy more content from Empire. Haha, I saw it. While you all were watching Kristen get robbed, I saw Wu Mian getting robbed too. But he chose to join the team that robbed him, and now he's already climbed to the top, pushing the previous leader out. It's chaos, pure chaos. Tia's eyes were wide open to the limit, and her mouth stayed agape for a long time. Kristen, to think he's having such a rough time on the Ascension battlefield. Catherine on the couch was laughing to the point of convulsions. That guy Kristen has always been so proud, and now he's being robbed and chased, just like a stray dog. It's really too funny. But at this rate, the team battles are about to start tearing each other apart soon. Ah, DEC is about to encounter a 50,000-strong team too, Tia suddenly cried out. Catherine looked over, and indeed, DEC was about to encounter a large team. Those watching the Ascension battlefield all turned their attention towards DEC. If he got robbed too, then this Ascension-level elimination round would be completely thrown into disarray, and team battles would soon break out. DEC had not actively sought out to steal points. He had been fishing by the river, waiting for others to come to him. He only needed to win against those who wished to challenge him, and the points would be enough to enter the ranking battles. Suddenly, DEC saw across the river in the sky, a swarm of ascenders appeared, dense and numerous, too many to count. DEC watched as the ascenders in the sky poured over like a plague of locusts, surrounding him entirely, with ascenders everywhere on the riverbanks and in the sky. DEC, we meet again. The leading ascender came before DEC, saying with a smile, Lacey. DEC looked at the ascender before him, recalling his name. The Shock Thunder Clan's Lacey had once challenged him. Unfortunately, he was defeated by him. However, Lacey's strength was quite good, and DEC still had some impression of him. DEC, our battle seems to continue, Lacey said with a smile. However, you will have to enter the ranking battles to proceed. For now, hand over your points. You want to rob my points? DEC asked as he looked at the sky filled with ascenders. Not rob, Lacey chuckled. It's redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. You've robbed so many points, I'm simply returning what you robbed to those weaker ascenders. Fair point. Since we're redistributing wealth, it should be divided equally among everyone. I will share my points with every ascender, and yours should be the same, DEC said with a smile. Stop the nonsense. It's none of your business what I do with my points. Hand yours over, or else I won't be able to stop these 50,000 brothers from getting angry. It would be unfortunate if you got hurt, Lacey snorted coldly. I now intend to distribute everyone's points equally. If you wish to stop me, then go ahead and try, DEC said as he rose and walked towards Lacey. Lacey's face changed slightly and shouted out while summoning his life base. Brothers, let's do this together, suppress DEC, and show the top expert our might. However, Lacey did not hear the roaring sound of life bases being summoned. When he turned his head, he saw ascenders looking at each other, none of them summoning their life base. Some ascenders who were on good terms with Lacey had intended to summon their life bases, but seeing that no one around them moved, and after being swept by DEC's gaze, they also did not summon their life bases. Lacey was both shocked and angry. Before he could say anything more, DEC was already just a few steps away from him. Every step DEC took seemed ordinary, yet Lacey felt as if he were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Each step from DEC gave him the sensation that death was drawing closer, impossible to dodge, escape, or block. I'll divide. Lacey's forehead veins bulged as he tried to strike several times, but he never found the chance to do so and ultimately retracted his life base, grinding his teeth and saying, DEC took Lacey's points and then, true to his word, distributed them along with his own points to all the ascenders. As the leader of this squad, Lacey, who had accrued most of the points, found that after DEC's equal distribution, each member's points had reached 11. The many ascenders didn't take action not only because they feared DEC, but most importantly, DEC was going to distribute Lacey's points to them, which was far more advantageous than robbing DEC. The points that DEC had were few, but Lacey had more points than the combined total of so many ascenders, an easy choice to make. While distributing points, DEC inquired about their situation, puzzled as to why these ascenders from different races had formed such a large other race squad. It was difficult for other races to trust each other, and logically, they shouldn't have been able to form such a large group. After learning what had happened, a strange look flashed in DEC's eyes, creating chaos as a strategy, sowing the seeds of calamity. Who would that person be? DEC is breaking the game now. That's no fun, Catherine said as she settled back into the sofa, seeming quite bored. Chapter 516. The frustrated Kristen Lin Shen felt that something was not quite right. In just the past hour, they had already encountered 3 separate teams. Although they had exchanged covert signals from afar and then parted ways in different directions, a quick glance from Lin Shen revealed a clue. He didn't recognize a single leader from those teams. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen suddenly burst into laughter. Tian, what are you laughing about? Tian Beluo curiously asked Lin Shen. Prince, have you ever played the snake game? Lin Shen asked Tian Beluo in return. I played it when I was a child. Tian Beluo paused slightly, as if he had realized something. We've encountered several teams just now. Could it be that there are now a large number of teams on the Ascension battlefield, and they have started to devour each other? We need to act quickly. Otherwise, once a behemoth of a team appears, we will be mercilessly crushed. Lin Shen checked the time on his watch. We have just over 25 hours left. This is a bit too much time. It would be troublesome if those teams grow stronger. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative to attack, said Tian Beluo. Do you still remember how to defeat other snakes in the snake game? Lin Shen said. A snake can't function without its head. Tian Beluo and Lin Shen exchanged a smile. During their conversation, another team appeared nearby. Lin Shen's team had always maintained a number of around 1,000, which was significantly smaller compared to the teams he had sent out. The newly appeared team had a massive number, amounting to tens of thousands. Seeing that the opposing team didn't start their war song, Lin Shen gestured grandly. War song, begin. Old Lang and the 1,000+ ascenders immediately began to shout at the top of their lungs, sky so vast, land so wide, one's life at its wildest tide, over and over. But the other team did not seem to have the intention to respond. Their ascenders approached quickly like locusts, surrounding the 1,000-man team. This is hilarious. He set a trap only to have it snap around his own neck in the end. It's a case of the biter bit. Tia laughed so hard he had to hold his stomach, almost unable to straighten his back. It might not be that simple, Catherine said with a slight squint in her eyes. 1,000 against 40,000, and the other side is led by Kristen, who harbors the grievances of his team and doesn't abide by any secret signals. If Tien doesn't surrender, he can only run, said Tia. I always feel that guy is not so simple, Catherine said slowly as she looked at the scroll. Prince Tien Beluo, hand over your points or fight, choose one, Kristen said, seeing Tien Beluo and mistaking the team as his. He had been robbed once and then chased by another team for robbery, extremely frustrated. Now that he had finally assembled his own team, he didn't care who you were. He would rob even a prince of the celestial race without hesitation. Moreover, the relationship between the demon tribe and the celestial race was already very discordant, with constant frictions and wars between the two. Tien, what do you say? Tien Beluo asked Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Kristen and said, we would like to invite your excellency to join our team. What do you think? What kind of dream are you having? Offer up your points, and I'll allow you to join my team. Kristen thought his ears were malfunctioning. Wasn't the situation clear? Expecting a 40,000-strong team to join their meager team of 1,000 was madness. If that's the case, then let's each rely on our own abilities, Lin Shen said as he flicked open his folding fan, and countless mysterious light patterns suddenly flew out. Damn it, you really think I don't dare to kill you? Kristen roared in fury. He had simply not wanted to trigger a war under the watchful eyes of the entire universe, which was why he had refrained from taking direct action. Had it not been for the Ascension battlefield, and had he encountered Tien Beluo outside with such a large advantage, he would have attacked immediately. Read latest stories on Empire. He had held back from attacking, yet his opponents dared to strike first, which made Kristen feel extremely frustrated. Take action. Kristen immediately summoned a sword artifact glowing with red light, which in an instant transformed into a streak of light and struck at Lin Shen. Lin Shen threw a punch at Kristen's sword artifact, while Tien Beluo also moved at the same time, flapping his wings and instantly appearing in front of Kristen. Kristen swung his fist trying to repel the mysterious light patterns, but they landed on his fist, turning into a brand. In just an instant, his whole body was marked with light and dark patterns, and he suddenly felt as if he had weakened. Not only were his strength and speed greatly reduced, but the effects of his skills were also diminished. Kristen and Tien Beluo were already evenly matched contenders, and when one side suddenly had their power halved, Tien Beluo launched the Celestial Unity skill. With just 2 exchanges, he apprehended Kristen. Of course, Kristen was captured mainly because he suddenly felt numb around his waist and couldn't move. He had no idea what had happened. Lin Shen's fingers hung by his side, his gaze unwavering, as if nothing had happened at all. The numerous ascenders who had listened to Kristen's order had already summoned their life bases, but then they found that Kristen had been captured, and they all looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Everyone, with battle teams rampant on the battlefield now and many teams outnumbering you, we can only preserve our points by banding together. Those willing to join my team don't need to hand over any points. We are simply uniting to protect our own, Lin Shen seized the opportunity to say. What are you all hesitating for? If we don't unite to protect ourselves, do we want to wait to be robbed? Tien, holding the immobilized Kristen, shouted, I am willing to join. One person took the lead, and immediately others responded. The majority of the ascenders from Kristen's team chose to join Lin Shen's team. They had already snatched some points, and now it was clearly more important to protect those points than to snatch more. Having taken over Kristen's team, Lin Shen did not make things difficult for Kristen. After all, in such a public place, if he were to kill Kristen, the D-Man tribe would never swallow the affront. Even for the sake of face, they would inevitably have to wage war with the celestial race. Lin Shen merely required Kristen to hand over his points, and then set him free to choose whether to stay or go. Kristen left without a word. The battle of Ascenders today had indeed cost him dearly. He could never have imagined, being one of the very top Ascenders, how he could have fallen to such a state. Weren't the elimination battles always the stage for the top Ascenders? The spectators were stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. In previous elimination rounds, it was a chaotic massacre among the top Ascenders from different races, with each powerful Ascender exhibiting astonishing strengths during the battles and revealing their prowess in the universe. But in this elimination round of Ascenders, individual combat strength amounted to nothing. Any team of a certain size could easily crush those so-called geniuses from the big clans. Chapter 517, The Dual Snake Society. Lin Shen led his battle team to continue high-speed flying in the sky. They no longer needed to look for lone Ascenders but were charging towards other battle teams. Apart from the necessary rest time to allow the Ascenders to recover their strength, most of their time was spent in high-speed flight. In the Ascension-level battlefield now, battle teams were everywhere. They encountered another battle team with tens of thousands of members before long. This time, both sides shouted their passwords loudly, but Lin Shen still led his team towards the other. The opposing battle team was greatly surprised and summoned their life bases in preparation for battle, only to see the battle team stop in its tracks, and one person stepping forward from the crowd. "Boss." The man relaxed upon seeing Lin Shen. Upon seeing him, Lin Shen was also somewhat surprised and said loudly, "Scattered they are stars in the sky, united they are a blazing fire. Now, upon this battlefield, teams are everywhere. We must join forces to protect ourselves. I request that your team merges with us." We should indeed join forces. The man also knew what the situation was. Having already encountered many battle teams, he had long been fearful and anxious. Now, it was impossible to find solitary or small groups of ascenders, and they dared not attack other battle teams. He had no idea what to do. Lin Shen successfully merged the divided battle team. They had split off 10,000, but nearly 30,000 returned. Lin Shen and Tian Beluo charged ahead, merging with any battle team they encountered. Many members of other battle teams had once been part of Lin Shen's team or had been with the teams he had sent out. Moreover, given the current situation, many battle teams were willing to rejoin voluntarily, which allowed Lin Shen and Tian Beluo's team to grow larger and larger. Those who were reluctant to join, faced with such a massive team, did not dare to utter a word against it. Not joining would mean being robbed, and there was no third option. No one is a fool to join such a large team and still keep one's points, who would foolishly let others steal their points. In just over an hour, Lin Shen's team had grown to 1 million in size and was still rapidly expanding. The spectators were all discussing fervently at this point because a very interesting scene had emerged on the Ascender battlefield. Two forces were crazily absorbing Ascenders, both already surpassing the 1 million mark and still expanding rapidly. People had assumed that there would be chaos among the battle teams, and although skirmishes did indeed occur among them, that was a rare occurrence. Before the chaos had a chance to start, many teams had been absorbed by these two forces. The snowball effect caused the two battle teams to grow increasingly large. Naturally, one of these teams was Lin Shen's, and the other was DAC's. DEC operated on an even distribution of points, while Lin Shen was about protecting points. Although the philosophies of the two teams were different, once the snowballing began, ordinary teams, whether willing or not, could only be coerced into joining. Continue reading at Empire. Even many Nirvana-level and even Immortal-level powerhouses had started paying attention to the Ascender battlefield. This situation was too rare. If it continued to develop, it could likely evolve into a tremendous battle. People from all the powerful cosmic races watched with apprehension. The outcome of a clash between such two large forces was unpredictable. If neither could suppress the other and a real fight broke out, heaven knows how many Ascenders would die. Many were looking forward to the encounter between these two massive teams, yet were also worried about what might happen after they met. Fate is truly a miraculous thing. Two super battle teams rampaged across the planet and, miraculously, had not met. There were several times when they almost encountered each other, but each time the two battle teams chose different directions and miraculously missed one another. The closest the two teams ever came to meeting was less than 1,000 kilometers apart. 1,000 kilometers is a great distance for ordinary people, but for Ascenders, 1,000 kilometers really isn't much at all. The two super battle teams never managed to meet, and as a result, they kept growing in size. Any battle teams that encountered them, if they didn't react in time to flee, had no choice but to join. With time passing, the two battle teams developed to the tens of millions and soon broke through to the billions. All the Ascenders on the planet trembled under the terrifying might of the two battle teams. The powerhouses of various races on the outside were trembling just the same, wondering what kind of cataclysmic event would happen if these two teams actually fought each other. A battle of this scale could no longer be called a battle. In terms of interstellar warfare, this was already not a small scale. The Celestial Race, the Demon Tribe, the Chaos Clan, and other powerful cosmic races were all dragged into it, and if a great war was triggered, the consequences were unimaginable. Ascenders participating had never seen such a grand spectacle, where the passing of hundreds of millions of Ascenders alone was already earth-shattering. Amazingly, even at this level, the two super battle teams still hadn't managed to meet, always narrowly missing their fates with each other. Luckily, the Ascension-level planet battlefield was big enough. Though the two teams seemed large, for the planet battlefield they were roughly equivalent to a locust plague. Lone Ascenders and some smaller battle teams now only sought to flee at the sight, daring not to show themselves, just waiting for the elimination round to end. The two battle teams weren't even bothering with the loners in small groups, they just swallowed up the larger battle teams. When there were a little over 7 hours left before the end of the elimination round, both teams had surpassed the billion-level mark. Although for the Ascenders involved in the battle, it was still just a small number. A battle team of this scale was, in fact, quite terrifying. It was already a very challenging task to command a team of such a scale. It was fortunate that the elimination round was short, otherwise, just controlling such a team would have been beyond the abilities of most. Due to the meddling of these two giant gluttonous snakes, the chaotic battle between teams became completely impossible. Those small teams were too busy fleeing, who would dare to rob other teams, fearing to draw the attention of the two super battle behemoths. Those two super battle teams have triggered the catfish effect, making the majority of the smaller teams extremely cautious, not daring to randomly attack other teams. Although this is the best outcome, it's also a bit boring. I hope they finally collide. That would be quite a spectacle, Catherine said, leaning on the sofa, her eyes blazing as she stared at the screen. Perhaps the heavens heard Catherine's wish. After numerous near misses, with less than an hour left before the end of the elimination round, the two super battle teams finally met, and this time, they didn't pass each other by. When each side saw the other's ascenders blotting out the sky, they were both stunned. For so long, they had both devoured the weaker, making other teams look like mere chaff before them, destined only to be eaten. They were invincible beings, never having to worry about encountering any resistance. How could suddenly such a terrifying battle team emerge? The appearance of each startled the members of the other side. If they truly fought, the consequences were simply unimaginable. The watching leaders of various races were sweating nervously, wondering what to do if an actual battle broke out. This TM could spiral out of control, potentially sparking a universal war. Chapter 518, The Source of Calamity and Chaos. Lin Shen was in a somewhat foul mood, having come here with the sole intent of finding his fourth brother and lending him a helping hand. But as the elimination round was almost over, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lin Shengdong's shadow. Fortunately, the battle team mode he had created had thrown the battlefield into chaos, preventing those who had initially sought to trouble Lin Shengdong from having the opportunity to gang up on him. Little did he know, Lin Shengdong was at that very moment wandering the Nirvana battlefield, hunting for easy targets to score points off. Lin Shengdong had become somewhat of a pest on the Nirvana battlefield. He would run from strong Nirvana beings, running faster than anyone else could. When he encountered those who seemed to have undergone fewer Nirvanas and were easier to bully, he would swoop in to steal their points. His plunder was surprisingly accurate. Somehow, he had never even faced a Nirvana being who had undergone the process more than 3 times. By now, Lin Shengdong's points were enough to enter the ranking battle, so he spent the last bit of time well hidden, exceedingly leisurely. If Lin Shen had known this was the case, he certainly would have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The opponent is DSC. Tian Beluo's eyes lit up with excitement. However, the expressions on the faces of the other powerhouses of the large clans following Lin Shen and Tian Beluo were less than thrilled. There are too many opponents over there. We absolutely must not start a fight, someone quickly interjected. Don't rush, Lin Shen waved his hand. Upon seeing Lin Shen wave his hand, the elephant man immediately strained his throat and bellowed in the elephant cry technique. The heavens are vast. The booming voice echoed through the skies, reaching the ears of everyone present. The elephant man's bellow was supposed to rally the ascenders of his own battle team to shout the slogan together. But with his cry, not only did the ascenders of his own team begin to shout, but the ascenders from the opposing side unexpectedly joined in as well. In such a situation, nobody wanted to fight. They'd come to participate in the race-ranking battle to make a name for themselves and for the honor of their races, not to be cannon fodder. If they were to die in such a conflict, no one would even know who they were. Nobody wanted to risk their lives in such a meaningless manner. The ascenders gathered by DEC, having previously been members of various teams, were mostly familiar with the slogan. The elephant man's startling roar suddenly filled them with joy, and they instinctively felt that if they responded to the call, they wouldn't have to fight. Because there were too many ascenders, those at the back had no idea who had shouted the slogan. Assuming it was someone from their own team, they promptly joined in the chant. The heavens are vast, the wilderness is boundless. In my life, I've been most reckless. Soon, the voices of several billion ascenders unified, the sound waves rippling through the clouds and reverberating with seismic force through heaven and earth. After repeating it a few times, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Lin Shen could feel an incredible power surging within him, nearly bursting through his body. With several billion ascenders shouting the war song in unison, the boost to his power was overwhelming. Lin Shen suspected that with a mere flick of his hand, he could blast Nirvana beings into smithereens. Were he to use the surfing fist, he might even decimate half of the opposing ascenders' teams. Of course, Lin Shen wouldn't act in such a moment. However strong he had become now, once the war song ceased, he would still be just an insignificant ascender, and he had to consider the days to come. It was not something to take lightly. Originally, what Lin Shen thought was that since things had come to this and no one wanted to fight, they might as well part amicably and go their separate ways, waiting for the countdown to end. Who would have known that Tian Beluo would have flown out to the front of the opposing ranks? When Tian Beluo stepped out, the chanting of slogans immediately weakened and eventually stopped altogether. DEC, since we've encountered each other here, there's no need to wait for the ranking battle. Let's settle this one-on-one right here. Tian Beluo floated in midair, addressing DEC. Alright, DEC also stepped forward. He had not anticipated that the other side would also rally such a massive force. The current situation, if not handled properly, might trigger widespread chaos. A one-on-one battle might be the best way to resolve this. As long as they could hold on until the end of the elimination round, the crisis would naturally be averted. Lin Shen felt this was for the best and hoped their battle wouldn't end too quickly, preferably lasting until the countdown of the elimination round. For today's battle, shall we only compare skills? Desi floated across from Tian Buluo and proposed. What if we can't determine a victor? Tian Buluo asked. Then we'll fight again in the ranking battle. DEC was afraid that if they fought with all their might and accidentally involved bystanders, the consequences would be unimaginable. With so many ascenders around, if chaos were to ensue, even without actual fighting, it could lead to a catastrophe beyond control. Alright, Tian Buluo nodded slightly and entered the unity of heaven and man state. Despite his long and arduous cultivation, he had not yet reached the threshold of the God-Ghost realm, but the celestial unity stage had become deeply ingrained in his bones. Heaven and celestial beings skill? DEC immediately recognized the skill that Tian Buluo was using. Please enlighten me, said Tian Buluo expressionlessly, as if his entire being had merged with the universe, his every movement naturally flowing, betraying no weaknesses whatsoever. DEC moved casually, engaging in battle with Tian Buluo. Watching the battle between Tian Buluo and DEC, Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim, DEC truly lives up to his reputation, being able to exchange moves with Tian Buluo, who is in the unity of heaven and man state without falling behind. Such skill and ability are truly astonishing. Explore more adventures at Empire. To know that every move of Tian Buluo was in perfect harmony with the ultimate truths of the universe, yet DEC, with his singular strength, could contend with the universe itself and not be at a disadvantage. Such mental strength and skill were transcendent, almost beyond the reach of mortal beings. The mighty beings of all races, watching the two fight with skill, were also secretly alarmed. Their casual moves were ingeniously exquisite, and based on skill alone, no one was confident they could surpass these two individuals. Seeing that the two fighters were evenly matched and that it would certainly take a while to determine a victor, everyone thought that the battle would last until the end of the elimination round and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The leaders of various races watching from the outside also felt considerably more relaxed, as this was probably the best outcome possible. Suddenly, a figure flew out from DEC's side and came to the front of Lin Shen's lineup. Everyone was taken aback, unsure of what this person intended at this time. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wu Mian from the Chaos Clan. The Chaos Clan, almost identical in stature to humans, had angular and rounded features but lacked mouth, ears, eyes, nose, and other facial organs. He floated in front of the ranks, somehow emitting a voice that, while not loud, was crystal clear to all the ascenders. Tian, I ask you, is the undefeated king your brother? With one sentence, Wu Mian immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Shen frowned slightly, wondering how Wu Mian knew that the undefeated king was his brother. As I thought, in order to divert the attention of the mighty from all races and aid your brother in escaping his predicament, you've actually dared to set up a chaotic situation, inciting wars among all races, resulting in countless deaths and injuries among the Ascenders. The root of this Ascender conflict stems from your instigation. To call you the chief culprit is no exaggeration. Such malice warrants execution. If you, the source of this calamity, are allowed to leave unpunished, you will surely bring further disaster to the universe in the future. Today, I, Wu Mian, shall rid the universe's sentient beings of this scourge. Wu Mian condemned with every word, and instantly, the mighty beings from all races turned their gaze towards Lin Shen, eyes filled with malice. Chapter 519, The War Song begins. You say I'm the brother of the undefeated king, so I am the brother of the undefeated king? Lin Shen coldly looked at Wu Mian and asked. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, Wan Gulyu, you tell them. Wu Mian's finger suddenly pointed to someone among the ranks of his battle team. Billions of eyes followed the direction of his finger, and the ascenders at the front consciously made way, revealing a human ascender from the crowd, who was none other than Wan Gulyu. Wan Gulyu knew that standing up to identify Lin Shen now would earn him contempt from his fellow humans, but avenging a murdered brother and the close disaster that nearly doomed the Wan family meant he had to make Lin Shen pay the price. Tian, no, Lin Shen, do you have anything to say now? Wu Mian's words drew everyone's gaze toward Lin Shen. Indeed, my name on the mother planet was Lin Shen, and I do have an older brother named Lin Shengdong. Lin Shen paused there, and many thought there must be more to come, perhaps even a twist, but Lin Shen continued. It is also true that my brother has a nickname called the Undefeated King. At this revelation, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Shen really was the brother of the Undefeated King. Many top ascenders glowered at Lin Shen, and even among his own team there were ascenders from great families glaring at him with anger. Well, you have the guts to own up. That makes you quite a character. Since I haven't wronged you, today I will rid the universe of you, the Scourge, Wu Mian righteously declared. You're going to rid the universe of me, the Scourge? What gives you the right to speak on behalf of all beings in the universe? Lin Shen remained calm and spoke indifferently. It is true that the Undefeated King is my brother, but my forming of a battle team has nothing to do with him. You think quibbling now will help? Wu Mian scoffed. Quibbling? Why would I need to quibble? Lin Shen stared at Wu Mian and said, You claim I schemed to relieve my brother by triggering chaos among all races, causing countless casualties among the Ascenders. Then let me ask you, who here could trap my brother, and who needs me to do such a thing? Is it you? If the undefeated king hadn't fled, he would have long been a dead soul under my hand, Wu Mian stated flatly. Good. Lin Shen was waiting for just this response from Wu Mian. With the word good, he then extended a single index finger toward Wu Mian. The crowd didn't understand his gesture, and Wu Mian was also unclear what Lin Shen meant by holding up one finger. I don't know your name, nor which race you come from, but with one finger, if you don't die, I will accept the name of the scourge that sparked the chaos among all races. Lin Shen's voice spread throughout the universe. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing there was a problem with their ears or their minds, experiencing a delusion. Using one finger to kill Wu Mian? What kind of incredible fantasy was this? That was Wu Mian, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Wu Mian was a talent from the Chaos Clan, ranked in the top 10 in the universe. Even compared with DEC, his reputation was barely a few shades less illustrious, being one of the notable ascenders in the current universe. He had already reached the 10th turn of ascension. His chaos training was complete to a high degree, possessing 3 types of physically enhancing attributes. His life base was reputed to be the strongest in defense, the Chaos God Bell, having once faced the onslaught of over 100 ascenders without taking a scratch, a formidable powerhouse. Among his peers, Wu Mian might not be the invincible one, but DAC would probably not find it easy to hurt him, let alone kill him. During the battle with Lin Shengdong's petal torrent bombarded him for 3 whole minutes, yet he didn't even use the Chaos God Bell and did not take a single step back. His carapace remained undamaged. For such a man, Lin Shen actually said he would kill him with a single finger. Either Lin Shen had gone mad, or they were having auditory hallucinations. Has that man gone mad? Tia asked, her mouth agape with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. What an interesting fellow. If he doesn't die, he's worth meeting, Catherine said with an unusually happy smile. She didn't believe Lin Shen could really kill Wu Mian with a single finger. She was just curious what tricks Lin Shen had up his sleeve. Emperor Tianshu squinted his eyes, his expression odd as he said, What on earth is that boy trying to do? And Rong's eyes shimmered with joy. Although she was silent, her heart was filled with ecstasy. Explore more at Empire. Lin Shen, being so ignorant of danger, was unlikely to step down from the stage today. Even if he shamelessly fled back, the Heavenly Emperor probably wouldn't make use of a person who spouted nonsense and caused such an uproar. If it were her in Lin Shen's place, she would never admit to being the brother of the undefeated king. You're too young, just too young. All you need to do is point out that Wan Guliu holds a grudge against him and is framing him, stirring up the waters, and who then could discern the truth? Unrong struggled to suppress the excitement in her heart, waiting to see how Lin Shen would conclude the affair. Are you talking to me? Wu Mian asked darkly, having never been disrespected like this before. I quite like the name Source of Disaster. No need for idle talk. Bring out your strongest strength. I sincerely hope you can survive, Lin Shen said calmly. Very well, I'll grant your wish. I will take your one finger, and then I must kill you. Remember my name, Wu Mian of the Chaos Clan. Wu Mian was now extremely angry. His gray carapace enveloped his body, with eerie chaos symbols appearing on it. Gray particles flew out from his body, transforming into an ancient gray bell that enveloped him. Everyone knew that Wu Mian was truly enraged, ready to withstand Lin Shen's one-finger strike and then annihilate him completely, giving Lin Shen no chance to escape. I originally turned my heart to the bright moon, but alas, it shines on the drainage ditch. Since you label me as the source of disaster, I will show you the disaster. Brothers, let's have a war song to cheer up the mood and watch how I bring calamity to the beings of this world, Lin Shen said heroically. At this point, Lin Shen didn't expect many people would actually sing the war song for him. If there were enough people to sing the war song for him, he would take advantage of the war song's empowerment to annihilate Wu Mian. If no one aided him or if there were not enough singers, it wouldn't matter. He could use the power of the sacrificial halo. After such a long time of sacrifices, the attributes that his sacrificial halo could now imbue had reached an extremely horrifying extent. Even without the war song's empowerment, no ascender could withstand it. Chapter 520, Turn to Ash with a Single Finger. The sky is vast, the field is boundless, my life has been wildly unrestrained. The Elephant Man roared with all his might. Amidst billions of ascenders, his voice stood out as particularly discordant. Lin Shen sighed inwardly. Am I really such a poor character that only this honest man is willing to speak out for me? Don't waste any more time, Wu Mian said in a cold voice. Before Wu Mian could finish speaking, voices from all around rose up, thunderous and overwhelming, drowning out his remaining words. Continue your adventure at Empire. The sky is vast, the field is boundless, my life has been wildly unrestrained. Countless voices joined in with the Elephant Man's bellowing, growing louder and more numerous with each repetition. A surge of power welled up inside Lin Shen's body, instantly filling him from head to toe. The power of the war song was not like the sacrificial halo, which could directly enhance his attributes. The war song was more like an augmenting skill such as the Phoenix Mystique, capable of magnifying his attributes. However, the war song didn't consistently double his attributes. When there were few people, the enhancement of the war song might be negligible unless, like Wei Wufu with the Chixin wooden fish, it was combined with special musical accompaniment, which was significantly stronger than just singing. But once the number of singers increased, even without special musical instruments, the magnifying effect that could be produced would far surpass that of ordinary attribute doubling skills. And now, with ascenders singing the war song by the billions, Lin Shen himself didn't know just how many times his attributes could be multiplied. All the powerful beings of various races, including Wu Mian, never expected that at such a time, so many ascenders would be willing to lend their voices to Lin Shen, some of whom were even from major clans. In reality, they were all mistaken. Even though Wu Mian pointed out that Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated king, those who had followed Lin Shen were well aware of the truth. Initially, Lin Shen indeed took some people's points, but that was only a few. Moreover, those who had been robbed by him and later joined his team indeed received points, far more than what had been taken from them. Later, as Lin Shen led his team sweeping through the battlefield, merging numerous teams, he never asked for a single point from them, nor did he ever let them pay anything. Instead, he protected their lives and points. Was it their concern whether Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated king? The undefeated king harmed those top-tier ascenders and never troubled them. Whether or not Lin Shen was the brother of the undefeated king, they simply didn't care. To say that Lin Shen sparked warfare, causing countless deaths and injuries among races, was even more absurd. They just felt protected by him. Without Lin Shen, they would have been at the mercy of those elite ascender geniuses from strong races, so how could they have accrued so many points now, without anyone daring to rob them? What source of calamity? He was clearly their protector. After all, Lin Shen didn't need them to fight, they only had to contribute their war song. What was there to be afraid of? With so many people singing the war song together, what could Wu Mian do to them? Lin Shen felt his body being bolstered by a mysterious force, feeling his scalp tingle, his blood rushing to the crown of his head, and goosebumps covering his skin. Wu Mian, time to hit the road. Taking advantage of the unceasing war song, Lin Shen's figure suddenly sprang into action. Originally, he was prepared to use finger sand, but now there were too many people belting out the war song. The enhancement was too strong, and Lin Shen feared that with just one finger he wouldn't just kill Wu Mian but also pierce through the planet. As Lin Shen moved, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. His speed was so fast that everything around him seemed to slow down, even the sound of the war song, as if it were being played in slow motion. And in the eyes of others, Lin Shen's movements did not seem very fast, but they gave them a sensation of being unable to move themselves. Wu Mian saw Lin Shen approaching, but no matter what, couldn't move an inch. This wasn't to say that they were truly immobilized, but rather their bodily reactions couldn't keep up with their thoughts, which is why they felt this way. Lin Shen suddenly had a moment of realization, understanding why, when he watched that half-human, half-metal monster, every action seemed so slow, yet he couldn't dodge at all. It wasn't that the monster was slow, it was that he was too fast, so fast that it caused a disconnect between the observer's thoughts and their bodily reactions. Everyone watched as Lin Shen's finger pressed down on the Chaos God Bell outside Wu Mian's body, watching the so-called #1 defensive life base, the Chaos God Bell, directly explode into dust under his fingertip. They watched Lin Shen's finger touch Wu Mian's skull, watched as Wu Mian's carapace and body also burst into dust together. In an instant, Wu Mian and the Chaos God Bell turned to ashes and vanished without a trace. The war song suddenly stopped, and everyone fell silent, staring blankly at Lin Shen hovering in the air. That was where Wu Mian should have been, but now there wasn't even dust left of him, directly obliterated by a single finger without a trace remaining. Fear spread among everyone's hearts. That was Wu Mian, hailed as the strongest defense of his tier, yet he was reduced to ash by a single finger. What a terrifying strength that was. Tia's eyes widened and her mouth formed an O shape. Catherine couldn't maintain her composure any longer, her eyes full of shock. The Heavenly Emperor was silent, and Enrong's face had lost all color. Even Tian Beluo and Deci, who had stopped their battle, looked at Lin Shen with strange expressions. That finger seemed to have silenced the entire universe for a second. Damn, Wu Mian was turned to ash by a single finger. My god, what kind of finger skill is that? It's truly divine. This Lin Shen, he seems even fiercer than his brother, the undefeated king. Parsi. Above the battlefield, everyone looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions, their eyes not so much seeing a person as they were witnessing a monster or demon. Indeed, I still see more human, Ouyang Yudu, hidden within Deci's troops, felt a sense of old age comfort. My level is still not enough. I must quickly continue to level up, at least one major level above him, no, 2 major levels, to be able to fight him. Tu Xiaodao, also hiding, felt again the need to level up. Everyone was looking at Lin Shen, but one person was retreating. Fear surged through Wan Guliu's nerves like a tide, his body trembling with dread. He knew Lin Shen was strong, but had never imagined Lin Shen would be strong to this extent. That was Wu Mian, hailed as the strongest defense among Ascension-level beings, an ascender known throughout the universe, just like that, killed by a single finger strike from Lin Shen. All he wanted was to leave this place as quickly as possible. He knew Lin Shen wouldn't let him go this time. Chapter 521, Killing with a Single Strike in the Multitude of Soldiers. Lin Shen slowly raised his right hand, with his pinky and ring fingers clenched, his middle finger, index finger, and thumb extended in the shape of a gun, and then aimed it at Wan Guliu, who was fleeing. Everyone was somewhat puzzled and did not understand the meaning of his gesture. They thought it might be a unique human way of pointing at someone, at least not something as childish as playing house and pretending a hand was a gun. Wan Guliu. Lin Shen's voice made Wan Guliu's body tremble. He didn't dare to look back, let alone break out of the formation, and rushed even more desperately into the crowd, hoping that as the enemy, Lin Shen would not dare to charge into their battle team. The enmity between the Wan family and my Lin family is deep as the sea. The first time I saw you here, I didn't harm a single hair on your head because you were still human. In this battle of races, we both represent humanity. Even with the do-or-die situation between the Wan family and the Lin family, I was unwilling to kill you here. But since you yourself do not wish to remain human and insist on being a beast, I shall fulfill your wish, said Lin Shen, and with that, his hand shaped like a gun jerked back as if firing. Everyone was confused. Ascension-level beings didn't have long-range attack abilities, and while it would have made sense for Lin Shen to use life-based attacks on Wan Guliu, this child's play of a gesture seemed incomprehensible and even amusing to some. But in the next second, a bloody hole suddenly appeared through the front and back of Wan Guliu's skull as he fled through the crowd, with brain matter and blood spurting from the hole in his forehead. Wan Guliu's eyes widened, and he fell forward powerlessly towards the ground. For a moment, the nearby ascenders all felt like their souls were in great peril, and when they looked back at Lin Shen's hand, which had seemed child's play, they didn't find it funny anymore. In fact, they felt that this handgun was even more terrifying than another type of handgun, killing from a distance with a single blow to the skull, claiming a life amid billions with a single finger. What kind of demonic or ghostly skill was this? Explore more at Empire. Even within such a bizarre world, it still felt utterly absurd to them. What kind of skill is that? It's too cool, many people said in awe and envy, with Tia's eyes shining brightly. This person is really strange, Catherine said as if she realized something, her expression unusual as she murmured, Lin family also has grievances with the Wan family. Could it be he's related to that woman involved with Wan Nianbei? If so, it turns out I have some karmic ties with him. Lin Shen withdrew his hand and swept his gaze across the battle teams from both sides, tens of billions strong, and said indifferently, if there is anyone else who thinks I am the source of disaster and needs to resort to such despicable means to cover for my brother, just come and kill me. I'll shoulder the debt of the undefeated king. For a time, among the tens of billions of ascenders, not a single one stepped forward. The mere act of Lin Shen crushing Wu Mian into dust with a finger and killing a man with a handgun from across the space was too terrifying and frightening. Even the top ascenders hesitated with doubts in their hearts and did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, most people understood in their hearts that with such strength, there was no need to bother with manipulations. An ascender who could crush Wu Mian with a finger was already an invincible presence among ascenders. Even the universally acknowledged number one ascender, DEC, whom they had always regarded as the strongest, now seemed uncertain in their hearts whether DEC could survive an encounter with Lin Shen. No sooner had Lin Shen finished speaking than the countdown for the elimination round ended and all ascenders were transported out. On the cosmic tapestry above, the imagery of Planet Battlefield vanished, replaced by 5 leaderboards. The leaderboards were for base mutation level, ascension level, nirvana level, immortal level, and realm king, with no names listed on the realm king board. In this era, no one could delineate the heavens and become a realm king to rule the universe. On other ranking lists, positions are determined based on the number of points accrued, which also sets the starting positions for the next ranking battle. The number of individuals on the immortal level ranking list is noticeably lower. It still falls substantially short of a complete roster of powerful cosmic races. Moreover, very few pay attention to the immortal level battlefield, with only the big players from powerful clans capable of fully understanding the combat there. Most people merely glance at the immortal level ranking list and find that the top-ranked immortal is a relatively unfamiliar name, Feng 6. However, judging by the surname, it is likely someone from the Phoenix clan, which isn't particularly surprising. On the Nirvana level, Ascension level, and Base Mutation level ranking lists, the powerful cosmic races have filled the lists, and there aren't many surprises, with the top ranks mostly occupied by individuals from powerful cosmic clans. The only exception is the Ascenders ranking list, which shockingly contains many previously unheard of races, and even some unknown Ascenders occupying the top spots. And at the very top of the Ascenders ranking list, the name Human Tian prominently stands. Lin Shen had already accumulated a considerable number of points. Moreover, after slaying Wu Mian, all of Wu Mian's points transferred to him, thrusting his score to the top of the list. The battle at the Ascension level was already highly anticipated, but Lin Shen's series of maneuvers caused an even greater stir among many high-level combatants. The discussion intensity skyrocketed past the pre-match speculation that the undefeated king would be besieged. People are discussing just how strong Lin Shen, who crushed Wu Mian with but a flip of his finger and assassinated Wan Guliu from afar with a pistol, truly is, and whether he is indeed invincible within his tier. Theoretically, not even DAC could achieve what Lin Shen has done, leading many to believe that this ascender from a lesser-known race might indeed be the strongest of his tier. Many have begun researching exactly what evolution skill Lin Shen practices, what innate skill he possesses, and what kind of skills he wields. They debate whether the crushing finger against Wu Mian is an innate skill, some sort of skill, or a combination of both. And that impressively cool pistol airstrike skill, what kind of skill could that be? Various analyses of Lin Shen's imagery and his skills continue to emerge and refresh constantly on the Heavenly Network. Even some high-level Nirvana combatants have personally entered the fray to analyze and speculate on Lin Shen's skills. Of course, others believe that represents Lin Shen's true power, and the two factions have been disputing each other fiercely on the Heavenly Network. It wasn't until an immortal known as Mr. Jinghua spoke up and provided a detailed analysis of Lin Shen's various skills and abilities that he gained widespread consensus. Mr. Jinghua determined that Lin Shen's crushing finger against Wu Mian did receive a boost from an external force, and pointed out that this boost actually came from a strangely sounding war song. By comparing that finger with the pistol airstrike skill, he proved there was a significant difference in the strength of the two, along with limitations to an ascender's attribute powers, suggesting Lin Shen's true power was actually demonstrated by the strike used to kill Wan Guliu, which also fell within the range of an ascender's strength. Mr. Jinghua also listed Lin Shen's skills exhaustively. Besides the pistol airstrike skill, he distinctly categorized the war song enhancement, two different weakening skills, and more, analyzing them with great clarity. Chapter 522, The Hull Destroyer. Mr. Jinghua's analysis was quite accurate, and in conclusion, he also stated that even without the boost of war song, Lin Shen was still a top-tier ascender. However, aside from the pistol airstrike skill, Lin Shen's skills were more oriented towards support and enhancement. If it were on a large-scale battlefield, Lin Shen would be an extremely terrifying war general and commander. But in a one-on-one situation, Lin Shen didn't have much of an advantage against another top-tier ascender. As for the pistol airstrike skill, it wasn't an unsolvable trick either. Mr. Jinghua also provided several theoretical methods to counteract the pistol airstrike skill. Lastly, Mr. Jinghua's evaluation was that if Lin Shen didn't fall midway, he would inevitably become a Hall of Fame figure, capable of shining brightly in the universe wars. There are actually such skills in the world that others singing of war songs can actually enhance his strength. Once the war song sounds, it's the end for all comers. That's too strong. Even without the war song, he's still a top-tier ascender, okay? How shocking is that pistol airstrike skill? Mr. Jinghua himself was an immortal, and a very famous one at that. However, his fame was largely not because he was an immortal, but because he had a nickname known as Destroyer of the Hall of Fame. Mr. Jinghua often evaluated those rising talents on the Heavenly Network and frequently concluded with the statement, "This person will surely become a Hall of Fame figure." Yet 7 or 8 out of 10 talents he evaluated like this would falter along their path, while the remaining 2 or 3 would fade into obscurity and eventually vanish from public view. So this kind of comment from Mr. Jinghua made people feel that Lin Shen's path ahead would probably be difficult. Upon returning home, Lin Shen went online, only to discover that his 4th brother had already achieved nirvana and wasn't even on the Ascender planet battlefield, almost frustrating him to the point of spitting blood. If he had known his 4th brother wasn't there, why would he have gone out to cause such a stir? Wouldn't it have been fragrant just to stay home, eat, sleep, and level up honestly? What frustrated Lin Shen more was that top-tier ascenders had already begun to call him out on the internet, wanting to settle the score with him during the ranking battles, and there wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. After a brief investigation, he understood the situation. He watched Mr. Jinghua's analysis video as well, which was generally quite accurate. However, Mr. Jinghua had clearly underestimated the enhancement effect of the war song on him. When so many people sang the war song at the same time, the effect was much stronger than Mr. Jinghua had surmised. When Lin Shen killed Wu Mian, he had actually held back, using very little strength. Lin Shen estimated that if he truly went all out, that strike might have been able to destroy some small planets. The exposure of war song was actually within expectations. After all, it was too conspicuous. Besides, it couldn't really be considered a bad thing, as using war song in the future would require the cooperation of many people. It couldn't be kept secret forever. Now that everyone knew he had such an innate skill, it wouldn't be troublesome when he needed others' cooperation in the future. "My little lover, you truly are too brave." Tian Shen's message made Lin Shen feel somewhat elated, his uncontrollable mind drifting off into some images unrelated to the elimination rounds. As a husband, I can be even bolder. Are you good in battle, my queen? Lin Shen's fingers seemed to have a mind of their own as he replied with a message, and by the time he realized what he had done, the message had already been sent. Piss off. Just as Lin Shen was about to retract it, Tian Shen's reply had already come through. Lin Shen was considering how to turn his image around when another message from Tian Shen popped up. Come back. Upon seeing this message, Lin Shen suddenly felt an inexplicable rage rising within him, like a volcano about to erupt. He wished he could immediately fly back to Giant Ring Star, but unfortunately he was still unable to leave Sky Pinnacle Star. Continue your adventure with Empire. After talking with Tian Xun about many harmonious topics, he promised he would visit Giant Ring Star very soon. After all, he had no intention of continuing to participate in the ranking battles. As long as he could get Emperor Tianshu's permission, he would be able to leave Sky Pinnacle Star for Giant Ring Star to see Tian Xun. Actually, it wasn't usually necessary to ask Emperor Tianshu, for he was a dean himself and certainly had that much freedom. It was only because of the last incident that Emperor Tianshu had asked him not to leave Sky Pinnacle Star at random in order to avoid assassination, which was why he needed to ask for permission now. Just as Lin Shen was thinking about how to ask Emperor Tianshu for leave, Tian Kongyun actually came to him. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, your invincible stance on the planet battlefield is truly admirable. No one else in this world can match that. Tian Kongyun began with a round of flattery. Steward Yun, do we still need such formalities between us? Lin Shen replied with a wry smile. Tian Kongyun shook his head and spoke earnestly. These are not merely polite words. There are countless ascenders in the world, but crushing Wu Mian with a single finger is something I fear even DAC wouldn't be able to do. You should regard yourself as the universe's premier ascender. Since we're among our own, I won't hide it from you. My ability to unleash that finger was purely because of the boost from my innate skill, War Song. As long as someone sings the War Song for me, it can trigger my potential and let me burst forth with infinite strength. The more people who sing the War Song, the stronger the potential triggered in me. Lin Shen slightly altered the truth as he explained the effect of War Song to Tian Kongyun. Tian Kongyun nodded after listening. Such a divine skill is indeed extraordinary. One day, if you, the chief, lead an army into the battlefield, you'll certainly be a godly general. Though Tian Kongyun said this, he had lost the feeling of astonishment in his heart. What Lin Shen said matched Mr. Jinghua's analysis to a great extent, except that Mr. Jinghua believed that the power triggered had an upper limit, whereas Lin Shen himself said there was none. No matter whether there is an upper limit or not, if it's just triggering the body's potential, then it's nothing extraordinary. An ascender's body has limited strength, no matter how much potential is triggered. Even if there is no upper limit, the body cannot hold up. To burst through the heavens is but to annihilate a nirvana being, and one's own body would still inevitably be damaged. Their reasoning was based on normal cosmic rules. It seemed impossible to have a skill with limitless stacking. This was common sense. They had never seen an attribute like Fire Seed that did not play by the rules, so naturally, they would not believe in a skill like War Song that could almost infinitely amplify an attribute. The stronger Lin Shen claimed the War Song skill was, the less impressive Tian Kongyun found it to be. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, the Emperor has sent me to inform you that you must participate in the upcoming ranking battles, and you must also achieve a ranking, Tian Kongyun said after exchanging pleasantries, revealing the purpose of his visit. Chapter 523. Unlucky Kristen Lin Shen was filled with immense confusion, regardless of his current location or what status and rank he held. In the racial ranking battle, he could only represent the human race. Even if he kowtowed to Emperor Tianshu and became his godson, obtaining the identity of the celestial race, the racial rankings would not recognize him as part of the celestial race. His race could only be human. Representing the human race in battle, whether or not he obtained a ranking had nothing to do with Emperor Tianshu, yet Emperor Tianshu insisted that he must secure a ranking. Wasn't that being overly meddlesome? Seeing the doubt in Lin Shen's mind, Tian Kongyun said with a smile, His Majesty means that you must at least secure a top 5 ranking. His Majesty has great expectations for you as Chief of the Heavenly Institute, but His Majesty also faces his own difficulties. He desires to provide you with more resources and authority to fully cultivate you and needs a justifiable reason that the entire race can accept. Only when you demonstrate enough potential can His Majesty offer you greater support without others raising objections. Moreover, with your capabilities as Chief of the Heavenly Institute, reaching the top 5 in the Ascension level should not be too difficult. Steward Yun, you know my situation. Without the boost from War Song, securing the top 5 won't be so easy, Lin Shen mused. Tian Kongyun smiled faintly. Indeed, reaching the top 5 is not easy. If it's truly unattainable, you needn't force yourself excessively. However, you should also understand His Majesty's difficulty. He needs a legitimate reason to cultivate you. But if you really can't make it into the top 5, there is a shortcut you can take. Please enlighten me, Steward Yun, Lin Shen promptly requested with a respectful bow. We are all brothers here. There's no need for such formality, Chief, Tian Kongyun whispered. Not making it into the top 5 isn't a big deal, but there is one person you must defeat. It would be best if you could slay him, or at least not be defeated by him. If you can manage this, His Majesty's cultivation of you would also be justified. It's not that I have to defeat DEC, is it? Lin Shen realized this was Emperor Tianshu's true intention. Of course not. To defeat DEC would indeed be too difficult, said Tian Kongyun in a lower voice. The person I'm talking about is Kristen. Our race and the Demon tribe have always had many disputes, and calling them mortal enemies would not be an exaggeration. Kristen is currently the strongest among the ascension level of the Demon tribe. If you can defeat him, then His Majesty's cultivation of you will naturally be beyond any objections. Kristen? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Do not underestimate this man, thinking that because he performed poorly in the elimination round, his strength must be average. In fact, his strength is incredibly formidable, and his swordsmanship has reached an almost divine mastery, earning him the nickname Sword Demon. Coupled with 10th turn ascension and numerous other skills, defeating him is far from easy. The main reason for his poor performance in the elimination round was due to his lack of aptitude for team combat. But in one-on-one fights, that is his specialty, you must not take him lightly. Tian Kongyun shared some information about Kristen with Lin Shen. It was clear that Tian Kongyun came prepared, undoubtedly carrying Emperor Tianshu's orders. Read exclusive content at Empire. Competing for the top 5 was merely a pretext. The real intention was to have him deal with Kristen. However, Lin Shen wasn't certain whether the Heavenly Emperor wanted to deal with Kristen to gain some prestige for the celestial race or because of personal vendetta. Of course, he couldn't possibly ask such a question. Since it was Emperor Tianshu's command, Lin Shen had no choice but to agree to enter the battle and do his best when the time came. After Tian Kongyun left, Lin Shen carefully went over Kristen's information, increasingly realizing that the powerful cosmic races indeed were filled with talent, and there were far too many formidable geniuses. Kristen had been taught by many famed swordsmanship masters since childhood, and none of these masters taught him for more than a year. It wasn't because he was incorrigible, but because his talent for swordsmanship was simply too strong. In the shortest instance, after a month of teaching, there was nothing left to teach, and the longest any could endure was about a year before they voluntarily resigned, having nothing more to offer. In his teens, Kristen had already created his own swordsmanship called Absolute Echo, and after a king of the Demon tribe saw it, he exclaimed, "All swordsmanship in the world is not before my eyes, only this sword is the Absolute Echo." Hence, the name Absolute Echo sword skill came to be. Now, that Absolute Echo sword skill is still kept in the Imperial Library of the Demon tribe, displayed alongside many master-level sword manuals, only accessible to nobles or common tribespeople who have achieved great merit. Later, as Kristen's swordsmanship continued to grow, he challenged many swordsmanship experts and was undefeated until he was taken as the direct disciple of an immortal skilled in swordsmanship, which tempered his aggressive aura. However, it was said that his swordsmanship had ascended to a higher level, reaching a very high realm, where among his peers and even among those at Nirvana level, no one was fit to cross swords with him. Therefore, Kristen had stopped challenging anyone. Originally, Kristen was about to achieve Nirvana and had no intention of participating in this racial battle. However, the upper echelons of the Demon tribe wanted to make an impression in this racial war, which is why they asked him to join the fight. The Demon tribe originally intended for Kristen to battle with DEC, but they faced significant setbacks in the elimination round, all of which were caused by Lin Shen. Although Kristen did not post online, after Lin Shen went online and saw what happened to him in the elimination round, he greatly suspected that if he joined the battle, Kristen would definitely challenge him, perhaps even more urgently than challenging DEC. I hope the benefits the Heavenly Emperor gives me are worth my effort. Lin Shen studied for half a day and found that all the information about Kristen was about how powerful his swordsmanship was. However, there was little concrete content about the evolution skills he practiced or what kind of innate abilities he had. It was all guesswork and only mentioned it related to swords. With his current strength, Lin Shen naturally would not be afraid of an ascender, but he also would not want to waste his energy on a fight without benefits. Online research and analysis on Lin Shen were becoming more detailed, and the methods to counter his various skills were abundant on the heavenly web. After looking through them for a while, Lin Shen found that some of these people really had wild imaginations, and many of their counter strategies were quite impressive. This technique seems really interesting. Let me give it a try. Unable to resist, Lin Shen tried some of the more bizarre ideas he saw online. After trying them, Lin Shen discovered that these people were indeed geniuses. Some of the wildly imaginative methods actually worked. Lin Shen couldn't help but be moved to tears, thinking, what kind people, if it weren't for their suggestions, I could never have come up with such ideas, and to think it could be played like this. A person using the screen name Sword Hand who cannot use swords even proposed a theory called separation method to break Lin Shen's finger sand, and claimed that they would use this separation method to counter Lin Shen's pistol airstrike skill during the ranking battles. Although this person only mentioned the theory of the separation method and did not have any practical techniques, Lin Shen's eyes lit up after seeing it. This has got something. Because this person was not famous online, the video didn't cause much stir. Such videos were all too common on Heavenly Web, and most were not taken seriously. After Kristen posted his video under a screen name, he waited for a long time and was utterly dismayed to find no response at all. Just wait. Once I break his pistol airstrike skill with the separation method in the ranking battle, you will realize how ignorant you all are, Kristen sneered to himself. Chapter 524. Lin Shen was surfing the internet at home, watching the creative ideas of geniuses from various clans when Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu arrived at his home. Tian, the finger sand technique you used to destroy Wu Min, was truly earth-shattering and shocked the spirits, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Luckily, I had the help of the war song. Otherwise, that name of disaster would probably have fallen upon my head. Lin Shen repeated the words he had told Tian Kongyun to the siblings. To think that such a miraculous skill actually exists in this world. With this skill alone, Tian, you will certainly become a divine general of our clan in the future, Tian Buluo exclaimed in admiration. Who can predict the future? Let's focus on solving the problems at hand first. Do you have any understanding of Kristen, known as the Sword Demon? Lin Shen wanted to know more about Kristen, hoping to find a way to deal with him without resorting to using too many of his trump cards. We don't know much about this person, only that he is obsessed with swordsmanship and rarely gets involved in other matters. What I do know about Kristen is mostly from the time when he was young and created the absolute echo sword skill. The stories of his sword fights with masters from various clans, but not much else after that, said Tian Buluo. Tian Qingyu also shook her head. Everyone knows Kristen is strong, but exactly how strong he is and what sort of abilities he possesses, that's not very well known. I've seen the Ascension-level planet battlefield where Kristen has made a few moves. His swordplay still follows the patterns of the absolute echo sword skill, but you can tell that his swordsmanship has indeed reached a transformative level. The enigmatic and peculiar absolute echo sword skill comes effortlessly to him. I guess that the absolute echo sword skill is no longer his strongest swordsmanship anymore. Lin Shen didn't hear any substantial intelligence and could only wait until the battle with Kristen to learn more about him. Did you two come to see me for something? Lin Shen then remembered that the two of them had come together to see him, so there must be something going on. Tian, that 28 fists, is there really no way? Tian Qingyu hesitated to speak. Seeing Lin Shen using the finger sand on the planet battlefield made her even more eager to master the 28 fists. However, despite her long study and arduous cultivation, having exhausted all the methods she could think of, she still couldn't make any progress. She could now perform the 28 fists backwards, but was unable to produce even a hint of fist power. If I had a way, I would have taught you already. The fact that I could master the 28 fists myself was completely by chance. I just happened to succeed without any particular technique, Lin Shen said helplessly. Tian Qingyu felt helpless upon hearing this. She believed in Lin Shen. After all, he had already shared the precious 28 fist manual with her. There was no need for him to hold back anything on this matter. Although she knew that the 28 fists were exceptionally unique and that it was normal not to succeed, Tian Qingyu still didn't want to give up. I can't teach you the 28 fists, but I've discovered a very interesting and powerful technique. I wonder if you're interested, Lin Shen offered. What technique? Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu asked in unison. For Lin Shen to describe a technique as very interesting and powerful, it must surely be a miraculous skill, and they were naturally very curious. I saw it online. Let me find that video to show you, Lin Shen said as he retrieved the video about the separation method which he had saved. Tian, the interesting and powerful technique you were talking about, you found it on the Heaven's Web? Tian Buluo's expression became peculiar. It's not that there aren't genuine things on Heaven's Web. There are many, however. Most are like the outdated 5 fundamental evolution skills that have been phased out by time, no longer as powerful as the current evolution skills even if practiced now. Yeah, I don't know who posted it, but it's simply a divine technique, Lin Shen said, opening the video. Tian Buluo and Tian Qingyu exchanged looks, seeing the resignation in each other's eyes. If there really was such a powerful technique disclosed on Heaven's Web, it would have spread throughout the universe by now, unlikely leaving any divine techniques just waiting for Lin Shen to discover. They speculated that Lin Shen might have seen some outdated technique on Heaven's Web. Some outdated techniques are indeed powerful, but have serious flaws, which is why they've been discarded. To those unaware, practicing these techniques might seem very strong, but against someone knowledgeable, these techniques instead become deadly weaknesses. Nevertheless, they didn't want to dishearten Lin Shen and continued watching with him. After watching the introduction, both grew even more perplexed. Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen with a complex expression and asked, "Is the content of this video about someone breaking through your finger sand? Enjoy more content from Empire." "Yes, is there a problem?" Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. "You're learning techniques from a video that teaches people how to counter your own skill. Are you planning on counteracting your own finger sand?" Tian Buluo found it somewhat convoluted as he spoke. "Well, the thought process behind it is truly brilliant, almost like a stroke of genius. I found it very interesting and decided to study it," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Take a look first, and if you're interested, we can explore it together." The two continued watching with skepticism, finding it hard to believe that such a video could contain anything of real substance. As expected, after watching the video, they found it was merely a wildly imaginative theory without any practical application methods, likely just a fleeting idea from someone's moment of inspiration with no real feasibility. Tian, this separation method is only a theoretical concept with no practical method. Moreover, I think its feasibility isn't very high, Tian Qingyu said bluntly, sharing her thoughts. I actually think the separation method has some potential for practical application. Lin Shen disagreed with Tian Qingyu's opinion. Tian Qingyu patiently replied, the fundamental theory of the separation method is to sever the connection between your body and the spatial finger power you emit, causing you to lose control over your detached strength. Even if this procedure could be completed, which is questionable, your finger sand is so fast that once it's launched it no longer requires control. What's the point in cutting off the connection then? Your understanding makes sense, but I have another interpretation. Lin Shen considered for a moment before saying, what if what the separation method aims to detach isn't the link between me and the finger sand, but the finger sand itself? What do you mean? Tian Qingyu and Tian Beluo didn't understand Lin Shen's meaning. They were confused about what he meant by separating the finger sand itself. Chapter 525, Heaven's Defiance. Lin Shen pondered how to articulate his point of view to the two individuals and remained silent for quite a while before he finally spoke. At the nirvana level, one can unleash strength with attributes, that is, the power of nirvana. Do you know what the essence of the power of nirvana is? Nirvana attributes are derived from the body absorbing the nirvana egg, or the strength from the base mutation area, transforming one's own strength particles and making them carry the attributes of the power of nirvana. Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and continued, this is the most common understanding. Does Brother Tian's understanding differ? There's no difference. It's just a matter of how it's articulated. The strength particles of one's body are accompanied by nirvana attribute particles, meaning the strength particles have acquired nirvana attributes. In reality, this is a fusion of two kinds of particles. The more times one undergoes nirvana, the higher the degree of fusion of the two particles. If the fusion is truly complete, with the strength particles wholly merged with the nirvana attribute particles, then one might be assimilated by the other. If the strength particles are completely assimilated by the nirvana attribute particles, then the individual's body will be wholly nirvanized, becoming a base variant creature with no flesh and blood. Conversely, if the nirvana attribute particles are entirely assimilated by the individual's own strength particles, then they lose their nirvana attributes, no longer possessing the ability to control the attribute particles, making their training as good as null. The best outcome, naturally, is to find a balance point where the two can merge perfectly without affecting each other's characteristics. Tian Qingyu nodded upon hearing this. Your explanation is clear and easy to understand. Each time nirvana beings undergo nirvana, they ultimately pursue the perfect fusion of the two. However, achieving this is very difficult. The more times nirvana is attempted, the stronger the nirvana attribute particles become. As the degree of fusion deepens, the likelihood of the individual's own strength particles being assimilated increases. This is why, after numerous nirvana attempts, nirvana beings tend to mutate towards nirvana creatures and eventually become non-human. Exactly. Therefore, before achieving a perfect fusion, strength particles and attribute particles are not completely unified. When the number of nirvana attempts is low, the attribute particles and strength particles are merely in a mutually attractive relationship, not fused together. Lin Shen pointed at some text in the video and said, this separation method is actually about separating the attribute particles from the strength particles. Tian Qingyu and Tian Beluo both seemed stunned upon hearing this. How is that possible? To separate attribute particles from strength particles, who could achieve such a thing? Tian Beluo was somewhat incredulous that such a thing could happen. It would be like someone telling you they can manually separate the nucleus from the electrons in an atom. Who could believe that? It's not impossible. Lin Shen had previously realized the mystery behind true extreme slaying evil divine light, which could slice open atomic nuclei, so separating two mutually attracted particles would be even easier. Of course, one must master true extreme slaying evil divine light to perform such an operation. Lin Shen had not reached the nirvana level, nor had he practiced true extreme slaying evil divine light, so he definitely couldn't do it. But separating attribute particles from strength particles isn't as difficult as manually disassembling the nucleus and electrons of an atom. According to the theory of the separation method, one needs to activate their own strength particles to a certain extent, and then use their own active strength particles to capture the opponent's attribute particles, thus achieving the effect of separating the opponent's strength particles from their attribute particles. In cases where power particles and attribute particles had not completely fused, the effect of the separation method was still very evident. This is just theoretical, right? I don't believe anyone at the ascension level really has the ability to perform this operation, not even a nirvana being, I'd think. Unless they have the corresponding talent abilities, Tian Beluo pondered as he spoke. Based on this theory, I remember the Phoenix clan has a mutant nirvana attribute called Phoenix Yin-Yang Divine Light, which can erase others' nirvana attributes. It might be based on a similar principle. But even within the pure-blood Phoenix clan, those who can master the Phoenix yin-yang divine light are rare, only appearing once every 1,000 years, and it's impossible to master without the Phoenix bloodline. Without the corresponding base change talent and supporting evolution skills, it's really hard to imagine how to complete the separation method with mere personal skill. It is indeed difficult, but if it can be achieved, it could indeed counter my finger sand. Lin Shen nodded and said, both finger sand and 28 fists are, in essence, the same as the power of nirvana. They both utilize one's own strength particles combined with another type of particle in the space to exert force remotely. However, this combination is only temporary, unlike the permanent fusion of the power of nirvana. Therefore, finger sand and 28 fists are more easily separated by the separation method. Once separated, their remote force immediately becomes ineffective, which means that the separation method is the natural nemesis of my finger sand. If that's the case, and the person who made this video really has mastered the separation method, and he's a competitor in the Ascension level ranking battles challenging you, wouldn't that render your finger sand useless? Tian Beluo realized the severity of the issue. Yet Tian Qingyu looked at Lin Shen and laughed. Brother Tian, you must have already thought of a countermeasure, haven't you? I haven't come up with anything at the moment. If I do encounter it, I'll just have to not use finger sand. Lin Shen thought for a moment and then said, however, I can try to research this separation method. It might prove to be very effective against nirvana beings in the future. It's difficult, extremely difficult. How would you train for that? The person who made the video only mentioned a concept, not even a theory, and what you just analyzed comes from his concept. Without the corresponding talent abilities, without an actual operating method or skill manual, you have no direction at all. Tian Qingyu shook his head. Anyway, I've got nothing else to do, so I might as well study it a little. Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss. Do you want to join me? Lin Shen was just interested in the separation method and was not fixated on mastering it. Tian Beluo and Tian Qingyu hurriedly shook their heads. If they had the corresponding talent abilities and skills, they would be willing to give it a try. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. Starting with just a concept to create a separation method is much more difficult than creating a top-tier martial art. Moreover, it is still unknown whether the concept of the separation method is even feasible, or if it's just an outlandish idea without any practicality. Brother Tian, the theory about particle fusion that you just mentioned has greatly inspired me. I'll go back and do more research on 28 fists. Perhaps I can make some gains. Tian Qingyu excused herself and left. Instead of wasting time on such vague concepts, she would rather go back to practicing 28 fists. Tian Beluo and Lin Shen talked for a while longer about the ranking battles and soon departed as well. Lin Shen continued to research the separation method by himself at home, suspecting that he had seen a similar ability to the separation method before. The black cap mushroom that could make base mutation strength disappear seemed much like a separation method related skill. Chapter 526, Even a handgun counts as a gun. There were still 10 days left before the ranking battles commenced, and the widely accepted theory for such a long interval between the elimination round and the ranking battles was to offer the injured contestants time to recover. Lin Shen did not need to recover, so he spent most of his time studying the separation skill. Unfortunately, the separation skill was indeed not so easy to master without a secret technique to animate one's own strength particles. There was no way to attract and siphon off the opponent's attribute particles. Lin Shen tried many methods but could not activate his strength particles to their theoretical state. It seems without detailed instructions, it's really hard to succeed, Lin Shen thought, and decided that this was a method he could not achieve for the time being. However, Lin Shen had another thought, that separating the two types of particles might not necessarily require this method. A power like the true extreme slaying evil divine light could not only separate the two particles, but could even slice the particles directly. The reason why the true extreme slaying evil divine light was so mighty was that its strength particles were sufficiently small and strong. Lin Shen's finger sand followed a similar principle. If he could make the finger sand small and strong enough, then it could also separate the two types of particles or even pierce through them. But this posed several difficulties, such as how to make his finger sand small enough to be able to split strength particles. If it were actually small to that extent, the lethal power of the finger sand would become extremely minimal, and hitting the target would become quite challenging. Just like during the comprehension of the true extreme slaying evil divine light, its particles passed right through living beings' bodies, even through entire planets. The reason was that the true extreme slaying evil divine light was too small, and what seemed like compact matter compared to its particles was akin to stars and oceans, which made its hit rate frighteningly low. To solve this issue, there were two methods. One was to increase the particle density, and the other was to find a way to hit targets precisely. Increasing the particle density was relatively easier to achieve. Accurately hitting a target was not as simple. The awesomeness of the true extreme slaying evil divine light lay in the fact that without increasing density, it could still precisely hit targets in the vastness of the universe. The separation method could be released over a large area because this approach did not require hitting a target directly, nor did it need concentration. The larger the area, the higher the chance of attracting away the particles. Lin Shen did not yet possess the conditions to complete these two methods, so he could only try to increase the density of the particles. This approach had another benefit. It allowed him to compress his own strength particles, making the temporarily merged strength particles more compact. If compressed to a certain degree, perhaps they would not be susceptible to being separated by the separation skill, thus killing two birds with one stone. Lin Shen repeatedly released finger sand, attempting to make it even smaller. Since this was the path he was originally on, the initial process was relatively smooth. He controlled the finger sand, gradually compressing it from a needle-like shape to a granular form, truly resembling grains of sand, justifying the name of finger sand. But further compression proved to be not so easy, and despite Lin Shen's repeated attempts, the results became less and less noticeable. Topic in Sen, 60 Dason is lead of Frieding Fursteed priests, with asextesis of practice and would often play little tricks while practicing, at times flicking out finger sand with a snap of his fingers, at times shooting out finger sand with the posture of holding a pistol. As he continued to practice, Lin Shen shaped his hand like a gun and flicked out a shot of finger sand. Lin Shen suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes uncontrollably widening. He noticed that the finger sand he had flicked out didn't go in a straight line as usual, but followed an extremely exaggerated curve. Looking at the finger sand that hit the bullseye along the curved path, and then at his own hand shaped like a pistol, he muttered to himself with a bizarre expression. Hand, gun, counts as a gun as well? This discovery thrilled Lin Shen beyond expectations, as he hadn't thought such a move could actually activate his gunfighting skill, producing curved finger sand. Thank you, Fireseed, for your toleration. Lin Shen found this thing to be getting more and more unscientific. Excited, Lin Shen, using his hand as a gun, shot out various curved streams of finger sand, and though he couldn't compress the finger sand further, he was quite pleased with the outcome. If he couldn't compress the finger sand, then Lin Shen decided to control it instead, allowing the finger sand to take on the most suitable form, making it harder to detect and closer to the realm of moving without a trace. Lin Shen found that only when he used finger sand with a pistol gesture would it trigger the gunfighting skill, thus only with this gesture could he produce a curve. After some practice, Lin Shen realized he didn't need to push his practice to where the separation skill became indecipherable. He could still temporarily resolve the issues with the separation skill. The separation skill required the activation of one's power particles to a certain degree to trigger the effect of enticing the separation of power particles. For ascenders to use such a technique, it'd probably be difficult for their entire body to be in that state, let alone maintain it at all times, since activating power particles itself consumes a lot of energy. Discover exclusive content at Empire. Meaning, if Lin Shen could keep his opponent from knowing when he shot out finger sand or where it was directed, even if finger sand might be countered, he himself would not be susceptible to counters. You might break my skill, but I remain an unsolvable problem. Lin Shen experimented a while and knew this method should be feasible. However, he still needed to continue researching how to suppress finger sand further, as this trick would likely be very effective against the separation skill of ascenders. But if Nirvana beings used it, they might maintain the active particle state for a longer period, in which case he would have no choice but to face them head on. Therefore, figuring out his own version of the separation skill was still very important for Lin Shen. The online network was in an uproar, with some believing that even without the boost from Warsong, Lin Shen was still a top-tier ascender, and besides DEC, there weren't many who could threaten his #1 spot. Others thought that without the addition of Warsong, Lin Shen might not even make the top 10. Some believed Lin Shen's weakening skill was still magically effective in one-on-one battles, while others contended there were ways to counter weakening skills, and once rendered ineffective, Lin Shen's combat strength was far inferior to that of other top-tier ascenders. Nirvana-level powerhouses of various races, even immortals, were secretly researching counters specifically against Lin Shen, quietly sharing or hinting at these to the younger generation participating in the Ascension battle. Their research mainly focused on two aspects: how to deal with the pistol airstrike skill and how to solve the issue with weakening skill. Chapter 527. In just 10 short days, Lin Shen's skills were nearly researched to death, with countless methods for restraining Lin Shen emerging ceaselessly, so much so that Lin Shen himself watched with great interest. However, most of the skills that could truly restrain Lin Shen were not going to be made public. When the rank battles began, the Heavenly Emperor, accompanied by Tian Kongyun, lay on a beach chair on Cloud Island, watching the tapestry in the starry sky. Tian Kongyun, do you think that young man can withstand the test? Asked the Heavenly Emperor casually. Tian Kongyun knew what the Heavenly Emperor meant. A formidable genius's emergence, or the appearance of a new skill, was not actually scary. In the universe, there is no truly invincible skill. Once someone makes an outstanding breakthrough, they will be studied by the strong throughout the universe, who will find various methods to counter them. Many newly developed skills, or geniuses who stunned the universe, began seemingly invincible, nearly unbeatable by anyone. Later, however, they gradually faded into obscurity because they were thoroughly researched by others. They couldn't adapt to being targeted, and so they could only become mediocre. Those who can withstand such tests and can rise against the tide in such environments have the chance to become truly strong. Every renowned strong being in the universe has gone through this phase. Not being able to get past this phase is what they call a genius envied by the heavens. It's not that the geniuses are envied by the heavens, but that these geniuses can't bear the pressure they should, they haven't withstood the test, and they are just slightly better ordinary people. DEC was someone who had withstood such a test, no matter how others studied him or targeted him. As long as there was no overwhelming difference in level, no person or skill could suppress him. The chief of the Heavenly Institute is resolute in will and nimble in mind and spirit. He should be able to withstand the test. Yet now, the whole universe is researching how to target him, and it's inevitable that he will face some setbacks. As long as his path remains unbroken, he will eventually stand out, Tian Kongyun speculated, voicing what he believed to be the thoughts of the Heavenly Emperor. He knew the Heavenly Emperor currently held Lin Shen in high regard, but that did not necessarily mean the Heavenly Emperor wished for Lin Shen to have an easy time during this rank battle. Lin Shen might think that the Heavenly Emperor wanted him to defeat Kristen because of some grudge, but based on Tian Kongyun's understanding and speculation of the Heavenly Emperor, he believed this could be a test given to Lin Shen by the Heavenly Emperor. If Lin Shen can't overcome this threshold and falls into mediocrity, then he doesn't deserve to be valued by the Heavenly Emperor, much less deserve cultivation from him. The Heavenly Emperor is looking for someone who can re-establish the Celestial Master Institute, not just a flash-in-the-pan genius. Lin Shen can lose, but he cannot become mediocre. That young man is certainly not one to give up easily. Let's see what interesting performance he'll put on amid the targeting by various races, the Heavenly Emperor said in a good mood because Enrong wasn't nagging in his ear. Stay connected through Empire. At the beginning of the rank battles, the Scroll of Light and the Light Shadow Sprite appeared before him again. Respectfully, congratulations to the participant for achieving first place in the elimination rounds. Your initial ranking in the rank battles is first place at the Ascension level. You can select your own main stage planet, said the Light Shadow Sprite as it pointed at the cosmic scroll. 10 planets slowly emerged from the distant stars, growing larger and larger. These are the planet battlefields for the top 10 rankings at the Ascension level. As the first in the Ascension level rankings, you have the priority to choose. The Light Shadow Sprite then introduced the distinctive features of each of these 10 planets. Every planet battlefield had its own special environment. Actually, for ordinary Ascenders, the influence of the planetary environment is relatively minor, not as significant as for a Nirvana being. However, for Lin Shen, the harsher the environment, the more it worked in his favor. Evolution theory allowed him to quickly adapt to harsh environments, whereas his opponents might not be able to do so as swiftly. Challenging environments could also enhance his super base pattern talent, which was a significant boost too. After listening to the Light Shadow Sprite's introduction, Lin Shen immediately chose one of the planets. Are you sure you want to select Evil Speech Planet as your main battlefield? The Light Shadow Sprite asked again. Confirmed, Lin Shen answered with certainty. The conditions on Evil Speech Planet were quite advantageous for Lin Shen. On Evil Speech Planet, terrifying hurricanes rose at every moment, and monstrous tornado storms moved across the heavens and earth like colossal pillars, with thunder roaring and flashing in the gloomy sky. Thunder roared and winds howled. The sound of thunder and the howl of the wind were like curses from demons, instilling fear, hence the planet's name. If one were caught in those terrifying tornadoes or struck by lightning, even if it wasn't fatal, for Ascenders it would be anything but easy. Of course, in the ranking battles of the Ascension level, the planet battlefields that appeared were all within what Ascenders could endure. There wouldn't be a battlefield that Ascenders couldn't survive. The adverse environment of Evil Speech Planet not only offered Lin Shen a home field advantage, but also masked the fluctuations caused by using finger sand, making it even harder to detect truly a chosen spot. Main battlefield Evil Speech Planet confirmed. Ranking battle rules are as follows. No time limit, you may only challenge opponents ranked up to 10 places higher than you, and can only be challenged by those up to 10 places lower. The ranking battle ends after 24 cosmic hours without challenges, or if no challenges are completed. The top 10 at the end of the battle will proceed to the next round of cross-level ranking battles. The Light Shadow Sprite repeated the detailed rules, then brought Lin Shen into the Scroll of Light and to Evil Speech Planet, with its rolling thunder and howling winds. As soon as Lin Shen arrived on Evil Speech Planet, he was nearly blown off balance by the howling winds. In the sky, lightning clashed and thunder boomed, the overcast clouds filled with electricity that flickered like spiderwebs. The thunderous noise seemed to explode right by his ears, one after another, overlapping and becoming a continuous rumble. Everywhere between heaven and earth, there were huge tornadoes moving, the dark clouds in the sky drawn in by the funnels, forming visible gray tornadoes that looked like giant columns traversing the sky. Lightning was occasionally sucked into the tornadoes, crackling inside, with flashes spreading across the surface. Even without directly encountering those tornadoes and lightning, the unceasingly blowing winds made flying laborious. Flying against the wind was noticeably slower, and flying with the wind easily led to loss of control over speed and force, often contorting one's posture. "This place is truly extraordinary," Lin Shen said, feeling as if the thunder and wind were about to deafen him. In such a place, if someone could still detect him using finger sand, that would indeed be impressive. Chapter 528, the first ascender Lin Shen was still observing the environment of Evil Speech Planet when he noticed a space transmission portal open and a figure walked out from it. A challenge that complies with the rules cannot be refused, but one can choose to forfeit. Forfeiting is the same as admitting defeat, and the ranking will be replaced by the opponent. Those who could challenge Lin Shen were all ascenders ranked in the top 10, and most of them were very powerful. The reason I say most is that there were just too many variables in this ascension elimination match, and many top ascenders failed to even break into the top 100. DEC fared even worse, ranking in the 90 millions, nearly missing the chance to break into the Great Cosmic Clan's list, something unimaginable in the past. But DAC didn't feel much about it. He could keep challenging upwards, and ultimately he would still climb up. DAC originally didn't plan to aim for a very high ranking, participating in the racial ranking battle. He mainly wanted to cross swords with a few opponents he was interested in. As long as he could achieve this goal, he did not care about his ranking. The opponent he had most wanted to confront was Undefeated King, but now it had changed to Lin Shen, so DEC was determined to climb up. DEC could only advance 10 places at a time. Heaven knows how long it would take for him to break into the top 10. What was expected to be a lengthy process turned out to be shortened as DEC, after 100 consecutive successful challenges, triggered the overranking challenge rule that allowed him to directly challenge ascenders within 100 places above him, which also sped up his ranking rise. Kristen's situation was somewhat better than DEC's, but her ranking was also after the 10 million mark, and, like DEC, she was also struggling to climb up the ranks. On the other hand, many of those ranked ahead were lesser-known ascenders. For instance, this one challenging Lin Shen right now was a rather obscure ascender, not even from one of the great cosmic clans. The only bit of fame he had came from the Ascension elimination matches. Kobor, from the hardly ever heard of Earth Core race, seized the opportunity during the elimination matches, using his silver tongue and good organizational skills to establish a large team early on, and he hoarded most of the snatched resources to himself. Later on, he had a clear strategy, joining Lin Shen's team proactively to save his points from being evenly divided by DEC. Now Kobor, hardly a name before, has suddenly become one of the top 10 ascenders in the universe, albeit temporarily, but it was enough to excite him. Originally, with his strength, it was uncertain whether he could enter the Great Cosmic Clan's list, let alone the top 10. Kobor knew he definitely couldn't hold on to the ranking, so he took the initiative to challenge Lin Shen first, not giving others a chance to challenge him. "Boss, don't fight, it's me," Kobor shouted immediately upon arrival. This left the spectating crowd bewildered. He wasn't of the same race as Lin Shen, and what's this talk of one's own people in a racial ranking battle? Even if they truly were of the same race, they wouldn't challenge their own kin. Lin Shen was also a bit stunned, unclear about what was going on. Having only seen him once or twice, Lin Shen couldn't remember who was who, let alone the fact that he had over 1 billion subordinate ascenders at that time. How could he remember this Kobor? Kobor hurriedly shouted again, "Boss, during the elimination match, I was the one following you." Only then did Lin Shen realize why Kobor was calling him boss, but after sizing him up for a while, he still couldn't remember which one he was. Keeble had already approached, shouting as he walked, "The noise here is too loud, boss. Why did you choose a planet like this?" Without giving Lin Shen a chance to speak, Keeble continued yelling, "I came here just to say thank you to you, boss. Without your help, with my ability, it would be difficult not only to enter the top 10 of the ranking list, but even to get on the list of billions. Thank you, I really mean it, thank you so much." Excited, Keeble walked up to Lin Shen, extending both hands, wanting to shake hands with him. Seeing Keeble's extended hand, Keeble immediately grasped Lin Shen's hand with enthusiasm and said, "To meet the universe's #1 ascender here is the honor of my life. I, Keeble, have dedicated my life to the development of aircraft, committed to elevating our family's 1,000-year heritage of aircraft to greatness, improving it day after day for 100 years, and I finally created the most recent model of pursuer aircraft, superior quality, powerful, and top-notch control." Lin Shen looked at the hand holding his, at Keeble, who kept shouting at the top of his voice and felt somewhat torn between laughter and tears. "Pursuer brand aircraft, letting your life catch up with the speed of light. A person goes and the aircraft remains, passing down through generations. Boss, remember to come find me later. I've prepared the most advanced pursuer aircraft for you, a gift at no charge." After he finished his tirade, Keeble bowed to Lin Shen, thanked him, and then directly chose to forfeit the match. The spectators were dumbfounded, as they had not expected such an oddity in a top 10 battle among the universe's ascenders. It's only because Lin Shen stirred up so much trouble that such a character could get into the top 10 of the rankings. Catherine also felt somewhat torn between laughter and tears. Life is, after all, full of uncertainties. Tia's laughter grew even merrier. No sooner had Keeble left than another portal appeared, and the new challenger stepped in. The spectators, fearing another oddball like Keyball, looked closely and, seeing that the newcomer was a member of the Chaos Clan, knew there wouldn't be a repeat of the previous farce. In front of everyone, Lin Shen turned faceless to ash with a single point, thereby thoroughly offending the Chaos Clan. When a Chaos Clan participant faced Lin Shen, it was certainly a fight to the death unless Lin Shen was willing to forfeit. You say you can shatter the Chaos God Bell with one finger, don't you? Shatter another one and show me. The Chaos Clan member, known as Faceless, immediately summoned his Chaos God Bell life base, shielding his body and charging towards Lin Shen. Since the Chaos Clan members lacked facial features and all looked very similar, plus their life bases were the same, Lin Shen couldn't tell the difference between Faceless and Wu Mian at first glance, and even thought that Wu Mian had come back to life. Although Lin Shen had the ability to break a 10th turn Chaos God Bell life base with one finger, he wouldn't waste it on him. Seeing Faceless charging at him, Lin Shen casually launched a surfing tri-punch. The fist power struck the Chaos God Bell like a giant wave, sending the Bell and Faceless inside flying away together. With the bonus of a double life base and the strength from the boundless strength contract of the Death Powder, Lin Shen's power of a single punch was already far beyond a 10th turn ascension. His casual triple stack punch sent the Chaos God Bell flying backwards. The Chaos God Bell was indeed a defensive artifact, and such a punch failed to leave even a mark on it. But the Chaos God Bell was sent flying backward by this blow, and then got caught in a hurricane. Unable to control his body, Faceless directly collided into a tornado. Boom, boom. Inside the tornado, lightning and thunder raged, crackling and booming intensely. Chapter 529, Admitting Defeat and Withdrawing from the Battle. No one had anticipated that the environment of Evil Speech Planet would be so hostile. Although tornadoes and lightning were expected, the robustness of an Ascension-level body meant that ordinary tornadoes would not significantly impact Ascenders, and taking a few lightning strikes was not a major issue, at worst causing minor injuries. The Chaos Clan was famously resilient, and with the protection of the Chaos God Bell life base, ordinary lightning did little harm to them. But when Faceless was sucked into a tornado and relentlessly bombarded by lightning, not only could he not break free, the Chaos God Bell instantly became riddled with cracks, from which molten metal dripped down like heated iron. Terrified, Faceless immediately chose to forfeit the battle, not daring to delay even for a moment. He teleported away from the planet battlefield the instant the Chaos God Bell shattered. Witnessing the Chaos God Bell spewing out like magma and instantly carried away by the tornado, the spectators were all shocked. The harshness of evil speech. Planet's environment surpassed everyone's expectations. Not even the Chaos God Bell could last a few seconds within it, and regular Ascenders could be swept up and struck by lightning without even the chance to forfeit. Faceless, having returned to his home planet, was even paler than before. He had intended to avenge Wu Mian, but his life base had been destroyed, his strength greatly diminished, and he likely couldn't even maintain his current ranking now. As expected, someone quickly challenged Faceless, hoping to take advantage of his destroyed life base and diminished strength to overthrow him and break into the top 10. Surprisingly, even with his life base destroyed, Faceless was astonishingly formidable. Dragging his injured body, he still defeated a 10th turn Ascender from a major clan, retaining his ranking. Using only his natural talents and skills, that 10th turn Ascender couldn't even breach Faceless's defenses. It wasn't just the harshness of Evil Speech Planet. Even the full force attack of a 10th turn Ascender couldn't repel Faceless, who was injured and without a life base. With a single blow, Lin Shen sent Faceless, who was protected by the Chaos God Bell, flying through the air with spatial fist power. This fact alone indicated Lin Shen's terrifying strength. Even without the Warsong's enhancement, he was still top tier. If he were to use his weakening skill, they couldn't help but weigh whether they could withstand Lin Shen's attacks. Of course, this was information known only to contestants who had the time to watch Lin Shen's battle on their timepieces. Ironically, Lin Shen, who was expected to be continuously challenged, suddenly found himself with some unexpected free time, as no one within the top 10 dared to challenge him. Several Ascension-level powerhouses who had been prepared to challenge Lin Shen had their plans thrown into disarray after witnessing his strength. They had all made preparations to counter the pistol airstrike skill and weakening skill, but suddenly found those preparations seemingly needless. Lin Shen could suppress everything with his sheer strength. I always knew that even without the Warsong, Lin Shen would still be invincible. That punch earlier not only demonstrated spatial fist power, but also the technique of the overlapping wave skill. The fist power comes in waves, each building upon the last, giving destruction power that is double or even triple that of other top-tier Ascenders. Ordinary top-tier Ascenders couldn't even face one of his punches head-on, let alone fight against him. All those days researching the pistol-killing skill and weakening skill, and you couldn't even take a single punch from him. What was the point of all that research? Wasn't it said Lin Shen was unbeatable in battle formation, but a pushover in single combat? This isn't what was said before the ranking battles began. There are only so many Ascension-level skills that can harm from a distance. Which one did Lin Shen use? It doesn't feel like any of the world-famous skills. This is the pinnacle of both punching and finger techniques. How can others compete? The spectators on the Sky Network who had been rooting for Lin Shen began mocking those who had previously predicted Lin Shen's downfall, as if those naysayers had suddenly disappeared. In the Nirvana-level battlefield, Lin Shen, ranked over 8,000, was constantly challenging those above him and swiftly defeating one opponent after another. The onslaught of the petal torrent was simply unstoppable, leaving no one able to endure the infinite barrage. The only difference was how long one could hold on. After a streak of 100 victories, Lin Shen triggered the rules for challenging those of a higher ranking, enabling him to directly skip 100 ranks in his challenges. Lin Shen chose to leap 100 ranks for his next challenge, but this time, his opponent was not like the others. Encountering An99 of the Celestial race, a Nirvana being from the An family ranked within the top 100, he was no match for average Nirvana beings from lesser clans. An99 possessed the life base of the Archangel's sword, his offensive power nearly at the pinnacle amongst Nirvana beings. The moment Lin Shen stepped onto the battlefield, the Archangel's sword streaked towards him like a shooting star, with its dazzling sword light arriving before him in an instant. Fast. It was just too fast. Even some Nirvana beings only caught a fleeting glimpse of light, unable to discern what it actually was. Those below Nirvana level didn't even have time to react. Just when everyone thought Lin Shen wouldn't be able to respond in time and would either be slain or severely injured, they were surprised to see the streak of light from the Archangel's sword come to an abrupt halt. The tip of the Archangel's sword hovered merely centimeters from Lin Shen's throat, its radiant light nearly touching the skin of his neck. Yet the blade of the Archangel's sword was firmly clasped between Lin Shen's fingers, trembling but unable to advance even an inch further. An99, manipulating the Archangel's sword, wanted to pull it back, but found the sword immovable, utterly unable to retract. White particles, like petals, began to dance out from Lin Shen's body, enveloping the Archangel's sword and completely wrapping it in petals, as if transforming it into a sword of petals. Lin Shen released his grip on the Archangel's sword, yet it still remained beyond An99's control. The Archangel's sword, swathed in petals, slowly turned its blade downward, hilt upward, and gently floated before An99. Then, the petals scattered in a flash, vanishing without a trace. I have always had the utmost respect for the heroes of the Celestial race, Lin Shen said, composed and suave, having just noticed the rank without realizing it was a noble hero, he spoke. If I have caused any offense, I apologize. I must take my leave. With that, he gracefully chose to forfeit the battle, and thus his challenge failed. Though Lin Shen failed his challenge and even carried himself humbly, no one dared to look down on him. It was clear to all that the undefeated king, capable of forcibly controlling the Archangel's sword, was not inferior to An99. His withdrawal was simply due to his brother's involvement with the Celestial race, choosing to retreat out of respect. Handsome, elegant, capable, and so loyal and righteous, Brother Lin is truly the perfect dream lover. Many love-struck girls exclaimed, their eyes brimming with infatuation. Chapter 530, Extreme Demon Kristen was determined to break into the top 10, with all her battles being quick and decisive. After 100 consecutive victories, she triggered the rule for challenging someone ranked 100 places higher. Then, another 100 consecutive wins later, she triggered the rule again, allowing her to challenge directly someone ranked 10,000 places higher. In the past, it was rare for top contestants to be ranked so far back, but this time was truly exceptional. Many top ascenders like Kristen and Daisy were fiercely vying for higher ranks. There were also a few humans quietly striving to climb the ranks, but Tu Xiaodao was not among them. He didn't participate in the ranking battles at all and went straight back to attempt Nirvana. Ouyang Yudu's ranking wasn't very high, so he could only climb up bit by bit. Although he wasn't as eye-catching as Kristen and Daisy, he managed to reach the threshold for the over-ranking challenge and continued to challenge the ascenders ahead of him. Zhuo Qinglong was also climbing the ranks, but surprisingly, his starting rank was high, breaking into the top 10,000. That was because, during the early stages of the knockout rounds, Zhuo Qinglong had formed a team as well, and under his command, his team was not assimilated by Lin Shen or DSC, but lasted until the end of the elimination rounds, which is why his points were relatively high. It was his generous distribution of points to his teammates that kept his own ranking from being even higher. While Zhuo Qinglong's ranking was high, his speed in climbing the ranks was not as rapid as Ouyang Yudu's, mainly because his fighting style was not as domineering as Ouyang's. Additionally, within the top 10,000, there were quite a few top ascenders, making it more difficult to advance compared to the lower ranks. When Ouyang Yudu triggered the first over-ranking challenge, Zhuo Qinglong had only won 3 duels. Zhuo Qinglong steadfastly fought one battle after another, giving his all, but after all, he was only a 6th turn ascender. Reaching this point, he already felt it was beyond his strength. Had it not been for his exceptional talent and fighting ability, coupled with the movement technique taught by Lin Shen, he would have been defeated long ago. If Lin Shen hadn't disrupted the situation in the Ascension level knockout rounds, it would have been nearly impossible to find any ascenders below 10th turn within the top 10,000. Seeing that those ranked above him were all 10th turn ascenders, as were those behind him, Zhuo Qinglong, bearing several injuries, shook his head helplessly. He didn't continue to challenge upwards and opted to withdraw. Withdrawing was different from forfeiting a battle. It meant giving up participation in the ranking battles completely, resulting in no ranking. Zhuo Qinglong knew in his heart that he had done his best. Regrettably, the disparity in power was too great, and continuing the fight had become pointless. After leaving the battlefield, Zhuo Qinglong saw Lin Shen, who was still at the top of the leaderboard and yet to be challenged, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Very well, within humanity we have finally produced a top-notch powerhouse. Zhuo Qinglong felt greatly pleased in his heart. Seeing his kin suppressing countless top-level powerhouses in the universe with his own strength filled him with an indescribable sense of excitement and glory. His kin had proven that humans were no less than the strong beings of any other race in the universe, and all he needed to do was to continue working hard. Zhuo Qinglong accessed the celestial web and observed Lin Shen's previous battle videos. When he saw Lin Shen's spatial fist power blasting Faceless into a tornado, he couldn't help but pause slightly. Could Lin Shen be the Great Red Bull Knight? Zhuo Qinglong was flooded with various emotions before laughing after a long moment. Whether he is the Great Red Bull Knight or not, since I have received that movement technique, I can't let down their expectations. I must train enough to make a name for myself and not disappoint. It's a pity that time is too short. If only I had a bit more time and could participate in the ranking battles with a 10th turn ascension body, perhaps I would have the chance to stand before him and directly ask whether he really is the Great Red Bull Knight. Kristen had gone battle crazy. So far, no ascender who had been challenged by him and did not flee had managed to force him to use his second sword. Among the many top-tier ascenders frantically tackling the rankings, Kristen was the first to accomplish 3 consecutive rank-overcoming feats and the first to trigger the 3rd cross-rank challenge rule, expanding his challenge range to the top 1 million positions. Soon, Kristen glanced at the rankings ahead, getting closer and closer to Lin Shen. Something's off about Kristen's state. Catherine furrowed her brows as she looked at the starry sky scroll. What's off about it? I think he looks quite good. Even the famous ascender from the celestial race, Anqingji, was forced to retreat with 1 sword and gave up the fight. Isn't that state very good? Tia looked puzzled at Catherine. You don't understand. The evolution skill that Kristen cultivates is Extreme Demon. It's a very sinister skill that requires one to transform one's own evil thoughts into a demon and to control oneself through acts of extreme evil, achieving heartlessness and desirelessness, gaining utmost focus and death, defying determination, which greatly enhances one's abilities, Catherine explained while focusing on Kristen. Such a skill is also considered forbidden among our race because only a very few can cultivate it. The main reason is extracting one's own evil thoughts and turning them into a demon essentially means raising an extremely evil demonic personality within one's own body. It's easy for this demonic personality to replace the main personality, turning one into a demon driven solely by extreme desire. If cultivation is assisted by a demonic personality, why not simply erase the demonic personality after the cultivation is finished? Tia naively suggested. It's not that simple. Historically, it's only been told of those who cultivated extreme demon and eventually got dominated by the demonic personality, never of anyone who managed to erase it, Catherine smiled. You are still young and do not understand the terror of evil thoughts. Kristen won't actually become a demon, will he? Tia voiced her worry. Although she was not very familiar with Kristen, she did not wish for him to become like that. It shouldn't be to that extent. He has taken up apprenticeship under our sword Saint Sophia. Sophia has taught him the way of nourishing the heart with a sword, which can cut through extreme desire. Even though this will greatly reduce the effect of extreme demons and slow down his growth, having the Holy Heart sword as a dam will make it difficult for the demonic personality to stir up any waves. However, if his current state continues, he is probably close to triggering the Holy Heart sword. Once it's activated and the demonic personality is weakened, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he may find it very difficult to compete with top-tier ascenders like Lin Shen and Dec, Catherine sighed. Chapter 531, Battle with Hongxin. Lin Shen had originally thought that many ascenders would challenge him, but after Faceless, a good while passed before another challenger finally entered Evil Speech Planet. I am Hongxin of the Heart-Ape clan. I greet you with respect, the challenger who had a burly figure and luxuriant body hair, resembling an ape-man, said. As soon as he finished speaking, he donned a carapace. His body's particles surged, forming a gauntlet that enveloped his left hand. Hongxin's entire carapace appeared to be woven from black golden threads, and the gauntlet seemed to be cast from dark gold. Combined with his towering stature, he looked majestic and imposing. Roar. Hongxin issued a roaring bellow, his body swelling up as if inflated, expanding to a height of 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. He looked full of strength without seeming clumsy. Lin Shen delivered a surfing triple punch, but Hongxin didn't dodge or evade and took Lin Shen's strike head-on. As the gauntlet collided with Lin Shen's fist power, the surging waves of power were forcefully dispersed by Hongxin, whose own punch was on par with Lin Shen's, if not stronger. Having deflected Lin Shen's fist power with his punch, Hongxin immediately charged towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen stood his ground without moving and launched another surfing fist. punch after punch. Although Hong Xin was no weaker than Lin Shen in strength, he couldn't reach Lin Shen and was only passively blocking Lin Shen's fist power, posing no threat to him. Time and again, Hong Xin's charges were repelled by Lin Shen's fist power. Despite his valiant strength, being unable to close the distance proved futile. Inside Splendid Palace, Kong Xuan and the Heavenly Consort were also watching the battle on Lin Shen's side. Big brother, what do you think about the strength of the chief of the Heavenly Institute? The Heavenly Consort asked while watching. He's undoubtedly very strong. Not many of the same level can defeat him. That spatial fist power gives him a significant advantage among those at the Ascension level, Kong Xuan analyzed. Hong Xin is also a top talent from an old and prominent clan, with both his skills and strength among the top ranks, highly aggressive. But facing the Dean, he can't even get close. However, the Dean also has a problem. Using that kind of spatial fist power should be extremely draining, right? If he can't seriously injure Hong Xin in a long time, his consumption will inevitably be more than Hong Xin's. It's just unknown how long he can keep it up, Kong Xuan contemplated before adding, I recall the famous spatial fist power 28 fists in the universe, whose practitioners generally aim for quick battles rather than prolonged fights. This suggests that using spatial fist power could consume a significant amount of strength. The Heavenly Consort looked at Kong Xuan and said, Big brother, you followed the Dean for so long and even fought alongside him. Is that all you know about him? Kong Xuan replied somewhat helplessly, The first time I fought beside him, I made some mistakes, and I didn't get many chances to watch his battles after that. But I do know for sure that he is very strong. You, the Heavenly Consort sighed, somewhat exasperated, but seeing no other option, she said, The Dean has shown such strength, he will likely receive even more regard from the Heavenly Emperor. When working under him, you must not be negligent, nor should you belittle him just because his level is temporarily lower than yours. As if I dare to, said Kong Xuan with a pained expression. After the incident of gouging out the peacock's eyes, do you think I want to repeat such a mistake? A smile appeared on the Heavenly Consort's face. Lin Shen forcing Kong Xuan to gouge out the peacock's eyes did teach Kong Xuan a lesson, which couldn't be considered a bad thing after all. This person is extremely capable on his own, comes from a minor clan with a clean background, and is able to handle affairs. The Heavenly Emperor likes him a lot. This time, the Celestial Master Institute might truly have a moment to shine. Following him, you will certainly not suffer, the Heavenly Consort cautioned once again. I know, Kong Xuan said, his ears almost calloused from hearing this. Kong Xuan was actually not wrong. Without the use of the super base pattern, Lin Shen indeed would have difficulty continuously using the surfing fist strikes for a long time. Hong Xin obviously possessed multiple strength-type skills, and even Lin Shen's surfing triple punch could not trouble Hong Xin, indicating how strong Hong Xin's strength was. However, Lin Shen did not plan on dragging this out and casually summoned the folding fan, flicking it directly towards Hong Xin a couple of times. One flick embodied sway, another embodied folding. Sway style weakened attributes, folding style weakened skills, and the combination of both was simply a nightmare for opponents with similar strength levels. Here it comes, they finally forced Lin Shen's weakening skill out. Everyone's eyes lit up. So many people had analyzed Lin Shen before, to no use, but now the fight was finally back on track, and everyone was waiting to see how Hong Xin would deal with Lin Shen's weakening skill. Experience more tales on Empire. Both sway and folding styles were difficult for even a Nirvana, being to shield against, and Hong Xin naturally could not reject them, still hit by the skill, with mysterious glyphs branding his body, including both visible and hidden marks. After being struck by both sway and folding styles, Hong Xin's strength clearly dropped significantly, and Lin Shen burst out another surfing triple fist. If Hong Xin had no countermeasure, even if he weren't beaten to death, being blasted into the tornadoes, he would likely face certain death. Hong Xin let out a roar, tilting his head back and pounding his chest with his hands. Each pound made his body suddenly swell, and after several ferocious blows, his size had almost doubled again, reaching a height of over 12 meters. Hong Xin's enormous fist smashed out, forcefully repelling Lin Shen's surfing triple punch yet again. Only then did people understand that Hong Xin's method to combat the weakening skill was his own strength-enhancing skill. If you weaken me, I'll just grow back, effectively negating the weakening. It's just that no one knew how long Hong Xin's skill could last. The giant like Hong Xin launched a fierce attack on Lin Shen, punch after punch, warding off Lin Shen's fist power and advancing step by step. Hong Xin's fist guards have enhanced his strength with life base, and his initial growth skill also boosted his strength. The subsequent furious giant growth likely fortified and raised all-around attributes, nearly offsetting Lin Shen's weakening skill. It looks like he's no longer at a disadvantage, but he's actually still taking damage, Kong Xuan commented. The Dean hasn't even used his base change talent yet, and he's nearly played all his cards. However, the Dean possesses the War Song innate skill, which does put him at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight, as it's like having one less skill than others. The Heavenly Consort neither agreed nor disagreed, simply sipping tea while watching the battle between Lin Shen and Hong Xin. Many spectators shared views similar to Kong Chuan's. While Hong Xin did have a disadvantage, he wasn't necessarily without a chance. It all depended on what innate abilities Lin Shen would use next. Hong Xin continued his assault while also waiting for Lin Shen to make his move, holding back one more innate skill, which might be the deciding factor. Lin Shen watched Hong Xin charging closer and launched another surfing fist. Only this time, it was not the triple attack, but an even more ferocious quadruple strike. Hong Xin swung his fist to meet the attack once again, but instantly felt that something was amiss and hurriedly used his trump card innate skill. Suddenly, his fist swelled dramatically, becoming obviously twice the size of the other, like a giant hammer, and it crashed down on Lin Shen's surfing quadruple strike. Chapter 532, Rankings Plummet Boom. As fists and fist power collided, Lin Shen's surfing quadruple strike was once again forcefully blocked, causing Hong Xin to stagger back 2 steps to stabilize himself. Hong Xin was shocked in his heart, as Lin Shen could still unleash fist power of even greater stacked intensity, forcing out his very last trump card with just fist power. It was evident to all that Hong Xin no longer had a chance. Even if all of Lin Shen's innate skills were of the support type, Hong Xin still had no opportunity left. Moreover, Lin Shen had not yet used his pistol airstrike skill, and Hong Xin himself realized that he had already lost. Watching Hong Xin leave, Lin Shen sat down on a nearby rock, withdrawing the carapace covering his body. Without using the super base pattern, the depletion from the surfing quadra punch was simply too great. Almost every attack drained his strength completely, requiring time to recover. The onlookers realized upon seeing this that Lin Shen's strength was severely drained, just as they had speculated before. Spatial fist power was indeed very exhausting to use, especially the final surfing quadruple strike, which clearly pushed Lin Shen's strength to its limits. Many felt sorry for Hong Xin. If only Hong Xin had held on a little longer, he might have been able to defeat the severely drained Lin Shen. While others were feeling sorry for Hong Xin, another challenger entered Evil Speech Planet. This was an ascender who had just soared from the hundreds into the top 10 rankings. While Hong Xin challenged Lin Shen, she had taken a brief rest and was now fully recovered. After Hong Xin withdrew from the battle, while Lin Shen was open to challenges, she immediately chose to challenge him. Although she was unaware of Lin Shen's current condition, she arrived at precisely the right moment. Nadaga is really lucky to challenge Lin Shen at a time when his strength is greatly exhausted. She has a good chance in this battle. Many envied Nadaga's fortune. Nadaga, noticing that Lin Shen was not wearing his carapace and resting on a rock, was slightly surprised. It seems that your strength has been seriously depleted. I'll give you time to rest. Let's battle after you've recovered. Nadaga spoke to Lin Shen amidst the storm. Thank you. Lin Shen actually continued to sit there and rest, rather than standing up to accept the challenge. He did not really need to rest, he just found the constant barrage of challenges too troublesome. The only person he truly needed to defeat was Kristen. He had just checked Kristen's ranking, and Kristen was still far away. Instead of dealing with each challenger one by one, he preferred to rest a bit longer and wait for Kristen's rank to rise. Nadaga waited very patiently. Lin Shen observed her, noting that her upper body was human-like, while her lower half resembled a python, which gave her an exotic beauty. Using the watch provided by the racial ranking battle, he checked and found that Nadaga was now ranked 7th, coming from a race known as the Serpent Woman. To Lin Shen's knowledge, the Serpent Woman race had been a powerful and ranking clan, able to make it into the top 100 for several hundred years without falling out of the top ranks, an established, strong race. However, Lin Shen didn't know much about the Serpent Woman race, nor what kind of evolution skill they excelled in or their abilities. Nadaga thought Lin Shen would get up and be ready to fight after resting for a while, but who knew that Lin Shen would sit there for an hour without any signs of wanting to get up and fight? Even the watching crowd was becoming very impatient, feeling that Lin Shen was being far too excessive. When other people give you a break, and you recover just fine, it is enough. Do you really have to wait until your body recovers to its peak? That would be far too lacking in grace. What do you know? This is called psychological tactics. Lin Shen is wearing down Nadaga's patience. When Nadaga's patience is almost drained and she becomes agitated, that's when he will strike. Winning will then become difficult for Nadaga. Using such tactics under the guise of kindness, isn't that too despicable? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Shen is not that kind of person. He must be cherishing the fairer sex, not having the heart to lay a hand on a beauty like Nadaga. So, he can only delay time, forcing Nadaga to retreat knowing the difficulty. You can spin it that way? No matter how you look at it, Lin Shen doesn't seem like the type to cherish the fairer sex. The debates on the Skynet were much more interesting than the fight happening here. Lin Shen could also see that Nadaga seemed to be running out of patience. So, he took the initiative and said, Nadaga, in our battle, if you win, can you hold on to the first place? I shall do my best, Nadaga replied earnestly. Good, then you win now, Lin Shen said as he chose to surrender, astonishingly giving up the first place spot. Nadaga was transported back to her home planet. Looking at her first place ranking, she was stunned for a moment, unsure of how to react. Haha, I told you, Lin Shen must be cherishing the fairer sex, unwilling to make a move against Nadaga. Experience Tales at Empire. Oh my, it really is a hero stumbling at the beauty's gate. He actually gave up the first place just like that. Nadaga must be in a difficult position now, having ascended to first place like this. I wonder if she should offer herself in gratitude for the favor. Please stop your wild guesses. It's clear Lin Shen is significantly drained of strength and has no ability to continue fighting, hence the surrender. What does this have to do with cherishing the fairer sex? There were all sorts of discussions on the Skynet. Lin Shen wasn't aware of these. He chose to concede not because of Nadaga, and certainly not because he was too exhausted to fight on. It was because he found Kristen was too far away from him. Waiting for Kristen to catch up to him would take who knows how long. So, as he was looking at the rankings just now, an idea struck him. Why not drop down quickly so that Kristen could catch up to him faster? Hardly had Nadaga's challenge ended when another person challenged Lin Shen. The Ascenders who were originally ranked around the teens, unable to challenge Lin Shen, now had their opportunity. As soon as Lin Shen saw the challenger come in, he directly chose to surrender without a word, sitting there with no intention of getting up. Following this, Lin Shen fought and surrendered in quick succession. His ranking plummeted from first, descending rapidly, soon ending up well past several hundred places. Anyone who saw Lin Shen and was within reach chose to challenge him, causing his ranking to drop further and further. This strategy left everyone dumbfounded, not understanding what he was doing. While others were climbing up the ranks, he was rushing down. Most people believed there was indeed a problem with Lin Shen's stamina, otherwise, why would he continuously surrender? Defeated in 100 battles, the loser's rule is triggered, with the challenge restriction loosened to 100 places. By the time Lin Shen had dived past the 1000th rank, his watch issued the notification. Chapter 533, Battle Kristen Dector. While other top ascenders were frantically surging in the rankings, Lin Shen was also madly diving. This move left everyone stunned, and the corners of the Heavenly Emperor's eyes started to twitch. Can't that guy be less conspicuous? The Heavenly Emperor was well aware of what Lin Shen was up to, but felt that this person did not care about his own reputation. To complete the task quickly, he was even willing to forego his ranking. Kong Yun, just what exactly did you tell him? The Heavenly Emperor turned to Kong Yun, and Kong Yun quickly said, I told him to strive for the top 5, and if that wasn't possible, defeating Kristen would also do. This isn't at all what I conveyed. The Heavenly Emperor also knew that Kong Yun probably hadn't meant that. Watching Lin Shen's rank continue to plummet, he snorted coldly. That young man really knows how to second-guess me. It's just a pity he has only that bit of cunning. He certainly thinks I have some personal vendetta against Kristen, or perhaps the Demon tribe, hence his actions. He's underestimating me too much. How could I, the Emperor, be such a petty person incapable of seeing the bigger picture? I let him compete to ensure he gets true training, so he can stand on his own as soon as possible. What a waste of my efforts. Kong Yun didn't dare to say much on the side, but the Heavenly Emperor didn't let him off, asking coldly, Kong Yun, what do you think I should do to deal with that smelly brat who has squandered my sincerity after we go back? You do have a point. He might be foolish, but his heart is in the right place, the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. Lin Shen wasn't truly oblivious, it's just that he didn't want to appear too perfect. And Six's words were always on his mind. A loss could be a blessing, and being perceived as too perfect isn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Shen's rank continued its dive, and when others triggered the rule for challenging beyond their rank twice, it wasn't long before he triggered the loser's rule twice as well. His challengeable range expanded to 10,000, causing his rank to drop even faster. With so many people challenging him, Lin Shen's ranking fell lower and lower, reaching a state where he was vulnerable to everyone's attacks. Not long after Kristen triggered the third overlevel challenge rule, Lin Shen triggered the loser's rule for the third time, expanding his challengeable range to 1 million places. Through their relentless efforts, their rankings grew closer and closer. The audience was flabbergasted. With Lin Shen's strength, it was impossible for him to fall in the ranks so dramatically. Even Faceless, his life base destroyed, was still within the top 100. Lin Shen had only depleted his strength and had rested for such a long time. Despite being challenged so extensively and not even getting up from the rock, he should have recovered somewhat. It just didn't make sense for his ranking to be so low. However, Lin Shen paid no mind to that and continued his rapid descent. When Kristen was choosing his next opponent, he was shocked to find the name of the human, Tian, within his selectable range. He thought he had seen incorrectly and checked again carefully, even specifically looking at the top ranks of the leaderboard. But no, there was no mistake. Lin Shen's rank had indeed fallen. Kristen was puzzled, but he chose to challenge Lin Shen anyway. Just as he hesitated, someone else beat him to it. He had missed his chance to challenge. But in a moment, Lin Shen, who had been unchallengeable, became available for challenge again. Kristen didn't consider any further and directly chose to challenge him, successfully snatching the right to do so and entering Lin Shen's planetary home field through the opened portal. Seeing Kristen come in, Lin Shen didn't opt out of the battle this time and finally stood up. Denis, after all that, Lin Shen isn't interested in playing with those guys. He's diving down to find Kristen. I knew it. Lin Shen, no matter what, couldn't possibly be that weak. I sure hope Lin Shen doesn't get himself killed. Kristen is on fire right now, and many top ascenders can't withstand the force of his single sword strike. During the elimination round, Kristen got messed up so bad by Lin Shen, if they start fighting, it's probably going to be a fight to the death. Are you looking for me? Kristen said coldly, staring at Lin Shen. Sort of. Lin Shen didn't deny it. Good. Bring out your strongest strength. Kristen's life-based sword pointed at Lin Shen, but he didn't make a move immediately. Sure, Lin Shen didn't waste words, directly using carapace and summoning the folding fan, deploying two skills back and forth at Kristen. Two kinds of mysterious light pattern, light and dark, flew toward Kristen. Kristen seemed to ignore them, letting the two light patterns land on his carapace, forming imprints. A cold smirk appeared on Kristen's lips, and dark gold strange symbols emerged on his gunmetal gray carapace. Everyone focused intently on Kristen, wanting to know how he would counter Lin Shen's weakening skill. But as they only saw the strange symbols emerge with no erasure of the mysterious light pattern on the carapace, and they thought Kristen's countermove had failed, they suddenly noticed the same eerie symbols appearing on Lin Shen's carapace. What was more eerie was that along with those strange symbols, Lin Shen's own mysterious light pattern also appeared, identical to the light and dark patterns now on Kristen. Lin Shen suddenly felt heavy, startled for a moment, feeling as if all his attributes had been diminished, and his skills weakened alongside them. What kind of ability is that, which can turn sway style and folding style back against me? Lin Shen wondered in surprise. In theory, this was Lin Shen's own strength, so he should have been able to clear it, but he found he couldn't remove the mysterious light pattern from himself. This is my innate ability, Evil Ghost Possession. Any negative force you use on me will also affect you, putting us on the same starting point, Kristen said to Lin Shen, his voice cold. That's strong, Lin Shen admitted. Stop wasting time, put away your little tricks, and use your pistol airstrike skill, Kristen said, growing impatient to break through Lin Shen's signature skill. Your next chapter is on Empire. No rush, I've heard your swordsmanship is powerful. I want to experience that first. Lin Shen flicked his wrist, merging the folding fan with feather-like blades popping out, turning into a feather-like light sword. The spectators were all very surprised. They all thought Lin Shen's life base was of the support type and did not expect such an offensive state. Kristen did not answer but simply thrust his sword forward with the wind. His sword pierced through the wind, and despite the strong gust, it was still unbelievably fast, arriving in front of Lin Shen in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the two weakening skills affecting him, this strike would have been even faster, so fast that not even a shadow would be seen. Chapter 5034, Mutual Stabbing at the Start. Lin Shen neither defended nor dodged, but thrust his light sword towards Kristen as well, choosing a fight-to-the-death strategy. This move startled everyone. No one had time to react before the two swords simultaneously pierced each other's bodies. Almost at the same moment, Lin Shen's light sword penetrated Kristen's body, and Kristen's sword pierced Lin Shen's. The carapaces on both of them seemed utterly useless, offering no protection whatsoever. Because of their merge and spin effects, their attributes were greatly weakened, with the hardness and toughness of their carapaces reduced to about half of their original levels, completely unable to withstand the full might of their life bases. Zhuo Qinglong, who was sitting and watching the duel, suddenly stood up, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Lin Miao was so frightened he nearly lost his soul, standing there in a daze. What the hell is this? Starting with a move that inflicts mutual damage, an all-or-nothing gambit. Do they really need to be this fierce, this desperate? Brother, this is a ranking battle, not a mission to throw away your life. Was there really a need to start like this? Everyone was stunned silly, two top-tier ascenders initiating the combat so directly with the first strike, both perishing. What the hell was going on? No one had ever seen such a tactic. While the audience was frozen in shock, Lin Shen and Kristen's movements didn't cease. They both pulled their swords out and continued stabbing into each other's bodies. One sword, two swords, three swords. The two of them were like desperados with bloodied eyes, completely disregarding their own lives, just madly piercing each other. Their bodies were punctured with multiple bloody holes, yet they seemed not to feel the pain due to the adrenaline surge, entirely ignoring it. Watching the two face each other, like two unskilled street thugs just stabbing away, it was as if backing down an inch, dodging a strike would mean displaying cowardice, deserving of contempt, and thereafter facing an existence with no face to mingle in society again. Everyone was shocked. They had imagined many scenarios for a battle between two prime ascenders, but could never have envisioned such a scene. This wasn't a duel between masters, but a deadly gamble, a contest to see whose life was tougher. However, within moments, both had inflicted several lethal wounds on each other, and no matter how tough their lives were, they couldn't withstand this kind of onslaught. What kind of deep hatred compels this? Must they play in such a manner that they will both end up with bitter regret? He won't die so easily, Emperor Tianshu snorted coldly. Tian Kongyun looked closely and indeed spotted the trick. The wounds on both of them were healing at a visible rate. The initial punctures were nearly invisible now, and even the scars on the carapaces were rapidly disappearing. Soon, not only them, but many spectators also noticed the abnormality. Despite being stabbed so many times by each other, neither of the fighters fell. There was no blood spraying, and the injuries on their bodies were healing suspiciously. Previous wounds seemed to have vanished. Damn it, both of these guys have such powerful self-healing, they're using their lives to try and outsmart the other to death. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? They both thought the same thing. I bet they're both confused now, wondering why so many stabs haven't brought the other person down yet. How come such a brutal battle somehow feels oddly comedic to me? This self-healing ability is just too strong. Lin Shen's skill has been revealed. It's self-healing, and Kristen has the same ability. Lin Shen is such an oddball. While others enhance their combat power with skills, what kind of things is he playing at? War song, self-healing, spatial fist power, his theme is weird, always aiming to surprise. Who has ever seen two experts fight like this? For a moment, they felt an extremely thrilling sensation. It was truly a case of blade on flesh, penetrating not just the flesh, but through the body. The Super Base recast continuously repaired Lin Shen's wounded body and carapace, yet the speed of the repairs clearly couldn't keep up with the speed at which the opponent's blade pierced his body. A thought of retreat sprouted in his heart. Has this guy gone mad? His self-healing abilities aren't stronger than mine, so why won't he retreat? Kristen didn't show any intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more frenzied, his sword strokes getting faster, ceaselessly targeting different parts of Lin Shen's body as if trying to find a weakness for a lethal blow. Clang! Lin Shen could no longer endure and counterattacked with a backhand sword strike, blocking Kristen's thrust. But with that deflection, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Kristen's sword attacks came like a violent meteor shower, crazily lunging at him. Lin Shen opened and closed his folding fan, catching Kristen's blade between the gaps of the fan bones as it passed through, locking it in place with the fan dance lock technique. With a twist of his hand holding the folding fan, Kristen's grip on the sword broke and the hilt slipped out of his hand. Just when Lin Shen thought he had the upper hand, Kristen's body followed the rotation of the sword hilt, spinning like a drill. His other hand grasped the hilt again, using the momentum of the spin to bring the sword into rotation again. The closed folding fan was forcefully drilled open by the spinning sword artifact. Instead, it was Lin Shen who couldn't hold on to the inheritance fan, and it flew out of his hand. Open! With a cold shout from Lin Shen, the folding fan in the air disassembled instantly, turning into countless light swords, interweaving across the sky as they lunged at Kristen. Kristen held the sword hilt with both hands, slashing out stroke after stroke, each as fast as thunder and lightning, slashing left and chopping right, fending off the shower of light swords, with not a single one coming close to him. Because his movements were so fast, he left after images, making it seem as if Kristen had become a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. For a time, the onlookers were dazzled and utterly unable to keep up with the rhythm of the two fighters, wondering how the tangled mutual stabbing had turned into such a bizarre combat. In the eyes of the crowd, although Lin Shen was the first to falter during their mutual stabbings, it now appeared that he had gained the upper hand. Discover exclusive content at Empire. Lin Shen fought only with his life base, not consuming his own strength, while Kristen's slashing seemed fierce, but was actually depleting his own strength. Surely Kristen would be at a disadvantage. Just as people were speculating how Kristen would break the stalemate, they suddenly saw Kristen, while slashing the myriad light swords, still had spare energy to unleash a sword stroke in Lin Shen's direction. Lin Shen was already tens of meters away from him when Kristen executed the stroke, and from the blade flew a black crescent blade glow, instantly reaching in front of Lin Shen, who was dozens of meters away. What the hell is that? Everyone gasped in shock. Ascension-level fighters didn't have long-range attack capabilities. Only a few who practiced strange and wondrous skills had the ability to harm from a distance. There was a very famous sword technique called Sword Wind Blade, which could utilize a sword artifact to slice out wind blades that could harm enemies from afar. But the secret technique of Swordwind had long been lost with the fall of the Swordwind swordsman, and no one had heard of anyone inheriting that technique. Moreover, the force that Kristen unleashed was not Swordwind, but something akin to Sword Radiance, which seemed only possible for those at the Nirvana level. Lin Shen had no time to think so much and directly executed a surfing trike to meet Kristen's crescent blade glow. Boom. The fist power was split apart, and as the blade glow shattered the threefold fist power, it also lost its luster, dissipating into the void. Chapter 535, each showing off their unique skills. Kristen's frenzy of slashes sent wave after wave of black crescent blade glows flying towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out, and a myriad of light swords flew back to him, reassembling into a light feather fan resembling a peacock's display. The light feather fan spun rapidly, like a massive wheel of light standing guard in front of Lin Shen. Each crescent blade glow that struck the wheel of light was rebuffed, veering off course and flying in other directions. Electric sparks flashed, thunder roared, and amidst the howling wind, the crescent blade glows collided with the wheel of light in a frenzy, sparking and scattering light in all directions. The spectators were captivated by the sight. Such a grand battle was almost impossible to witness at the Ascension level. Kristen had already rushed up to Lin Shen, gripping his sword in both hands to madly hack down at the wheel of light, while Lin Shen grasped the center of the wheel, which instantly transformed into a light sword to clash hard against Kristen's attack. Crack. The light feather blade of the light sword was actually shattered by Kristen's single strike, with the force of the blade still cutting towards Lin Shen's body like a swift wind. Lin Shen's body suddenly jolted backward, his movements bizarre, his speed unbelievably fast, as he miraculously dodged the slash that had almost grazed his face. Kristen continued his charge with sword in hand, his body emitting an eerie pink mist, his strength constantly increasing, and his sword strikes getting faster and faster. As Lin Shen retreated, he waved the folding fan, which again produced light feathers, but each time it clashed head-on with Kristen's sword artifact, the feathers were sliced apart. Lin Shen could only retreat while fighting. His backward speed was, in fact, faster than Kristen's forward charge. That Lin Shen's movement technique is so weird, his speed moving backward is actually faster than running forward, Tia said in amazement. That's a secret movement technique called shrimp slide, a unique skill of Tien from the celestial race named N6. Most people in the world only practice moving forward, but N6 studied how to retreat. With shrimp slide and another lateral movement secret skill called crab step, he once dominated his peers, unbeatable at the same level. He jokingly referred to these skills as shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He didn't even pass them to his own family. I'm surprised he actually taught them to Lin Shen, Catherine explained with extensive knowledge, even aware of N6's shrimp soldiers and crab generals. By relying on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals movement technique, Lin Shen dodged all of Kristen's attacks, but Kristen's strength and speed continued to climb rapidly, and it was unknown what skill he had used that seemed to allow him to enhance his power without limit. Lin Shen knew this couldn't continue. He had attempted to pierce Kristen's acupuncture point with the light sword earlier, but had failed to inflict serious injury. This indicated that while the acupuncture points were Kristen's weakness, his self-healing ability could compensate for this. So unless the points were precisely hit, inflicting severe damage on him would not be easy. Realizing this, Lin Shen suddenly retracted his folding fan and decided to meet Kristen with fist techniques, looking for an opportunity to apply finger sand and hit Kristen's acupuncture points. This man's combat prowess was stronger than Lin Shen had imagined, and he seemed utterly unaware of what fear was, unfazed by blades and swords on his body, his will unshakable. Lin Shen unleashed a barrage of surfing fists, while Kristen continued his assault with crescent blade glows. Fist power and blade glows exploded upon collision in midair, sending shockwaves that pushed both combatants several steps backward. Fist power and blade glows continuously clashed in midair, keeping the two from closing in, forcing them to bomb each other from a distance. Is Lin Shen really okay with this? His spatial fist power must be very draining, right? He struggled to maintain his carapace due to severe exhaustion during his fight with Hong Xin, Ye Yuzhen observed to an elder man fishing by the river on an ancient planet. The fisherman kneaded his bait while replying, "Why do you care about his life or death? I've seen that kid and even taught him a few tricks, but alas, he's too dim-witted to learn them, has no chance of accomplishing anything significant. Grandfather, regardless, he's also a fellow human, participating in the species-ranking battle for the honor of our race. How can you speak of him like that?" Ye Yuzhen retorted, somewhat angrily. "Something's off." Yi Jingren suddenly said, "What's off? Is Lin Shen in danger?" Yi Yuzhen instantly became somewhat anxious. "I mean, you're off. When have I ever seen you care so much about someone? Do you have some kind of relationship with that kid?" Yi Jingren turned his head, squinting and sizing her up with a smirk. "Mind your own business," Ye Yuzhen said, her cheeks slightly flushed, huffily turning her head aside. "Read new chapters at Empire. I can mind my own business about other things. But if you're going to find a man, he must be someone who can inherit my skills. Otherwise, my life's work would go to waste." "That kid is too dumb for sure. He's definitely not suitable," Yi Jingren declared bluntly. "Grandpa, are you blind? What's dumb about him? Didn't you see how amazing he is? What kind of successor are you looking for that could be better than him?" Ye Yuzhen pouted as she spoke. "My eyesight is very good. His spatial fist power consumes an enormous amount of strength, and the kid with the sword, his sword artifact's glow, comes from the sword's own strength. In a little while, when he runs out of energy, I'm afraid he'll be at the mercy of others," Yi Jingren said with a hey-hey laugh. Hearing this, Ye Yuzhen did not get upset but actually laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Jingren asked, puzzled as he looked at Ye Yuzhen. "Grandpa, you probably don't know, but back on our home planet, Lin Shen actually had a very famous nickname. Guess what it was?" Ye Yuzhen said mysteriously. "How would I know his nickname?" Yi Jingren pulled up his fishing rod, but although there was no fish, the bait was gone. "His nickname was Perpetual Motion Tien," Ye Yuzhen said proudly. "Psh, what a culturally bereft nickname." "He didn't go to school, did he?" Yi Jingren said disdainfully. "Grandpa, since you look down on him so much, let's make a bet. If he runs out of energy before Kristen, I'll listen to you and find a grandson-in-law who can inherit the skills. Otherwise, you help me convince my mom to butt out of my business. How about that?" Ye Yuzhen blinked, saying this as preparation for this very moment. "Okay, keep waiting for me here. I'm not falling for that," Yi Jingren said, looking quite at ease. "So, you're admitting that your judgment is no good, and all that talk about Lin Shen being unsuitable was just babbling nonsense?" Ye Yuzhen said coolly and slowly. Provocation tactics are my cast-offs. Your little routine won't work on me, but I'll give you a chance purely for your own good to get this notion out of your head for once. I'll take this bet with you. It's a deal, Ye Yuzhen was overjoyed. Don't rush, we can make the bet, but we need to change the terms. If he can beat Kristen, I'll handle it with your mother, Ye Jingren interrupted Ye Yuzhen. Grandpa, how can you back out like that? Ye Yuzhen suddenly felt a bit troubled. Kristen was just too strong. She was not certain that Lin Shen would win. If you don't bet, then forget it. It's not like I'm the one asking you for something, Ye Jingren said indifferently. Grandpa, Ye Yuzhen cajoled Ye Jingren by massaging his shoulders. Are we betting or not? Ye Jingren was completely unmoved. We bet, Ye Yuzhen said, huffing and letting go, no longer massaging his back. Chapter 536, The Universe Owes You. On Oscar Lin Shen's body was already shimmering with the mysterious light pattern of sway style and folding style, and after the activation of the super base pattern, it no longer seemed as conspicuous as usual. To others, it simply appeared as if there were a few more mysterious light patterns than before. With the activation of the super base pattern, the raging world's force around him surged into Lin Shen's body like a tide. The world's force generated by the thunder and tornadoes around him was far greater than in normal areas. Just activating the super base pattern made Lin Shen feel his strength increasing, as the absorbed world's force was too much to consume completely, causing some beneficial effects on his body. Kristen's strength was also steadily increasing, his blade's light growing stronger and stronger, and surfing three fists clearly was at a disadvantage. Feeling the surging and overwhelming world's force almost spilling out of his body, Lin Shen threw out the surfing quadra punch without hesitation. Boom! The originally suppressed fist power actually shattered Kristen's blade light, reversing the tide and gaining the upper hand. One punch after another, Lin Shen caused the blade light to burst apart, pressing the fist power back against it. Who the hell was saying that Lin Shen's spatial fist power consumes a lot of energy? I was sincerely worried for you, and you're playing me, right? Where is the huge consumption you promised? The inability to sustain after a quadra punch? Are you an actor, or what? Lin, the universe owes you an acting award. Alright. Should I be able to see this level of performance for free? Please, Lin, put away your acting skills. Can't we be a bit more genuine? Your points of focus are a bit off, aren't they? It's clear Lin Shen used an innate skill. That's obviously an ability for vigor recovery. War Song, self-healing, and vigor recovery, these three innate skills of Lin are weapons on the battlefield. If he fights there, he would be an absolute war machine. For a moment, the spectators all felt as if their affection was misplaced. Whether they were worried that Lin Shen's energy would deplete too quickly or hoped that he would run out of strength, they all felt like they were momentarily swayed. After throwing a surfing quadra punch at Hong Xin, he was so tired that he couldn't maintain his carapace, and now after throwing so many punches, he seemed as though nothing had happened. Lin Shen steadily pressed towards Kristen. Even though Kristen's strength was enhancing, it was not yet strong enough to contend with one more layer of surfing punches. Suddenly, in Kristen's hand, the originally black blade of his life-base artifact began to turn a dark golden color. The blade light he slashed out also turned into a dark golden hue, and this blade light directly sliced through Lin Shen's surfing quadra punch fist power. Its momentum unrelenting, it instantly struck in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen sidestepped, evading the dark golden blade light with an inconceivable posture. The blade light brushed past his body, flew into a tornado, and actually sliced a gash in it, causing a flurry of crackling noises within the tornado. Kristen's base talent is double life base. Tia recognized the clue. Your journey continues at Empire. He's certainly lucky, Catherine frowned and said. Kristen's double life base talent emerged, immediately putting Lin Shen on the defensive. Blades of dark gold like a knife through tofu sliced through Lin Shen's fist power. What a tough opponent. Looking at the dark golden blades flying towards him, Lin Shen could only increase the layers of his surfing fist, directly unleashing the surfing quintuple punches. The quintuple punches, layered upon each other, took the brunt of Kristen's dark golden blades. Although at some disadvantage, the remaining power of the blades after slicing through the punches was no longer sufficient to threaten Lin Shen. Lin the Shadow Emperor, you really dare to perform. You played dead on the quadra punch, and now you're hammering away with quintuple punches. Where is the basic trust between people? I don't know why, but I always feel like Lin the Shadow Emperor can just keep adding on. To be fair, Lin the Shadow Emperor's punching technique is really fierce. The more layers of fist power, the stronger the force. In theory, as long as he has enough stamina, he can keep stacking infinitely. Infinite stacking is impossible, not to mention he can't possibly have infinite stamina, but even if he had infinite stamina, stacking fist power requires time. It's not as if you can keep stacking while your opponent's blade is right in front of you. The distance and time would not be sufficient. I think 5 punches in a row is his limit. It should be the limit. Kristen strikes with one sword, and Lin the Shadow Emperor has to respond with 5 punches. The fact that Lin the Shadow Emperor has held on until now is already quite impressive. They weren't wrong. The surfing quintuple punches indeed were his limit, not because he lacked stamina, but because that was as fast as Lin Shen could swing his fists. When Kristen struck with his sword, Lin Shen had to unleash 5 punches in that instant, using the special manner of force exertion in the surfing fist, which didn't actually require drawing back his arm for each punch. It was more of a high-speed vibrating punch that could generate fist power with small movements. If he truly had to swing 5 consecutive punches, probably before he could finish the second one, Kristen's sword would have already struck his face. The two fought from a distance, and the explosive shockwaves from the colliding fist power and blade energy disrupted the airflow around them, making nearby tornadoes more violent and the thunder more frequent in the heavens. Lin Shen possessed the super base pattern, and the world's force was virtually an unlimited supply for him, whereas Kristen clearly did not have such endurance. Although his strength continued to rise, it was clear to any discerning eye that Kristen's body was showing signs of exhaustion. How about that, Grandpa? The nickname Perpetual Motion is well-deserved, isn't it? Seeing Kristen show signs of fatigue, Ye Yuzhen finally cracked a smile on his face. It isn't over until the last. The outcome is still uncertain. Don't get too excited too early. Careful not to crash harder the higher you fly. Yi Jingren wasn't willing to concede and bantered with Yuzhen. Inside the demon tribe, Catherine's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Kristen's demonic personality is about to lose control. No sooner had Catherine spoken than Kristen, who had been unable to break through, began to emit increasingly more pink mist from his body, almost spewing out. The next second, Kristen's originally black carapace was dyed pink, and even the demon sword in his hand turned pink. Lin Shen watched the entirely pink-clad Kristen across from him with a somewhat strange expression, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary fierce man Pink? Kristen in pink moved, immediately startling Lin Shen. The demon sword in his hand burst forth with pink sword light, and he charged over like a ghost, slicing through Lin Shen's quintuple punches as if they were paper. Lin Shen used movement technique to dodge, but he couldn't fully avoid it. In an instant, several cuts appeared on his body. Kristen's speed and strength increased by more than one notch, and his body twisted into moves hard for humans to fathom. The demon sword stabbed out from bizarre angles, leaving cut after cut on Lin Shen's body. Chapter 537, Pink Kristen. Indeed, Lin is more suited for the battlefield, while Kristen is a bit more powerful in single combat. Lin has already used all his skills. There seems to be no chance for a comeback, and since there are no pets or spirit bases allowed in the race-ranking battle, nor any other equipment, he can only rely on his own strength. What's the deal with Kristen? His swordsmanship is so strange, it feels almost as if he's no longer human. Can those movements even be made by humans? This battle has been truly thrilling to watch, various incredible skills flying every which way, with each party breaking the other's skills. It's been so interesting. It's a pity that Lin has ultimately fallen short of one move. There should be no suspense about the outcome of this battle anymore. Pink Kristen is just too fierce. Atop a high mountain of the demon tribe, Sword Saint Sophia, who seemed like a devoted ascetic, put down her work, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked up at the scroll in the sky. If the demon personality goes berserk, it can only last for about 10 seconds before it triggers the Holy Heart Sword. If victory can't be secured in those 10 seconds, then Sophia's face showed worry. Lin Shen, who was being ruthlessly pummeled by Kristen, could hardly take it anymore and directly activated his super base form. The spectators could only see Lin Shen's carapace shining like silver crystals, his speed and strength suddenly increasing, surprisingly on par with Pink Kristen, and even surpassing him. Lin Shen violently suppressed Kristen with a barrage of punches, combining surfing fist with surfing step. Each punch was stronger than the last, each step faster than the previous, forcibly pressuring Pink Kristen and forcing him to retreat. Even with Pink Kristen's frenzied efforts, he couldn't withstand the brutal force of Lin Shen's punches. Bam! Bam! The crazed Kristen, all offense and no defense, took several punches from Lin Shen head-on, which dented his carapace and sent him flying backward. What's happening? Does the Emperor still have a trick up his sleeve? Huh? Didn't he use up all his skills already? What is this now? Damn, it's unfathomable. I can't believe he still has a trump card that raises all attributes. The Emperor really can put on a show. Come on, Emperor, cut the theatrics. If you can do it, just do it already, will you? Are you flying a kite here? Throwing out random shots whenever you feel like it? Haven't you had enough? The crowd, seeing Pink Kristen actually being suppressed, and those who thought the overall situation was already decided, felt like they were being slapped in the face, and their hearts grew a bit weary. Explore more adventures at Empire. Kristen, blasted away, suddenly had a white sword-shaped mark light up on his forehead. Lin Shen, who was about to rush forward and pound Kristen into the ground, stopped in his tracks, thinking that Kristen might have some weird skill about to emerge. Most people had the same idea as Lin Shen, thinking that Kristen was about to use some secret technique, but only a few core members of the demon tribe knew that Kristen was defeated. Kristen is finished. The Holy Heart Sword has been triggered, and his strength has plummeted. He can no longer compete with Lin Shen, Catherine said with a sigh. As the sword-shaped mark on his forehead shone, the pink mist around Kristen dissipated significantly, and the pink color on his carapace began to fade away. Seeing this, Lin Shen realized that Kristen wasn't using any secret skills, but rather his skill's duration had ended, and he couldn't hold on any longer. That wasn't easy. I'm finally going to win. Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief, thinking the battle was finally over and he could conclude his mission. The spectators shared Lin Shen's thoughts, assuming that this back-and-forth bout was finally coming to an end with Lin's victory. Suddenly, Kristen's sword-wielding hand shot up, with the tip of the blade aimed viciously at his own brow, thrusting down hard. The tip of the demon sword struck directly on the gleaming sword-shaped mark, smashing it completely, and plunged deep into the carapace, with blood flowing down the blade. What is he doing? Catherine stood up abruptly. That was Kristen, the most gifted and talented of the demon tribe, destined to be among the ranks of the immortals. Even though Catherine did not have much interaction with him, she did not wish to see such a genius from her tribe perish like this. By destroying the Holy Heart Sword himself, Kristen was essentially unleashing the demon personality, meaning the demon would replace his primary personality. Even if he won this battle, he would no longer be the Kristen of before. A body controlled by the demon personality is an epitome of evil thoughts, only engaging in killing and wrongdoing, no longer capable of contributing to the tribe. Instead, it could bring about disaster. Many of the demon tribe who practiced the extreme demon ended up killing their friends and family first after the demon personality took control. It was assumed that Kristen, protected by the Holy Heart Sword, would not degenerate into a mad killer. Unexpectedly, he chose to destroy the Holy Heart Sword himself. Is the outcome of a duel really that important? Catherine murmured to herself, sinking back down in defeat. The die was cast beyond any redemption. Sophia looked at Kristen in the painting, her expression somewhat strange, yet she remained silent. With the Holy Heart Sword shattered, the pink mist from Kristen's body spewed out more violently, staining his carapace even pinker, surpassing even Death Barbie pink. Kristen had completely lost his mind. Pulling the pink demon sword out of his own skull, he charged at Lin Shen again. Is it really necessary to fight so desperately for a single battle? Lin Shen felt frustrated. He wanted to finish the mission easily, without revealing too much, but Kristen proved to be extremely tenacious. His strength and speed had increased yet again, and his behavior had become even more unpredictable. Kristen now attacked Lin Shen with his back turned, sword flashing from a reverse grip as if his back had eyes, the speed of his attacks not hindered at all. The pink sword light was earth-shattering, slicing even the whirlwinds apart. On the other hand, Lin Shen, struggling to keep up with Kristen's bizarre postures. Even in his super base form, Lin Shen couldn't gain an advantage over Kristen. The two of them collided and flew through the wind, with invisible fist power and pink sword light clashing, creating terrifying fluctuations and turbulence. Lin Shen seized an opportunity, during a pause in the rhythm of the surfing fist, to launch a finger sand. The needle-like force struck one of Kristen's acupoints, piercing right through the carapace. Lin Shen thought it was over, but Kristen's body didn't freeze as expected. This can't be. Lin Shen was shocked, but Kristen still charged at him, madness unabated. Lin Shen did not realize that Kristen's body was now controlled by a demon, no longer under his own command. Even if his arms and legs were chopped off, as long as there was a breath of life and a glimmer of vitality in his body, the will of the demon would not let him stop. Chapter 538, Soichu Lin Shen tried several more times, but the finger sand really couldn't hold down the pink Kristen. Lin Shen had never encountered such a situation, as he had already confirmed that finger sand could seal acupoints from afar and had tried it on other creatures, so he was sure it should work. How could it be useless? Even Nirvana creatures can be sealed. Kristen is just an ascender. It's impossible for him to be stronger than Yeya's body. If Yeya can be sealed, why can't Kristen? Could it be that sealing acupoints from afar and with the fingers are a bit different? Lin Shen wanted to try sealing Kristen's acupoints with his fingers. But Kristen now was like a ghost, his skills and techniques unpredictable and elusive, making it obviously not an easy task for Lin Shen to get close enough to seal his acupoints. The two fought wildly in the storm, dazzling all the onlookers. After many attempts, Lin Shen couldn't get close and became somewhat annoyed. He leaped back to create distance from Kristen and unleashed the 6 surfing strike in succession. Although the environment on Evil Speech Planet was harsh and provided a lot of world's force, it still fell short compared to the direct explosions on Fierce Fire Star. Unless Lin Shen directly charged into the tornado, using the power of the tornado and lightning to augment the super base pattern. However, if he really charged in, he would also have to endure the power of the wind and lightning, which would not be insignificant harm to himself. If the 6 surfing sextuple punch didn't work, he planned to initiate super base change and rush into the tornado. He would borrow the power of the tornado and lightning to refine his body through 100 refinements, allowing super base change and super base recast to combine, forging a sturdy carapace, and then gaining the enhancement from super base change to deal with Kristen once he emerged. Although the 6 surfing sextuple punch wouldn't drain Lin Shen's body, after releasing the 6 punches, Lin Shen's offensive momentum paused for a moment and he felt a bit disconnected in strength. Boom! Kristen didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he forcefully blocked the 6 surfing strike with the pink demon sword. The terrifying shockwave erupted, sending Kristen flying backward, unable to control his body even with his strength. Just then, a tornado unexpectedly took a turn and came their way, sweeping up Kristen into it. For a moment, even Lin Shen was stunned, not expecting such luck. The spectators were also shocked. After fighting for so long without a winner, Kristen was suddenly caught up in the tornado. Inside the tornado, thunder and lightning raged, lightning flashed, and what was once a dull vortex now resembled a pillar of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, continuously radiant. Kristen, he couldn't have just died like that? Seeing that Kristen hadn't managed to escape the tornado, everyone couldn't help but think this. With the Chaos God Bell's incredibly strong defensive ability, it couldn't last even a few seconds amidst the lightning, and although Kristen was strong, he wasn't to the extent of being more resilient than the Chaos God Bell. Having been bombarded by the lightning for so long inside, it was very unlikely he survived. The favored ones have the aid of the heavens. As Lin Shen looked at that lightning tornado, he felt certain that Kristen was done for, and he abandoned the idea of forging his body in the midst of the lightning tornado. At this moment, the lightning inside the tornado was at full force, many times more powerful than when it destroyed the Chaos God Bell, and even more terrifying than the explosions in the Sea of Flames on Fierce Firestar. If he truly charged into it, Lin Shen didn't know whether he could withstand it. Given Lin Shen's nature, he would avoid attempting it if possible. Everyone watched as the terrifying thunder and lightning continuously shimmered within the tornado, like a thunderous real dragon reaching up to swallow the sky. After a while, the thunder and lightning within the tornado gradually faded, with only occasional flashes of lightning arcs dancing within the whirlwind. It's over. Kristen must be dead by now. Ascenders can't possibly survive such a rage of lightning, nearly everyone thought. Even Lin Shen shared this thought, but his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the tornado. A silhouette slowly emerged from the tornado. Its form became clearer and clearer until it finally burst out of the whirlwind. Then, they could clearly see it was indeed Kristen. Your next read awaits at Empire. At this moment, Kristen was still clad in pink carapace armor, and the demon sword in his hand was still a shade of pink. However, for some reason, he seemed somewhat different. Impossible. Catherine's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at Kristen, looking as if she had seen a ghost. She saw something but seemed unable to believe it. He actually succeeded, said Sophia with a relieved expression, taking a long breath. To destroy the Holy Heart Sword, release the devil's personality, allowing it to expand boundlessly, then use that devil personality to recast the soul of the sword. Each step was a dance with death, yet he actually completed it. Lin Shen, I've kept you waiting, I'm here, said Kristen's voice, but for some reason it made Lin Shen feel as if this was their first meeting. What do you mean? Lin Shen asked, frowning at Kristen. Kristen actually began to explain. The evolution skill I practice is called Extreme Demon. When cultivated to the extreme, it's like being possessed by a devil, losing one's true nature. Although there are countermeasures, they are not a long-term solution and greatly limit my own strength, so I lifted the restrictions to let it rage uncontrollably. Then with your help, I fully activated its power and took the opportunity to truly subdue it, making it serve me instead of restricting me. I must thank you. Without you, I might not have succeeded. Now, I am the true me. Let's get acquainted again. My name is Kristen, disciple of the Sword Saint of the Demon tribe, Kristen said, looking calmly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, human, Lin Shen replied. Our battle can finally begin now. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, Kristen said as he sheathed his pink demon sword and smiled at Lin Shen. Please make your move. If I strike first, you won't stand a chance. Lin Shen couldn't help but internally complain. You were cuter when you were possessed by the devil. At least you didn't show off back then. Lin Shen didn't care whether or not Kristen had been possessed by a devil. In any case, it was all the same to him. He directly launched a surfing quintuple punch, continually throwing out punches, forming a series of waves like a tsunami, seemingly pouncing towards Kristen. Facing such a fearsome punch, Kristen simply drew his sword and lightly swept it across. Lin Shen sneered inwardly. I've got 10 series of the surfing quintuple punch. What are you trying to imply with that one sweeping strike of your sword? Looking down on my fist power? But in the next second, Lin Shen's expression changed. With that light sweep, Kristen had completely dissipated Lin Shen's 10 series of surfing quintuple punches, leaving not even a ripple, akin to a breeze that could stop on a dime, a completely different concept from being shattered previously. Separation method. Lin Shen's expression turned curious, as he hadn't expected such a coincidence. The person who posted about the separation method on the web of heaven turned out to be Kristen. Chapter 539, Have You Had Enough? What is that ability so terrifying? Many people were inwardly shocked. They had watched the battle for so long and were very familiar with Lin Shen's surfing fist. Just by observing the fluctuations of fist power, they could determine the number of layers in the surfing fist. Although Kristen had previously managed to break Lin Shen's 5 consecutive punches, it was not as effortless as now. The truly terrifying thing was that Kristen used to need 10 blade strikes to counter Lin Shen's 10-5 consecutive punches, but now he had shattered all 10 of Lin Shen's punches with just one sword strike and done so with ease. This was rather alarming. To break 10-5 consecutive punches with one blade strike, even if it didn't require 10 times the strength, it would still need at least 5 or 6 times the strength. Being 5 or 6 times stronger than a top ascender, and perhaps even more, such strength would likely make Kristen a formidable opponent even for an average Nirvana being. Too strong, truly too strong. The strength Lin Shen has exploded with is already the top among ascenders. Kristen's one sword has completely surpassed Lin Shen, to the extent that there's no longer any comparability. With just this sword, Kristen has already qualified to battle a Nirvana being. Among the Ascension level, no one else is worthy to fight him, not even DSE. Almost everyone thought this way, including the Nirvana beings. If Lin Shen and Kristen's previously demonstrated combat power could already be considered on par with DSE, Kristen's sword had surpassed the current level in everyone's view. He was no longer in the same class as Lin Shen or DSE. Kristen, such a strong person, such a strong sword, even Catherine had to admit that Kristen was truly powerful. Lin Shen also thought Kristen was strong, but while others only knew he was strong, they didn't know where his strength lay. Lin Shen, however, knew very well. The separation method, the skill he had seen on the Skynet, was unexpectedly employed by Kristen. Honed such a skill, and it wasn't just Lin Shen's surfing fist that would be troublesome to deal with. Even Nirvana-level fighters would find Kristen challenging. If the power particles and attribute particles of a Nirvana being are not tightly integrated, then the separation method could directly disassemble the power of Nirvana, rendering it invisible. It could be said that the separation method has a great restraining effect on ordinary Nirvana beings. Possessing this method, it is not impossible for an ascender to overcome higher-level Nirvana beings. Lin Shen had also studied the separation method, but unfortunately he had not been successful. We are all human. Why can he master the separation method and I cannot? Lin Shen lamented in his heart. However, in others' views, Kristen's strength was outrageous, but Lin Shen thought it was just one more skill, the separation method, beyond the devil personality state and not to the extent of being invincible. This is the power of knowledge. Lin Shen understands the separation method, so he feels it is manageable, others don't, and seeing Kristen's sword explode with power, they think his strength is outlandish. I'll give you another chance. Use your pistol airstrike skill. Kristen had shattered Lin Shen's 10-5 consecutive punches with one sword, and his confidence had peaked. Next, he planned to shatter Lin Shen's pistol airstrike skill in front of all races in the universe and then tell everyone that this was his separation method, the one laughed at in the video. Damn it, you're good with separation method, so my finger sand and surfing fist make no difference to you, acting all high and mighty. You got to show off not just once, but twice, really enough, Lin Shen muttered under his breath. In fact, that was what the onlookers were thinking as well. Both surfing fist and pistol airstrike skill, which could hurt an opponent from a distance, had been used by Lin Shen. Given Lin Shen's strength, slight differences in technique didn't seem to change the overall situation. Some even believed that Lin Shen would do better to concede and withdraw from the fight now, saving a bit of face. Continuing to fight would only result in a thorough defeat, and might even endanger his life. Kristen's last strike was almost divine, exalting him to the altar of gods. People on the internet had already started to call him God Kristen. Alright then. Lin Shen was someone who listened to reason, so if Kristen wanted him to use finger sand, he would use it just for him to see. Why bother? It's just humiliating yourself, Catherine said. Though she didn't truly believe that Kristen's power was so much greater than Lin Shen's like others did, she was aware that Kristen possessed a powerful skill that could decisively suppress or counter Lin Shen. Under such circumstances, it wasn't a wise decision for Lin Shen to continue the fight. He should withdraw for now, study Kristen's skill, find a way to counter it, and then think of taking revenge later. But if Lin Shen were to withdraw, she would lose the bet she had with her grandfather, and that would cause a lot of trouble later on. Ye Yuzhen had this thought, but didn't really care about losing the bet. Lin Shen's safety was much more important to her, and she hoped he would choose to withdraw. Lin Shen didn't withdraw, and instead when he raised his palm, Ye Yuzhen's heart was in turmoil. She wished she could run up there and pull Lin Shen out of the fight herself. It looks like he's in a pretty bad spot, Yi Jingren said, gloating at the side with a smirk. If he doesn't give up now, he might not even get the chance to concede later. He won't lose, Ye Yuzhen retorted stubbornly. Ye Jingren just smiled and didn't provoke her further, his eyes fixed on the starry sky scroll, waiting for the final outcome. This strike was crucial. Even if it didn't decide the winner directly, it would likely be key to determining the direction of the battle. Without a skill as monstrously powerful as Kristen's, Lin Shen wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Lin Shen's hand shape into a gun, everyone felt a bit disappointed. Lin Shen's finger sand had been analyzed countless times by countless people. Even immortal-level experts had personally analyzed it. It was understood inside out by now. Everyone knew how tricky Lin Shen's finger sand was and acknowledged its strength. But compared to Kristen's strike, it was far inferior, not on the same level at all. Your journey continues on Empire. If Lin Shen was going to use finger sand against Kristen's strike, the outcome was predictable without even watching. Regardless of what they thought, Lin Shen shaped his fingers into a gun, then performed a graceful turn in midair. His arm rotated with his body, and with a violent flick of his fingers, he launched the finger sand. Chapter 540, Finger Gun Breaks the Enemy. The spectators were all a bit stunned, not knowing what Lin Shen was up to or why he needed to spin in a circle before using the pistol airstrike skill. It seemed that the spinning, aside from showing off, appeared to be utterly useless. That Lin Shen could still show off at this point, they thought his composure was admirable, but ultimately pointless. After Lin Shen fired the finger sand, Kristen did not sense any fluctuations from the finger force, but Lin Shen's pistol angle was openly displayed. Kristen directly swung his sword with a pink blade glow, sealing off any angle the finger force might have traveled through. His separation method is the nemesis of acupoint, striking from afar. If Lin Shen's finger sand even brushed past his blade glow, all the combined particles would be separated, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Kristen's blade glow was almost without any delay, charging straight towards Lin Shen. In Kristen's view, the pistol airstrike skill used by Lin Shen had already been nullified by the blade glow imbued with the separation method. His blade glow had sealed off all angles. Unless Lin Shen didn't aim at him when firing, the blade glow would definitely intercept it. If Lin Shen truly hadn't aimed at him, then his pistol airstrike skill would have been utterly useless and would not have affected him at all. The pink blade glow launched with the separation method reached Lin Shen almost instantly. Kristen watched as Lin Shen sidestepped to dodge the swinging blade glow, his lips revealing a hint of a smile. Pistol airstrike skill, so easily countered and nothing impressive after all, not even comparable to the demon sword glow that comes with my life base, Kristen thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt something pierce into his left ear. A buzzing sound resounded in his brain. The intense pain surged like a tide, as if his brain had been turned to mush. Kristen couldn't help but clutch his head with one hand, but he instantly realized something was wrong, and with his other hand still holding the sword, he attempted to unleash his blade glow. But as soon as he lifted his hand, the figure of Lin Shen reflected in his pupils. This startled and angered Kristen. He didn't understand how Lin Shen's speed had increased so suddenly, appearing in front of him almost like teleportation. Enduring the agony from his brain, Kristen tried to slash at Lin Shen with the hand holding the sword, but it was already too late. As he raised his hand, Lin Shen's fingers had already touched the acupoint on his chest. Kristen's body instantly stiffened, stuck in the posture of raising his sword, resembling a motionless puppet on the verge of falling down. Indeed, using my fingers directly can still seal the acupoints. Acupoint, striking from afar, still has some issues. Lin Shen didn't give him the chance to fall. His fist and fingers struck together, relentlessly hitting Kristen, sending him reeling backwards through the air until a final, explosive six-surfing strike from Lin Shen blasted him into the tornado. All these movements may sound complicated, but to the onlookers it seemed very straightforward. Lin Shen used the pistol airstrike skill, and Kristen also used that terrifying swordsmanship. However, Lin Shen dodged Kristen's sword glow, yet Kristen failed to avoid Lin Shen's pistol airstrike skill. His ear was blown through from left to right, with blood spraying out from the right side. Then Lin Shen, with incredible speed, rushed in front of Kristen and launched fist and palm strikes, beating Kristen without the power to resist. The carapace on his body was shattered by Lin Shen's fists. His ribcage caved in, likely having all his ribs broken, and his internal organs were probably smashed to pieces. The last barrage of violent punches sent Kristen, who was reduced to a punching bag, crashing into the tornado. Watching the crackling lightning within the tornado, everyone was dumbfounded, struggling to process what had happened in those brief seconds. Just seconds ago, Kristen had seemed like an unbeatable god, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Shen had beaten him to that state. Kristen's head had been pierced, most of his carapace shattered, his ribcage caved in, and then struck by the lightning in the tornado. It seemed improbable that he could survive. Impossible. Catherine watched the starry sky scroll, momentarily unable to accept everything she had seen. We won. Ye Yuzhen also found it hard to believe. To what? What happened? I just looked down to take a sip of water, and all of a sudden, Kristen's gone? Read new chapters at Empire? Damn, that divine sword strike from Kristen that broke through 10 punches. It couldn't have been an act put on by Lin, could it? He deliberately punched without putting power into it, leading Kristen to believe he was strong only to end up trapped. Lin's pistol airstrike skill is still fierce, huh? One shot and it blew Kristen's head off. Something's not right. Lin used the pistol airstrike skill facing Kristen directly, so why did Kristen's head explode from his ears being pierced? I guess it must have something to do with the spinning around he did before making his move. Could spinning around also be some sort of innate skill? Impossible. Lin has already used so many skills. How could one person have that many? Is Kristen really done for? The lightning within the tornado stopped, and when no one came out, people thought Kristen was done for. But then someone noticed that Kristen had already returned to his home planet's main stage. Standing there with his sword as support, Kristen's body was drenched in blood, covered with charred flesh emitting a burnt odor and shattered carapace, looking like a bloodied person pulled from a bonfire. Despite the gruesome appearance, he survived. Kristen is still strong after all. He survived that. Kristen 666, he's not dead. Fuck, someone's challenging Kristen at this moment, trying to take advantage of his weakness. It must be one of the contestants who's been secretly watching, wanting to take advantage of the situation. An ascender appeared on Kristen's main battlefield, shockingly, a 10th turn ascender from the celestial race. The celestial race and the demon tribe had fought countless battles. They were arch-enemies, and no one from the celestial race wanted a formidable demon person like that to survive. The 10th turned celestial ascender was also quite famous and was quickly recognized. Tianbei Star, a 10th turned celestial ascender, actually picking on the weak like this, isn't this too shameless? The web was filled with voices of condemnation, but Tianbei Star naturally couldn't see them and, even if he could, he wouldn't care. Being able to kill such a demon person would save many more from the celestial race in the future. If he didn't kill him now, he might never get the chance again. Without a second word, Tianbei Star went all out. An angel halo appeared above his head, his combat power soared, while a golden life base shaped like a shield appeared in his hands. Behind his shield, like a comet descending from the heavens, Tianbei Star charged at Kristen, who looked so unstable he could barely stand upright under the support of his sword. As he charged, a terrifying golden light started to build up on his shield, and the force became increasingly frightening. The Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, a renowned shield strike technique from the celestial race, combined attack and defense. Except for difficulty dealing with complex battles, its straight-line charge could unleash unimaginable strength. It also had a strong defensive capability. Often used on battlefields for storming fortresses or breaking through asteroid belts, even sturdy castles and various asteroids couldn't withstand the impact of the Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, which illustrated just how powerful it was. Kristen, with the sword supporting him, stood there looking as if he didn't even have the energy to dodge, yet he raised his hand and delivered a slash. A pink blade light rose up, and although it was obviously weaker compared to when he battled with Lin Shen, when the blade collided with the Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, it split Tianbei Star's shield life base, along with the man himself, right down the middle. Chapter 541, The Third Mountain Without Comparison, There is no sense of harm. It was only when they saw Tianbei Star, who used the Heavenly Strike Divine Shield skill, cleaved in two by a sword light that people could concretely know just how strong Kristen actually was. Tianbei Star was already a very strong ascender, yet he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from an injured Kristen. Lin Shen had fought Kristen for so long and had taken so many of Kristen's sword strokes. Although he had felt the power of Kristen's sword light, he hadn't found it to be astonishingly strong. It was not until a sword light killed Tianbei Star that people had a concept in their minds, knowing just how strong Kristen was. No one dared to challenge Kristen anymore, and likewise, no one dared to challenge Lin Shen either. Just because Kristen could survive in front of Lin Shen didn't mean that others could survive in front of Lin Shen. And with the peculiar headshot from the pistol airstrike skill, no one dared to try. Lin Shen sat back down on the stone to rest, wondering whether he should just end the matches, since his mission was already complete, and the Ascension level ranking was of no use to him. The Ascension level ranking couldn't affect the racial ranking because the racial ranking is determined by the final ranking. After winning the Ascension level ranking, one would have to compete with strong individuals from other levels. Without the strength of a top Nirvana cultivator, it was almost impossible to break into the rankings of the hundreds of races. But then he thought again, if he gave up the fight now, wouldn't it be too obvious that he was targeting Kristen? He was just a worker, and if the Demon tribe held a grudge and wanted to take his life no matter what, that would be rather distressing. With that in mind, Lin Shen felt it was still necessary to perform a bit more to avoid giving others the impression that he was targeting Kristen. Then I'll challenge a few more who are relatively strong. Who might be stronger? Lin Shen looked at the leaderboard. Now that no one dared to challenge him, he could no longer dive downward. He could only scan upward and notice that DSE had not rushed up yet. He would have to wait for some time if he wanted to battle him. Apart from DSE, in fact, there were many strong figures among the various races. It's just that DSE was too famous, which made it seem as though he was the only formidable one, as if there were no other strong individuals. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had no knowledge of the ascenders of the major races. Looking only at the names on the leaderboard, he really didn't know who was strong enough. As he hesitated over whom to challenge, Lin Shen suddenly saw a name on the leaderboard that was familiar to him. Zeman Swordsman is also taking part in this racial ranking battle. Lin Shen noticed Zeman Swordsman's name. After the Night Ghost Tribe's action the last time, Lin Shen had specifically asked Tian Xun about Zeman Swordsman's situation. Tian Xun only knew that Zeman Swordsman was unharmed and still working under N-117. Zeman Swordsman was challenging someone else, away from his own planetary home court. Lin Shen had no intention of challenging Zeman Swordsman. If he wanted to test whether finger sand could break Zeman's skill of borrowing and transforming force, he could find him privately. There was no need to try it here. His gaze continued to search the leaderboard, and soon Lin Shen found another interesting name. Experience news stories on Empire. Shan Clan's Third Mountain. This name is quite intriguing. What race is Shan Clan? I've never heard of it before. And is he surnamed Third with the given name Three Mountains, or is it just a nickname? Lin Shen was somewhat curious, seeing that Third Mountain's ranking was just a few dozen places above his own, and that no one was challenging him, and looking further to see that DEC was still some distance away from him, he figured he would have to wait a while for him to climb up. On a whim, Lin Shen chose to challenge Third Mountain. The audience who came to watch Lin Shen challenge someone were very curious, wondering what kind of powerful opponent could make Lin Shen take the initiative to challenge them. However, when they saw clearly whom Lin Shen had challenged, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He was a complete stranger, and no one had even heard of this stranger's race. What is Lin Shen trying to do? Challenging an ordinary pedestrian? Isn't this bullying? This unlucky third mountain really got a rough deal being targeted by Lin Shen. It's so pointless. If Lin Shen is going to challenge someone, it should at least be one of the top powerhouses. Lin Shen just wanted to pass some time, and after arriving at the opponent's home planet, he found that this third mountain was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had thought that a name like that would belong to a robust man as large as a mountain, but it turned out to be an almost spherical fat man. The man stood about 2 meters tall, wearing a white battlesuit granted by the ranking board, with a belly larger and rounder than that of a pregnant woman with twins. The feature that differentiated Third Mountain from a human being was his ears. They were pig-like and flabby, but the rest of him was not unlike that of a human. Upon seeing a challenger enter, Third Mountain sneered to himself. Come on, come to your death, let you all riffraff learn the extent of Mountain Lord's strength. But after getting a clear look at the newcomer, Third Mountain was taken aback. Lin Shen? Isn't he ranked first? What's going on? How can he challenge me? Aren't challenges only allowed upward? Third Mountain had been continuously challenging others and never paid attention to anyone else's status, so he was unaware that Lin Shen had plunged down the leaderboard. He even checked the ranking board specifically and saw that indeed, Lin Shen was no longer ranked first, and after a quick scan, he couldn't find his name within the top 100 at all. This is frustrating. Why would he challenge me? Third Mountain felt quite vexed, as he had no desire to draw attention to himself. He had more important things to do. Without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything, Third Mountain directly chose to forfeit the fight, giving up on the match. Lin Shen was teleported back to his own home planet's arena, taking over Third Mountain's original ranking. Lin Shen didn't mind. He had gotten curious on a whim and just wanted to see what this Shan clan looked like. Now that he had his look, that was enough. What he thought was just a side note, however, started to evolve in an outrageous direction. No one had previously paid any attention to Third Mountain, but after Lin Shen challenged him, many people felt that Lin Shen must have had a reason for challenging Third Mountain, and it couldn't be as simple as bullying the weak. Therefore, some people began to study Third Mountain, looking through his past battle records. You don't realize until you look, but once you do, you're in for a shock. Third Mountain had actually surged up from rank 50 million, and he had completed the third overranking challenge rule. It was just that he was completely unknown, and the opponents he chose to challenge were ascenders from minor races. He did not aim for the maximal challenge value. Thus, practically no one had taken notice of him. If Lin Shen had not come forth to challenge him, no one would have realized that such a powerful stranger was among them. Chapter 542 Dust Settles E. Because he surrendered in his fight with Lin Shen, his winning streak at the Third Mountain was also broken. Having previously been able to challenge anyone ranked up to 1,000,000 places above him, he dropped a level and could now only challenge those within 10,000 ranks above his. Continue your journey on Empire. The Third Mountain quickly selected another target to continue his upward challenge, aiming to trigger the 1,000,000-level leapfrogging challenge rule again with another 100 consecutive victories. The Third Mountain thought that by surrendering, he wouldn't draw attention to himself, but he hadn't anticipated that many would take notice of him simply because Lin Shen had challenged him. People soon discovered that this Third Mountain only ever chose to challenge little-known small race ascenders. At first, some thought the Third Mountain was just picking easy targets, but after watching several of his fights, they realized it was not so simple. Among those small race ascenders the Third Mountain chose, some were unexpectedly strong. There was even a 10-stage ascendant who had mastered the Soul Clan's evolution skill Soul Sutra, who almost lost his life to a single slap from the Third Mountain. The Soul Clan's Soul Sutra, once mastered, provides tremendous resistance to physical attacks. Its users are usually hard to injure with attacks of similar destructive power. Yet the Third Mountain nearly killed that Soul Clan member with just one slap, which was quite alarming. Others looked back at his previous fights and discovered something even more incredible. The Third Mountain's combat strength was extraordinarily high. Although he challenged only small race ascenders, many of them were quite formidable, with strength comparable to ascenders from major races. But in front of the Third Mountain, they could only take a beating. Hardly anyone was able to last more than a few exchanges, and he would usually end the fight with just a few slaps, appearing quite casual about it. Someone compiled a highlight reel of the Third Mountain's fights and posted it on Skynet, explicitly stating in the title that Lin Shen's challenge to the Third Mountain was not picking on the weak. Because of Lin Shen's reputation, many watched the Third Mountain's battle videos and began recognizing the strength of this formidable small race ascender. This Third Mountain is really strong, no wonder Lin Shen wanted to challenge him. I knew it, Lin isn't the type to bully the weak. It's a pity though that the Third Mountain chose to surrender and didn't dare to face the challenge. Subsequently, many started paying attention to the Third Mountain and found that after his surrender to Lin, he resumed his winning streak, scoring overwhelming continuous victories and attracting an ever-growing audience. Lin Shen was unaware that his impulsive challenge had singled out such an odd individual. After that challenge, Lin Shen found that his loser's rule had also been downgraded. Only those within 10,000 ranks of him could issue a challenge now. That meant DEC would now need even more time before he could challenge Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought about it and decided not to challenge others. Winning more would only put him further out of DEC's reach. Now, Lin Shen was thinking about quickly fighting DEC, finding an opportunity to bow out. He found the competition rather dull, mainly because no matter how much he won, it wouldn't affect humanity's ranking in the universe, so he felt it meaningless. The Third Mountain's incredible winning streak garnered increasing attention. DEC also continued his winning streak, finally reaching a position where he could challenge Lin Shen. DEC hesitated for a moment before choosing to challenge Lin Shen. He had watched Lin Shen's battle with Kristen. During that time, he had stopped challenging others and focused solely on studying the two's combat process. So just now he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to challenge Lin Shen first between Kristen and Lin Shen. Kristen was too seriously injured, and although his recovery ability was astounding, such severe injuries still required some time. DEC planned to challenge Kristen after his battle with Lin Shen ended. Lin Shen, who had been waiting for DEC, saw a teleportation portal appear and realized it might be DEC, so he stood up. Indeed, the person who came out of the teleportation portal was DEC. Lin Shen, are you the undefeated king's younger brother? DEC asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and didn't know why DEC would suddenly bring this up. This must be fate. The unfinished battle between him and me shall be completed by us, said DEC as he summoned his life-based dust. Dust seemed like an insignificant speck in the universe, rather unremarkable and not quite fitting DEC's illustrious reputation. But his life base was just this unremarkable speck of dust. Didn't you already defeat my brother? Why do you still speak of an unfinished battle? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. DEC let dust settle on his fingertip and calmly said, I took one of his moves, but he did not take mine. Since the winner was not decided, naturally the battle is not over. The undefeated king has gone through nirvana, and that battle has no possibility of continuance. You must take his place and receive my strike. Lin Shen stared blankly at DEC, his eyes gradually turning sharp. Originally, he just wanted to have a casual fight with DEC to understand his strength and look for an opportunity to withdraw from the competition. But DEC's words meant that Lin Shen could not deal with this so lightly anymore. Since DEC considered him to be his fourth brother's representative, if Lin Shen were to simply lose, wouldn't it tarnish the undefeated king's reputation? Lin Shen looked at the dust life base between DEC's fingers as Carapace emerged and simultaneously activated Super Base form. Super Base pattern and Super Base recast were also engaged, and his Carapace shone with a brilliant radiance. If that's the case, then come on, I will represent him and take your strike, Lin Shen said gravely, looking at DEC. My life base is named Dust. Since my birth, it has been with me. We are one. It is me. I am it. It is the dust in the universe, and I too am a speck in the universe. DEC did not immediately attack, but regarded the dust life base on his fingertip and spoke these seemingly nonsensical words. Sorry, I am not well read and don't understand what you're trying to say, Lin Shen said, frowning. My apologies. I mistook you for the undefeated king. Although you are brothers, you are ultimately not the same person, with very different temperaments. DEC laughed dryly and continued, My move is called Dust Settles. Although it is unleashed through the life base, it consolidates all the strength of it and me. Be careful. I am not my brother. Actually, you really don't need to say so much to me. Just make your move, said Lin Shen helplessly, not accustomed to DEC's way of speaking. Very well, DEC nodded slightly. With his middle finger and thumb forming a circle, he flicked the speck of dust towards Lin Shen. Chapter 543, False Separation Method. Lin Shen had seen DEC use this move before, but only in a video. At that time, he hadn't thought the move was very powerful, but facing it himself now, a heaviness settled in his heart. To others, it appeared to be just a speck of dust. But in Lin Shen's eyes, that speck seemed like a snowball rolling downhill, growing larger and larger. It wasn't that the dust life base was getting bigger, but rather that the speck of dust seemed to be sweeping up the energy in the space around it, like a snowball, accumulating all the energy onto itself. Lin Shen even felt that the world's force his super base pattern absorbed had suddenly decreased significantly. Enjoy more content from Empire. With DAC's dust life base released, the force from the world that had been rushing toward him like a tide had now turned into a trickle, greatly diminished. Lin Shen suddenly understood why everyone was saying that DAC had grown stronger. The strength of others was limited to themselves. But DAC's strength was not just about his own power anymore. His casual strike could now draw on the universe's power to aid him. It was practically cheating. However powerful one might be, it's hard to exceed one's own level, but this move of his could really unleash the energy in space, snowballing beyond the shackles of his own level. The energy of Evil Speech Planet was inherently overwhelming, which provided an infinite boost to DEC's strike. What was Lin Shen's home ground now seemed as though it had been tailored for DEC. Lin Shen knew he couldn't just wait to die. If the snowball grew bigger and the dust reached him, he feared that even a Nirvana being might not be able to withstand it. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen could choose to dodge this attack, but he had already declared he would take this hit for his fourth brother. If he dodged now, he would be slapping not only his own face, but his brother's as well. I can only try, thought Lin Shen, as he lifted his right hand in the shape of a gun, aiming once more at Dai Isi and releasing his finger sand. This finger sand didn't have the effect of gunfighting skill, nor did it carry the power of the sacrificial halo. As finger sand shot from his fingertips, it was somewhat different from usual. Normally invisible and formless, this time it sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Like a streak of shooting light, it collided head-on with the dust life base. Kristen was watching this battle, and upon seeing Lin Shen's fingertip force, he widened his eyes in shock. Others might not notice the difference between Lin Shen's strike and the one used against him, but Kristen saw it as clear as day. Because Lin Shen's strike was imbued with the effects of his separation method, a fact that made Kristen's face turn green with envy, it was as if the beautiful girl he'd struggled so hard to win over had suddenly been found in the embrace of another man. Impossible! How does he know the separation method? Kristen found it hard to accept. The separation method was his own creation, and he had dared to publish its concept on the Sky Network because he was absolutely confident that no one besides him could master it. You couldn't succeed in the separation method just by being strong or working hard enough. The separation method required talent, and by talent, it meant a combination of the natural abilities Kristen possessed and his base talent. Without his natural abilities, without his base talent, no matter how strong others were, they couldn't use the separation method. This was like needing iron ore to forge steel. You need the metal first, as trying to forge steel from a stick of wood will only lead to ashes, never steel. So Kristen couldn't believe that Lin Shen was actually capable of using the separation method. In fact, the separation method used by Lin Shen was a bit different from Kristen's. Just as Kristen thought, Lin Shen indeed didn't possess Kristen's base change talent or base talent, which was why he couldn't successfully execute the separation method before. It was only during the recent battle with Kristen, when Kristen used the separation method, that Lin Shen personally experienced it and felt that only Kristen could use such a method. However, after witnessing the dust settling of DEC, he suddenly got an inspiration. The essence of the separation method was to separate two combined particles. By peeling off one of the particles, one could disrupt the opponent's power system and cause its immediate collapse. Without Kristen's talents, it was difficult for Lin Shen to cause the particles to separate. Yet the snowball-like dust settling of DEC made Lin Shen realize that while he might not be able to separate someone else's power particles, there might be a chance for him to break through DEC's technique using the theory of the separation method. The dust settling absorbed energy from the space, making the world's force absorbed by the superbase pattern very scarce. This meant that the superbase pattern actually had the capability to absorb the energy swept up by the dust settling, which met the basic requirements of the separation method. The energy snowball rolled up by the dust was looser than the combination of strength particles and attribute particles, making it easier to separate. So Lin Shen had a stroke of insight to attach the superbase pattern onto the finger sand to achieve the effect of the separation method. The superbase pattern couldn't be used on others, only on himself, so Lin Shen could only try to see if he could attach the superbase pattern to the finger sand. If it didn't work, he would have to break DEC's strike with the sacrificial halo. Luckily, it was successful on the first try. The superbase pattern was added to the highly concentrated finger sand, and with Lin Shen's prior research on the separation method, it made the finger sand carry an effect similar to the separation method. But this effect was different from Kristen's separation method. It couldn't separate those tightly bound power particles and couldn't suppress the power of nirvana like Kristen could. It could only be considered a false separation method. But it was already sufficient to deal with the snowball-like loose dust settling. When the finger sand came into contact with the terrifying energy rolled up by the dust life base, it was like a red-hot iron rod plunged into snow, melting all the snow it touched. No matter how strong the energy snowball rolled up by the dust was, it couldn't hold against the finger sand, which pierced through the energy snowball around it and struck the dust life base at the center. Those who understood DEC and saw Lin Shen actually facing the dust settling head-on, rather than maneuvering like he did against Kristen, all thought Lin Shen was bound to suffer greatly this time. As long as DEC was given enough space and time, even Nirvana beings wouldn't dare to meet this move head-on. How could Lin Shen, merely an ascender, possibly withstand it? However, the moment the finger sand collided with the dust, the energy snowball of dust suddenly disintegrated, and the dust life base was smashed and flew back. Even Lin Shen himself hadn't anticipated that this false separation method would have such an effect. It wasn't just because the false separation method could dismantle the opponent's power system, but with the enhancement from the superbase pattern, the finger sand was able to absorb the world's force that was separated, just like the dust settling, empowering the finger sand. It could be said that this false separation method finger sand possessed both the properties of the separation method and dust settling. Chapter 544, Dust Life Base. Ordinary people couldn't fathom the ferocity of Lin Shen's strike. Only a few who knew the potency of dust settles could perceive how terrifying his attack was. To the average person, it might seem that DEC was nothing special, not nearly as fearsome as the combat strength Kristen had displayed. I've taken your strike, shouldn't you take mine as well? Lin Shen asked DEC. Of course, DEC nodded in response. Lin Shen raised his hand, pointing towards DEC like a spear, and without any hesitation he used finger sand again. A needle-shaped stream of light shot from Lin Shen's fingertip, heading straight for DEC's face. As finger sand flew, it somewhat resembled DEC's dust settles, by directly absorbing the world's force onto it, making its strength grow increasingly stronger. However, it wasn't as rapid as dust settles. Lacking its snowballing feature, it simply continued to absorb the world's force. Even so, because it subsequently absorbed the world's force, this finger sand broke through the limit of strength Lin Shen could muster, albeit not as exaggerated as dust settles. But dust settles had its flaw as well. It could only be effective if one used the dust life base, unlike finger sand, which could be used anytime and anywhere, not limited by its medium. Lin Shen thought, DEC is, after all, universally acknowledged as the strongest among ascenders. I took his strike without using my life base. Surely he wouldn't have the audacity to use his life base against my attack. As he was thinking this, he saw DEC create a circle with his index finger and thumb, flicking towards the finger sand from Lin Shen. One saw dust rolling with an energy snowball, charging towards finger sand. When they collided, a terrifying burst of energy was unleashed, sending both men staggering backward in retreat. Lin Shen inwardly cursed. What happened to dust settles being a full-force strike? What happened to it being the full-force strike of his life base and himself? Isn't this cheating my feelings? Clearly DEC's recent strike was just a casual flick, without using his dust life base at all. Didn't you just say that dust settles was the full-force attack combining you and your dust life base? Lin Shen couldn't help but directly confront DEC. Yes, DEC nodded earnestly. Then why was it that your recent attack, without using the dust life base, managed to produce the same effect? Lin Shen continued to press DEC. Didn't I tell you from the start? My life base is but a speck of dust in the universe, and I am also a speck of dust in the universe. I am it, and it is me. Any speck of dust in the universe can be considered as my life base, DEC explained earnestly. Make it simpler, I don't like philosophy, Lin Shen frowned. To put it simply, the dust life base is any speck of dust in the universe, any of which can be my life base, DEC explained again. Are you saying that any particle of dust is your life base? You can use all of them as a life base? Lin Shen felt that DEC was bullshitting him. How could such a thing be possible? Yes, DEC nodded with certainty. In that case, the air is full of dust, all of which are your life base. Since they are all your life base, you should be able to control them, right? Show me, Lin Shen sneered. All right, as DEC's voice fell, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The dust in the air, nearly invisible to the naked eye, began to shimmer one by one. Countless specks of dust, as if responding to DEC, kept twinkling with various colors, making the entire space seem like it was filled with colorful stars. For a moment, Lin Shen felt as though he was in a galaxy. DEC stretched out a hand, and the dust that was as dazzling as a galaxy immediately converged towards his palm. It was as if a river of stars was flowing in reverse, continuously condensing in his hand, and it transformed into a folding fan, identical to Lin Shen's inheritance fan. Your life base is a folding fan. You must be skilled with fan techniques. Then let us battle with fans, DEC said, holding the folding fan formed from the gathered dust. Lin Shen felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Could he really use the omnipresent dust as his life base? With dust being everywhere, DEC's ability to turn it into his life base meant that Lin Shen was constantly surrounded by DEC's life base. Even the dust he breathed in could be manipulated by DEC to become a lethal weapon. How do you fight someone who can strike you from all directions, inside and out, at any moment? Only now did Lin Shen fully realize why in the universe so many powerful figures, so many mysterious and strange skills, still only DEC is recognized as the strongest. Experience more content on Empire. This was more than strong, it was monstrous. DEC, truly deserving of a naturally Nirvana-born human, the Heavenly Emperor rarely offered such praise. The universe is far too fond of DEC, Catherine also sighed. Kristen watched DEC silently, with an intensity in her eyes that was frightening. Lin Shen managed to beat her, somewhat by a fluke, and if she were to battle Lin Shen again, Kristen didn't think she would necessarily lose. But now, just by witnessing DEC display his life-base ability, Kristen already felt immense pressure and couldn't think of a way to overcome it instantly. What is true, peerless invincibility? It must be this kind of despair, someone sighed unconsciously. No one could imagine how DEC could possibly lose. Previously, many thought certain powerful individuals could match DEC, but only at this moment did everyone clearly understand that no one had the right to be mentioned in the same breath as DEC. He was like a godlike existence, the true definition of peerless invincibility. Unless one's body could withstand the omnipresent attack from the dust life base, which was everywhere, no one else stood a chance. Only absolute strength and suppression could possibly defeat DEC. DEC was currently at the Ascension level, and there were the Nirvana level and Immortal level that could suppress him. But what when DEC advanced to the Nirvana level, the Immortal level? Who then could suppress him with absolute strength? Perhaps the universe is finally about to welcome a new realm king. At this moment, many terrifying beings in the universe couldn't help but harbor murderous intentions, but thinking of DEC's origins, they could only suppress their killing intent. If the Supreme Clan wanted to delineate and become a realm king, it seemed there was no need to wait for the birth of DEC. Lin Shen looked at DEC and did not summon his inheritance fan because it was pointless. It would be like DEC forgoing machine guns and cannons to play with daggers in close combat. Even if Lin Shen won, what would it mean? Chapter 545. He just doesn't want to win. Lin Shen did not consider using the sacrificial halo. The attribute enhancement of the sacrificial halo could have allowed him to crush DEC with absolute strength and indeed ensure a victory. However, such a victory would bring Lin Shen no benefit and only harm. Even without using the sacrificial halo, Lin Shen might not necessarily lose, but he would need to fight with all his might, and the outcome would be hard to predict. In a state where his super base form, super base recast, super base pattern, and super base change were all activated, his body was flawless. Even if the Dust Life base launched an all-around attack on him or infiltrated his body to assault him from within, it would make no difference to him. But then he would be gambling on whether he could withstand until the super base change was complete. If he could last until super base change was completed, all of DEC's attacks would become beneficial to him, and by then he could suppress DEC with absolute strength. If he couldn't hold out until that moment, his body would be destroyed by DEC, and death would be his only path. If this were truly a great battle between races, vying for the top ranking, Lin Shen would have fought till the end no matter what. What a pity that humans couldn't even make it onto the rankings of the hundreds of races, so what use would winning be to him? I lose. Lin Shen said with a smile as he conceded, then chose to directly forfeit his rights and withdraw from this racial war. Although everyone thought Lin Shen's decision was to be expected, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They hadn't been able to witness DEC fighting at full capacity, leaving them somewhat unsatisfied. What a pity. If it weren't for an unsolvable presence like DEC, Lin Shen might have had the chance to strive for the top Ascender's ranking. Lin Shen is already very strong, but it's a shame he was born in the wrong era and encountered DEC. Could it be that the era of heroes competing for supremacy is about to end, and a new king is about to ascend to the throne? That's not necessarily the case. It still depends on whether DEC can live to become immortal. As people were expressing various sentiments, a figure made their way onto DEC's home turf. The spectators were all taken aback, as under such circumstances, someone was still challenging DEC. Everyone observed the challenger and realized it was yet another human, one carrying a jade umbrella, whose handsome appearance seemed as though he had stepped right out of a painting. Why are there so many good-looking people among humans? The undefeated king is already quite a sight, and this human is no less attractive. Catherine had no words for her sister, who was obsessed with looks. She couldn't understand what young people these days were thinking. In her time, strength and masculinity were the standards by which a man's charm was measured. Of course, looks were important in that era too, just not the most crucial factor. The human man with the umbrella walked slowly towards DEC, carrying himself with elegance, as graceful as a beautiful woman. His flawless beauty, which no race could find fault with, led many to admire and even envy him. Everyone thought that this human man must have not watched the recent battle between Lin Shen and DEC, which would explain why he wanted to challenge DEC. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Shen returned to his residence, only to see that Ouyang Yudu was actually challenging DEC, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. What is Ouyang Yudu trying to do? Lin Shen felt that there was no need for Ouyang Yudu to challenge DEC, as there were no benefits whether he won or lost. Let's have another go. Ouyang Yudu walked up to DEC and said, "What do you mean by another go?" DEC looked at Ouyang Yudu with some confusion. He was feeling somewhat disappointed now. He had originally thought Lin Shen might give him some trouble, but Lin Shen had simply forfeited, which was disappointing to him. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have participated in the ranking battle. "The move you used on Lin Shen just now, do it again," Ouyang Yudu said, looking at DEC. With that statement, everyone knew that Ouyang Yudu had watched the fight between Lin Shen and DEC. Even after witnessing that battle, daring to issue a challenge seemed a bit too sensational. Many believed that this human named Ouyang Yudu was probably crazed for fame. Why? DEC frowned and asked. Not just anyone was worthy of making DEC reveal his true strength. He had shown his real power to Lin Shen because he believed Lin Shen had that right. But this human he didn't recognize at all? He didn't think there was any need to engage with him, even considering forfeiting and going home directly. To prove something, Ouyang Yudu said. Prove what? DEC asked. To prove that Lin Shen has not lost, he simply didn't wish to win. Ouyang Yudu's statement sent the entire universe into an uproar. Just having sat down and taken a sip of water, Lin Shen spit it all out. Stay connected with Empire. What the hell, Ouyang Yudu, what are you up to? Lin Shen felt that something bad was about to happen. Ouyang Yudu was stirring up trouble. What's all this? Is this an actor hired by Lin Shen? Doesn't dare to fight DEC himself, so he stages this farce. What's the point? I thought Lin Shen had some class, but this is making him look really low. Having lost is one thing, but this seems like poor sportsmanship. DEC, don't waste your words on him, just finish him off. It's kind of disgusting. How will you prove it? DEC finally became somewhat interested and looked at Ouyang Yudu. That thing you just used, do it again, Ouyang Yudu said. DEC understood what Ouyang Yudu meant. Once again, the dust that filled the sky twinkled like the stars of the galaxy and formed into an inheritance fan in his hands. You want to compete with me in this? DEC looked at Ouyang Yudu and asked, wanting to be sure if Ouyang really understood. What truly drove Lin Shen away was not the folding fan he condensed from dust, but the omnipresent dust itself. Yes and no. You know what to do. Go ahead, Ouyang Yudu said, shaking his head. This time, DEC was certain that the human in front of him wasn't joking. He truly understood. Without further hesitation, DEC casually flicked the folding fan open and tossed it toward Ouyang Yudu. The folding fan disintegrated in mid-air, turning into countless sparkling particles of dust. It was like a galaxy pouring out, hurtling towards Ouyang Yudu. Although it was just a casual strike, the terror it instilled was beyond imagination, akin to the cunning aspects of the petal torrent unleashed by Lin Shen. Everyone thought that the human would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness amidst this terrifying galaxy of dust, a force no ascender could withstand. Yet, faced with the galaxy of dust, Ouyang Yudu simply lowered the jade umbrella in his hand and gently began to fold it shut. A bizarre scene unfolded. The dust hurricane hurtling toward Ouyang Yudu seemed to be drawn by some force, rushing into the slowly closing jade umbrella. When Ouyang Yudu completely closed the jade umbrella, the dust galaxy that had shined like the stars was now entirely absorbed within the umbrella. It vanished without causing any power fluctuation, so silently and stealthily. You're very strong, stronger than me, but even I can't defeat this move. Lin Shen is much stronger than me, he couldn't possibly lose. Indeed, he just didn't want to win, Ouyang Yudu said, and then directly conceded and walked away. The entire universe audience was left in a momentary daze, and even DEC was stunned in place. Lin Shen felt his blood pressure skyrocket, nearly having a cerebral hemorrhage, as if a heart attack was about to happen. Chapter 546, The Lin Shen Who Knows Only One Move. Big brother, if you're going to show off, please leave me out of it. Lin Shen's eye twitched as his heart felt uncomfortably blocked. Ouyang Yudu had the means to absorb energy, able to draw away the energy from the dust, but he did not possess such a power. With what could he possibly counter it? Moreover, Lin Shen had noticed that Ouyang Yudu had actually caught the attack somewhat reluctantly, with the Jade Bone Demon umbrella almost failing to close. And such a level of attack was, in fact, just a casual strike from DEC, using only the dust gathered into the fan-shaped part, rather than triggering the cosmic dust in its entirety. Even so, Ouyang Yudu had already received the attack with great difficulty. Lin Shen understood this, but others didn't, and with Ouyang Yudu's move, many now believed that Lin Shen had the ability to fight but chose to avoid battle. Is that for real? Ouyang Yudu actually managed to withstand DEC's attack. Damn, is Lin actually pulling off another acting stunt? Acting is only part of it. He definitely wasn't confident he could beat DEC, so he withdrew immediately. Those who had previously thought Ouyang Yudu had come to clear Lin Shen's name were now becoming speculative again. Ouyang Yudu was already this strong, so when he said that Lin Shen was much stronger than him, perhaps Lin Shen truly did have the capacity to contend with DEC. However, there were also those who insisted that Ouyang Yudu was just there to clear Lin Shen's name, and it might be that he wasn't weaker than Lin Shen after all. That Ouyang Yudu isn't bad. He must have taken part in the fierce Firestar battle alongside Lin Shen, right? The Heavenly Emperor mused. Yes, Your Eminence, Tian Kunyun responded from the side. The human family to which Ouyang Yudu belongs has been clinging to our celestial race since they entered the great universe, inhabiting under the fierce Firestar family because of disputes with the Demon tribe. The Ouyang family, having lost almost all their Nirvana beings, participated in the showdown with the Demon tribe to preserve their holdings on Fierce Firestar. This person is not bad. The Celestial Master Institute needs manpower for future development, and the Chief of the Heavenly Institute needs capable handlers. Transfer him to the Celestial Master Institute, Emperor Tianshu said indifferently. Your Eminence, what position should we give him? Tian Kunyun understood Emperor Tianshu's intent. People of such small races without their own domain and without top-tier warriors who could only rely on others for protection would sell their lives for just a bit of favor. They were obedient, caused little trouble, had strong capabilities, and unlike our own talented individuals, they did not demand much and were not bothersome. It didn't matter much if they died. They were very useful. Let the Chief of the Heavenly Institute decide, Emperor Tianshu said blandly. Such talents should be given more opportunities to serve our race. Yes, I will inform the Chief of the Heavenly Institute immediately, Tian Kongyun replied. DSE came back to his senses, his expression somewhat peculiar. Those two brothers really are peculiar. If there's an opportunity, it would be good to meet them. While people were still talking about Ouyang Yudu and Lin Shen, DEC unexpectedly chose to withdraw, exiting the battle for the race rankings. Following the withdrawal of DEC and Lin Shen, it wasn't long before Kristen also withdrew. Their exits, however, did not affect the intensity of the Ascenders' battle, as many powerful individuals from various races continued to fight for their rankings. Azure Dragon, come have a seat. The Sword Alliance Hierarch said with a smile, inviting Zuo Qinglong to sit by his side. Alliance Hierarch, do you have any instructions? Zuo Qinglong saluted and asked. The Star-Lord saw your performance in the ranking battle and has ordered your recruitment into the Qingwei troop. Prepare yourself, you'll be leaving today. The Sword Alliance Hierarch said earnestly, this is your opportunity. The resources that the Qingwei troop can access are incomparable to ours. If you can secure your footing there, it will greatly benefit not only you, but also the development of our Sword Alliance. Please rest assured, Alliance Hierarch, I will not bring shame to our Sword Alliance. 1. Zuo Qinglong said, My child, be prudent and cautious in all things. If there's anything you need, make sure to tell me at once. We will support you with all our might. As for the path ahead, you must forge it yourself. Your generation is stronger than ours. The Sword Alliance Hierarch patted Zuo Qinglong's shoulder and continued, Go out there confidently. Don't worry about home. I will ensure their complete safety. Lin Shen lay on the sofa, feeling as if he had been hollowed out, listless and without the slightest desire to get up. The battle within the Starry Sky Scroll continued, and Lin Shen was simultaneously browsing the latest news on the Celestial Net and watching his fourth brother's combat. The combat prowess of his fourth brother was unexpectedly phenomenal. It hadn't been long since his Nirvana, yet he had already broken into the top 10 million of the Nirvana level ranking list, now positioned at around 9 millionth place. Don't underestimate this 9 millionth position. Nirvana beings that could penetrate into the ranking of 100 million strong were at the very least top-tier Nirvana beings. Continue reading on Empire. For newly advanced Nirvana beings to even retain their ranking was an impressive feat. Someone like Lin Xiangdong, who had surged from such a low position to within 10 million, was already considered to be a formidable existence even among those at Nirvana level. After watching a few of his fourth brother's fights, Lin Shen was somewhat surprised to find that he was relying on the same technique to climb to such a high rank. It was as if that was the only move he knew. If it had been previously, Lin Shen would not have discerned much. However, after his battle with DEC, Lin Shen had also developed the false separation method's finger sand, so when he watched Lin Xiangdong's petal torrent technique, he noticed a few issues. Lin Xiangdong's technique clearly bore the hallmarks of DEC's dust settled. His petals could whirl up the energy in the space, not by adhering energy through a superbase pattern like Lin Shen, but in a fashion similar to dust settled, essentially rolling up energy like a snowball. Was this move something my fourth brother knew all along, or did he learn it from DEC later? If it was the latter, then maybe he could figure out the real dust settled too, if his fourth brother could master it. After breaking into the top 10 million, Lin Xiangdong did not continue to challenge others and rested on his own home planet instead. With his current ranking, there was a possibility for humanity to burst into the 100 million strong ranking list. Because the Immortals ranking list didn't reach 100 million in number, several tens of millions were still vacant. Ultimately, the final ranking would have to be filled by species with Nirvana beings in their ranking. With Lin Xiangdong's current standing, he should be able to steadily make it onto the species ranking list, although his rank may not be too high. Lin Shen then observed the battles of the Immortals, but couldn't make heads or tails of them. To him, every move of the Immortals seemed like teleportation, their figures vanishing once they started moving. Moreover, the grand battles between the Immortals took place in the cosmos, as their strength was too damaging to planets, and some had already been destroyed. The fights among the leading Nirvana beings were even more terrifying. After watching a few top 10 struggles, Lin Shen realized that even Ascenders couldn't compare with their formidable strengths. DEC was already quite powerful, but even he would probably be crushed in the face of those top Nirvana beings. Chapter 547, Luoja Snow Mountain. Tian Kongyun once again visited Lin Shen's residence, where Lin, who was originally watching the ranking battle, had no choice but to take Tian Kongyun to the living room. Chief of the Heavenly Institute's talent is so high and his abilities so strong, it truly leaves one in awe, Tian Kongyun complimented. Lin Shen sighed and said, It's just a pity that Kristen's vitality is so tenacious, I couldn't manage to kill him. Tian Kongyun smiled and said, It's already enough. The Emperor has shown mercy by granting the Celestial Court 10 director-level positions under the Special Service Department and allowing you to recruit personnel independently. Steward Yun, you also know that I come from a small race. What exactly does independent recruitment for director-level positions mean? Lin Shen asked. It means, brother, that you can find 10 of your own people to serve as directors at the Celestial Master Institute, subordinate to the Special Service Department. Plus, these 10 positions are newly created and don't conflict with previous ones. Their benefits and treatment come from the finances of the Celestial Master Institute. You don't have to pay out of your own pocket, Tian Kongyun explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's face fell. It sounded nice to arrange for 10 of his confidants to enter the institute, but to enter the Special Service Department meant to work in a department solely for dirty and tiring jobs. In all likelihood, they would even have to take on assignments. Using his own people in this way meant treating them like beasts of burden. To say it's financed by the Celestial Master Institute and that he doesn't need to pay, but the Institute's finances aren't managed by the Celestial Race's finance department, it's paid by the Emperor's own accounting department. Enjoy new tales from Empire now. As he is able to make money for the Emperor is willing to provide these funds. But what if he can no longer make money for the Emperor? Would the Emperor still provide this money? Previously, when the Celestial Master Institute had long overdue salaries that weren't paid, wasn't it because the Emperor didn't want to support the idle members of the Institute for free? The only benefit was the enjoyment of some privileges. Some of the Celestial Race's resource-rich planets require a certain status to gain entry, as do various regulated resources that one needs a certain status to buy. There are also various evolution skills and techniques, and with the corresponding ranks there are corresponding libraries. One can only visit and learn from these once they have the requisite status. Tian Kongyun certainly knew what Lin Shen was thinking and said with a smile, Chief Lin, the Emperor is very pleased with your performance this time. There is another item he wishes to bestow upon you. With that, Tian Kongyun took out a card and handed it to Lin Shen. An energy conduction permit for Celestial Star? Lin Shen recognized it. He had one the last time, but it was taken away after he left Celestial Star. From now on, you can come and go as you please on Celestial Star. The Emperor has given you the silent residence to live in, a distinction never awarded to anyone outside the imperial family, Tian Kongyun said. The Emperor's grace, Lin Shen thought. At last, some good news. Living on Celestial Star can indeed greatly aid my cultivation and save many resources. The former head of the Special Service Department was ineffective, and the Emperor has already ordered his transfer to another department and sent a new head to assist you, Tian Kongyun continued. Who is the new head? Lin Shen actually knew in his heart the new head should be the Heavenly Consort's elder brother Kong Chuan, probably due to the Heavenly Consort's efforts and having persuaded Emperor Tian Shu. This person is an old acquaintance of yours. You should be quite familiar with him, so it will be much easier for you to get things done, Tian Kongyun teased, before finally revealing the name, Ouyang Yu from the Ouyang family of Fierce Fire Star. Lin Shen, upon hearing these words, was taken aback and looked at Tian Kongyun with confusion. Isn't it Kong Chuan? He asked. Tian Kongyun shook his head with a smile. Kong Chuan has also been transferred, but not to the Special Service Department. He's become the Deputy Dean. Do you know which department the Deputy Dean Kong will be in charge of? Lin Shen inquired. That is for you, as the Dean, to decide. However, Kong Chuan is the Heavenly Emperor's uncle by marriage. What an identity and status he holds. It's not appropriate to send him on those dangerous missions. It would be better to assign him a role that offers generous compensation for little trouble, said Tian Kongyun. Lin Shen thought to himself, well, the Heavenly Consort actually hasn't been able to handle Emperor Tian Shu. While it's true that a deputy dean ranks higher than the head of the Special Service Department, without any department to oversee, it equates to a sinecure devoid of any real power. Lin Shen felt this was quite all right. He didn't want to use Kong Chuan either. Yet, instead of Emperor Tian Shu giving direct orders, he was being made to take the blame. Lin Shen silently criticized in his mind. Could it be that Emperor Tian Shu is a Teflon reincarnate? After Tian Kongyun left, Lin Shen immediately moved to the Celestial Star, where even sleeping could improve the base mutation rate and facilitate the reincarnation of the life base, which was much stronger than here. Upon arriving at the silent residence, he saw Tian Beluo inside, seemingly deep in thought with an ever-changing expression on his face. Prince, what are you doing here? Lin Shen asked Tian Beluo with curiosity. At this time, he should be participating in the ranking battles. DEC and Kristen both forfeited, and continuing to compete seemed pointless, so I forfeited as well, said Tian Beluo. Tian, no, Lin, after watching your battle with DEC, I realized that my own strength is still not enough, and defeating him seems too difficult. But I've also been unable to make a breakthrough in my heaven and celestial being skill. So I'd like to visit the source of the River of Chaos. Would you be willing to accompany me? The River of Chaos? What place is that? Lin Shen had never heard of this name before. The reason the Celestial Star is so rich in energy is because of the River of Chaos. The place we reside in now, including the Silent Residence, is all near a tributary of the River of Chaos. Tian Beluo explained in detail about the River of Chaos. Near the tributaries of the River of Chaos, the energy is relatively stable, suitable for nourishing the body. However, the main riverway's energy is not as stable. Although it is much stronger than here, it might not be conducive for the body to absorb and could even cause injury. But if one can adapt to the chaotic energy of the River of Chaos, it is extremely beneficial for one's growth. However, that was not the reason why Tian Beluo wanted to visit the River of Chaos. His real destination was the source of the River of Chaos, Luoja Snow Mountain, which is where the past heavenly emperors were laid to rest. What will you do there? Lin Shen asked Tian Beluo, somewhat surprised. This place was akin to the cemetery of the elders of the celestial race. Tian Beluo going there, was he perhaps intending to disturb his own ancestors' graves? It is said that the heavenly emperor became immortal at Luoja Snow Mountain. I want to see his immortal body with my own eyes. Perhaps I will have some insights which can help me break through in the heaven and celestial beings skill, said Tian Beluo. You should think this through 3 times, Prince. It doesn't seem quite proper, does it? Lin Shen said hesitantly. If this was discovered, Tian Beluo, as a prince, might not face severe consequences from Emperor Tian Shu. However, as an outsider, if he were to disturb the rest of the celestial race's ancestors, he could face serious repercussions, possibly even risking his life. Chapter 548. Corpse Tian Beluo saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and laughed. Lin, you've got it wrong. Although we are both from the celestial race, we have always operated on the principle that the able should prevail. There have been many precedents in history where princes succeeded the heavenly emperor, but there were also many who weren't princes that took the throne. Our branch has no direct blood relation to the god or the heavenly emperor. After a pause, Tian Beluo continued. Moreover, I've heard that the god and the heavenly emperor mummified at the summit of Luoya Snow Mountain and didn't enter their tombs, so it's no harm just going to take a look. I see, Lin Shen said, feeling puzzled, and asked, for someone like the god and the heavenly emperor who must be immortals, how could they mummify if they are already immortal? Tian Beluo explained. The so-called immortals, their bodies are indeed almost indestructible, but their lifespan is still limited. In fact, there are ways to extend life, but what really causes immortals to die is the death tribulation. Continue your journey on Empire. Tian Beluo schooled Lin Shen on some knowledge about immortals. Immortals' bodies were indeed hard to destroy, and their lifespans were generally very long. If they had some special methods, there were quite a few immortals who lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Besides trying to extend their lifespans, the most difficult thing for immortals to deal with was facing the death tribulation. Ordinary people couldn't sense the death tribulation. It was a problem faced only by immortals. Every so often, immortals had to endure the trouble of the death tribulation. Many immortals within the celestial race had left descriptions of it. From their descriptions, the death tribulation appeared as a kind of light. When it arrived, a beam of light would shine upon the immortal it targeted. No one knew where this light came from, nor where it ended. All things in the world were incapable of stopping the arrival of this light. Even if they hid inside the core of a star or used immortal-level materials to craft a chamber as solid as a planet, that beam of light would still shine upon the immortal facing the tribulation. Immortals called this beam the light of death, visible and palpable only to them. When the death tribulation came, others, even if they were right beside the immortal, could neither see nor sense the presence of the light of death. But within that light, the immortal's bodily functions would rapidly deteriorate, and they might even die outright. Those who were able to survive the death tribulation were all terrifying beings without exception. However, the death tribulation did not occur only once. Once one became an immortal, the light of death would return after some time, each occurrence more potent than the last. Even the mightiest of immortals inevitably faced the moment when the light of death would slay them. Those immortals who had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years survived by enduring countless death tribulations. Such immortals seldom interfered with affairs of the universe anymore because they were either undergoing or preparing for the death tribulation. At their level, the light of death was unimaginably horrifying, and they needed to make extensive preparations to have a chance of surviving the next death tribulation. It is said that the god and the heavenly emperor passed away because they failed to surmount the death tribulation, thus mummifying atop Luoja Snow Mountain. For some reason, the god and the heavenly emperor never entered their tombs, and their corporeal bodies remained at the summit of Luoja Mountain. Tian Beluo, never having visited Luoja Snow Mountain, was also unsure if these accounts were true, but this was how the clan's records portrayed them. Confirming that visiting Luoja Snow Mountain did not violate celestial race's rules, and with Tian Beluo insistent on going, Lin Shen, after some thought, agreed to accompany him. As they traveled upstream along the branch of the waterfall, Lin Shen could distinctly feel the energy in the air growing more intense. Upon glimpsing the main channel of the River of Chaos, which seemed as vast as the ocean and nearly endless, the energy in the air had actually formed a mist visible to the naked eye. Such mist could only be seen in a few tributaries like Silent Residence where energies converged, but here it was everywhere. However, the energy here was obviously very turbulent. Breathing it in made it difficult to absorb directly, instead causing Lin Shen's respiratory tract to feel as though it was being sliced with a knife. This was even with him using his carapace. If it were breathed directly into his lungs, they would probably rot away. No matter how beneficial something is, excessive amounts can have adverse effects, unless one's body is strong enough. Lin Shen's body was excellent, and under the automatic operation of evolution theory, his base mutation rate actually increased. If I could stay here a bit longer, my base mutation rate and the number of life-based reincarnations would quickly rise, Lin Shen thought with delight. Lin, are you still holding up okay? Tianbuluo stopped and looked at Lin Shen with concern, asking, Not bad, Lin Shen nodded. This kind of place suited him perfectly. If he were to activate the superbase pattern, the amount of the world's force he could absorb would be unimaginably immense. As the two progressed upstream along the main river channel, the fog grew thicker. Eventually, it became so dense that they couldn't see their hands in front of their face. Continuing further upward, light could no longer penetrate, and darkness engulfed everything around them. Tianbuluo took out a spirit base resembling Aladdin's lamp, and once it lit up, it illuminated a small area nearby. The area around Luoja Snow Mountain is shrouded in the River of Chaos all year round. Without special navigational methods, it is nearly impossible to reach Luoja Snow Mountain. The two had given up flying. Tianbuluo led the way ahead and said, This bright divine lamp I have is one of the few ascension-level spirit bases that can illuminate the River of Chaos. Without it, we couldn't possibly reach Luoja Snow Mountain. Just as Lin Shen was about to say something, his watch vibrated. He found that his base mutation rate had increased by another point. In such a short amount of time, it had already gone up by 2 points. After walking for a while longer, Lin Shen was horrified to find that beyond the area lit by the bright divine lamp, the black fog had become as impenetrable as metal walls. Touching it with his finger, it felt incredibly hard. If the bright divine lamp were to be extinguished now, they would instantly solidify within this tangible river of chaos, with no chance of escape. Lin Shen now regretted his decision. If he had known how dangerous this place was, he wouldn't have come. Tianbuluo had also become visibly more cautious, clearly not as confident as before. Fortunately, the two of them reached Luoja Snow Mountain without incident. Although the River of Chaos, dark as iron walls, enveloped everything around them, Luoja Snow Mountain seemed to be protected by an invisible shield, untouched by the chaotic fog. Moreover, the snow on the mountain shone faintly, resembling a white, luminescent mountain in the night. Take this stick of incense. We must descend the mountain when it burns out, otherwise our lives will be at risk. On the way up, the incense must not leave our hands, and it must not be extinguished, or we will face the same deadly fate. Tianbuluo took out a box from his backpack and carefully pulled out 2 clear, jade-like incense sticks with a strange fragrance. He lit one with the bright divine lamp and handed it to Lin Shen. Prince, tell me honestly, is there really no problem with us entering Luoja Snow Mountain? Lin Shen suspected that Tianbuluo had deceived him. As long as we don't do anything foolish, there won't be any problems. You have to trust me, Tianbuluo said earnestly. How about, I wait here for you, I won't go up. Lin Shen felt that this guy was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. We are already within the forbidden area of Luoja Snow Mountain. It's the same whether you go up or not. Tianbuluo realized he had misspoken and quickly explained, Don't worry. There are no rules forbidding entry to Luoja Snow Mountain. The absence of guards here should tell you that I haven't deceived you. I trust you for nothing. Does a place like this even need guards? Lin Shen felt speechless inside, knowing he'd been bamboozled. Ahem, we are good friends after all. Just accompany me up the mountain. I'll be honest, I am a bit nervous coming to a place like this alone, Tianbuluo pleaded. Lin Shen, feeling helpless, said, Then let's go up. Having come this far, if he told others he hadn't gone up, they probably wouldn't believe him. Let's hurry then. The incense won't last forever. We need to get back before it runs out, Tianbuluo said, overjoyed, and hurriedly pulled Lin Shen up the mountain. Lin Shen followed Tianbuluo up the mountain, but didn't notice anything particularly unusual. After passing the mid-mountain, the mountain was covered in thick snow and glaciers, no different from a normal snowy mountain. It didn't take long for them to reach the summit. Tianbuluo looked around but did not find the remains of the gods and the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen also scanned the area but likewise didn't discover any remains. Could the records in the classics be wrong, or have the remains of the gods and the Heavenly Emperor been moved? Tianbuluo muttered to himself. Or could they have been buried under the snow? Let's search, Lin Shen said, glancing at the incense in his hand which had burned less than a quarter. There was still some time left. The two began to search around the summit. Whenever they saw a pile of snow, they would dig through it to check, but they found nothing. As they moved along, Tianbuluo, who was searching everywhere, suddenly shouted with excitement. Lin, come here, have we found it? Could this be the remains of the gods and the Heavenly Emperor? Lin Shen thought to himself, what could I tell by looking? I'm not of the celestial race. I have even less connection with the gods and the Heavenly Emperor. I'd be surprised if I could recognize him. Despite his reservations, Lin Shen still went over. Anyone who could meditate into death here was likely no other than the gods and the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen walked over to Tianbuluo and looked at the spot he was staring at. It should have been a snow pile, but Tianbuluo had dug out a small portion, revealing a figure. Lin Shen didn't see what the figure looked like, because atop it, he saw heavy pixelation. What the hell? Pixelation on a corpse, Lin Shen thought, feeling chills run down his spine. He had no desire to sleep next to a corpse. Chapter 549, It Can't Be God, and the Heavenly Emperor Tianbuluo examined the corpse in the snow, saying somewhat uncertainly, Is this really the corpse of a celestial and the Heavenly Emperor? There is no trace of the aura of the heaven and celestial being's skill at all. If you don't know, how would I? Lin Shen shook his head. He couldn't even see what the corpse looked like, so he didn't even have a chance to judge. Even Tian Beluo couldn't be sure if the corpse before them was that of a celestial and the heavenly emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Shen was pondering a question. Was this celestial and heavenly emperor male or female? In theory, it should be a man, but he had never seen the fire seed on a man's body. But he couldn't ask Tian Beluo that, after all, the person was right here. He couldn't just tell Tian Beluo that he was blind. Let's keep looking. There might be other corpses, Tian Beluo suggested, as they hadn't found anything, and so they continued searching, with Lin Shen following him. The two turned the mountain peak upside down but found no second corpse, so they returned to the first one. Doesn't your race have any image records of the celestial and the heavenly emperor? Lin Shen had no choice but to ask Tian Beluo after going around in circles. Billions of years is really too long. Many things are lost in the river of history. We only have fragments and snippets left because our celestial race's civilization is relatively advanced and hasn't experienced any major interruptions, Tian Beluo explained. Could such an advanced civilization really have interruptions? Lin Shen was confused. With the technological level of the celestial race, the media for storing resources shouldn't be so easily destroyed. Tian Beluo laughed. Hasn't your human race experienced changes in dynasties, civil wars, historical revisions, and the denigration of previous dynasties? Of course, that has happened, Lin Shen sighed. Not only had such things occurred, but they were also quite frequent. The celestial race's history is said to span 10 billion years, but in reality, no one knows the exact number because of the numerous wars and interruptions in civilization that have occurred. Even within the celestial race, there are many different civilizations and races, such as the current families of An, Qi, and Tian. They simply adopted the surnames of different races from ancient times, but when it comes to lineage, the connections might not be significant, he continued. Tian Beluo paused before continuing. The celestial and the heavenly emperor is too far removed from our times. It's only because places like the celestial star and the silent residence have been preserved, and skills like the heavenly heart skill have spread throughout the universe, that his name is known. In fact, there are many heavenly emperors whose names even we do not know, and there are even some famous ones about whose existence we are uncertain. If it's from such a distant era, how could wooden structures like the silent residence be preserved for so long? Lin Shen expressed his confusion. Haven't you noticed? The celestial star is different from other planets. Almost no new life grows here, and things here rarely corrode, Tian Beluo said. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case, Lin Shen recalled. He had stayed on the celestial star for 3 months, and the scenery near the silent residence seemed to have undergone no change. Given the abundant energy of the celestial star, plants should be overgrowing, yet the plants near the silent residence were the same when he arrived and when he left. Could it be that the celestial star has the effect of stopping time or slowing the flow of time? Lin Shen thought, but then he felt it was wrong. If it were a matter of time stopping or slowing down, the time there should be different from the outside world, which was not the case with the celestial star. Although I don't know why the celestial star has such an effect, the reason why generations of heavenly emperors chose this place as their practicing ground and final resting place is not just because of the planet's abundant energy. The main reason is that it delays the aging process, and after death, the corpse can remain unchanged for many years, Tian Beluo said. So, is this the celestial and the heavenly emperor or not? Lin Shen sighed. In theory, it should be, since that's what's recorded. But with the vast expanse of time, who can guarantee that nothing happened in between? For instance, someone might have come here to explore the ancient times, or perhaps a heavenly emperor or a prince came here on a whim, just like us. Tian Beluo felt helpless. The key issue is that there's no trace of the aura of the heaven and celestial being's skill on this corpse. The silent residence, as the abode and place of enlightenment of the celestial and the heavenly emperor, has such a strong aura. If this were his corpse, how could there be no aura at all? Then it's not the celestial and the heavenly emperor, Lin Shen thought, and then he felt that he might have the chance to obtain the fire seed from the corpse. If it were the corpse of the celestial and the heavenly emperor, the celestial race would definitely not let anyone touch him, and there would be no chance for him to get it. If not, there might be a chance to remove the corpse, and then his opportunity would come. Right now, it was impossible to take a nap with the corpse. The burning incense in his hand had limited time. He didn't even have enough time for a quick nap. It's not necessarily so. Let me study it in detail first, Tian Beluo said as he seemed hesitant and embarrassed. If only I knew to bring Sister Qingyu over. It's not quite right for me, a junior, to rummage through the clothes of a female senior's corpse. Lin Shen was startled when he heard this. It's a female corpse? Could it be that the celestial and the heavenly emperor was actually a female celestial? If it's of a female, then the chance that the fire seed on this corpse is the heaven-defying bone is much greater. Before doing anything, he solemnly bowed to the corpse and then cleared the snow from behind the body. What's wrong? Did you find something? Lin Shen hurriedly asked. Continue your adventure with Empire. Don't you see? This body has no wings. How could it possibly be the heavenly emperor of the celestial race without wings? Even if historical records are unreliable, it's impossible for one of the other races to become the heavenly emperor of the celestial race, Tian Buluo pointed out, looking at the corpse. Is it possible that the wings were damaged? Lin Shen really couldn't see what was the actual situation with the corpse. It was too thoroughly pixelated. Of course, damage is possible, but the way her spine is structured, it's clearly not like a celestial's. Tian Buluo pointed at the corpse's back. Then, who is she? How did she end up here? Can you tell who she is from her clothes and possessions? Lin Shen could not see anything, so he could only keep asking. Let me see. Now that it was not the corpse of a celestial emperor of the celestial race, Tian Buluo's psychological pressure was much relieved, and he reached into her clothing pockets. Chapter 55T3, Section Video. Lin Shen didn't believe that Tian Buluo could really find anything. The corpse had been here for who knows how many billions of years, and anything of value had probably long been scavenged by those who came before. It was unlikely to be their turn. While he was pondering, he saw Tian Buluo's hand come out of his pocket, and he actually pulled out something. Once it was removed from the corpse, the mosaic hiding it disappeared, and Lin Shen saw that Tian Buluo had taken out a black jade token. There were clearly characters etched on the jade token. Tian Buluo held it up to see the words more clearly. Divine and, this is the identity jade token of the Heavenly Emperor, how can it be on her? Tian Buluo was both shocked and angry. This woman was obviously not of the celestial race, yet the identity jade token of Divine and the Heavenly Emperor was found on her. There was only one possibility left. Tian Buluo suspected that this woman could be part of an other races group that had invaded Luoja Snow Mountain, stolen the corpse of Divine and the Heavenly Emperor at the summit, and for some reason she had died here without being taken by her accomplices, or else her accomplices had intended to replace the body of Divine and the Heavenly Emperor with hers, which is why they left her dead here. Whichever possibility it was a desecration of the celestial race. Don't get angry yet, search her body to see if there is anything else that could help us investigate her identity. Lin Shen also thought of these things and reminded him, this is really unlucky. Tian Buluo snorted coldly. He had actually kowtowed to this woman just a moment ago, and the thought of it made him uncomfortable. Tian Buluo directly reached into another pocket to search and quickly pulled out something else. This time, what he pulled out looked like a bank card, but it was entirely like crystal jade, with only a celestial pattern on it and nothing else. Is this a bank card? Lin Shen asked Tian Buluo. No, this should be an identity card from a certain period, and it should also have a data storage function. However, the era is so distant that this card's interface and architecture are different from the modern ones. I don't know if it can still be read. Tian Buluo flipped it over and found nothing else. It's about time. Let's hurry down the mountain, said Lin Shen, glancing at the incense in his hand, which was more than half burned. It was too risky to stay here any longer. Reluctantly, Tian Buluo followed Lin Shen off Luoja Snow Mountain. Before leaving, Lin Shen looked back at the place where the female corpse lay, planning in his heart how to take the fire seed from her body. Since she was not divine in the Heavenly Emperor, and furthermore, she was of an outer tribe, it would be much simpler. As long as he found a way to let Emperor Tianshu know that such a person was present on Luoja Snow Mountain, maybe Emperor Tianshu would have her body removed. After all, that was where the celestial race and the heavenly emperors were laid to rest. How could they tolerate an other race settling there? On the way back, Lin Shen was already contemplating whether he should confess to Emperor Tianshu, which was essentially blowing the whistle and exposing Tian Buluo's actions. Continue reading at Empire. After the two returned to silent residence, Tian Buluo started studying the card. He attempted to use the communicator to scan the content, hoping that the interface and the architecture would be compatible. Both were extremely tense when suddenly they heard Tian Buluo's communicator say, "Storage card reading successful. The storage card is damaged with no identity information found. After reorganizing and restoring, 3 segments of ancient video were discovered. Full holographic projection is not possible. The videos have been analyzed into the latest image format. Would you like to project?" Both of them stared at the holographic image that was projected, but Lin Shen was stunned in place. He could see that a person was projected, but he couldn't see what that person looked like. The holographically projected person was actually obscured by a thick mosaic. It's that woman. Tian Buluo beside him had already identified the silhouette, which was the corpse they had seen on Luoja Snow Mountain. There was no sound in the projection video, only the woman making all sorts of bizarre movements. Although Lin Shen could only see a mosaic, he could make out the general movements, which seemed very strange to him. It was as if she was performing like those shadows in a shadow puppet show, both bizarre and somehow familiar. No, this is not the heaven and celestial being's skill, nor could it be a practitioner of heaven and celestial being's skill. Tian Buluo watched for a while, and his expression gradually became odd, finally murmuring to himself. Upon hearing Tian Buluo's words, Lin Shen had a sudden realization, immediately understanding why the movements looked somewhat familiar. When Tian Buluo practiced the heaven and celestial being's skill, his body seemed to move as if pulled by strings, but his movements were relatively natural and hardly noticeable. But this woman's movements clearly looked like they were being pulled. The marionette-like sensation was particularly obvious. Isn't this the heaven and celestial being skill? It looks a bit like it to me, said Lin Shen. It does resemble it, but there are some differences. It's strange, but I can't put my finger on what exactly is weird. In any case, this woman could not have mastered the heaven and celestial being skill. It's a secret technique that only our celestial race can cultivate. Tian Buluo denied Lin Shen's observation. Until the video ended, there was no sound coming from within the video. Only the woman making all sorts of bizarre gestures that were excessively contorted, moves that a normal person simply could not do, as if possessed by a fierce ghost. The first video stopped abruptly, and the communicator automatically projected the content of the second video. Lin Shen was speechless. He still saw only a blur of mosaic. He knew it was that woman again, but this time she wasn't performing those odd movements. Instead, she was sitting at a table speaking to the camera. Because the video was restored, some parts were not perfectly repaired. The initial audio was very choppy and incomplete, producing a noisy sound, and it was impossible to discern what was being said. When the audio finally became clear, the first sentence they heard was, "The research on heaven and celestial beings' skill has failed again. What are those existences? Where are they from? Where do they originate? Why can they control everything? Does this world truly have gods and ghosts?" The woman mused in front of the camera. Tian Buluo, looking puzzled and angry, exclaimed, "What does she mean? Did she research the heaven and celestial beings' skill? That's not right. It was our celestial race's heavenly emperor who realized the heaven and celestial beings' skill. What does it have to do with her? She's plagiarizing." Chapter 551, Lin Shen understood as well. This woman was likely documenting her process of researching the heaven and celestial beings' skill. I suspect this woman wanted to cultivate the heaven and celestial beings' skill created by gods and the heavenly emperor, but couldn't succeed in it and couldn't figure out the results. In the end, just as you thought, she wanted to visit Luozha Snow Mountain to see the corpse of the god and the heavenly emperor, hoping to aid her research into the heaven and celestial beings' skill. Unfortunately, she died there. Lin Shen made a bold assumption. Upon hearing Lin Shen say this, Tian Buluo's countenance improved slightly, and he nodded. That should be the case. I don't know what race this woman belonged to, but she was so daring. It's bad enough that she tried to steal the heaven and celestial beings' skill, but she even dared to infiltrate the forbidden grounds to steal the corpses of gods and the heavenly emperor. She truly deserved death. The video was still ongoing, and the woman continued to describe the problems she encountered in her research. Surprisingly, Tian Buluo realized that this woman's research was quite in-depth. Many of the problems were ones he had also faced, and for some issues the woman had already found solutions. Moreover, her approach included many ideas that had never occurred to Tian Buluo. This woman has researched the heaven and celestial beings' skill to such an extent. Tian Buluo looked puzzled, as the woman's comprehension of the heaven and celestial beings' skill was clearly several levels above his own. She mentioned they many times. What exactly does they refer to? Lin Shen asked the nearby Tian Buluo. They probably refers to the natural laws of the universe. When one reaches the celestial unity stage, it is about perceiving the natural laws of the universe and thus conforming to them, every move in harmony with the principles of nature, said Tian Buluo. Why do I feel like what she's talking about seems to be some sort of real creature, not just an abstract concept? Lin Shen felt something was amiss. Is that so? Tian Buluo listened carefully again, and indeed, it sounded like she was referring to a specific entity, not the abstract natural laws of the universe. Maybe it's just her anthropomorphic way of narrating, Tian Buluo reasoned after some thought. Is it possible that the natural order of the universe is actually controlled by some sort of creature? For example, in the myths of my homeland, thunder and lightning are controlled by the Lord of Thunder and the Lady of Lightning, speculated Lin Shen, and he continued. If the heaven and celestial being's skill was initially communicating not with the order of the universe, but with an entity that holds the rules laws, wouldn't that make it easier to explain why the higher stages are called the God-Ghost realm? I've thought about this problem too. Even if there is your Lord of Thunder and Lady of Lightning, they are still the personifications of the laws of thunder and lightning. The so-called God-Ghost realm should be the ability to turn around and manipulate powers like control over the rules of thunder and lightning. I just haven't figured out how exactly one can come to control the rules. Tian Buluo was a genius of the celestial race, and his thoughts were already close to the essence of the heaven and celestial being's skill. The reason he couldn't comprehend it wasn't his fault, but because he couldn't see the ethereal threads that were appearing on his body. If he could see those ethereal threads, he probably would have understood right away how to control those entities that hold the rules. Of course, understanding is one thing, being able to do it is another. Lin Shen had no intention of making it clear to him, as doing so might not be beneficial at the moment. It was better to let him realize it on his own. The video was just over 10 minutes long, and there was another portion that was missing, making crackling noises indecipherable as to what was being said. At the end of the second video segment, the projector automatically played a third segment. As soon as the third video segment was projected, Tian Buluo's face filled with rage, and Lin Shen saw the content of the video for the first time. In a room, a celestial race woman was hung in the air, her wrists, ankles, and wings all shackled, her body suspended and spread out in the shape of the character W, with not a thread on her. Looking at the state of the female celestial, she seemed to have fainted. Although she appeared unharmed for some reason, it was distressing, as if she had been put through inhumane torture. That bastard. Tianbuluo clenched his teeth in fury. Doesn't the look of that room seem familiar? Lin Shen observed the scene in the video. Only then did Tianbuluo pay attention to the place where the female celestial was imprisoned, the shock and suspicion on his face growing. That's Silent Residence. Comparing the scene in the video and their current location, Tianbuluo finally drew the conclusion. Although the furnishings within the scene were somewhat different, the layout of the house, the wooden structure, and some details, including the dark spots on the wall, all were very similar. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. Impossible. The Silent Residence is the dwelling place of the god and the Heavenly Emperor, a place for their enlightenment. Successive Heavenly Emperors have taken great care of this place. Even many princes and imperial consorts have been here to study and comprehend the heaven and celestial being skill. Tianbuluo was reluctant to accept it, but the more he looked, the more similar it seemed. Suddenly, he sprang up and checked the beams, his face turning extremely ugly. There were still marks where the chains had once been fixed. Lin Shen also noticed, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar, wondering how many years ago a female celestial was imprisoned right in the spot they were standing. The room in the second video looks a lot like my room, just with different furniture and fixtures, Lin Shen reassured him. Every race has its tyrants. It must have been some despot who took that woman for researching the heaven and celestial being skill and even experimented on their own people. Lin Shen's words made sense to Tianbuluo. Celestial Star was a place where only the Heavenly Emperor and his royal relatives were allowed, and outsiders simply couldn't enter without the Heavenly Emperor's permission. For that woman of the other races to get in, it was either by the mandate of the Heavenly Emperor or as the act of some royal relative from the past. After Emperor Tianshu ascended the throne, only princes and imperial consorts were allowed on Celestial Star. But before that, many of the Heavenly Emperor's relatives had the privilege to come, so perhaps one of them was behind this. While the two were pondering, the video showed the woman reappearing, walking up to the suspended female celestial, touching her forehead with a finger. The female celestial immediately awoke. The female celestial's consciousness was still a bit hazy. After the woman rubbed her temples a couple of times, she fully regained her senses. Looking at the woman, the female celestial suddenly uttered a few words that made Tianbuluo's eyes widen as if he had seen a ghost. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare me, I really can't take it anymore. Chapter 5T2, Who are you? Lin Shen suddenly felt as if he had been slapped in the face, as all his previous guesses were wrong. To his shock, the female celestial was actually calling this woman Lord Heavenly Emperor, causing Lin Shen's mind to be briefly thrown into disarray. But the woman clearly wasn't of the celestial race, so how could she possibly be the Heavenly Emperor? No, it's not right. She definitely can't be the Heavenly Emperor. Definitely not. The female celestial must have been tortured too severely or was bewitched to mistake this woman for the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen continued, offering the most rational explanation he could muster. Exactly, it must be so, replied Tianbuluo, who had finally come to his senses, nodding repeatedly. However, the following conversation between the two women shattered both men's beliefs, leaving them frozen in place. Have you forgotten? You are the Lord Heavenly Emperor? You are the king of the celestial race, the woman said coldly, pinching the female celestial's chin. Lin Shen was completely at a loss to rationally understand these words. Could this female celestial be the emperor of the celestial race? Could the emperor of the celestial race be locked up here and made to look like this? Lin Shen's mind raced in circles at a speed comparable to an F1 car, but he just couldn't get out of this mental loop. Female Heavenly Emperor, bound, unbearable, all sorts of harmonious images began to appear in Lin Shen's mind. Tianbuluo's worldview was equally shattered, unable to utter a word, nor could he believe that any of this was real. He'd sooner believe that they were watching a bootleg adult film that had nothing to do with their celestial race. You're the Heavenly Emperor, not me, please. Have mercy. I really can't stand this anymore, the female celestial begged through tears. But the woman remained unmoved, continuing to force the female celestial to keep her head up by pinching her chin. If you aren't the Heavenly Emperor, then your family are not royals, and your children are not princes, considering their actions within the celestial race. If you aren't the Heavenly Emperor, how could they possibly survive? The female celestial trembled violently, too frightened to meet the woman's eyes. Hearing this, her gaze hardened, and she met the woman's eyes and roared, "If you lay a hand on them, I will never forgive you, even in death." Is it me who won't forgive them? It is you who won't forgive them. If you aren't the Heavenly Emperor, then they are worthless and despised, the vermin that everyone wants to eliminate, the scum that countless people want to kill as soon as possible. If you can't protect them and they die, what has it got to do with me? It's your lack of strength. You led them to a dead end. The killer is you, not me. The woman retracted her hand and spoke mercilessly. For a moment, the female celestial did not know what to say. If I press this button, you will be relieved of your pain. Whether you leave or not is your choice, the woman stated as she walked to the wall, pointing at a button. Continue reading on Empire. The female celestial remained silent. Looking at her expression, it seemed as if a storm waged within her mind. If you won't choose, I'll choose for you, the woman said, reaching out to press the button on the wall. I am the Heavenly Emperor, the female celestial cried out, stopping the woman from pressing the button. What's that? I didn't hear you, the woman said coldly, looking at the female celestial. I am willing to be the Heavenly Emperor. I am the Heavenly Emperor. I know I was wrong. I can hold on. I really can still hold on, pleaded the female celestial, as if begging like a dog. Who are you? The woman asked, looking at the female celestial. I am the Heavenly Emperor, the female celestial quickly said. Who are you? The woman repeated. I am the Heavenly Emperor. I am the God and Heavenly Emperor. I am the God and Heavenly Emperor, the female celestial called out loudly. This statement rendered Lin Shen and Tian Beluo speechless, almost frying their brains. Initially, they had assumed that the female celestial was perhaps a prince from a split faction of the celestial race, but the declaration, I am God and Heavenly Emperor, completely overwhelmed their minds, reducing them to stunned fools. The God and Heavenly Emperor, who created one of the universe's 5 fundamental evolution skills, the Heavenly Heart skill, benefiting countless races and still celebrated to this day, a great monarch of the celestial race, was now presented in such a way that Lin Shen could not in his wildest dreams have imagined such an outrageous reality. I didn't hear you. Louder, the woman was still unsatisfied. I am God and Heavenly Emperor. I am God and Heavenly Emperor. I am God and Heavenly Emperor. The female celestial roared at the woman like a beast. Finally, a smile appeared on the woman's face. That's more like it. As the Heavenly Emperor, you should look the part. You must master the heaven and celestial being's skill. The woman's body visibly trembled as the words heaven and celestial being skills were spoken. Come on, let's try again. You can do this. You are God and Heavenly Emperor. It's just a skill, nothing to fret about. The woman's fingers traced the female celestial's skin and, following the path of her fingers, blood-red lines began to appear on the body of the female celestial. Those blood-red lines gradually formed an eerie pattern. When the female celestial's body was fully drawn with the complete pattern, something bizarre occurred. The body of the female celestial, which had been hanging, abruptly rose as if it were a marionette being pulled up, floating in the air in an extremely strange posture, and then, like a puppet being manipulated, she contorted into various unimaginable positions. The blood-red patterns drawn by the woman shimmered with eerie red light, slowly seeping into the body of the female celestial. Her eyes became blood-red and her wings turned the color of blood as though they were dyed with fresh blood. The woman, now resembling a blood angel, had her black hair standing on end as if lifted by a force, her eyes completely overtaken by the blood-red color, staring fixedly at the woman as if possessed by a devil. Suddenly, the holographic projection disappeared, and both Lin Shen and Tian Beluo felt a sensation akin to falling through air, struggling to come to terms with the stark contrast of their previous perceptions and the disturbing images she left behind in their minds. After watching the 3 clips, their minds were more confused than ever, such strange and eerie footage they had never seen before. The God and Heavenly Emperor, a female celestial, was strung up by an other race's woman in the silent residence, forced to undergo the trials of the heaven and celestial being's skill, and yet there she was claiming this other woman was the Heavenly Emperor. If all of this was true, then all of Lin Shen's speculations were completely wrong, outrageously so. Prince, I think, these videos are probably the work of a small-budget filmmaker, inspired by the tale of the God and Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen said with a light cough. Right, it must be something like that. The people who make these videos should die. Tian Beluo nodded vehemently, his voice tinged with anger. But deep down, he couldn't fool himself, as he could feel that the heaven and celestial being's skill shown in the video was real. Chapter 553, Heavenly Burial Scripture. No, I must speak with the Heavenly Emperor about this matter. Let's go. Tian Beluo grabbed Lin Shen and was determined to find Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shen originally wanted to say that Tian Beluo could go see Emperor Tianshu by himself. After all, matters of imperial families were not something he could get involved in. But upon further reflection, Lin Shen swallowed his words and followed Tian Beluo anyway. However, when Lin Shen reached the outer area of the imperial palace, only Tian Beluo was summoned inside. Without a summon from the Heavenly Emperor, he could only wait outside. Lin Shen didn't know whether what he was doing was right or wrong, but An 6 had repeatedly cautioned him never to think of deceiving Emperor Tianshu. After much thought, he felt it was better to confess. Even if he had to accept punishment, it was better than the consequences if Emperor Tianshu discovered the truth later. That wouldn't be something that could simply be resolved with a punishment. Will Emperor Tianshu punish me? How will he punish me? I have no money to offer, and I certainly can't give up my life. Will the woman's corpse be dragged out and lashed? I wonder if there will still be an opportunity to sleep the fire seed back to life. Lin Shen waited, and it was nearing midnight, yet Tian Beluo still hadn't come out. Your next read is at Empire. Lin Shen had a bad feeling in his heart. If even a prince like Tian Beluo was to be punished, his own punishment would only be more severe. Just as he was consumed with anxiety, the great doors of the imperial palace creaked open and Tian Kunyun walked out. The Emperor is waiting for you, said Tian Kongyun expressionlessly. Steward Yun, where is Prince Tian Beluo? Lin Shen extended his hand to give something to Tian Kongyun, but Tian Kongyun pressed down on his hand, not even allowing him to take out the item. Dean, we only need to serve the Emperor to the best of our abilities, Tian Kongyun said. Don't worry about the rest. Come now, the Emperor is still waiting for you. Tian Kongyun led the way ahead. Seeing Tian Kongyun's demeanor, Lin Shen knew this matter was probably not going to be easy to handle. He followed Tian Kongyun and arrived outside Emperor Tianshu's study room. Your Majesty, the Dean is here, said Tian Kongyun softly at the door. Reply from outside the door, and you may leave. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor came from within the room, authoritative and commanding. Tian Kongyun responded and withdrew from the chambers, leaving Lin Shen alone outside the study room door. Tian, do you admit your guilt? The cold voice of the Heavenly Emperor called out from inside the study room. I admit my guilt, Lin Shen replied, thinking to himself, this Emperor Tianshu really enjoys playing these games, first asking whether one admits their guilt as if putting on a play. Surely the next line won't be, say what your crime is. Say then, what is your crime? The Heavenly Emperor's following words gave Lin Shen an eerily strange feeling. I should not have intruded into Luoja Snow Mountain on my own accord, let alone taking Prince Tian Beluo with me, Lin Shen remembered. On Six's warnings, it's a blessing to suffer a loss. One must shoulder the blame even when it's heavy. Knowing it's wrong, you still deliberately committed the act. After doing one thing, you become arrogant and conceited. Did you really think the rules of the celestial race would not apply to you? Lin Shen heard the sound of something being heavily smashed inside the study room, as if something had broken. Standing outside the door, Lin Shen said, everything is my fault. It has nothing to do with Prince Tian Beluo. Please, Your Majesty, decree my punishment. You do seem to have some sense of responsibility, knowing to admit your mistakes. Emperor Tianshu's tone had softened considerably, but still carried a chill as he said, this is a grave mistake, and if we do not punish you, who knows what greater calamities you might cause in the future. Very well, since you're the one who caused this calamity, the responsibility of burying the gods and the Heavenly Emperor falls on your shoulders. If you handle this matter well, we'll let bygones be bygones, but if you fail, you won't be spared upon your return. No sooner had Emperor Tianshu's voice faded than someone pushed the door open and walked out of the study. Seeing that it was Tian Beluo who came out, Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Tian Beluo had already been dealt with by Emperor Tianshu. It seemed there was nothing wrong. After Tian Beluo came out, he closed the door from the outside, turned his back to it, and gave Lin Shen a silent smile. He then handed him a book before he finally spoke. This is the method for the burial of the Heavenly Emperor. You must bury the gods and the Heavenly Emperor in the mausoleum according to this method, without any omissions. Yes, Lin Shen said as he took the book, which bore the title, Heavenly Burial Scripture on the cover. Before this matter is properly resolved, you aren't permitted to go anywhere. Tian Beluo, you are to be confined to Rainy Mist Tower for 3 months. Order Qingyu to guard you, and if you dare to leave Rainy Mist Tower for even half a day during this time, your legs will be broken. Guards, take Prince Tian Beluo to Rainy Mist Tower. The Heavenly Emperor's voice came once more from within the study. Someone came forward to escort Tian Beluo away, and soon only Lin Shen was left in front of the study. Emperor Tianshu hadn't told him to leave, so he couldn't leave. Your name on the maternal star is Lin Shen? The Heavenly Emperor's voice had softened considerably. Yes, replied Lin Shen. Since you have come to our celestial race, you should no longer use your previous name. Tian is a good name, fitting for our celestial race, and for me as well. The Heavenly Emperor paused before continuing. Do you know about the matter of the gods and the Heavenly Emperor? Your Majesty, what you require me to know, I know. What you don't require me to know, I am ignorant of, Lin Shen answered. As long as you understand what should be done and what shouldn't, you're doing well. The mistakes you make must be punished, but the grievances you suffer can't be in vain. Act in accordance with fate and handle the matters well, and those favored by heaven shall receive divine assistance. Emperor Tianshu seemed a bit weary. Go now, study the Heavenly Burial Scripture carefully, and be sure to conduct yourself appropriately. Yes. Holding the Heavenly Burial Scripture, Lin Shen left the study and only saw Tian Kongyun outside the sleeping palace, who then escorted him out of the imperial palace. Returning to silent residence, Lin Shen opened the Heavenly Burial Scripture to find a handwritten sentence on the introductory page. Heaven creates all things to nourish people, and upon death, people are buried to repay heaven. Flipping through the content, all he found were the rules and rituals of burying the Heavenly Emperor. But if he were to follow these ceremonial details, not only would he be unable, alone, to complete the burial in a short time, even if he had 1,000 men with him, it would be impossible. However, Emperor Tianshu had only given him the Heavenly Burial Scripture. He provided neither money nor helpers. It was simply impossible to bury the gods and the Heavenly Emperor to such a standard. Moreover, that woman was clearly not of the celestial race, and likely not the gods and the Heavenly Emperor either. The celestial race had always refrained from burying her in the mausoleum of Luoja Snow Mountain, which certainly had something to do with this. Lin Shen looked again at the handwritten preamble, and suddenly everything became clear to him. Emperor Tianshu wasn't making him bury the gods and the heavenly emperor at all. He was essentially instructing him to dispose of that woman's body, preferably in a manner that would leave no trace. Lin Shen was puzzled. Why had no one from the celestial race done this over the years, and why hadn't Emperor Tianshu done it himself, instead pushing it onto him? Lin Shen knew there must be a reason, which he simply could not fathom. Nevertheless, this was an advantage to him. If he was going to deal with the body by himself, then the fire seed would likely not escape. But before he set out, he needed to make some preparations. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter Luoja Snow Mountain, let alone come down alive. Chapter 554-554. The battle for the race ranking continued, and the one at the top of the immortal level wasn't from the Supreme Clan, but a person from the Phoenix Clan named Feng 6. Second place went to the Supreme Clan, and behind them were mostly the strong races of the past, with the immortals from the Celestial race currently ranked 16th, still not having broken into the top 10. The highest ranked human was none other than the undefeated king. Aside from the undefeated king, several other humans surprisingly made it into the billions-long ranking battle at the Nirvana level. However, their rankings were quite low, so they probably had no chance of making it to the final overall list. Having prepared the items, Emperor Tianshu also had essential supplies for entering Luoja Snow Mountain delivered. The spirit base of the bright divine lamp, which was previously used by Tian Beluo, was sent for Lin Shen to use, along with 10 large incense sticks. Before, Tian Beluo and his team had used thin incense sticks on Luoja Snow Mountain with a limited burning time, amounting to just a few hours in total, including the time spent climbing up and down the mountain, leaving limited time to actually stay on the mountain. These 10 large incense sticks, each as thick as a thumb and over a meter long, could burn for dozens of hours each. Only after reading the heavenly burial scripture did Lin Shui understand why incense was needed when ascending Luoja Snow Mountain. At first, Lin Shen thought it was to pay respects to the dead. Luoja Snow Mountain wasn't actually very big, and Lin Shen couldn't understand how one might get lost there, but that's what the heavenly burial scripture stated. Having organized his supplies, Lin Shen once again headed to the source of the River of Chaos, arriving at Luoja Snow Mountain alone with the bright divine lamp. After lighting the large incense sticks, Lin Shen began his climb, and when he reached the summit again, he found that the dead body had been covered by the snow once more. When did it snow? Lin Shen wondered, looking up at the sky enveloped in pitch-black fog, uncertain of how it snowed there. Lin Shen had no choice but to dig open the snow pile again, and inside was indeed the corpse covered in mosaics. Under normal circumstances, according to the heavenly burial scripture, the body needed to be carried to the back of Luoja Snow Mountain, where the entrance to the heavenly emperor mausoleum was located, and from there send her into the tomb. But he had come alone and simply couldn't send her in with the burial rites befitting a heavenly emperor. Moreover, the heavenly emperor hadn't provided him with the necessary artifacts for burial, which clearly indicated that he didn't really want Lin Shen to lay her to rest. If I can't bury her, then where should I take the dead body? Lin Shen pondered this question. The simplest method would be to destroy the body, but an immortal's physique might not be so easily destroyed even by the strength of an ascender. Emperor Tianshu probably doesn't want me to make too much noise here. Him sending me must be for more than just to destroy the body. If I'm not to destroy it and can't really lay her in the mausoleum, what am I supposed to do? Emperor Tianshu doesn't make things clear, always leaving others to guess. He doesn't tire, yet it's exhausting for others, Lin Shen thought while clearing the snow around the body till it was completely exposed. After some thought, Lin Shen decided to find a place to bury the body. Since it couldn't be destroyed or laid in the mausoleum, burial was the only option left. I need to give you a proper burial. I'm sorry, don't hold it against me, Lin Shen said as he picked up the corpse and began to walk toward the back mountain. The middle to the upper parts of Luoja Snow Mountain were covered with snow, and only the lower parts had soil. To bury the corpse, one had to go to the lower parts of the mountain. As long as it wasn't in the mausoleum, burying her outside where she wouldn't easily be found shouldn't pose any problems. Of course, after finding a suitable spot, Lin Shen planned to sleep with her for a night. Although it felt a bit strange, he couldn't forgo the power of fire seed. Before long, Lin Shen had descended below the mid-mountain and found a rather hidden nook to lay the body down and began digging with his hands. After a few tries, he found that there was only a thin layer of soil about a foot thick, and underneath was solid rock that was completely immovable. He tried several other places with the same result. The soil layer was too thin, and the rock beneath was not something that ascension-level strength could dig through. Lin Shen had no choice but to restore the dug-up ground to its original state, and continued carrying the corpse down the mountain in search of a place where he could properly bury her. Each time he moved farther down, Lin Shen dug again, only to find that the situation was the same everywhere. The soil layer was too thin to bury the corpse properly. He had reached the middle of a mountain stream without finding a suitable place to bury the body. If we go any further, we'll reach the Heavenly Emperor Mausoleum. Lin Shen looked around and saw a path next to the stream lined with a plant that resembled pine or cypress. That path led to the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Mausoleum. Unable to go that way, Lin Shen carried the corpse toward the stream, where there were more hillocks nearby. He decided to see if there were caves or something similar where he could seal the body inside. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. It wasn't long before Lin Shen actually found a cave. The cave wasn't large, one had to bend over to enter it. It extended about 10 or more meters and ended in a dead end with nothing inside. Lin Shen felt this spot was probably suitable. As long as he sealed the entrance and camouflaged it a bit, no one should be able to find it. In fact, few people came around here who would go out of their way for something like this. After carrying the corpse into the cave and finding a dry spot to lay it down, Lin Shen murmured to the body, "There might be poisonous insects and fierce animals in this cave that could desecrate your body, which wouldn't be good. I'll stay with you here for one night to make sure this cave has no owner, and then we can set up your new home." After all the trouble, Lin Shen no longer feared the corpse. He carried it around with no issues. The fire seed was crucial. Lin Shen laid the body down and then lay down next to it, one arm resting on the corpse. Although he didn't feel particularly afraid, sleeping next to a corpse still felt bizarre and made his skin crawl, preventing him from falling asleep. The large incense stick beside him had only burned down a little. The Heavenly Emperor had given him 10 incense sticks, presumably to give him plenty of time to handle the corpse without worrying about running out of time. The female celestial who was forced to practice the heaven and celestial being skill, was she really a god or the Heavenly Emperor? Did she manage to master the heaven and celestial being skill? She claimed that this woman was the Heavenly Emperor. Is there a possibility that this woman was the real god and Heavenly Emperor? After all, according to the records of the celestial race, it was the god and the Heavenly Emperor who passed away atop Luoja Snow Mountain. But on the mountain's peak, there was only a woman's corpse, no female celestial's body. If the records are correct, then the god and the Heavenly Emperor should refer to the woman. Lost in thought, Lin Shen felt less afraid, and without realizing it, he fell asleep. Chapter 555, Gone. When Lin Shen woke up, he felt refreshed and stretched lazily before sensing that there were some new pieces of information in his mind. It really is the heaven-defying bone. It's increased by another 10% in completeness. Looks like the heaven-defying bone isn't so hard to find after all. A complete heaven-defying bone seems just around the corner. Lin Shen was delighted internally, but his expression drastically changed as he glanced to the side. How can it be gone? Lin Shen leaped up and, lifting the bright divine lamp, quickly scanned the cave, looking back and forth several times. Such a small area, yet the corpse was nowhere to be seen. Lin Shen felt a tingling on his scalp, goosebumps all over his body, thinking, no way is it playing possum. Lin Shen didn't believe in those supernatural tales, but the corpse had indeed disappeared. It couldn't be that someone came in the middle of the night to steal it, right? A corpse isn't money, it's not edible. What would they want with that thing? Moreover, this was within the bounds of Luoja Snow Mountain. Ordinary people simply couldn't get in, and those who could wouldn't waste their time stealing a corpse. But aside from that, Lin Shen couldn't think of any other possibility. It couldn't have come back to life, could it? Lin Shen thought, but again felt it was impossible. Although the body belonged to an immortal, it was from a figure billions of years ago. How could it possibly come back to life? Turning to look at the large incense stick he had placed in the ground, the incense was still burning nicely, about halfway burned by now. The incense is still here. If she truly came back to life and ran off, she would have needed the incense and the lamp, right? Lin Shen crawled out of the cave and surveyed the surroundings, yet still, there was no sign of the corpse. Unable to find the corpse, Lin Shen didn't know how he would report to Emperor Tianshu, so he had no choice but to look for it while carrying the incense. But after searching all around Luoja Snow Mountain and the nearby areas several times, Lin Shen still saw no trace of the corpse, nor did he spot any other creatures or people in the vicinity. This is really bizarre. Where on earth could the corpse have gone? Lin Shen was somewhat frustrated. Emperor Tianshu had assigned him the task of dealing with the corpse, and now he had lost it. If Emperor Tianshu found out about this, Lin Shen wondered if his life would still be safe. As the incense was about to burn out, Lin Shen lit another stick and meticulously searched the area around Luoja Snow Mountain again, not sparing a single blade of grass or tree in his carpet-style search. Every nook and cranny at the base of the mountain, including the caves and even the glacier crevasses, Lin Shen searched repeatedly but still to no avail. I've only got the mausoleum left to search. Lin Shen had a bad feeling about this. If anything happened at the mausoleum, he really couldn't bear the responsibility. Fortunately, when Lin Shen rushed down the path to the mausoleum, he saw that the mausoleum gates were tightly shut with dust still on them, untouched, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no disaster, but how could that corpse just disappear? Could it really have come back to life and run away? Lin Shen had to consider this possibility now, but Death Powder was a base variant creature, different from a human. After searching over and over, Lin Shen could only helplessly give up and leave Luoja Snow Mountain. In a way, this could be considered handling the disappearance of the corpse, right? I probably won't see her again on Luoja Snow Mountain. Could this count as completing the task? Lin Shen thought secretly to himself. After leaving Luoja Snow Mountain, Lin Shen went to report to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. However, he wasn't able to see the Heavenly Emperor. Only Tian Kongyun came to tell Lin Shen that the Heavenly Emperor had gone on a trip and likely wouldn't be back anytime soon. Before leaving, the Heavenly Emperor had left a message for Lin Shen, telling him to hand over all the items to Tian Kongyun after completing his task. Lin Shen could only hand over the bright divine lamp and the remaining large incense sticks, along with the heavenly burial scripture, to Tian Kongyun. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't mention the disappearance of the corpse. Tian Kongyun furthermore told Lin Shen that the Heavenly Emperor had instructed him not to wander around lately because his name was now well known. The celestial race's enemy forces who weren't fond of Lin Shen might take a shot at him. He should pay close attention to his safety even within Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen was aware that his recent prominence made him a target of envy, and with his position as Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, there probably were quite a few within the celestial race who wished him dead. Lin Shen had originally planned to hide and cultivate on Celestial Star, but considering the time, Ouyang Yudu was likely about to arrive. After sending a message to Ouyang Yudu, he quickly got a reply saying he had already reported to the Celestial Master Institute. Upon reaching the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu standing in the courtyard with an umbrella. "Ouyang, you shouldn't have come. The waters here are too deep," Lin Shen said to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu smiled and replied, "Deep waters are good for nurturing fish. Staying on First Fire Star forever would never give me the opportunity to grow." That's also true. What are your plans going forward? Lin Shen knew that relying on the resources of a single planet was never enough to support an immortal. "I'm now the head of the Special Service Department, and you're the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. I'll follow your lead, you point and I'll strike," Ouyang Yudu said earnestly. "Then just rest for now." "I don't really have anything for you to do," Lin Shen said. With the Heavenly Emperor away, who knew when he would return? The Celestial Master Institute was there to serve the Heavenly Emperor. Without his orders, they needn't really do anything. If this had been in the past when the Heavenly Emperor was traveling, the Celestial Master Institute would definitely be responsible for his safety and various affairs. But the Institute today didn't have such capabilities anymore. "I heard that the Special Service Department has 10 director positions available for recruitment, right?" Ouyang Yudu asked. "That's true, but we don't really have anything to do right now. Recruiting would be pointless. Besides, to be a director, you'd at least have to be a Nirvana being. Here on Sky Pinnacle Star, I doubt there are any Nirvana beings willing to join our institute," Lin Shen said. "Leave that to me. You're the head of an institute now. You should have some capable people around you. With your current fame, there are too many who wish to plot against you. You need a few competent people to ensure your protection," Ouyang Yudu said. "My reputation also owes a part to your contributions," Lin Shen said resignedly. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "No need to thank me. Does my expression look like I want to thank you?" Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. Before he could say more, an old man came running over, urgently saying to Lin Shen, "Dean, you're finally back. This matter can only be handled by you personally." Chapter 556, Catching Loaches. "Director Chi, what's the matter that has you so flustered?" Lin Shen asked with puzzlement as he looked at the dried-up, skinny old man before him. This old celestial named Ch501 had feathers on his wings that were nearly all grayed out, some places even balding. He was of such an advanced age that he looked as if he were about to be buried. Yet he was the head of the security department of the Celestial Master Institute, responsible for guarding and ensuring the safety of the institute. Lin Shen doubted whether Ch501 could still fight. Even as a Nirvana being, considering how aged he'd become, it was likely that not much strength was left in him. "Who knows whose pet wandered into our institute and devoured all the vegetables in the backyard? If we don't capture it soon, we won't even have vegetables to eat in the future," Ch501 said as he dragged Lin Shen towards the backyard. Ouyang Yudu also followed them to the backyard, where they saw a creature that looked like a cat munching on a large cabbage. Lin Shen was taken aback for a moment. The creature was clearly silicon-based. How could it eat cabbage? And even if it were a real cat, they are carnivores. They wouldn't resort to eating cabbage no matter how hungry. "Dean, we must act quickly to capture it, or we'll lose all our vegetables. It would be best to capture it alive so we can demand compensation from its owners when they come looking," Ch501 said. "Isn't capturing a cat part of your job as the head of security? If you can't handle a cat, how are you the head?" That's what Lin Shen initially wanted to say, but considering Ch501's balding wings and the fact that they didn't really have any other staff in the security department, he couldn't really blame him. "Fine, I'll do it," Lin Shen said, and with a flick of his finger, a silent finger sand flew toward the little cat's acupoints. He had assumed that his acupoint striking from afar would be easy, instantly securing the little cat. Yet, to his surprise, after he unleashed his finger sand, the little cat seemingly casually let out a laugh, unexpectedly dodging it, and the finger sand silently burrowed into the soil. "This little thing sure is lucky." Lin Shen didn't take it too seriously and flicked another finger sand, but the cat just happened to roll on the ground and dodged it again. At that point, Lin Shen realized things weren't so simple. He frowned slightly and then charged forward using the Thousand Men's pointer skill, attempting to hit the little cat. The little cat was very fast, obviously an ascension-level creature. It maneuvered through the air again and again, dodging Lin Shen's finger skill attacks. Lin Shen exerted all his strength but couldn't touch the little cat at all. Where did this little rascal come from? It's so rude. Lin Shen angrily donned his carapace, ready to activate his skill and enhance his speed, determined to capture the little cat. Dean, don't worry so much. We still don't know whose pet this is. If it turns out to be owned by one of our own and it gets injured, that wouldn't be good. Let this old man give it a try. Ch501 hurriedly stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, if you could handle it, why did you come looking for me? Didn't you call for me because you couldn't deal with it? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly saw Ch501 make a move. His speed was not very fast, but with a simple reach, he caught the little cat in his hand. Lin Shen saw clearly that the cat, like before, tried to escape, but somehow it couldn't manage to get away and was easily captured. Director Chi, that's quite a skillful catch, Lin Shen said, squinting at Ch501, silently cursing in his heart. This security director clearly has such skill, yet purposely called me over to make a fool of myself, truly harboring ill intentions. Just a little trick. If the dean is interested, he might want to look at this. If anything is unclear, you can come and ask me later, Ch501 said as he pulled out a book from inside his coat and stuffed it into Lin Shen's hands, then walked away with the cat. Lin Shen was slightly startled as he could naturally sense that something was amiss. It seems that the security director intentionally wanted to give you this. Ouyang Yudu walked over and said. Lin Shen looked at the cover of the book, which was sloppily inscribed with 3 characters, mudfish catching. It looks like it should be, probably because he sees that I'm not very capable as a dean and wants to help me out, Lin Shen said with a smile as he flipped through the contents. The content was a grappling technique, likewise written in the same sloppy handwriting. Although the writing was ugly, the more Lin Shen read, the more shocked he became. This grappling skill, called mudfish catching, was surprisingly strange. Not only were the moves bizarre, but if one could master it completely, a suction force could be generated in the palm. Using that suction force in conjunction with the grappling technique made it even more unpredictable. Who would have thought that this security director, who usually just likes to play cards and drink, neglecting any serious business, actually has such a unique skill? Lin Shen was amazed. Although the skill was not considered very powerful, it was distinct and unexpected. The security director returned to his office and sat down in front of the mahjong table, telling the others, I've given him mudfish catching. Whether he can master it or not is up to his own ability. If he can't blame me. Just do our best. Our dean's strength and talent are still decent. After all, not many in the celestial race can defeat an ascender like Kristen, the logistics director said while shuffling the tiles. I doubt he can master it. After all, our Hua's mudfish catching skills was even praised by the Heavenly Emperor back in the day. The former dean also wanted Huo to spread this skill, but even after teaching for so long, there weren't many who could learn it, Vice Dean Anne said. What do you mean, not many could learn it? Not a single person learned it, to be precise. If it was easy to learn, how could it be considered a unique secret technique? Ch501 bragged confidently. Huo, you weren't holding back, were you? You can't be holding back with our dean. We're still counting on him to make us money. He must learn it. His skill set is too limited. He needs more techniques to handle various situations, Vice Dean Anne said. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I never withhold when I teach, Ch501 retorted, but then added, however, mudfish catching is something I comprehended from my family's secret techniques, which are not to be divulged. Therefore, parts involving the family's secret techniques I've taken out before. Don't worry, what I gave our dean is the complete version handwritten by me personally. If he can't master it, he can't blame me, Ch501 explained quickly, seeing the disapproving looks from the others. Chapter 5-7 Nirvana, Level Death Powder. How do you plan to establish the new core of the Special Service Department? Lin Shen allowed Ouyang Yudu to initially stay at the place he had lived in before. Since he now resided on Celestial Star, that place was vacant, so he temporarily lent it to Ouyang Yudu. Recruitment, Ouyang Yudu said. Can it work? Don't end up recruiting nothing but spies from other houses. Lin Shen felt that Ouyang Yudu was a bit too optimistic. Whether they're spies or not doesn't matter, as long as they can get the job done, Ouyang Yudu optimistically replied. Those recruited will first be sent to field operations for training. If they meet the performance standards, then we can consider promoting them to director. Would anyone be willing to come under those conditions? Lin Shen thought that with such recruitment terms, hardly anyone would be willing to join. There will still be those spies who wish to come in and gather information, Ouyang Yudu laughed. That works? Lin Shen was skeptical, wondering how effective the Special Service Department would be when it truly needed to exert effort if it was built this way. Trust me, I can handle it, Ouyang Yudu said sternly. If we really get some good talent, there's potential for them to develop into key members. Since Lin Shen had entrusted the Special Service Department to Ouyang Yudu, he could only choose to trust in his abilities. After all, the Celestial Master Institute was truly short on manpower now. Someone had to do the dirty and tiring work. They couldn't possibly handle everything personally. You'll also need to recruit an assistant, Ouyang Yudu added. Why would I need that thing? Lin Shen felt he didn't need an assistant at all and wondered why Ouyang Yudu was bringing this up. Not for you, but for the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, Ouyang Yudu explained. Is there a difference? Lin Shen looked puzzledly at Ouyang Yudu. Yes, there is. As the head of an institute, you should have a certain presence when you're out handling affairs. This isn't useful for those above, but for those below, it's very effective, Ouyang Yudu laughed. I'll take care of these matters as quickly as possible. Once I have some candidates, I'll let you come and choose. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Lin Shen agreed, not worried that an assistant could extract any intelligence from him. He usually lived on Celestial Star, where an assistant simply couldn't enter. After settling things with Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen went straight back to silent residence. There wasn't much to do at the Celestial Master Institute. He couldn't be bothered to deal with those old folks and decided to wait until new recruits arrived to make further plans. Once back at silent residence, Lin Shen watched the ranking battles of the Nirvana level and Phoebian level while he studied the mudfish catching skill. This skill was indeed unusual. Although it was easier to generate suction than with 28 fists, it wasn't significantly easier. After practicing for a while with no apparent results, Lin Shen began to lose interest in practicing and laid down to watch the scroll of the sky. The Ascension level ranking battles were becoming more interesting. After heavy favorites like DEC, Kristen, and Lin Shen had withdrawn from the competition, even more powerful Ascenders had come to the forefront. Some Ascenders displayed combat power that was no weaker than that shown by Kristen and Lin Shen. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire how the universe was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were so many geniuses of various races, each with an endless stream of incredible abilities and skills. In comparison, the number of real talents among humans that could make a mark was just a few. There was no comparison at all. This was only considering those who had participated in the racial ranking battles. Who knew how many more formidable individuals were out there who hadn't taken part? What Lin Shen hadn't expected was that DEC would surge to the top position on the Ascenders ranking list. Watching several of his battles, DEC's body against top-tier Ascenders was like a big meatball filled with elasticity. Every attack on him would bounce back, making him a perfect damage, reflecting meatball. Attacking him was essentially attacking oneself. DEC simply stood there and let others strike him, and as a result, it was always the others who ended up conceding. Apart from reflecting attacks, the power of the Third Mountain himself was also incredibly terrifying. Once, an Ascender who called him a meatball was slapped into a pancake by him, his organs spurting out. The Third Mountain firmly occupied the top spot, having faced several challenges with no one able to dethrone him. His own endurance in battle wasn't bad either. He probably had some skill for restoring his vitality. The Third Mountain holding the #1 spot on the leaderboard further confirmed that Lin Shen had known how formidable he was before challenging him. By declining the challenge, he was undoubtedly scared of Lin Shen. If Lin Shen hadn't withdrawn, the first place should rightfully belong to him. Among the rankings for the Nirvana level, the #1 was also a member of the Phoenix clan, with most of the top ranks occupied by those from powerful and prestigious families. Enjoying new adventures at free web novel, Lin Shengdong's ranking hadn't moved much. There were those who challenged him, but none could withstand his pedal torrent. Not many challenged him, after all. His rank wasn't high, and it was unlikely for top Nirvana beings to challenge someone of such a low rank. The various abilities and secret techniques used by Nirvana beings were far more interesting than those at the Ascension level. Watching this ranking battle greatly broadened Lin Shen's knowledge. Unfortunately, with his current understanding, he could not comprehend battles at the Immortal level. Otherwise, he would have learned even more. Just as he was engrossed, he suddenly noticed a red crystal cord-like death powder crawling out and wrapping around his arm. Evolved already. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy, but then he felt something was off. Didn't death powder ascend to Nirvana? It's supposed to be that Nirvana-level pets, without the power of Nirvana activated, can't enter a battle state. Lin Shen hurriedly checked death powder's attributes to see what was going on. It had consumed the reincarnation ashes, yet it hadn't achieved Nirvana. Mutated Death Shredder, Super Base Nirvana Creature Evolvable, Strength 1620, Speed 1620, Hardness 1620, Hardness 1620, Life Base, Super Base Crushing Diary. Nirvana Attributes, True Extreme Slaying Evil Deathlight. Base Change Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor, Piercing Spike, Super Base Instantaneous Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting, Super Base Prison King's Eye. Lin Shen was overjoyed by what he saw. Death Powder after Nirvana was of the top-level attribute, and the Nirvana attribute it obtained turned out to actually be the True Extreme Slaying Evil Divine Light. To know the True Extreme Slaying Evil Divine Light was one of the strongest offensive Nirvana attributes in the world. Having comprehended its essence, Lin Shen knew just how terrifying it was. With Death Powder possessing this kind of Nirvana attribute, it was equivalent to an unrivaled weapon of destruction. Equipped with it, who among his peers would dare to withstand his attacks? This thing might even be fiercer than the separation method. The separation method only attracts particle separation, while True Extreme Slaying Evil Divine Light can actually penetrate particles, a terrifying existence. Hold on. This isn't true extreme slaying evil divine light. After looking for a while, Lin Shen suddenly realized something was amiss. It was written as true extreme slaying evil death light, not divine light. What's the difference between death light and divine light? Lin Shen wondered, leaving silent residents to try it out outside and find out the difference. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was that, even though death powder had clearly reached the nirvana level, he, an ascender, was still able to activate it at will. He had never heard of such a thing before. Chapter 558. 58 being able to use death powder of the nirvana level was naturally a tremendous boon for Lin Shen. It was a genuine display of top nirvana cultivator combat power. With death powder by his side, even if a nirvana being wanted to kill him, death powder would have the ability to protect him thoroughly. Once they reached an open space in the wilderness, Lin Shen had death powder test its true extreme slaying evil death light to see what differences it had from the true extreme slaying evil divine light. The red beam of light that emitted from death powder effortlessly sliced a massive rock into two halves with a single strike. The red light flashed over the surface of the rock, which seemed unchanged at first, but when death powder gently swiped its tail over the rock, it split apart from the middle and fell to the sides, the cut as smooth as a mirror. It seems the destructive power is not a problem, huh? Besides the color being different from the true extreme slaying evil divine light, there doesn't seem to be any other difference. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief within his heart. As long as the destructive power was sufficient, it was fine. Lin Shen reached out and pulled, and death powder's body straightened, transforming into the shape of a spear. Waving it a few times, he thrust the spear forward, and the red light that burst from the tip condensed at a point, silently piercing through the rock that had been cut in half. Lin Shen finally noticed the difference. The true extreme slaying evil divine light possessed the power to directly penetrate atomic nuclei, causing terrifying explosions when used. To say it could rub atomic bombs was not an overstatement. However, the true extreme slaying evil death light, despite its powerful destructive force, did not cause explosions. It simply cut and pierced through things straightforwardly. Although the destructive force was strong, it was clearly different from the true extreme slaying evil divine light. Lin Shen was unsure whether this difference was good or bad, but he knew that with death powder's level of destructive force, ordinary nirvana cultivators would probably not be able to withstand it. Death powder in Lin Shen's hand was alternately rigid and flexible, like a whip or a spear. Its whip strikes were like red silk threads that would split anything it touched in half. The destructive power was just too terrifying. Explore new worlds at Free Web Novel. After testing all of Death Powder's abilities, Lin Shen was increasingly satisfied. It was simply an unbeatable divine weapon. With this thing in hand, even a top Nirvana cultivator would still get a hole poked through them. Should he meet an opponent like Yeya again, he would not be afraid of not being able to kill them. Now that Death Powder has achieved Nirvana too, the chances of capturing that three-headed dragon should be very high. Lin Shen felt confident about this and could wait no longer, so he took Death Powder with him towards Ring Mountain Planet to find the three-headed dragon. Upon reaching the Ring Mountain where the three-headed dragon resided, he saw the dragon lying on a stone platform within the mountain, resting. Its body was made of silver crystals, and its 6 dragon wings looked extremely domineering. Lin Shen directly summoned Ch501 the dragon hunter, planning to use him as bait to lure out the three-headed dragon. This way, if the dragon saw Death Powder of the Nirvana level, it wouldn't dive into the green crystal energy pool, which would make finding it difficult again. As expected, as soon as Ch501 appeared, it was sensed by the 6-winged, three-headed dragon, which immediately raised its 3 heads, fixing their gaze in Ch501's direction. Lin Shen quickly made Ch501 turn and run. The three-headed dragon flapped its 6 wings, with the green crystal energy liquid flowing all over its body. It burst out of the Ring Mountain despite the environmental damage it sustained, immediately shooting out a green crystal shield and smashing it towards the fleeing Ch501. Standing on the Ring Mountain, Lin Shen immediately threw Death Powder like a javelin towards the airborne three-headed dragon. Death Powder, like a red bolt of lightning, instantly penetrated the body of the three-headed dragon, causing it to let out a terrible scream. Lin Shen's main goal was to tame the three-headed dragon, not kill it, so his strike was not aimed at its vitals. Though the three-headed dragon seemed severely injured, the blow was not lethal. The Death Powder turned back and returned to Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen pointed at the three-headed dragon as he leapt into the air, but the dragon still showed no sign of submission. Lin Shen threw the Death Powder like a javelin once again, and the three-headed dragon's 3 heads roared in unison. The green crystal, silver crystal, and gold crystal shields emerged from their respective attribute bases simultaneously. A green halo that looked like a transparent bubble blossomed on the green crystal shield, while the silver and gold crystal shields each emitted their own halos of silver and gold light. The combination of the 3 halos formed a translucent bubble that protected the three-headed dragon's body. The javelin-like Death Powder struck the transparent bubble, which shimmered and shockingly failed to pierce it. Since he intended to capture it alive, he didn't allow the Death Powder to use the true extreme slaying evil death light. However, even without it, the inherent power of the Death Powder should have been unstoppable by an Ascension-level creature. That the three-headed dragon could block the Death Powder's attack with just this defensive skill was somewhat astonishing. As expected of a rare three-rooted being, its abilities are a bit twisted. Lin Shen was even more eager to tame this three-headed dragon as his mount. He flew into the sky, caught the returning Death Powder, and began using it like a whip, casting a red whip shadow that struck the three-headed dragon's translucent bubble-like halo. The whip shadow, transformed from the true extreme slaying evil Deathlight, tore through the halo bubble, which could withstand over 1,000 points of strength attribute attacks, as if it were as fragile as paper. The whip shadow struck the green crystal shield directly, chipping off a corner and causing significant damage to the three-headed dragon. Lin Shen then lashed out at the silver and gold crystal shields. The three-headed dragon, not daring to take another hit, frantically withdrew its attribute bases. With another whip strike, Lin Shen inflicted a wound on the three-headed dragon's body, this time without using the true extreme slaying evil Deathlight. The three-headed dragon turned to flee back to Ring Mountain, but Lin Shen threw the Death Powder. Its speed was unbelievably fast, quickly wrapping around the three-headed dragon's body. The red rope-like Death Powder stretched to an extraordinary length, binding the massive body of the dragon securely and sending it crashing to the ground from the air. Still not submitting? Lin Shen frowned at the three-headed dragon. If it still refused to submit, then the chances of it ever doing so were slim. Creatures that resolutely defy capture would likely never submit in the future. As Lin Shen was overjoyed and about to collect the pet key, the central head also opened its mouth and produced a pet key, this one carved from silver crystal. The last head too opened wide, emitting a gold crystal pet key from within. What's going on? How can one pet have 3 pet keys? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled but still collected all 3 keys before retracting the Death Powder, freeing the three-headed dragon. Watching the three-headed dragon fly into the air, its 3 heads lifted in unison to let out a dragon's roar before zooming down and landing before Lin Shen, stirring up clouds of dust. All 3 heads stretched out toward Lin Shen, opened their mouths, and it was with the 3 keys that Lin Shen finally turned the three-headed dragon into a pet capsule with 3 keyholes. Chapter 559, The Super Source Holy Shield Dragon with Abnormal Attributes. Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, Mutant 10-Stage Ascendant. Strength 30-20. Speed 30-20, Hardness 30-20, Toughness 30-20, Base Change Talent, Mutant Dragon Body, Mutant Dragon Descent, Mutant Dragon Blood Boiling, Life Base, Mutant Bronze Holy Shield, Mutant Bronze Holy Shield, Mutant Gold 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 Holy Shield, Mutant Bronze Holy Shield, Defense of the Circle, Bronze Holy Shield Barrier. Mutant Silver Holy Shield, Triangle Defense, Silver Holy Shield Barrier. Mutant Gold Holy Shield, Quadrilateral Holy Shield, Gold Holy Shield Barrier. When Lin Shen finished reviewing the attributes of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, he was stunned. A 10-stage Tri-Life base Holy Shield Dragon with an astonishing attribute score of 320. Lin Shen calculated that when he reached the 10th stage, his ordinary attributes would only be 243, and yet this creature's attributes topped his own expected 10th stage attributes. The Tri-Life base was genuinely robust. However, its basic attributes must have been 80, and if it had been 81, the score could have been a bit higher. Even so, it was already bizarrely strong. If this creature advanced to Nirvana, its attributes might directly soar to over 3,000, twice as high as Death Powder's, effectively making it an attribute monster. Looking at its skills, it's no wonder this creature could withstand an attack from Death Powder. All 3 base change talents were aimed at enhancing the physique, with Tyrant Dragon Body strengthening hardness and toughness, Divine Dragon Descent directly enhancing all 4 dimensions, but with significant time limitations. Dragon Blood Boiling could also amplify all 4 attributes, but not as ridiculously as doubling them. It was a skill that gradually increased attributes with combat, growing stronger the longer the battle lasts, trading time for attributes, up to a maximum of doubling the attributes. All 3 life bases were defensive types. Defense of the Circle could double the defense of the Bronze Holy Shield and also had force dissipating effects. Triangle Defense also doubled defense and had a damage reflection effect. Quadrilateral Holy Shield doubled defense as well and had an energy absorption effect. All 3 effects could apply to the Holy Shield barriers, and the barriers could be stacked. The effects of the shield defenses could also be combined, and stacking the barriers could enhance defensive capabilities. After reviewing the skill attributes of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, Lin Shen understood why it could survive a hit from Death Powder. A Tri-Life base truly was an aberrant existence. The only regret was that this creature was defensive in nature, possessing not-so-strong offensive capabilities. Yet relying on its massive attribute advantage, its combat strength within the Ascension level was an off-the-charts presence. Finally got a decent mount, Lin Shen remarked as he reverted the Holy Shield Dragon to its pet state. The trouble was, it took 3 keys to activate the Holy Shield Dragon. Although the Holy Shield Dragon was just of a mutant quality, in some aspects, it was even more terrifying than a super-base creature. The Silver Crystal Holy Shield Dragon, complete with Lin Shen's carapace, matched unexpectedly well in color, despite a slight difference in texture. Riding the Holy Shield Dragon, Lin Shen let it release its 3 life bases. 3 shield panels orbited outside, forming a light barrier encompassing the whole body of the Holy Shield Dragon. This light shield was capable of withstanding strikes from Nirvana-level strength. It was only because Death Powder's Nirvana attribute attack was too powerful. For another Nirvana attribute with a less potent attack, the triple shield barrier might withstand a few hits. With this powerful mount, heading out to hunt exotic creatures felt much safer. Under normal conditions, the triple light barrier couldn't last too long. But if it were under attack, the energy absorption effect of the quadrilateral defense could extend the barrier's duration, making it truly formidable. Truly a splendid and practical mount, Lin Shen decided that after his own Nirvana, he would have to find a good way to have this creature undergo Nirvana as well. Having secured the Holy Shield Dragon, Lin Shen was no longer in the mood to hunt other Super Source Dragons. After riding the Super Source Dragon around the planet for a while, he chose to teleport back. As usual, seeing that it was morning time, Lin Shen prepared to visit the Celestial Master Institute and, by the way, ask how to practice the Ch501 because he just couldn't get it right. Before leaving the house, Lin Shen glanced at his fourth brother, Lin Shen, who was still accepting challenges on the leaderboard. His ranking hadn't changed from before, and it seemed like it had been a long time since anyone had challenged him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Shen. The battles for the leaderboard rankings tested not only strength but also stamina and other aspects. During the ranking period, one couldn't obtain any replenishments, no food or water, and no potions for healing. If one faced consecutive challenges, it was hard to recover both physical strength and skills. The fewer challenges one faced, the longer one could last. Some people who were not exceptionally strong but were very resilient could achieve higher rankings than those slightly stronger than them. Lin Shen's current situation seemed stable enough to last until the end of the rankings. Just as Lin Shen was pondering this, he saw a figure enter Lin Shen's planetary home ground, and a challenger had just arrived. Lin Shen took a closer look, and the challenger to Lin Shen turned out to be a member of the Demon tribe. Lin Shen, just about to leave the house, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. There were not many people paying attention to Lin Shen anymore. After all, given his ranking, no top Nirvana beings would likely challenge him. Since he didn't challenge others either, just coasting on his ranking wasn't very exciting. However, with the arrival of a challenger from the Demon tribe, the number of people watching Lin Shen surged. Isn't that Chow Jelly? Why would he challenge the undefeated king? With his strength, he should have climbed the rankings long ago, right? How come he has only just entered the top 10 million? Chow Jelly is known as one of the 3 great prodigies of the Demon tribe, even more famous than Kristen, and he became known earlier than Kristen. He should have the strength to break into the top 10 of Nirvana level, so why is his ranking so low? Could it be that he intentionally let his ranking fall behind just to fight a battle against the undefeated king? That might actually be possible. Chow Jelly, looking at Lin Shen, asked coldly, "Is Lin Shen your younger brother?" "You know my brother?" Lin Shen's gaze narrowed slightly. "I don't, but someone from the Lin family offended a noble of my tribe, so all of you should die, including you," Chow Jelly said, looking at him as if he were looking at a dead man. The Wan family were followers of Chow Jelly's family, and Chow Jelly's family was in turn followers of Catherine's family. Because of the incident with Lin Miao and Wan Nianbei, it wasn't just the Wan family that was nearly annihilated. Even Chow Jelly's family suffered, having been punished by Catherine. Therefore, Chow Jelly despised the people of the Lin family intensely. If he had the chance to participate in Ascension-level combat, he certainly would not have let Lin Shen off. Since he couldn't encounter Lin Shen, he came for Lin Shen instead. Very good indeed." Lin Shen started laughing. "What's so funny?" Chow Jelly asked coldly, staring at Lin Shen. "The opportunity to kill an enemy is naturally a cause for joy," Lin Shen said as he reached out and flicked a flower petal. Chapter 560. Petals instantaneously transformed into a petal torrent in midair, charging towards Chow Jelly and completely engulfing him in the endless petal torrent. With this move, Lin Shen had defeated many Nirvana-level powerhouses. Once trapped within the petal torrent, it was almost impossible to escape. Because Lin Shen's move was extremely similar to the dust settling, both powers grew stronger as they unfurled, making it not too difficult to topple someone stronger. Unless one had a way to break it, it was very hard to defeat him. Suddenly, black flames soared from within the petal torrent, and almost instantly, the petal torrent was ignited, turning into a river of black flames. In a moment, all the petals were reduced to nothingness, and Chow Jelly, with black flames rising from his form, stood proudly amidst the ashes, coldly staring at Lin Shen and saying, "Your little tricks are useless against me, Chow Jelly. Chow Jelly is Chow Jelly, incredibly strong. The undefeated king is indeed powerful, but after all, he's been through Nirvana for too short a time, too few times. How could he be a match for Chow Jelly? I heard that Chow Jelly has safely gone through Nirvana 9 times. The only option is to concede the fight now. Losing this time won't affect the rankings much. Haven't you heard them say, this is a personal grudge. Losing the ranking is trivial. Being humiliated by an enemy is too embarrassing." While the crowd was discussing, Lin Shen didn't waste any words and flicked out petals again. One petal became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000, instantly turning into a blizzard that enveloped Chow Jelly. It's pointless. Even if you repeat this 1,000 times, 10,000 times, the outcome will be the same. The black demon flames rose from Chow Jelly, igniting the descending petals once more. Skies full of petals instantly became sparks, yet the number of sparks did not decrease but rather increased more and more, and the burning petals weren't reduced to ashes like before. More and more ignited petals rained down on Chow Jelly, assembling into a blazing tower of petals. One pillar after another erected, the tower's body growing thicker and taller, layer by layer. The levels rose rapidly as the petals condensed, one on top of another. Chow Jelly was suppressed within the base of the petal-composed tower, furiously unleashing his strength to try and topple the burning tower of petals. At first, he nearly succeeded in toppling the petal tower, but as layer upon layer of the tower rose, the space for Chow Jelly to move grew smaller, his whole body trapped within the base, unable to move. No matter how much his demon fire burned, it only turned the petal tower into a tower of fire, unable to topple it, nor could it burn it to ashes. You should die, Lin Shen coldly watched Chow Jelly, suppressed beneath the petal tower, his gaze icy to the extreme. Chow Jelly initially failed to realize the severity of the situation and summoned his life base to break through the suppression of the petal tower. However, despite furiously charging within the petal tower, his life base couldn't break through and was firmly suppressed. And as the petal tower grew taller, layer by layer, Chow Jelly only felt every piece of his carapace might shatter, his internal organs deforming under the pressure, blood continuously flowing out from his 7 orifices. The onlookers were stunned. Chow Jelly, called one of the demon tribe's 3 major prodigies, was being suppressed so miserably, something no one anticipated. This tower suppressing Chow Jelly, why does it look so familiar? Wait, isn't this the demon suppression tower, a secret technique of the Saint Heart tribe? Yes, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. The more powerful the opponent, the higher the levels of the Saint Heart tribe's demon suppression tower. The undefeated king's move seems very much like the demon suppression tower. I remember the undefeated king challenged a genius from the Saint Heart tribe, didn't he? Back then, that genius from the Saint Heart tribe used this move, but he was only an ascender and couldn't bring out the true demon suppression tower. He simply used the tower's momentum to suppress the undefeated king's. It's over. Chow Jelly is finished. He's trapped at the base of the tower. He can't even reach out to activate the surrender button on his watch. People suddenly realized that Chow Jelly was probably going to die. Crack, crack. As the flower tower stacked higher, the suppressed Chow Jelly's carapace shattered, and his body was compressed into an increasingly deformed shape. No matter how fiercely his demon fire burned, it could not consume the towering flower tower. Screams of agony echoed from the base of the tower, but they were futile. Everyone watched, wide-eyed, as the tower grew taller and the screams became fainter until they were no longer audible. At last, the flower tower ceased to rise, engulfed in the demon fire's insane combustion, like a pillar supporting heaven and earth. Chow Jelly's sky-burning demon fire was indeed strong. Even though he was dead, his demon fire did not extinguish and would not cease until it incinerated everything to ashes. Had not the petal tower inherently possessed the dual effects of rolling like a snowball and absorbing spirits to suppress demons, it would have been difficult to suppress Chow Jelly. As the petals stopped rolling like snowballs and absorbing spirits, the towering tower was quickly reduced to ashes by the sky-burning demon fire. The flower tower turned to flying ash and revealed Chow Jelly's body, pressed into a pool of blood and flesh. Touch me if you dare, but if anyone touches my family, I will slaughter your entire family, to the death, Lin Shen's voice spread throughout the universe. Chow Jelly actually died just like that. Everyone couldn't believe that Chow Jelly was killed so effortlessly. Chow Jelly seems to have been overrated. It looks like his strength was just so-so. It's not that Chow Jelly wasn't strong enough, it's that the undefeated king was too powerful. The Lin brothers are each more terrifying than the last. I thought Lin Shen was strong enough, but when the undefeated king gets angry, he's much more vicious than Lin Shen. You know what? I think this might be the first time the undefeated king has killed someone, right? He's been through so many challenges and battles before and has never killed anyone, has he? I wonder what kind of grudge they had. After all, Chow Jelly was one of the 3 great generals of the demon tribe. The undefeated king killing him like this, it looks like they are sworn enemies of the demon tribe from now on. What's there to fear? His younger brother Lin Shen is with the celestial race, right? The celestial race and the demon tribe have always been mortal enemies. The undefeated king killing Chow Jelly will surely make the celestial race very welcoming to such a strong addition. Big brother, it's still that same big brother, Lin Shen, watching Lin Shen suppress and kill Chow Jelly, couldn't help but recall the brother who had always stood up for him. Even though his third brother was correct, and those teachings gradually made Lin Shen capable enough to face the world, to solve certain problems, and to bear the pain of failure, it was his big brother who gave Lin Shen the most sense of security. It wasn't an overstatement to say he was the bright moonlight of Lin Shen's life. Chapter 561, Entertainment Training. Lin Shen silently made his way to the Celestial Master Institute, and on the way, others looked at him with odd glances. Probably the news of his fourth brother suppressing Chow Jelly had already spread across the universe. Dean, that older brother of yours is really ruthless, to suppress Chow Jelly like that. It's also Chow Jelly's own fault for seeking death, possessing the sky-burning demon fire and just standing there letting himself be suppressed. It's outright brain-dead. Ch501, who was sitting inside the security pavilion watching the gate, said to Lin Shen with a chuckle upon seeing him approach. Indeed, brain-dead. Lin Shen nodded in response. Ch501 laughed heartily. Your big brother really made an enemy out of the demon tribe. Why don't you seize the chance to recruit him into our Celestial Master Institute? We of the Celestial race are not afraid of his demon tribe. If they dare to come, I, Old Hua, will be the first to deal with them. I feel like I have a rapport with your brother. Why not have him come to my security department and let him be the deputy director? How about that? Good. When I see him, I'll convey your words to him exactly as you said, to see if he's willing to come, Lin Shen said, his tone taking a sudden turn. Old Huo, do you have any quick way to master the mudfish catching skill? I've been practicing for half a day with no effect. I can't produce any suction in the palm of my hand. There's no quick way to master it. Mastering this skill depends on talent. Chi thought for a moment, then spoke again. But recently, I thought up a practice method that I guarantee will make your training less boring. Do you want to give it a try? What kind of practice method? Lin Shen asked. Playing mahjong, Ch501 said earnestly. Playing mahjong? How does playing mahjong train the mudfish catching skill? Lin Shen's interest was piqued all of a sudden, and he asked Chi curiously. Ch501 looked around sneakily like a thief, and when he saw that nobody was around, he lowered his voice, leaned in close to Lin Shen's ear, and whispered, Dean, this matter should not be known to outsiders. It should only be between you and me. It absolutely must not reach a third party's ears and definitely should not be known by other people in the Institute. If you agree, then I will teach you that method. I promise you, this matter will not be spread by my lips. Lin Shen was even more curious now. Let's go. Let's head to your office. We don't want others to see. Ch501 led Lin Shen into his office and then shut the doors and windows. Only then did he magically produce a set of mahjong tiles from his person. How do you have a set of mahjong tiles on you? Lin Shen was dumbfounded, unable to imagine how Chi managed it. It was never noticeable normally. Heh, I've applied the mudfish catching skill to playing cards. Playing cards is training, training is playing cards, Chi slowly demonstrated to Lin Shen. Lin Shen's eyes widened in amazement. Even with his eyesight, if Chi moved too quickly, he couldn't make out what exactly Chi was doing. After Chi demonstrated once, Lin Shen understood why he always lost when he played cards with Chi before. This old sixth had actually been using the mudfish catching skill to cheat, stealing cards, hiding cards, stacking cards, switching cards. Everything was just too simple for Chi. It could be said that Chi fully integrated the mudfish catching skill into the techniques of cheating at cards. Just like he said, playing cards is training, training is playing cards. Previously, Lin Shen couldn't keep training because it was too monotonous. But now, with this teaching from Chi, the old sixth, he found it to be quite interesting. Playing cards seriously, with Lin Shen's card-playing skills, winning depended on luck. But with Chi's mudfish catching skill, he became the luck himself. Chi had Lin Shen give it a try, and the more Lin Shen played, the more fun he found it. Unknowingly, he had actually made a breakthrough with the mudfish catching skill. Whoa, playing just between the two of us isn't much fun. Go and fetch the logistics director and Vice Dean Chow, and we can all play together, Lin Shen said to Ch501. Those guys are too cunning since you've just started. Be careful not to let them spot any flaws, Ch501 urged anxiously. Don't worry, I have a good sense of what I'm doing. I won't win too much from them, Lin Shen said confidently. He might take a while to learn average skills, but for this kind of skill, he felt like he was on the verge of mastering it as soon as he picked it up. After some thought, Ch501 said, How about this? I'll also bring over Vice Dean Anne. The four of you can play. If we all play together, it'll be too easy for them to notice something off. That works, Lin Shen nodded. After all, he just wanted to try out the technique, not really to win money. Practice a bit more while I go get them. Be absolutely careful not to slip up. If they notice, I won't be able to show my face here anymore, Ch501 emphasized repeatedly as he left. After a short while, the logistics director Kier, Vice Dean Anne, and Vice Dean Chow were brought over by Ch501. The group had played together before. Lin Shen had even introduced the game of mahjong to the Celestial Master Institute before. He had thought that with his skills he was bound to win, as long as he didn't win by too much. However, after a few rounds, Lin Shen realized he wasn't dominating as he had expected. Eventually, he even resorted to some card-swapping techniques, but he still didn't win much. By the time dinner came around and the game ended, he had only won a few bucks. Something's off. What's going on here? Lin Shen called the logistics director aside when everyone was leaving. He was the only person who had won money in the game. Enjoy exclusive chapters from free web novel Kier. Your gaze seemed a bit off during the card game. Did you cheat? Lin Shen asked, looking at Kier. With a sly laugh, Kier replied, Dean, don't you know who cheated? What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Dean, Huo's little trick might fool others, but it can't escape my fiery golden eyes. To master Huo's skills as much as you have in such a short time is already very impressive, Kier revealed bluntly. How could you tell? Lin Shen didn't feel ashamed and simply asked Kier. Kier chuckled and said, I'm in charge of logistics. I may not have many talents, but my forte is keeping and calculating accounts. Back when our Celestial Master Institute was doing well, I had all the logistical accounts etched in my mind, down to every single screw in the warehouse. I memorized everything with perfect clarity, never making a mistake in 200 to 300 years. A mere set of mahjong tiles. Just count how many there are. I could easily memorize them, where each one is placed, what cards you all have in your hands. I remember it too well. Impressive, Lin Shen couldn't help but admire, envious of such a memory. It's just a trifling trick, Dean, you flatter me, Kier said modestly, but his face showed great pride. No, something doesn't add up. I mixed up the order of the cards when I shuffled. Even if your memory is good, it's not possible for you to remember them all correctly, Lin Shen pressed, staring at Kier. Chapter 562, Not to be Known by a Third Person. Kier scratched his head, smiling a bit sheepishly as he said, You saw right through me actually. In addition to having a good memory, these eyes of mine have a special skill. What special skill? Lin Shen asked. Dean, I'm only telling you this. You absolutely can't let it slip. Otherwise, I'm done for. I won't be able to survive here in the Institute anymore. Dean, to be completely honest, I have X-ray vision, Kier whispered. X-ray vision? Is it your innate ability? Lin Shen was greatly surprised. It was incredible that such abilities truly existed in this world. X-ray sounds simple, but in theory this ability on its own is very advanced, even more so than the separation method. Of course, it's only very advanced in theory. Its practical application doesn't compare to the separation method. No, if I used my innate abilities, how could I have deceived those old foxes? This X-ray ability is a secret technique I stumbled upon. By soaking the eyes in some special concoction, after a long period, this ability gradually developed. Kier whispered to Lin Shen, I've always kept the prescription. The only issue is that several of the ingredients are difficult to obtain. If the Dean is interested, I would like to present you with the recipe. Kier, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Logistics has been under a lot of strain for so long. No one should suffer, especially not our logistics department. I'll think of a way, Lin Shen said. Dean, you truly are the savior of the Celestial Master Institute. Kier promptly handed over his elixir formula. How long must one soak to see effects? Besides cards, can you X-ray other things, like a battlesuit, for instance? Can you see through a battlesuit to find an enemy's weak spot? Lin Shen asked with utmost seriousness. Dean, clothing can't be X-rayed no matter what the material. Kier, understanding Lin Shen's meaning, replied with a sense of helplessness. Why? Lin Shen's face showed disappointment. This X-ray ability isn't really seeing through material. It can't actually penetrate substances. I can't really explain it in detail, but a living being's certain magnetic field affects this X-ray ability. So if it's too close to a living being, like clothes worn close to the body, you end up unable to see through. Unless, of course, the other person is dead, Kier sighed. I'd love to be able to X-ray living people, but I truly can't do it. Alright, you go have your meal, Lin Shen said after asking Kier some questions and then sent him away. After that, Lin Shen went to Vice Director Chow's office. Vice Dean Chow didn't win any money, but he didn't really lose either, breaking roughly even. He felt that there was also something off with Vice Dean Chow. Before Lin Shen could speak, Vice Dean Chow said with a smile, Dean, you must be wondering why I didn't lose any money even though you were cheating by switching cards, right? Lin Shen nodded, about to say something when Vice Dean Chow continued, Kier has an amazing memory and X-ray vision. Why didn't I lose then? Lin Shen nodded again, quite taken aback that Vice Dean Chow seemed to know everything, even the fact that Kier had X-ray abilities. Vice Dean Chow went on, Dean, have you ever heard the phrase, an ability to discern a woman by her scent? I've heard of it. It's supposed to mean each woman has her unique body scent, and there's no need to look with eyes. One can distinguish who is who just by smelling. Lin Shen finally had the chance to speak. Since my youth, I've been around a great number of women and have honed the ability to discern a woman by her scent. I've expanded on that bit. Everything my nose has scented, I can remember each of their fragrances. 100 or so mahjong tiles for me to see or not to see makes no difference. Vice Dean Chow said with a laugh, Dean, you know, I know, heaven and earth know, but no one else must know. Rest assured, I absolutely won't tell a soul, Lin Shen said as he left Vice Dean Chow's office, unable to help but internally exclaim, the Celestial Master Institute is left with these few old guys, each as shrewd as monkeys, playing cards with so much scheming and competition. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to go back, he was called over by Vice Dean An. Seeing Vice Dean and standing at the doorway of his office, gesturing for him to come over, Lin Shen reluctantly went towards him, entering Vice Dean An's office. Vice Dean An's office. Vice Dean An was the only one who lost any money, and quite a bit at that. He probably didn't have any issues, so Lin Shen hadn't planned on seeking him out. Vice Dean An asked Lin Shen to sit down, preparing tea while saying, Dean, have you chatted with those people already? I had a talk with them. Very interesting, Lin Shen said with a smile. Huo is skilled, but he couldn't fool Kier and Chow. Kier's got a brilliant mind and sharp eyes, but his EQ is a bit low. On the other hand, Chow handles this well. He can win, but seldom takes much money. Sometimes he even loses a bit, Vice Dean An spoke as he presented the freshly brewed tea to Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen listened, the more surprised he became. As the only person who lost money, Vice Dean An seemed to know everything. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit sad for Huo. He thought he was fooling everyone with his seamless techniques, yet all the other players were watching him cheat without calling him out. What was the difference between this and the Emperor's new clothes? Huo was plainly exposed before everyone else, and he was the only one oblivious to it. Vice Dean An, you truly do what others cannot, Lin Shen said sincerely. Watching his subordinates cheat and still able to play cards with them for so long and lose so much money, that level was not something ordinary people could achieve. What prodigy or not, it's just that I'm older and don't care much for possessions beyond my needs, Vice Dean An chuckled. Old An, I still don't quite understand how you figured out they were cheating. Lin Shen still wanted to know if Vice Dean An had some special ability. I didn't see them cheating. I guessed it. Vice Dean An sipped his tea lightly. Guessed? How did you guess? Lin Shen was growing more curious. There are countless skills in the world. Even a genius spending a lifetime cannot master 1 in a billion, and merely observing 1 in 100 is considered broad knowledge. Therefore, if you want to know something, sometimes what you've seen is not enough. That's when you need to guess. Vice Dean An said as he pulled open the desk drawer, taking out a book and placing it in front of Lin Shen. If the dean is interested, you might want to read this book. It might help you understand how to guess. Lin Shen picked up the book, noticing the elegantly strong characters on the cover, Unsolved Mysteries of the World. Chapter 563, Challenge from the Third Mountain. Lin Shen's expression was somewhat odd because he had read books of this kind as a child. What XX Unsolved Mysteries, XX Great Unsolved Mysteries, most of them could only be treated as stories and weren't reliable as truths. The unsolved mysteries of the world that Vice Dean An gave him didn't feel like anything credible. Moreover, since Vice Dean An had previously mentioned he only works based on guesses, it made things seem even less reliable. Dean, now that you are here, it's time for our Celestial Master Institute to hold its head high. Huo, Chow, and Kier are all useful people. Although each of them has their own faults, they are strong in their areas of expertise. The previous dean did everything possible to bring them here, using a lot of effort, yet buried their talents here, and in a blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, Vice Dean An said to him as Lin Shen was leaving. Understood. Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that these people had already shown their willingness to work with him. Explore more adventures at Free Web Novel. However, Lin Shen was still unclear if there was an undercover agent from another power among them. But just like Ouyang Yudu said, even if there were, it didn't matter as long as they could help him work. The more they wanted to gain his trust and learn his secrets, the more attentively they would have to work. Such individuals were even more useful, but it depended on whether the leader could control them. If well utilized, they would be like adding wings to a tiger. If not, the Celestial Master Institute would be completely finished. Returning to silent residence, he habitually looked at Lin Shangdong's home planet Arena. There was no one challenging him, nor was he challenging anyone else. Only then did Lin Shen sit down at ease and flip through the unsolved mysteries of the world that Vice Dean An had given him. He had thought it would be some kind of metaphysics, but upon inspecting it, he found that it was full of mathematical conjectures. Using language as clear and understandable as possible, the book explained these mathematical conjectures. After reading for a long time, Lin Shen still didn't understand how these mathematical conjectures related to the guesses Vice Dean An mentioned. Although Lin Shen didn't hate math, he didn't really have the interest or time to learn it. It wasn't until he reached the latter part of the book that he finally understood what Vice Dean An meant. The latter section wasn't about those conjectures anymore, nor was it actually proving them. Instead, it used those conjectures to teach readers dialectically how to discern truth from falsehood. He thought it was a math problem, but as he read on, he realized it was actually a question about human nature. The text later discussed using mathematical methods to calculate human nature, which, surprisingly, seemed very logical, and Lin Shen could only admire Vice Dean An's grand ideas. And as he continued to read, it took another turn, from human nature to how to calculate opponents in combat and predict various patterns of behavior. At first, it was more about intuition, but as it progressed, it became more academic, with various precise calculations involving theories from mathematics, physics, human physiology, and so on, written very eclectically and chaotically. Lin Shen could understand only a small part of it after reading a long while. All the way to the end, the book was not finished, and even the last sentence ended with a comma. This indicated that Vice Dean An had only written up to this point and that he was still writing, without having completed it. After reading it once, Lin Shen knew he wouldn't be able to master unsolved mysteries of the world. It required too much brain power. With his ordinary memory, it was simply impossible to accomplish. Lin Shen felt that Vice Dean, and giving him this book was like casting pearls before swine. It seems these individuals have high expectations of me, Lin Shen sighed. If he couldn't develop the Celestial Master Institute, their efforts would be wasted. Of course, Lin Shen wouldn't force himself to do anything just for them, but it just so happened that their goals aligned. The Heavenly Emperor wanted the Celestial Master Institute to rise again, so did they, and Lin Shen also needed the Institute to stand tall once more. His older brother was already working hard to protect the family, but that wasn't enough. His strength was too limited on his own. He needed a stronger force as support. Elder brother, I will become a strong and reliable support for you. Lin Shen also wanted to quickly develop the Celestial Master Institute, but these things really couldn't be rushed. In the past few days, Lin Shen had been reading and researching inside Silent Residence, occasionally making a trip to the River of Chaos to absorb the energy there, enhancing his base mutation rate and life base. His base mutation rate had already exceeded 95, getting very close to perfection. The Contrarian was just one transformation away from being fully turned, while Folding Fan remained at 7th turn, slightly behind, but not far from completion either. After a few more days, the ranking battles for each level had ended, and in 10 days the final species ranking battle would take place. Whether humans could ascend the billion species ranking would depend on Lin Xiangdong's performance. Judging by his feat of vanquishing Chow Jelly, breaking through should not be too much of a problem. The first place in the Ascension level ultimately remained with the Third Mountain, and in the Nirvana level, it was Feng Yi from the Phoenix clan who ranked first, while Feng Six claimed the first place in the Immortal level. With 2 first places in different levels, many believed that the Phoenix clan might have the potential to challenge for the title of the Cosmic's foremost race this time. Lin Shen didn't pay attention to the base mutation level ranking and was unclear about who ranked first. In the Immortal level ranking list, the Celestial race still failed to break into the top 10, placing 14th with a person named Ch501 on the list. Ch501 was naturally the second-ranked individual of the Chi family, and it was clear that he wasn't the strongest member of the Celestial race, from which one could infer that the Celestial race had no intention of competing for the species ranking this time. Surprisingly, the D-Man tribe had surpassed the Supreme clan in the Immortal level ranking, securing the 2nd position. It seemed that this year's Demon tribe had its sights set on the species ranking as well. For many years, the Supreme clan had held the title of the foremost race, yet this time, they only managed to secure 3rd place in the Immortal level ranking. Of course, this wasn't the final species ranking, the ultimate ranking could still change. The final battle for the species rankings was to start in 10 days. With no species ranking battle to watch, Lin Shen became somewhat bored and browsed through some news on the Skynet, suddenly discovering a trending piece of news. The first-ranked individual from the Ascension level, Third Mountain, had openly challenged Lin Shen on Skynet, proclaiming that he was capable of defeating Lin Shen. It was only because he did not want to waste too much time on Lin Shen in the ranking battle that he chose to forgo the fight back then. He had wanted to face off against Lin Shen at his peak, and was unexpected that Lin Shen would drop out, robbing him of the chance to prove himself. Third Mountain's challenge on Skynet was a move to let everyone know that his first place was well-deserved. Although Third Mountain was currently ranked first, due to the withdrawals of Lin Shen, Kristen, and DEC from the ranking battle, many felt that Third Mountain's first place was somewhat undeserved, which was why he was so eager to assert himself. However, Lin Shen felt that Third Mountain going to such lengths wasn't just for the sake of fame, because Third Mountain had made it clear that he wanted to come to Sky Pinnacle Star to challenge him, hoping the Celestial race would grant him this opportunity. Ordinary people had no right to enter Sky Pinnacle Star. It was the mother star of the Celestial race, not a place just anyone could enter. With Third Mountain's actions, Lin Shen believed there was a high likelihood he was using this opportunity to seek refuge with the Celestial race, although it was unclear which faction he wanted to join. Lin Shen paid no heed to Third Mountain's challenge. He had no interest in becoming a stepping stone for someone else. But to Lin Shen's surprise, the Celestial race's officials actually agreed to Third Mountain's request to enter Sky Pinnacle Star and challenge Lin Shen. This development stirred excitement among those who were somewhat disappointed at not being able to witness full-powered combat from Lin Shen's group, and they demanded that the Celestial race publicly broadcast the entire process of Third Mountain's challenge. The Celestial race's officials once again stepped forward, announcing that from the moment Third Mountain entered Sky Pinnacle Star, they would broadcast the event from start to finish, ensuring that Third Mountain would not receive any unfair treatment. The idlers with no ranking battles to watch almost all shifted their attention to this matter. Lin Shen didn't pay attention to this affair because Ouyang Yudu had told him that several candidates for assistant positions had been selected, so he could pick one himself. Initially, Lin Shen had planned to let Ouyang Yudu make the selection alone, but after seeing the photos of the potential candidates sent by Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen decided to personally make a trip to choose his assistant. Chapter 56-4, Choosing an Assistant. When Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, he saw that the normally quiet institute was particularly lively today, with many people standing outside the courtyard. Shi Xinhuo, holding an electric baton, was there maintaining order with a loud voice. Aunt Sai was at the main gate registering people, while the cleaning tiger people were distributing number cards on the side. Lin Shen entered the Celestial Master Institute and went directly to the usual guest hall, where he finally saw Ouyang Yudu. What's going on? Didn't you say only those in the photos were shortlisted? Why are there so many people outside? Lin Shen roughly estimated, counting at least 1,000 people. Those are temporary workers I've recruited for the Special Service Department. Low pay, low responsibility, and they can take the fall, Ouyang Yudu explained. No official status given? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. How could I give them official status? If I did, many top Nirvana cultivators desiring permanent residence on Sky Pinnacle Star would be vying for the position. I could easily recruit some with far higher standards than these. These are hired for toil, just let them know we have slots available and give them hope for a permanent position. We don't need to actually give them much, Ouyang Yudu said. You don't need to get involved with this. I can handle it. What about my assistant? Lin Shen nodded, acknowledging that Ouyang Yudu was much better at this than he was, considering Ouyang Yudu was now in charge of a clan. They're the ones from the photos I sent, waiting outside for your interview. I've carefully selected them, each has their own abilities. You can choose for yourself. Ouyang Yudu had someone call in interviewee number 1. The interviewee turned out to be a tiger person, extremely strong, clearly the kind who could take on 10 opponents at once. My name is Northeast Tai, 9th turn ascension, specialized in claw techniques. The tiger person began by listing his various attributes and demonstrated the black tiger heart-plucking fist with restrained force. Lin Shen looked over his resume and asked, You've won the free combat competition on Sky Pinnacle Star 3 times? It's 4 times, 2 in base mutation level and 2 in ascension level. I will win the championship again in the next competition, Northeast Tai confidently declared. With such strength, why didn't you participate in the racial ranking wars? Lin Shen asked another question. As an ascender, I can't affect the racial rankings. Participating would be meaningless, Northeast Tai replied. Ouyang Yudu glanced at Lin Shen and said with a smile to Northeast Tai, You can go back and wait for our notice. If we decide to hire you, we will inform you within 3 days. Northeast Tai got up and left, clearly aware that his chances were slim. Strong combat ability, low level, can help you handle work, and if any problem arises, you can handle him, Ouyang Yudu commented on his reason for choosing Northeast Tai. Among those at the Ascension level, Northeast Tai was the strongest combatant he could recruit. Let's keep looking, Lin Shen said, visibly dissatisfied. Ouyang Yudu then called in candidate number 2, a broad and sturdy Piga person. Introduce yourself, please, Ouyang Yudu said, seeing that Lin Shen had remained silent. The Piga person stood up and said, My name is Big Smart, with an IQ test score of 208. I have a strong memory. I can remember anything at a glance. I'm skilled in observation and have strong surveillance and counter-surveillance capabilities. You said you have a strong memory, photographic memory, so did you notice what I was holding in my hand when you came in? Lin Shen asked Big Smart. Without further ado, Big Smart turned and left the guest hall. How about it? He's very smart and capable. Since your memory isn't too good, having him by your side can save you a lot of trouble. He can also take good care of your daily life so that you won't have to waste time and energy on trivial matters. Ouyang Yudu, having realized Lin Shen wasn't interested in Big Smart, still gave Big Smart a chance to show his abilities. He's indeed capable, but let's keep looking. Lin Shen remained unmoved. Lin Shen had confidently entrusted the matter to Ouyang Yudu, but upon reviewing the photos sent by Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen noticed a serious problem. Ouyang Yudu truly appreciated inner beauty. Stay tuned to Empire. Therefore, the assistants he selected, like Big Smart and Northeast Tai, possessed considerable inner beauty. One was smart and one was strong, both capable of helping Lin Shen with many tasks. The problem was that Lin Shen didn't need such assistance. He was already strong, and it wouldn't do to have someone even stronger than him, a stranger, by his side. So, for Lin Shen, whether an assistant could fight was irrelevant. After all, none were as strong as him. As for someone like Big Smart, Lin Shen also couldn't use him. Being so clever that he could deduce so much from little clues, following him around, he would probably know even the color of Lin Shen's underwear. Lin Shen couldn't trust someone like that. Lin Shen, not liking the choices, had Ouyang Yudu continue to bring in new people. The potential assistants Ouyang Yudu found indeed each had their own strengths. Lin Shen saw several more candidates, all with remarkable qualities. There was even one who was an excellent cook, adept at various etiquettes and social interactions, resembling a butler. Another was an all-rounder, familiar with all kinds of work and had a clear understanding of the celestial race's various interpersonal relationships. Lin Shen watched but felt no connection until another candidate came in, making Lin Shen sit up straight. Introduce yourself, Lin Shen said, pleased as he compared the photo Ouyang Yudu had sent him with the person opposite him. There was almost no difference between the photo and the actual person. In fact, the person looked even better. Sister Hu, belonging to a small branch of the Tiger Clan, the White Tiger Clan, 25 years old, 9th turn ascension, skilled in claw techniques. The White Tiger Clan differed from the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan had tiger heads, but Sister Hu, from the White Tiger Clan, only had a pair of white ears and a white tail characteristic of the Tiger Clan, looking no different from a human everywhere else. Sister Hu had a shapely, athletic build, an expansive chest, and a face that radiated a majestic beauty. The key was that the word white in White Tiger Clan was truly fitting. Her skin was so white it seemed to glow. This one is good, Lin Shen nodded frequently as he listened. Chapter 565, Lin Wan. Lin Shen wanted to make an immediate decision in favor of Hu, but Ouyang Yudu had Hu return first, saying to let Lin Shen finish the process before making a decision. After all, since she had come, it was only right to review her performance before deciding. Lin Shen felt that there was some reason to this, as they couldn't just send her back without even meeting her. That would be too likely to attract negative attention to the Celestial Master Institute. So, Lin Shen had to patiently continue the evaluation. He had thought it was merely a formality, but when candidate number 18 walked in, he suddenly felt as if a light shone before his eyes. Lin Shen rarely used the word sexy to describe a woman with short hair, but the short hair of the woman before him seemed so fitting, perfectly revealing the lines of her face. Her beauty was clean, sharp, a kind of forthright beauty that struck straight to the soul. All demureness, all scholarly grace seemed insignificant in the face of such refreshing sexiness. Postnatal cultivation is certainly important, but innate qualities cannot be changed. After seeing this candidate, Lin Shen suddenly felt that Hu might have seemed a bit too rugged. Lin Shen flipped through the photos Ouyang Yudu had given him. Indeed, there was such a woman, but just looking at the photographs did not do her justice. She was much more beautiful in person. Her figure was slender yet not skinny, plump yet not fat, dignified yet stunning. These phrases seemed to have been created just for her. Introduce yourself, Ouyang Yu prompted from the side. Lin Wan, human, 22, 10th turn ascender, jack of all trades, master of none, the woman said with a smile. The name Lin Wan reminded Lin Shen of a beautiful line from a poem written by a human sage, her name being the last two characters of that line. Can you cook? Asked Lin Shen. Yes, Lin Wan nodded. Can you do household chores? Lin Shen asked again. Yes, Lin Wan nodded once more. Explore hidden tales at free web novel Cough. Ouyang Yudu coughed lightly, interrupting Lin Shen, and asked Lin Wan, are you familiar with celestial race etiquette and have some understanding of the celestial race? Which type of celestial race etiquette are you referring to? Lin Wan asked. Is there a difference? Inquired Ouyang Yudu. There are 3 types of celestial race etiquette. The ancient etiquette is rarely used nowadays. Modern etiquette is divided into noble etiquette and popular etiquette. Popular etiquette is suitable for everyone, but noble etiquette is somewhat complex. Lin Wan spoke smoothly as she explained the various etiquettes of the celestial race. Yudu, I think we should choose her competent, high-level, and also beautiful, Lin Shen said. Let's still finish the whole process. There are only 2 candidates left, Ouyang Yudu said. Very well, Ms. Lin Wan. Please wait outside for a moment and we'll talk later, Lin Shen said to Lin Wan. Ouyang Yudu couldn't help but give a wry smile. Lin Shen had already made up his mind. The final 2 candidates were indeed impressive, but, like those Ouyang Yudu had chosen before, they possessed an inner beauty that slightly overshadowed their outer beauty. After they had left, Lin Shen called Lin Wan, who had been waiting outside, back in. He smiled at her and said, we both bear the Lin surname, and we're both human. Centuries ago, we might have been from the same family. When we're before others, you can call me Dean. When it's just us, feel free to call me Lin Shen. Lin Wan's voice wasn't particularly melodious, nor did it have a nasal twang. It was even somewhat cold, yet it managed to give people an itch in their hearts. After signing the contract with Lin Wan and watching her leave, Ouyang Yudu said with a bitter smile, Mr. Lin Shen, be careful not to fall for a beauty's trap and don't be too quick to trust her just because she's human. There are countless examples of being betrayed by one's own kind in the universe. Lin Shen chuckled. What do you take me for? I have my own judgment. It would be good if you really do. Ouyang Yudu knew this. Mr. Lin Shen was a playful character and didn't say anything more. Instead, he changed the subject. About the challenge from Tianshun's third mountain, what do you plan to do? Why bother about him? If he likes to come, then let him. I don't have time to pay him any mind, Lin Shen said indifferently. It's not that simple. Third mountain being approved to enter Sky Pinnacle Star and even being allowed to live broadcast the event, I can see the hand of the Celestial Court behind all this, Ouyang Yudu remarked. Lin Shen was well aware of this and said nonchalantly, the Celestial Court doesn't want the Celestial Master Institute to rise again. Naturally, it will do everything to obstruct us. Third Mountain is merely a pawn. If he manages to defeat me, then the Celestial Court will recruit him, and the various races of the universe will think that the Celestial race has a broad mind, capable of accepting powerful individuals from all races. They will gain a good reputation and also strike a blow against both the Celestial Master Institute and the Heavenly Emperor. It's a win-win for them. If Third Mountain loses, the universe's top-ranking ascender would have been defeated by a subordinate of the Celestial race, which would also be beneficial to our reputation. The Celestial Court's calculation is indeed shrewd, Ouyang Yudu added with a laugh. Exactly, so I can't be bothered with him. Let him wander around Sky Pinnacle Star all he wants. If I ignore him, surely the Celestial Court can't keep him here forever, right? Lin Shen stated. That's true, but the Celestial Court will definitely find a way to pressure you. They won't let you be so comfortable, Ouyang retorted. I'll just go hide on Celestial Star then. Can they really come and drag me out? Lin Shen asked. Ouyang Yudu smiled. Of course not, but I think accepting the challenge might not be a bad idea. However, Tian Shun's third mountain is not an ordinary opponent. His strength is probably not inferior to the likes of Kristen, but in a different style. Even Kristen might have an uncertain battle against him. I've watched his battles. That damage rebound ability is indeed formidable. The stronger the offensive strength, the greater the damage to the attacker. It's unknown if Kristen's sword light can break through his damage rebound. If it can, then third mountain doesn't stand a chance. But if it can't, Kristen will definitely lose, as that damage rebound is too perverse, Lin Shen mused. Lin Shen was also aware that humanity's current situation wasn't that great. Most human clans were nothing more than cannon fodder. Just like the Medici family, which was subservient to Tian Shun, contributed manpower and resources to help Tian Shun expand. They were pure cannon fodder. Their ambition to target Tian Shun was precisely to escape such a fate. Now, with the rise of humans in the cosmic rankings, some powerful clans began to see human potential, at least paying some attention to human families aligning with them, potentially offering them more opportunities for development. Perhaps a few would be able to escape the fate of being cannon fodder. It shouldn't be hard, Lin Shen thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed. This isn't the rankings after all, anything goes. To beat him, I don't need to lift a finger myself. Chapter 566, No Qualification. When the third mountain entered Sky Pinnacle Star, indeed, the official news channel of the celestial race broadcast the entire process. The Celestial Court even orchestrated an event where the third mountain personally went to the Celestial Master Institute to issue a challenge. Clearly, anyone with eyes could see that there were those within the celestial race forcing Lin Shen to respond. Only then did many people realize that Lin Shen was actually the dean of the Celestial Master Institute of the celestial race. Read chapters at free web novel, Lin Shen is actually the dean of the Celestial Master Institute. No wonder he's so formidable. Another race member becoming a dean within the celestial race has already proven Lin Shen's strength. I heard Lin Shen is a favored kept man of a high-ranking celestial female officer, which is why he was able to climb to the position of dean. Which celestial female officer is so powerful to have such energy? It's said to be a woman from the Tian family who even has a seat in the celestial court. Damn, that's some serious sugar mommy game. A female celestial with a seat in the celestial court isn't just anyone. The direction of public opinion quickly skewed, with people more interested in the gossip about Lin Shen and the female celestial than in the fact that he himself was a dean. The celestial court is really playing dirty, Catherine, who was watching the live broadcast, said with a pursed mouth. If they lose, it's the Celestial Master Institute and Tian Shun that lose face. If they win, it's the honor of the celestial race. Their calculus is just too cunning. Do you think Lin Shen will accept the challenge? Tia asked, watching the third mountain already at the doorstep of the Celestial Master Institute. He probably doesn't have the luxury of refusing, Catherine said, just as the doors of the Celestial Master Institute opened and someone came out. Who goes there? The person sized up the third mountain standing outside the door and asked. The third mountain of the Shan clan, here to issue a challenge to Lin Shen, said the third mountain, presenting the challenge to the person before him. The man glanced at it without taking it and just said coldly, Do you have the qualifications to issue a challenge to our Celestial Master Institute's dean? I am ranked first on the Ascenders list for clan rankings. Isn't that qualification enough? The third mountain said gravely. First on the Ascenders list? What's that worth? Worthy of standing on equal footing with our dean? The man said disdainfully. If being first on the Ascenders list isn't enough, then I must ask, who is qualified to challenge Lin Shen? The third mountain felt secretly pleased that Lin Shen's subordinate was so arrogant. This put him on the moral high ground. The man showed no intention of backing down, continuing, no one is qualified. Without waiting for the third mountain to speak, the man went on. The Celestial Master Institute hasn't had a dean for over 100 years because we believe in better none than not the best. It took the Lord Heavenly Emperor so long to select a new dean for the Celestial Master Institute, one who is virtuous and capable. He bears the future of the whole institute, and with it the futures of countless families depend on him alone. His life is no longer his own. It belongs to our entire Celestial Master Institute. Letting the dean take part in the clan ranking battles was a reluctant last resort. He fought for the glory of his race. We have nothing to say about that. But now that he's withdrawn from the competition, this is no longer the battlefield for clan rankings, and he has no feud with you. Why should he accept your challenge? Challenging our dean is like challenging the future of countless families in our institute. You're after our lives. What gives your single life the right to challenge the lives of so many in the Celestial Master Institute? The man stared coldly at the third mountain and continued, Your death may not matter, but if our dean suffers even a minor injury, will you support the countless people young and old in the institute? It's just a sparring match. If your dean is capable, why worry about these things, unless he's afraid of me, the third mountain? The third mountain remained unmoved, speaking indifferently. Upon hearing this, the man laughed. I've said so much just to tell you that you and our dean aren't on the same level, nor do you share the same responsibilities. If it weren't for the existence of the clan rankings, you would have no right to challenge him. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry sends out a challenge, would our dean ever get any work done? However, since you're so keen on making a name for yourself and insist on challenging him, we'll oblige. Wait here. Our dean is busy working. After he's finished with his work, he will address your challenge. After saying this, the man took the challenge from the third mountain's hand and closed the door without waiting for a response. Many people thought there was reason in what he said, considering that Lin Shen was a newly selected dean by the Heavenly Emperor after more than 100 years. Such a figure inherently bore responsibilities far beyond their own strength and level. For them, the outcome of a duel indeed seemed trivial. For the third mountain alone to challenge the dean of an entire institute, the difference in status was indeed vast. This incident stirred up a huge controversy on the Heavenly Network, with some believing that there was no distinction between high and low status. As fellow Ascenders, the third mountain had the right to challenge Lin Shen. Others, however, felt that as the dean responsible for the future of the entire Celestial Master Institute, with no quarrel or cause, and not on the clan ranking list, why should he accept such a disrespectful challenge? Everyone had their reasoning, and neither side could convince the other. However, many people generally believe that Lin Shen definitely didn't feel confident about defeating the third mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a fuss. After all, we're talking about the top-ranked person on the Ascenders list. Although Lin Shen is formidable, he's probably not assured of victory, someone said. Forget assured victory, whether he can win at all is in question. The third mountain specializes in damage rebound, and Lin Shen's strength lies in attack-oriented abilities, which might be recoiled back at him, leading to his own injury or death without a fight, another person added. Lin Shen is strong, but I think the third mountain is too much of a counter for him. This sort of opinion was widespread on the Heavenly Network, with the majority feeling that the third mountain was Lin Shen's nemesis, which was why Lin Shen had not promptly accepted the challenge. Lin Shen sat in his office with Ouyang Yudu, having tea, while the person who had been talking to the third mountain at the door stepped in. Dean, Minister Ouyang, here is the third mountain's challenge. A tie, well spoken. Come on, have some tea with us. Lin Shen gestured to a seat beside him. Northeast Tai hesitated a bit. He had entered the Celestial Master Institute indeed, but not as Lin Shen's assistant. Instead, he joined the Special Service Department under Ouyang Yu. Do what the Dean asks you to do without overthinking, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. That was when Northeast Tai sat down, and Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu continued to chat and drink tea as if they had forgotten about the challenging third mountain outside. Chapter 567, Can we start now? Lin Wan brewed tea for the three of them on the side with a methodical grace, appearing extremely professional as she worked. Of course, the most important factor was her beauty, which added a few fragrant notes to the originally bland tea. Lin Shen had wanted to take care of the third mountain quickly, but Ouyang Yudu advised him not to rush. If he started accepting challenges so easily, wouldn't that lead to endless trouble? This sort of issue could happen once, but not a second time, which is why Ouyang Yudu had Northeast Tai say those words. He wanted everyone to know that Lin Shen was the dean of an institute. With many matters to attend to, he simply didn't have the time to bother with people like the third mountain or accept any challenges. If someone wanted to challenge him, they could wait outside the gate. Wait until the dean has dealt with his affairs, and when he has time, then he'll see you. Lin Shen had to admit, Ouyang Yudu's way of thinking had indeed changed a lot since he became the head of the Ouyang family. Don't look at me like that. Unless you want to face an endless stream of challenges, you need to play the part, Ouyang Yudu said, sipping his tea. Naturally, Lin Shen didn't want such issues to keep arising and thus closed his mouth to continue savoring his tea. The third mountain waited outside, seemingly as calm and immovable as a mountain, confident in his approach. The Celestial Race's livestream crew kept the cameras on the third mountain, broadcasting live to the universe. The discussions were lively at the beginning, but as time passed, the third mountain had already stood outside for more than an hour without Lin Shen coming out. The gates of the Celestial Master Institute remained firmly closed. Even the third mountain, who had prepared mentally, appeared outwardly unmoved, as if rooted like a mountain, but was seething with anger inside. Online, people were speculating whether Lin Shen was afraid of the third mountain, and that was why he dared not come out to accept the challenge, using the delay to buy time. However, most people knew that delaying wouldn't help much. Eventually, Lin Shen would have to give the third mountain a response. Lin Shen is putting on quite the attitude. So what if he's the dean? This is showing no respect at all. Does he dare to fight or not? Can't he give a clear answer? As time went on, the number of impatient people increased. Just as the third mountain was about to lose his patience, the grand gates of the Celestial Master Institute finally creaked open again. Northeast Tai, whom they had seen before, came out of the gate. The livestream crew perked up at the sight of Northeast Tai, directing their cameras at him. The dean has accepted your challenge, Northeast Tai said indifferently. The crowd, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. After such a long wait, it hadn't been in vain. Lin Shen was finally accepting the challenge. However, the dean is busy with official duties and can't fight you right now. Northeast Tai's following words caused everyone to frown. Does he dare to fight, or is he looking to delay further? The viewers wondered sullenly, and their impression of Lin Shen soured even more. We can schedule a time and place. I'm ready whenever you are, the third mountain said in a deep voice. No need for that. Please wait a little longer. Accepting your challenge is a personal matter, and the dean, after all, has his official duties to prioritize. Once he's finished with his work, he will come out and fight you immediately. After saying this, Northeast Tai turned and went back inside, closing the gates once again. The third mountain and those watching outside could only continue to wait. According to Northeast Tai, Lin Shen wouldn't take too long after finishing his work, and indeed, it was already noon. He should be almost done with his duties. But they waited and waited. To not miss any moment, the livestream crew even skipped lunch. Yet as the hours went by and the sun began to set, the gates of the Celestial Master Institute remained firmly shut. What exactly is Lin Shen playing at? Is he planning to drag this out until evening, and then use the excuse that it's too late to continue the delay until tomorrow? Perhaps his official duties are really keeping him busy right now, some still speculated. That's nonsense. No matter how busy work is, can't he even find time for lunch? The third mountain, standing at the gate, also began to look slightly frustrated. He had come here full of vigor to challenge Lin Shen, but after standing outside for so long, all his momentum had vanished. The third mountain inwardly cursed Lin Shen for his shamelessness, but kept his face calm, appearing serenely confident as if all of Lin Shen's actions were within his expectations. If his own confidence wavered now, he would truly lose all face. The third mountain felt helpless. He had assumed Lin Shen would either refuse or agree to a fight. Either way, a swift resolution was expected. But he had not anticipated such evasiveness, totally contrary to the plan he had discussed with the Lord of the Nan family before coming here, and he had no idea what to do next. The Lord from the An family also looked displeased, but he couldn't overtly assist the third mountain. If the third mountain won with his help, the subsequent move to persuade him to join would become too transparent. Lin Shen's stature stood on its own, making it impossible for the third mountain to simply force his way into the Celestial Master Institute. The Lord from the An family was also aware that while the Celestial Master Institute had declined, it was not a place for a person like the third mountain to storm into recklessly. He may have been the first ascender from his minor race, but even the very best from the Nirvana ranking who dared to intrude upon the Celestial Master Institute could not be sure of leaving with their life. It all depended on the whims of those esteemed figures inside. The third mountain was well aware that Sky Pinnacle Star was not a place where ascenders from minor races like his own could cause trouble. He had to wait patiently. After an indefinable length of time as the day began to darken, the third mountain thought Lin Shen intended to postpone the fight until the next day, believing there would be no fight today. Just as he was about to speak out, he heard a creaking sound and turned to see that the gates of the Celestial Master Institute had finally opened again. Expecting to see the tiger person, his eyes widened when instead, Lin Shen himself emerged. Third mountain, my apologies for making you wait. The official duties are now settled, and I can accept your challenge, Lin Shen said as he stepped outside the gate, standing on the steps above and looking down at the third mountain. Now? The third mountain was surprised, not expecting Lin Shen to actually avoid delaying until the next day. Yes, right now. I have work tomorrow, and now, within this brief period when I'm free, we might as well resolve this, Lin Shen spoke, as if he were merely taking care of a minor errand on his way home from work, completely lacking the tension of a showdown between two strong contenders. It's getting dark. Are you sure that's all right? The third mountain wondered if Lin Shen would use the darkness as an excuse if he lost. It shouldn't take that long, Lin Shen said lightly. Shall we start now? With that, Lin Shen completely infuriated the third mountain. Chapter 568, Suppressing the Third Mountain. Anyone can brag, but with the third mountain's defensive capabilities, how can he resolve the fight before nightfall? Maybe what he meant was, it won't even be dark before he himself is defeated. I'm just waiting to see who gets dealt with before it turns dark. The people on the Skynet have gone mad. Lin Shen's attitude of not taking the third mountain seriously made it seem like he didn't respect the number one on the Ascension rankings. However, some people think that the third mountain came here on their own to challenge Lin Shen, who hadn't wronged them in any way. With their aggressive approach, Lin Shen agreeing to fight them was already giving them enough face. Alright, let's do it now then, Third Mountain said coldly with a sideways glance. Where shall we fight? Right here is fine. Can we start now? Lin Shen asked again. Here? Third Mountain slightly furrowed his brows. The location of the Celestial Master Institute was not very far from the Imperial Palace, and it was rather close to the city center of the planet. If they fought here and the nearby buildings were damaged, the Celestial race wouldn't let things slide so easily. Yes, it's getting late. Let's not waste any more time, Lin Shen said. Everyone who heard this had a strange look on their face, not knowing who was really wasting time. Since you're not making a move, then I'll go first. Seeing the third mountain hesitate, Lin Shen directly tossed out a pet capsule, the very super source Holy Shield Dragon he had acquired not long ago. Since the Holy Shield Dragon required 3 keys to activate, and ordinary pet guns were designed with 1 key for 1 capsule and not 3 keys for 1 pet capsule, Lin Shen had to operate it manually. Fortunately, after learning the mudfish catching skill from Ch501, his hand speed and dexterity had greatly improved. He could nearly insert 3 keys into the 3 holes of the capsule simultaneously, which was almost no different from instant activation. When Third Mountain saw Lin Shen making a move, he thought Lin Shen would use Surfing Fist or Pistol Airstrike skill and hurriedly summon his carapace. His whole body surged with energy, and the carapace, like flexible rubber, began to undulate in wave-like patterns. Everyone was watching Third Mountain and Lin Shen, expecting an earth-shattering battle and looking forward to the clash of the pistol airstrike skill and reflective damage skills. But unexpectedly, they saw Lin Shen raise his hand and release a pet capsule, leaving everyone stunned. It was only then that some people remembered that this was not a fight for the rankings of races, where pets and various equipment could be used. As they watched the pet capsule instantly transform into a pet huge as a hill bearing down on them, Third Mountain's face turned even uglier. He extended his palm, trying to swat the pet away. However, his slap not only failed to kill the pet, but it didn't even manage to push it away. The pet's massive body pressed down directly, instantly squashing the plump Third Mountain beneath it like a hen brooding eggs. Everyone was dumbfounded as Third Mountain, being crushed underneath, disappeared from sight and didn't emerge for quite some time. Now, Third Mountain was extremely frustrated. Pinned under the Holy Shield Dragon, he couldn't even push it away. His reflective damage ability seemed to have no effect on the Holy Shield Dragon. He was pressed down so tightly he couldn't move at all. Lin Shen almost laughed out loud at the sight, but luckily he was professional enough to hold it back and not show any amusement. With the Holy Shield Dragon's weight and strength, Ascenders simply couldn't push it. What was the Tri-Life-based 10th turn concept? Basically, it was the absolute invincibility at the Ascension level, and with just a couple of boosted attribute skills, its attributes could soar to near 1,000. Even when Lin Shen himself reached 10th turn Ascension, he would find it hard to compete with the Holy Shield Dragon in terms of strength. Moreover, the Third Mountain was skilled in rebounding damage. Aggressive offense wasn't his strong suit. Against ordinary Ascenders, he managed fine, but against the Holy Shield Dragon, he was far from sufficient. Silence, everyone just stared blankly at the Holy Shield Dragon and at Third Mountain, who had vanished beneath it. Damn, what kind of pet is that? So freaking cool. That pet is too strong. Third Mountain is pinned underneath and can't even crawl out. Quite something, huh? Isn't this like cheating? How can you use pets in a duel? This isn't a race-ranking battle. Why can't you use pets? Pets are part of one's strength too, right? What on earth is that pet? It's outrageously powerful. Just sat on top of Third Mountain, the top Ascender, and he really can't crawl out. The fight has ended. Third Mountain really couldn't crawl out. He had already used his life base, but it was completely unable to shake the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon was an aberration that could even block Nirvana-level attacks. The Third Mountain's life base's bit of attack power had no chance of moving it. Furthermore, the Holy Shield Dragon itself had the abilities to dissipate force, rebound damage, and absorb energy. Compared with the Holy Shield Dragon, Third Mountain's abilities still fell short. Third Mountain, stop wasting time and come out to fight, Lin Shen called out to Third Mountain in all seriousness. This remark made many people burst out laughing, with someone directly replying on the Skyweb, Lord Dean, do you think Third Mountain doesn't want to come out and fight on his own? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How did Lin manage to keep a straight face? Truly a master, such professionalism. Third Mountain must be regretting it big time now. Why did he bother provoking this master actor? So tragic, already the #1 Ascender and yet looking to be thrashed. Indeed, Lin was absolutely right. There's no need for so much time. One butt drop and the fight is over. When Lin Shen saw no one responding, after a while, he spoke as if he had just realized. Can't be that you can't come out, right? Wait, I'll retract my pet. Lin Shen beckoned, and the Holy Shield Dragon flew back to him, transforming into a pet capsule as it landed in his hand. Only then did everyone see Third Mountain scramble up from the ground, looking rather worse for wear. The ground material in Sky Pinnacle Star City wasn't something that could be easily destroyed by Ascension-level strength, but even so, there was a faint human-shaped contour left on the ground, indicating Third Mountain had suffered quite a bit. Lin Shen, our battle, why did you resort to using a pet? Third Mountain wasn't satisfied. Had he known Lin Shen would use a pet, he wouldn't have been so careless and get suppressed directly beneath the Holy Shield Dragon. Can't use pets? But my pet is also at Ascension level. Aren't you the strongest Ascender at Ascension level? Lin Shen asked, feigning surprise as he looked at Third Mountain. Killing with words, everyone caught the insinuation. It was a jab at Third Mountain, suggesting that he wasn't even a match for his pet. You, Third Mountain gritted his teeth, managing to hold back his anger, and stared at Lin Shen. I didn't expect you to use a pet, so I didn't bring mine this time, hoping for a fair battle with you. Chapter 69. Everyone, disperse. All right. Lin Shen took out the sinister Evil Ghost Blade and looked at Third Mountain. Can we start now? Third Mountain eyed the Evil Ghost Blade in Lin Shen's hand, and his expression instantly turned bizarre. If Lin Shen had simply taken out a spirit base as a weapon, Third Mountain wouldn't have thought much of it. But he had just been suppressed by one of Lin Shen's pets, and now Lin Shen had drawn a spirit base weapon, which made him smell the scent of conspiracy. Third Mountain highly suspected that the weapon in Lin Shen's hand was specifically designed to counter him, but he had just told Lin Shen not to use his pets, and now to ask him not to use his spirit base seemed to indicate a lack of ability on his part. "It's getting late. Can we begin soon?" Lin Shen said, looking at Third Mountain. "I hope our duel can be pure, like the racial rankings, where only one's own abilities are used in battle without any external aid," Third Mountain said. "Understood." Lin Shen briskly slid the evil ghost blade back into the weapon bag on his back, and with a beckoning motion, the folding fan was in hand. He swiftly unfurled it in front of his chest and gently swayed it, then smiled at Third Mountain. "Can we begin now?" Third Mountain knew that if he continued, he would probably lose all his momentum. If he had a choice, he would prefer to forfeit the fight with Lin Shen today. But now the arrow was on the string and he had to shoot. He had to defeat Lin Shen to join the celestial race on a high note. Only in this way could he gain better treatment and more opportunities. Third Mountain immediately unleashed his full strength, his carapace becoming incredibly tough, and even sprouted spikes all over his body like a hedgehog. Lin Shen looked at the spikes on Third Mountain's body without surprise. He had already seen Third Mountain's battles before and knew that those spikes were his life base. Third Mountain charged straight toward Lin Shen, throwing a punch. Even before the fist arrived, the spikes atop had already reached Lin Shen's face. Everyone thought that a great battle was about to start, expecting to see Lin Shen use his folding fan life base, along with surfing fist and pistol airstrike skill. However, as Third Mountain's fierce punch roared towards Lin Shen still gently waved his folding fan, standing there without even a defensive stance, not even summoning his carapace, just looking indifferently at Third Mountain. Just when everyone thought Lin Shen was about to block Third Mountain's punch with his folding fan, Lin Shen's other hand, hidden in his sleeve, moved slightly. Third Mountain, who had rushed towards him, suddenly stood still in front of him. The spikes on his fist were only centimeters away from Lin Shen's forehead, but that small distance seemed as vast as the ends of the earth. People were unclear about what exactly had happened. Why had Third Mountain stopped moving? Lin Shen hadn't even blocked the punch. Why didn't Third Mountain swing it down? What is Third Mountain doing? Why doesn't he swing that punch? Could it be because Lin Shen isn't using base mutation power? He feels it's unfair, so he didn't throw the punch? Lin Shen is taking too much of a risk. If Third Mountain hadn't stopped, wouldn't his head have been smashed by that punch? This is boring. Why don't they start fighting for real? As people were discussing fervently, Lin Shen flicked his wrist and the folding fan snapped shut. Then he swung it, like a teaching stick, directly across Third Mountain's face, actually flipping Third Mountain's round body aside onto the ground. Without looking at Third Mountain fallen on the ground, Lin Shen unfolded the fan and gently fanned himself as he walked past him. "Everyone disperse," Lin Shen said, leaving directly. People stared blankly at Lin Shen's retreating figure until he disappeared around the corner, while the third-ranking Shan clan member lay motionless on the ground, as if dead. "Is it over? What the hell?" Third Shan says no pets, no spirit base, and then can't even take a single hit. Lin Shen is way too strong, not even in the same league. Third Shan, the universe's top ascender, didn't catch a single move. He wasn't killed, was he? It's not that Third Shan is weak. Perhaps Lin Shen is just that strong. Lin, DEC, and Kristen dropping out made this ascender's ranking a farce. The top spot can't even take one move from Lin. They're not on the same level. The Tiger People's representative from the Celestial Master Institute was right. The first place on the Ascenders list is not on the same level as the Dean of the Institute. Someone with Ascension already serving as Dean, commanding who knows how many of Nirvana level, is undoubtedly powerful. The average Ascender has no need to challenge. I thought Lin Shen was strong after seeing him fight so long with Kristen, but not unbeatably strong. I never expected him to be so invincible when the opponent changed. There's no wound like the wound of comparison. The duel was over the moment Lin Shen's pet subdued Third Shan. If you can't even beat someone's pet, there's no point in continuing. Suddenly, the net was full of such sentiments, and no one thought Lin Shen was just dragging out the match anymore. It was clear he didn't even consider Third Shan an opponent, effortlessly dealing with him. Why make a fuss about being number one when you can just ask for trouble? Kristen also watched the live broadcast, and after it finished, he commented with a cold expression. Others might not know, but having suffered greatly at Lin Shen's hands, he was aware of Lin Shen's bizarre acupoint sealing technique. How did he do it? Catherine frowned, not understanding how Third Shan had lost. Various experts began analyzing why Third Shan lost, with different speculations spreading wildly online. DEC, Kristen, and others were brought up again in discussions about who would have taken first place in the Ascension level if they hadn't dropped out. Judging by the results, DEC was undoubtedly the strongest. Lin Shen had beaten Kristen and then surrendered during his battle with DEC. It was like a vicious circle, with various analysis and no one convincing another. Everyone agreed on one thing, though. Third Shan, the universe's top ascender, was just a huge fluke. Lying on the ground motionless, Third Shan's face was full of pain. The blow that Lin Shen struck him down with did not cause him physical pain, but the torment of such a humiliating defeat was more unbearable than any physical pain. Even more agonizing for him was the uncertainty of whether the high-ranking celestial of the celestial race would still accept him and the Shan clan after his dismal failure. It's all over. Third Shan lay there, feeling the world spinning around him, as if his body was endlessly falling, about to plummet into an endless abyss. Chapter 570, Pet Planet. What kind of skill is that? It somewhat resembles the Demon tribe's magical soul-hooking finger, but at the Ascension level, it doesn't have the ability to affect targets from afar. It also bears a slight resemblance to the Supreme Clan's Destiny's First Order, yet Destiny's First Order doesn't render one completely incapable of movement. Inside the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Wan's face broke into a smile. The universe seems to have produced many interesting new things during the years of my slumber. This Lin Shen also possesses many secrets. It is indeed possible that he might have solved the death tribulation I carry with me, but how could an Ascender influence the death tribulation? Returning to the silent residence, Lin Shen first took a nap. After all, sleeping was also a form of cultivation for him. The immortality scripture operated on its own, absorbing the energy of Celestial Star and continuously improving both his own physique and his life base, without the need for him to actively cultivate. He slept till the following day at noon and still lazed in bed, unwilling to get up, allowing Xiaoqi to project a variety of news and amusing stories for him to casually browse through. Suddenly, a message popped up, surprisingly from Red Heart A, who hadn't sent any messages in a long time. Lin Shen opened it and saw that Red Heart A had sent a video clip. Upon opening it, he saw that it was footage of him defeating the third mountain. This move is quite interesting. I can't tell what kind of technique it is, let alone how to counter it. What about you? After watching, Lin Shen closed the message. He certainly wouldn't reply to Red Heart A. He couldn't possibly reveal his skill in acupoint striking from afar using finger sand. Lin Shen continued to refresh news feeds on the bed. After a while, another message came through. He thought it was from Red Heart A again, but to his surprise, it was from Tianxin. Strange, why would Tianxin send me a message? Lin Shen and Tianxin had never been on good terms, and Tianxin had never taken the initiative to contact him before. When Lin Shen opened it, he saw that Tianxin had sent a photograph. In the photo, Tianxin was with a half-human, half-metal monster. Upon seeing the monster, Lin Shen was startled. Tianxin was startled. He already knows you're on Sky Pinnacle Star, and asked me to find a way to bring him to Sky Pinnacle Star to find you. There was also a written message underneath. Still looking for me? Lin Shen thought the monster had given up a long time ago, but it seemed it was still on his trail. Too bad it couldn't enter Sky Pinnacle Star. Don't bring him here. Lin Shen wasn't quite sure if he could deal with the monster at his current strength. Based on his previous encounters with the monster, given his current power, he should not be afraid of the monster anymore. But for some reason, Lin Shen just felt the monster would be very difficult to deal with, wondering if it was a psychological factor. Why should I? Tai is my friend, and you, I don't like the look of you. Tianxin's message came again. Nephew, you wouldn't want your young aunt to become a widow so soon, would you? Lin Shen was not afraid of Tianxin's threat. At worst, he would return the mechanical wristwatch to the monster. Although the mechanical wristwatch was good, it wasn't his to begin with, and now that he had access to the resources of the celestial race, he could hunt high-level creatures on many resource-rich planets without the need for a mechanical wristwatch. The only thing Lin Shen couldn't figure out was the relationship between the mechanical wristwatch and Gourd Mountain. Did Gourd Mountain really crash land on the human mother planet along with the god-making race's ship? Lin Shen planned to return to the human mother planet before his nirvana to thoroughly investigate the underground world and the mystery of Gourd Mountain. Gourd Mountain was clearly a special teleporter, and Lin Shen's current fear was that it might allow high-level creatures to teleport into the human mother planet. The teleporter discovered on the human mother planet so far could only teleport ascenders, which made the human mother planet very safe. However, if there were a teleporter capable of sending beings of Nirvana level or even the immortal into the human mother planet, it would be very bad news for the humans left behind on the planet. If possible, Lin Shen even hoped he could destroy Gourd Mountain. The monster seemed to have numerous connections with Gourd Mountain, and Lin Shen was somewhat worried that returning the mechanical wristwatch to him might negatively impact the human mother planet. Get lost. Tianxin's message came flying in immediately, followed by a second message. I'd advise you, be honorable. If you take something from someone, you should return it or bear the consequences. I'll give you a delay of 10 days at most. You really do deserve to die. Tianxin's response seemed to reveal his gritted teeth and handsome, angry face. Could the monster actually be Spade A? Is he from the god-making race? Lin Shen pondered but could not arrive at any conclusion, so he continued to message Tianxin, your good friend Tai, have you found out which race he belongs to? I don't know, Tianxin replied. Do you know what level he is at now? Lin Shen asked again. You think I'm the kind of person who'd betray a friend? Tianxin retorted with a snort. If I return the item to him, can we consider the past matter settled? Lin Shen had to try a different angle. It depends on your attitude, Tianxin replied. Seeing that Tian Shen was unyielding, Lin Shen didn't bother to message him again. A message popped up, and Lin Shen thought it was still from Tian Shen, but upon closer inspection, it was from Tian Qingyu. Brother Tian, could I borrow your people and pets? Prince Qingyu, what do you want to borrow exactly? Lin Shen didn't understand what Tian Qingyu meant. I'd like to borrow you and your three-headed dragon, Tian Qingyu's message quickly followed. After chatting with Tian Qingyu for a while, Lin Shen finally understood what she wanted. Among the planets controlled by the Celestial race, there was one named Pet Planet. Of course, this name was given by the Celestials later. The planet boasted rich biological resources with creatures of base mutation level, ascension level, and even nirvana level abundant. Pet Planet was so called because the creatures there had a very special trait. All beings on Pet Planet followed a rule. If they were defeated in a one-on-one battle, they would offer their keys and choose a master. In essence, Pet Planet was a massive pet resource reservoir. Currently, Pet Planet was under the joint governance of the Heavenly Emperor and the Celestial Court. To protect the resources of Pet Planet, strict scrutiny was required to enter, and each year had only so many quotas, adjusted for the following year based on the actual situation. In recent years, the quotas for Pet Planet had been decreasing, and now every year the Heavenly Emperor's side had only about 20 spots, a little more in the Celestial Court, but just over 100. Chapter 571, Heavenly Machine Beast. Recently, an additional rule had been introduced. Those entering Pet Planet could not personally engage in combat or use any equipment. They had to use their pets to defeat the creatures, and they couldn't challenge creatures that exceeded their own level. Moreover, there was only one chance. If one was not successful on the first try, the opportunity would be forfeited. The reason for the increasingly strict rules was to ensure that Pet Planet's elite pets wouldn't be captured in large numbers, to prevent resource depletion. However, with such a regulation in place, obtaining an elite pet from there became much more difficult. After seeing Lin Shen's Holy Shield Dragon, Tian Qingyu wanted to borrow the Holy Shield Dragon to help her win an elite pet on Pet Planet. In return, Tian Qingyu also secured a spot for Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw no reason to refuse such a good deal and promptly agreed to Tian Qingyu. After getting up and washing up, just as he was preparing to leave, Tian Qingyu had already taken the initiative to look for him. Tian, the battle with the third mountain was truly splendid. Tian Qingyu began by offering her compliments. I think so too, masters are indeed so lonely, Lin Shen chuckled. Tian Qingyu also laughed. When others say it, I think it's just a joke, but when you say it, Tian, I believe it truly is loneliness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her words, Lin Shen shook his head and said, just joking around, for a prince to say such things makes me feel truly humbled. Tian Qingyu smiled and said, the third mountain originally wanted to use the situation to rise to fame and gain benefits, but now not only has he lost his reputation, and 4 has also abandoned him. Defeated so miserably, it's impossible for him to be allowed to join in family's 4th mansion now. It was then that Lin Shen learned that the challenge from the third mountain was orchestrated by An family's 4th mansion. Let's not talk about him. I brought you something, take a look first. Tian Qingyu handed Lin Shen a crystal card. What is this? Lin Shen asked. Data on the creatures of Pet Planet, information that won't be found in the database. You can get familiar with it first. If there's a creature you fancy, you can go straight to it once we are on Pet Planet, Tian Qingyu explained. I want to obtain a heavenly machine beast as a mount, which I'll need your help with later, Tian. What's this about trouble? It should be the prince taking care of me. Otherwise, how would I have the qualifications to enter Pet Planet, said Lin Shen as Ch501 read the data from the crystal card. All sorts of creatures were projected by Ch501 in an instant. Lin Shen had Ch501 filter out the ascension-level creatures, which still amounted to tens of thousands, dazzling to behold. You can try filtering for the mutated ascension ones, Tian Qingyu reminded from the side. Lin Shen had Ch501 filter again, and in the end, more than 100 types of mutated ascension creatures appeared. Lin Shen meticulously reviewed the data for each mutated ascension creature, among which there were indeed many outstanding pets. The heavenly machine beast that Tian Qingyu wanted was among them. Originally, when Lin Shen heard the name Heavenly Machine Beast, he thought it would be some kind of beast-shaped creature, but it turned out not to be the case. The Heavenly Machine Beast looked surprisingly like a convertible sports car, filled with a sense of science fiction. It was the first time Lin Shen had seen such a creature, and he asked somewhat quizzically, "Are you sure this is a Heavenly Machine Beast, not a man-made car?" You wouldn't think so once you see it open its mouth. Tian Qingyu gestures for Lin Shen to view the detailed data of the Heavenly Machine Beast. A red convertible sports car appeared in the projection, and suddenly the front hood of the car opened, revealing an interior structure resembling a grinder. When an ascended creature strayed into it, its body was immediately shredded. Ascension liquid sprayed out from the cracks of the closed hood, splattering everywhere. How ferocious! Lin Shen finally confirmed that the Heavenly Machine Beast was indeed not a car. In fact, the Heavenly Machine Beast only looked like a car. Its body was a single piece, not put together, and it didn't have doors or a steering wheel. The 2 headlights were actually its eyes. After looking for a while, Lin Shen felt that many of the mutated ascension pets were quite impressive, and he found it difficult to make a choice immediately. He decided to go to Pet Planet to try his luck and see what he'd encounter. Tian Qingyu took Lin Shen to Pet Planet, and even as a prince herself, she had to go through a quite complex vetting process to get in. Lin Shen accompanied her through the process until the sun was almost setting. Should we go tomorrow? Lin Shen was afraid that poor visibility at night would make it difficult to spot the mutated Nirvana creatures. Sky Pinnacle Star is in nighttime, but Pet Planet is in the daytime. Now is the right time to go, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Only then did Lin Shen remember that each planet has different night and day timings. He had gotten used to the almost identical day and night pattern of Celestial Star and Sky Pinnacle Star, and he had forgotten about this detail. When they arrived at the teleportation station, Lin Shen learned that it wasn't just the two of them going. A young man from the celestial race was also part of the group. Seeing Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu coming, the young man gave a slight bow to Tian Qingyu, then turned his gaze to Lin Shen. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, I've seen all of your battles. You're very capable, the young man said. You flatter me. What's your name? Lin Shen did not recognize this celestial race man. Anjiahai, the man replied. Lin Shen was taken aback upon hearing his name. He might not have met this person before, but the name was indeed familiar to him. Members of the An family without a number in their name generally do not hold much significance in the overall hierarchy. Lin Shen had heard of Anjiahi not because he was famous himself, but because his father was extremely well known. The dean of the Celestial Court, the #1 expert of the celestial race, An Yi, was the strongest existence of the celestial race, with no equal. Anjiahi was the sole son of An Yi. With the early demise of Anjiahi's mother, and An Yi not having remarried, Anjiahi was the only male in the vast An family's first mansion. The moment Anjiahi was born, Emperor Tianshu acknowledged him as a godson, and all of Anjiahi's treatments were according to the standards of a prince. After all, Emperor Tianshu had many children, but An Yi only had this one son, making Anjiahi the man who was bestowed with immeasurable favor. Even Tian Beluo and Tian Qingyu would need to make an effort to acquire some special resources, but whatever Anjiahi wanted would almost always be directly delivered to him, with concern that he might refuse them. Tian Qingyu addressed him as Jiahahi, much like calling a brother of her own. The three of them waited for a while, and 3 elderly members of the celestial race came over to accompany them on the teleportation journey to Pet Planet. These elders were there to ensure their safety and also to guarantee that they followed the rules on Pet Planet, refraining from capturing pets at will. Chapter 572. Anjiahi smiled as he bid farewell to the two of them. Already a Nirvana-level being, although he was also heading to Pet Planet, the region he needed to visit was different. An elder followed Anjiahe as they departed, while the other 2 elders followed Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu separately. However, they kept their distance, and unless there was danger, they wouldn't intervene. You should be careful around Anjiahe, he's a terrifying individual, Tian Qingyu whispered to Lin Shen. I thought he seemed weak and scholarly like a student. Gentle in speech, as if a breeze accompanied by a fine rain. Can he really be that frightening? Lin Shen shared his impression of Anjiahe. What you've seen is only the side he shows to outsiders. The majority within the celestial race also believe the same. But I know beneath that frail appearance lies a heart more terrifying than any devil's. Being the head of the Celestial Master Institute makes you effectively an opponent to the Celestial Court. You have to be on guard, said Tian Qingyu, her expression complex. Is he that strong? Lin Shen frowned and asked. I don't know. Tian Qingyu shook her head and said, his identity is too special. Unlike us princes who are guarded around the clock, no one can get close to him, let alone fight him. Did you see the supervisors overseeing us? Our supervisors are all at Nirvana level. His supervisor, not only at immortal level, is not even an actual supervisor, but rather his personal guard acting temporarily as one. Lin Shen was taken aback. Doesn't that mean he can freely capture pets on Pet Planet, a privilege not even you possess? We princes wouldn't dare do such a thing, or else we would certainly face impeachment by the counselors of the Celestial Court, Tian Qingyu said with a wry smile and a shake of her head. How can you know he's extremely terrifying if no one has seen Anjiahe take action? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. He has established his own He Family Academy. Many children of noble families within the celestial race are sent to Skyhe Academy for cultivation and learning. Some even pull strings for a slot in the academy. The materials taught in He Family Academy are modified, and some are even newly created secret techniques, all from Anjiahe's own hands. Lin Shen felt a pang of emotion upon hearing this. Nobles of the celestial race already had plenty of privileges. Obtaining top evolution skills and techniques was not difficult for them. And yet, so many nobles went through such lengths to enter He Family Academy, indicating Anjiahe's modifications must be extremely successful. Amidst numerous heavyweights within the celestial race, Anjiahe's ability to achieve such a feat was nearly inconceivable, and the extent of his talent unfathomable. Those noble descendants who study at He Family Academy are obviously much stronger than others who cultivate the same evolution skill and techniques at home. Moreover, Angelic can tailor teaching to individual aptitudes, maximizing each student's unique characteristics. Yet no one knows what he is skilled at or even what evolution skill he cultivates, Tianqingyu sighed. If he only had talent and ability, I wouldn't be advising you to be so cautious around him. But as a child, I witnessed something firsthand. Never mind, just be careful if you meet him again. Lin Shen nodded slightly, finding Angelic indeed unfathomable, and his status and background were not something Lin Shen could compare with. If he had a choice, he would never wish to make an enemy of Angelic. Someone who had long stood in the public eye yet whose true capabilities remained unknown was certainly formidable. However, Emperor Tianshu had positioned Lin Shen as the head of the Celestial Master Institute, making friction with the Celestial Court inevitable. Sooner or later, they would stand in complete opposition, and if Angelic intended to take over the Celestial Court, peaceful coexistence would be difficult. Those were concerns for the future. As long as Lin Shen didn't leave Sky Pinnacle Star and the Celestial Master Institute, it was unlikely. Angelic could deal with him openly. Even so, Lin Shen was curious to know what level of strength Angelic truly possessed. Now was certainly not the right time, though. Angelic was at Nirvana, while he was merely at Ascension. Lin Shen had no interest in challenging beyond his tier. If he had the choice, he preferred to fight equals, or maybe even tease lower-level youngsters for fun. The two flew over Pet Planet, a considerably massive world dominated by forests and mountain ranges, with countless rivers large and small scattered across, but without forming extensive oceans. Instead, they created innumerable lakes. Due to the sheer size of Pet Planet, what seemed like lakes were in fact about the size of the human mother planet's oceans, or even larger. All sorts of magical species lived on Pet Planet. Lin Shen noticed a school of flying fish gliding through the air, each as big as a large airplane. Lin Shen remembered that Tianxun had a flying fish pet. It was probably obtained from here. Everywhere on Pet Planet were all manner of strange and exotic creatures. Since they only had one chance, they could only appreciate them without making a move. On a rocky outcrop by a lake, Lin Shen even spotted creatures that resembled mechanical mermaids. Various bizarre creatures flew across the sky from time to time. The two elders occasionally released their power of nirvana to intimidate these creatures, keeping them from drawing too close. Lin Shen and Tianqingyu continued to search for traces of the heavenly machine beast, but after visiting several places where it normally appeared, they found no sign of it. If it's not in these places, finding it will depend on luck. Let's just wander around and deal with your issue first, Tianqingyu said helplessly. Alright, Lin Shen didn't refuse. It wasn't Tianqingyu's fault they couldn't find the heavenly machine beast. As two Nirvana beings guarded them during their aerial journey, Lin Shen spotted a group of creatures akin to white jade and ink jade combined into the shape of celestial cranes in a swamp. What are those creatures? Lin Shen pointed at the jade crane-like beings and asked. Those are crystal-based level ink cranes, a kind of mutant creature, very rare outside, and there's only one group here on Pet Planet. Currently, they are forbidden to be captured. Please choose another creature, one elder said. Just as Lin Shen was about to say something, he suddenly saw a figure in the distance running towards them. Yes, running, not flying. The figure was running on air, as if sprinting across the sky. Lin Shen looked closely and saw that the figure sprinting across the sky was actually a fairy sculpted out of ice crystal and snow jade. That is, the Jade Fairy, recognized Tianqingyu, both shocked and delighted at the sight. Chapter 57-3, Doshi Buddha. Seeing the Jade Fairy appear, even the two overseers' expressions slightly changed as they leaped in front of Tianqingyu and Lin Shen, shouting at them, "Fall back." As Lin Shen and Tianqingyu retreated, Lin Shen asked, "Is that Jade Fairy a Nirvana-level creature?" While Tianqingyu was explaining, the two overseers had already summoned their life bases and commenced battle with the Jade Fairy. The two Nirvana-level beings ganging up on a single Jade Fairy didn't seem to gain any advantage. The sky was ablaze with light, and shockwaves swept chaotically through the air, forcing Lin Shen and Tianqingyu to continuously retreat. Having retreated to a safe distance, just as they were about to watch the battle, a figure burst out from the forest below. That's the Doshi Buddha. Tianqingyu recognized the figure and was immediately filled with both shock and joy. Lin Shen also saw the figure, which looked like a statue of a stone monk wearing a bamboo hat, robed in a monk's cassock, with prayer beads around his neck and holding obsidian jade bowls in one hand. But this statue was able to move, and not only move, one hand held the bowl, while the other wielded a pair of obsidian jade chopsticks. Lin Shen had come across information about the Doshi Buddha before, and the impression was very profound. He knew this was an extremely rare and powerful mutated ascension creature. Unfortunately, the first person to discover the Doshi Buddha was a Nirvana-level powerhouse who accidentally killed it. Subsequently, no one else discovered another Doshi Buddha, and they were essentially considered extinct. Yet today, they had not only seen the Jade Fairy, but also the Doshi Buddha, which was an incredibly lucky encounter. Help me subdue it. Tianqingyu immediately gave up on the heavenly machine beast without hesitation now that the Doshi Buddha was within reach. The Nirvana being who had reportedly killed the Doshi Buddha by accident had actually felt threatened by the Doshi Buddha and had no choice but to use his full power to eliminate it. There was nothing accidental about it. Lin Shen released the Supersource Holy Shield Dragon to meet the Doshi Buddha. The Supersource Holy Shield Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a green crystal shield, hurling it toward the Doshi Buddha in midair. The Doshi Buddha, holding the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, tapped the chopsticks against the bowl and then in front of the green crystal shield, which unexpectedly plummeted rapidly, shrinking and falling into the obsidian jade bowl. What the hell is that? Lin Shen was astonished, wondering how a life base could just disappear like that. There were tinkling sounds from within the bowl, but the green crystal shield never re-emerged. The Doshi Buddha leaped into the air and flew towards the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon, which had never been subjected to such humiliation, being abused by Nirvana-level death powder was one thing, but being bullied by an ascended creature was another, became infuriated. The Holy Shield Dragon's body swelled, blood boiled, radiance enveloped it, and with a flap of its 6 wings, it charged straight at the Doshi Buddha, intent on tearing it apart with its physical form. Faced with the frenzied onslaught of the Holy Shield Dragon, the Doshi Buddha remained completely unruffled, tapping the chopsticks against the bowl once again. The next second, Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu witnessed a scene that left them astounded. The Holy Shield Dragon's immense body shrank rapidly in front of Doshi Buddha, and eventually, just like the green crystal shield, it was sucked into the obsidian jade bowl. Both of them felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Shen found it unimaginable that the Holy Shield Dragon, which should be invincible among Ascension-level creatures, was so easily subdued by an Ascension-level being. Doshi Buddha is even more terrifying than the records. Let's withdraw for now. Your pet was lost because of me. I will surely compensate you later, Tian Qingyu said as she pulled Lin Shen to retreat. Before they understood the full extent of Doshi Buddha's abilities, it was not wise to clash with him head-on. Moreover, there were rules on Pet Planet that prevented them from injuring Doshi Buddha. Lin Shen had no choice but to retreat with Tian Qingyu, but Doshi Buddha flung the chopsticks in his hand, and the 2 chopsticks instantly transformed into 2 obsidian jade flood dragons, charging at Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu respectively. Lin Shen threw out the Inheritance Fan, which was a light sword, to combat the obsidian jade flood dragon. Tian Qingyu also summoned her life base to fight against the other flood dragon. The 2 top-level life bases struggled against the pair of flood dragons, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish a winner, which only deepened their astonishment. How could an ascended being be so powerful that, even if those chopsticks were his life base, there was no reason they could withstand the attacks of 2 life bases? And if the chopsticks were his life base, then what was the bowl? A bowl capable of absorbing the Holy Shield Dragon just had to be a life base as well. Could it be that Doshi Buddha has a double life base? Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu were filled with doubt when they saw Doshi Buddha charging at them with the bowl in hand. Having set aside his chopsticks, Doshi Buddha then took off the Buddhist beads around his neck and tossed them at Lin Shen. Although it was forbidden to injure the creatures of Pet Planet, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. Lin Shen launched a surfing triple strike at the string of Buddhist beads. Lin Shen intended to repel the beads and had no thoughts of killing Doshi Buddha because he could hear a continuous clinking sound from inside the bowl, probably the Holy Shield Dragon trying to break out. But when Lin Shen unleashed the surfing triple punch, the beads in the air suddenly enlarged and his fist power passed right through the middle without affecting their descent in the slightest. The Buddhist beads fell straight down, seemingly aiming to ensnare Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen's body bent like a bow as he forcefully launched himself backwards several dozen meters, just escaping the range covered by the beads' net. The beads missed Lin Shen, but Doshi Buddha had already closed in, slaving a palm toward Lin Shen's face. In the center of his palm, a golden lotus-shaped seal was blooming with light. Lin Shen's movement technique was fluid and his fist power immense, yet Doshi Buddha moved with steps that birthed lotuses, each move seemingly part of an unfathomable Buddhist method, ancient yet filled with endless mysteries. Lin Shen found himself being pressured into a continuous retreat, falling into a disadvantage. Tian Qingyu rushed to help, but she was caught by the string of beads. Her strength failed to fend off the beads. Instead, she got entangled and struggled in vain to free herself. Lin Shen sensed something was wrong. It was understandable that Doshi Buddha's abilities were strong, but his mind and skill techniques weren't that simple. It was almost as if someone was controlling him. Otherwise, how could an ascended creature perform so many exquisite moves? Even Grandmaster level skills were only so much. Chapter 574, Violent Holy Shield Dragon Lin Shen battled with Doshi Buddha, who actually only used one hand, while his other hand held a begging bowl and was not used in combat. Even so, when Lin Shen deployed his surfing fist skill and finger sand in unison, he could not gain an upper hand over Doshi Buddha. Although Doshi Buddha did not possess the abilities of the heaven and celestial being's skill, he seemed to have the ability to foresee the future. No matter what move Lin Shen made, Doshi Buddha was able to counter in advance. Lin Shen was forced to change his move midway, which would have been extremely uncomfortable for most people. Lin Shen was uncomfortable too, but he was not impatient. He had experienced failure many times before, unable to master things that others could easily learn. Therefore, Lin Shen was quite familiar with the feeling of things falling apart halfway through, and did not feel particularly troubled by it. In the middle of the fight with Doshi Buddha, a sudden cracking noise was heard, followed by a loud explosion. Doshi Buddha's bowl split into pieces and burst open, and the imposing body of the Holy Shield Dragon squeezed out and rapidly grew larger in the air. With the begging bowl shattered, Doshi Buddha spat out blood. The Holy Shield Dragon charged forward, and with a ferocious swipe of its dragon claw, it struck down at Doshi Buddha. Doshi Buddha quickly retreated, but he was not faster than the Holy Shield Dragon. He had to cross his hands to block the dragon's claw. Discover more stories at Free Web Novel. But the force of that claw was so explosive that it sent Doshi Buddha plummeting from the sky. Doshi Buddha smashed into the ground, creating a massive circular crater resembling a lunar pit formed by a meteorite strike. Clearly enraged, the Holy Shield Dragon flapped its 6 wings and, like a comet, charged towards Doshi Buddha in the crater below. Just as Doshi Buddha got up, he had no time to evade and could only extend his hand to recall the black flood dragon formed from a pair of chopsticks. The dragons, one on each side, rushed towards the Holy Shield Dragon in an attempt to stop it. The Holy Shield Dragon, however, paid no attention to their attack. 3 shields around its body released a protective light, and the black flood dragons were repelled upon impact, unable to influence it in the slightest. Boom! The Holy Shield Dragon, like a comet, struck the spot where Doshi Buddha stood, creating an enormous, deep crater. Under a large tree on Pet Planet, Angelic, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Try Life Base. Angelic sighed deeply and said calmly, Master, what is Try Life Base? Could it be that Lin Shen is actually a 3-rooted being? The immortal level elder guarding beside him asked with a furrowed brow. Angelic shook his head with a smile. Uncle 5, you've misunderstood. When I mentioned Try Life Base, I was referring to Lin Shen's 3-headed dragon pet. It is indeed rare to see a 3-rooted being. 3-rooted beings are extremely rare throughout the universe, with only a handful known to exist. It's surprising that the boy has a Tri-Life base pet. It might very well be a gift from the Heavenly Emperor, and 5 grunted. The attribute of that Tri-Life base pet is too strong. Doshi Buddha's body can't compete against it. Its interference has indeed given Lin Shen an advantage. However, I have now understood his strength. Despite having extraordinary abilities, his combat experience is lacking and his skills are not systematic. He is not yet a true master, Angelic said tranquilly as he stood up. Let's go. I've grasped his strength, and he could indeed become a problem in the future. It's best to deal with him sooner rather than later. The Heavenly Emperor is now favorably disposed towards him, even allowing him to live on Celestial Star. It won't be easy to move against him, and 5 said. The reason the Heavenly Emperor favored him so was because he could scavenge resources for the Emperor, so he would certainly still go on missions, and the opportunity would naturally present itself, Angelic said with an indifferent look, seemingly already having someone in mind for the task. However, we can't make a move ourselves, we still need to find a suitable candidate. The Holy Shield Dragon directly shattered the body of the Doshi Buddha, and Lin Shen, who had been thinking about whether he could make the Doshi Buddha his pet, naturally had no hope now. With the death of the Doshi Buddha, his chopsticks and prayer beads broke apart, which seemed to suggest that those items were not his life base, but just a manifestation of some ability he possessed. The real life base of the Doshi Buddha must have been his bowl, but, unfortunately, even the bowl was burst open by the Holy Shield Dragon. I didn't expect the fighting strength of the Doshi Buddha to be so astonishing. It's good that your pet is too strong, otherwise it would have taken some effort to deal with him. Tian Qingyu flew over and said. It is quite interesting indeed, Lin Shen said with a profound gaze, believing that the Doshi Buddha's prowess wasn't inherently impressive and that, although the skills had been used discreetly, Lin Shen had still detected traces of manipulation. On this pet planet, aside from themselves, the only others were Angelic and his supervisor. If there were no others, then they naturally were the prime suspects. Unfortunately, even if it really was them, Lin Shen had no way to do anything about it because it was impossible to have any evidence in such a situation. If it really is that Angelic, his ability to manipulate creatures is indeed interesting, Lin Shen said nothing to Tian Qingyu because it would have been pointless. An attack by a wild Doshi Buddha couldn't possibly be linked to Angelic. The 2 supervisors from that side also repelled the Jade Fairy and flew over here. Seeing the shattered body of the Doshi Buddha, they were both quite surprised. After all, a pet like the Doshi Buddha was extremely rare. By killing the Doshi Buddha, Lin Shen and his group had lost an opportunity, leaving only one person with the chance to obtain a pet. Such were the rules of Pet Planet, and even Tian Qingyu couldn't change them. Brother Tian, since we can't find the Heavenly Machine Beast and I don't have much interest in other pets, what pet do you want? I'll help you find it, Tian Qingyu said to Lin Shen. Now that I have this pet, I'm not too interested in others either, Lin Shen said, recalling the Holy Shield Dragon. With such a pet, it's extremely rare in the entire universe. Brother Tian, having one like this means you really wouldn't care for other pets. Tian Qingyu could see that the Holy Shield Dragon used a tri-life base and knew Lin Shen was telling the truth. She no longer insisted and continued to search for a creature she took interest in. Perhaps it was a turn of fortune, but Tian Qingyu actually stumbled upon a heavenly machine beast. It looked like a cute cartoonish sports car, only this one was blue, slightly different from the red heavenly machine beast she had shown him before. Although its speed and strength were considerable, it was no match for the Holy Shield Dragon. The defeated heavenly machine beast actually obediently spat out a pet key, which Tian Qingyu gladly collected. Lin Shen felt that his mission was accomplished by helping Tian Qingyu get the pet she wanted. Although he didn't acquire a pet himself, the battle with the Dushi Buddha had brought him some gains as well. Chapter 575, The Library. Back at Silent Residence, Lin Shen reflected on some details of his battle with Doshi Buddha. Doshi Buddha's techniques seemed to be effortlessly executed, yet they were so adept at predicting the enemy's moves that Lin Shen couldn't even use his own skills completely. When it came to techniques alone, Lin Shen truly was no match for him. His method of anticipating the enemy's moves shares a common marvel with Tian Beluo's Unity of Heaven and Man, but it isn't Unity of Heaven and Man. There were no void threads to be seen, so how exactly is it done? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, and even after letting Xiaoqi search on the Skynet, no answer was found. Lin Shen had an idea and remembered he had a card for Library Number 1, allowing him to check for information there. He should also be preparing for his own nirvana, and wanted to investigate base mutation land data at the library. He could just look it up while he was there. The privileges granted by the Heavenly Emperor allowed him access to most of the base mutation lands within the celestial race. He could freely choose any with no issues. The scale of Library Number 1 was much larger than he had imagined, but unlike what Lin Shen had expected, the library was actually built underground, and the floors were inverted compared to a normal library's layout. The top layer of Library Number 1 was, in fact, the deepest level underground. On the uppermost level of the library, the vast number of books Lin Shen saw was beyond imagination. The enormous bookshelves on either side resembled the cliffs of two mountains, with a central aisle wide enough for trains and planes to pass through. When these Celestials saw Lin Shen, they looked somewhat astounded because Library Number 1 was generally not accessible to outsiders, and library cards were rarely issued to outsiders. This was only the first level of the library, with many more below. Lin Shen didn't waste time checking each level. There were simply too many books to see them all. In fact, the library had intelligent devices for directly searching book titles or even downloading the content. However, these devices were less used the further down you went. By the time he reached the second-to-last floor, there were no electronic devices at all, only physical books. The space here wasn't as vast as the outer levels and was divided into several rooms, each holding different collections of books. Lin Shen first entered a skill pavilion which housed various skills. With just a casual glance, he saw secret techniques from several great cosmic clans. Lin Shen even found the demon heart finger he learned from Red Heart A, and upon reviewing it, the content was essentially the same, with only a few minor differences that were insignificant and didn't affect cultivation. The multitude of skills dazzled Lin Shen. Any single technique, if brought to the human mother planet, would be enough to provoke desperate battles for its possession. But here, these techniques were freely available for browsing. The box of secret techniques Lin Shen previously obtained on Giant Ringstar, he had thought to be advanced, but compared to the collection here, it was far inferior. Unfortunately, a person's energy and time are limited. No matter how many secret techniques are in front of him, there aren't that many he can truly master. Lin Shen used to practice whatever he had at hand. Now, with too many options before him, he wasn't sure what to practice. This was like when he was a child fond of comics, saving up money to buy a comic book he could read it over and over. But as an adult, when comics were readily available, it seemed he didn't know what to read anymore. Initially, he wanted to investigate the origin of the techniques used by Doshi Buddha. But with so many techniques here and not knowing the name, it was no easy task to identify what technique Doshi Buddha had used. I should first look at the base mutation land data. After leaving the skill pavilion, Lin Shen strolled around and found a room called the Nirvana House. After entering the Nirvana House, he indeed saw various methods of nirvana, including many base mutation land records. Lin Shen briefly skimmed through and realized the celestial race controlled an enormous number of base mutation lands, ranging from those that nurtured base variant creatures to those that sprouted nirvana creatures, with almost everything one could need. There were even vague records of base mutation lands that bred undying creatures, though those records weren't detailed and lacked substantial information. Lin Shen had no use for those. His best options were to pick a mutant ascension land or a mutant nirvana land. If his body could withstand it, achieving nirvana directly in nirvana land would be the most straightforward approach. However, ascenders generally could not endure such nirvana, and it was easy for them to lose themselves and become non-humans. After looking for a while, Lin Shen found quite a few mutated ascension-based mutation lands, some of which greatly tempted him. As he deliberated, he became overwhelmed, feeling like he was choosing between Gulinaza and Dilraba. This base mutation land is good, undergoing nirvana to become an undying bird, acquiring the immortal flame nirvana attribute after successful nirvana. This base mutation land also seems nice, undergoing nirvana as an ice Keelan, gaining the ice spirit power nirvana attribute. Saying it was a choice was an understatement. He hadn't really found the base mutation land that truly suited him. Lin Shen's most desired nirvana attributes were, of course, those related to time and space, as their attributes were strong in any era. Unfortunately, after searching for quite some time, Lin Shen only found some space-related base mutation lands and no time-related ones. Lin Shen sat on the floor flipping through book after book of the available mutated ascension base mutation lands, and did mark a few places, but he found it difficult to make a choice. Putting those aside, Lin Shen then browsed through the methods of nirvana. Although there were many different methods, they essentially fell into two categories: minor nirvana using the nirvana egg and great nirvana using the base mutation land. Using reincarnation ashes, in fact, corresponded to the path of minor nirvana. Their methods and outcomes were essentially the same. Lin Shen was set on taking the path of great nirvana because its effects were stronger than those of minor nirvana. This is an unexpected nirvana method? Lin Shen picked up another book on nirvana methods and was surprised to discover that the method described seemed to be different. While the methods recorded in the previous books were slightly varied, they all pertained to either minor or great nirvana. However, this book detailed a method that seemed to integrate both, requiring both the nirvana egg and the base mutation land. Chapter 576, The Secret Manual. Lin Shen was a bit puzzled as he flipped through the book's title. Phoenix Nirvana, Born from Death. This must be a work of the Phoenix clan, right? Lin Shen glanced at the author's name, Feng 6, and knew by the surname that it definitely belonged to someone from the Phoenix clan. Lin Shen felt that the name seemed somewhat familiar. He must have seen it somewhere. After thinking it through, he realized that this Feng 6 was currently ranked first at the immortal level on the racial leaderboard. Such a figure's method of nirvana is worth a careful read. Lin Shen flipped through the book again to roughly understand what the method written about was. In fact, it was similar to general methods, all of which utilize the power of nirvana at the nirvana level to transform oneself and achieve rebirth through nirvana. What was different was that Feng 6's method involved undergoing dual nirvana during the process of nirvana. Feng 6 called this the dual nirvana, or the internal and external dual nirvana. It meant using a nirvana egg internally while simultaneously undergoing transformation through a superbase mutation site externally to achieve a combination of dual forces of nirvana in one go. To accomplish this dual nirvana, several conditions were necessary. Of course, the nirvana egg goes without saying. It is a must-have. An ordinary base mutation site won't do. It won't meet the needs of dual nirvana. Only a nirvana-level base mutation site can fulfill the requirements for dual nirvana. These weren't too hard to achieve, but the most difficult part was that typical ascenders simply couldn't endure the torment of the internal and external powers of dual nirvana. Only those with the innate skill of Phoenix Nirvana from the pureblood Phoenix clan could complete the dual nirvana. Upon reaching this point, Lin Shen already knew it was hopeless. Only the Phoenix clan possessed such talents, and moreover, it had to be the pureblood Phoenix clan. This method was utterly unusable by other races. There were other conditions mentioned later, such as having the Nirvana egg and the Nirvana land be of the same attribute. The two couldn't have conflicting properties, and one must enter the Nirvana land before using the Nirvana egg. Regardless, this method had many restrictions, but in the end, it didn't describe what the benefits of undergoing dual Nirvana actually were. The various dangers and consequences, however, were detailed very clearly. For instance, dual nirvana might directly turn a person into a non-human, a nirvana creature without consciousness, or one's body might undergo complete nirvanization, never to recover to a flesh and blood form. As Lin Shen read on, a thought suddenly hit him. His innate skill of superbase form was actually an ability for complete self-base mutation. If he could complete nirvana while in a superbase form and then cancel the superbase state, might that solve the problem of failing to recover one's human form after nirvana? Lin Shen felt there was certainly feasibility in this idea, but whether it would actually work, he could only find out through experimentation. The problem was, aside from himself, no one else had the innate skill for superbase state. He couldn't even find a test subject if he wanted to. After setting down Feng 6's work, Lin Shen began to look through some information about Nirvana Land. If there was an opportunity to use the dual Nirvana method, he would need Nirvana Land as an aid. Previously, he had been looking at Ascension Land. Nirvana Land was much more dangerous, as it nurtured Nirvana creatures. If one wanted to undergo Nirvana there, it would be best to first clear out the Nirvana creatures. If one couldn't eliminate the Nirvana creatures, the risk would be far too great. Ascenders lack the power to clear out Nirvana creatures, and ultimately, it's still necessary to rely on the backing of powerful forces to possibly accomplish Nirvana using Nirvana Land. More than 10 hours had passed without notice, and Lin Shen had never before studied books so diligently. However, the more he read, the more he forgot. Aside from some important information, he hardly remembered anything. Room, what kind of books are kept here? Lin Shen wondered with some confusion as he pushed the door open to look inside. After looking at the introductions and categorizations on the bookshelf, Lin Shen knew what kind of books were stored here. The books here were those that, for some reason, had unsuccessful research, were abandoned mid-study, but it was still not determined whether they were without value. In other words, all the evolution skills and techniques here were unfinished products, which might be useful or useless, might be somewhat useful, or might even be lethal if practiced. In short, they were things that it seemed a pity to discard, but that no one could use unless someone was willing to continue the research and determine their value. That these unfinished studies are stored here proves that these studies are no ordinary matters. Even if not useful to oneself, they cannot be allowed to fall into enemy hands, so they are collected here. Lin Shen mused as he picked up a book to browse through it casually. Indeed, it was an incomplete study. The book's focus was on the celestial race's heavenly heart skill, seeking to solve the issue of the skill's insufficient strength. Unfortunately, the problem remained unsolved until the end of the book, and the content stopped there. After looking through a few more books, the results were the same. The books here, labeled as such, were actually more akin to notebooks and research reports, and even many were drafts with scribbles and amendments all over. Whether they could be understood was questionable. Seeing that there was really nothing of value here, Lin Shen returned the book in his hands to the shelf and prepared to leave the room and return to the skill pavilion to see if he could find the technique used by Doshi Buddha. Even if he couldn't find that, he might find a skill suitable for himself to practice upon his return. Having placed the book back on the shelf, Lin Shen's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a book titled Peacock Immortal's Light, a few books away. Lin Shen still remembered Kong Chuan's ability to immobilize all things with its light and thought, this Peacock Immortal's Light couldn't be studying that very light, could it? After flipping through it, he discovered that this Peacock Immortal's Light was not related to Kong Chuan's ability at all, but was instead studying how to resist the deadly light. Resisting the deadly light is a problem only for those at the immortal level, which is of little use to the average person. 99.999% of people in the universe will never reach the immortal level, Lin Shen read on regardless. His goal was definitely the immortal level, so it wouldn't hurt to look ahead. After a while, Lin Shen's expression became quite lively. Although the book was about the study of the deadly light, its name was Peacock Immortal's Light, which was not chosen at random. According to the research within, one only needed a member of the Peacock clan with the innate Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, and at the moment the deadly light descends, using the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light to draw away the deadly light would allow the immortal under calamity to safely overcome this dire fate, while the Peacock clan member who draws away the deadly light would surely perish. However, this method was still under research, and it was not yet known whether the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light could actually draw away the deadly light. The reason the research hadn't succeeded wasn't due to problems in the study, but because members of the Peacock clan with the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light were too rare, and there were simply not enough subjects for experimentation. Chapter 577, Greed for Life and Fear of Death. Sword Lin Shen's first thought after finishing the book was, could the Heavenly Consort actually possess the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light? The Heavenly Consort comes from the Peacock clan, and although the Peacock clan is considered quite large, compared to the Celestial race, it naturally counts for little, with far less influence. As the Heavenly Emperor, there are countless beauties in his harem, so why favor the Heavenly Consort, who hails from the Peacock clan, above all others? Is it for her beauty? Lin Shen had always felt this answer was not quite reliable. It's not just the Heavenly Emperor. Even he, Lin Shen, had seen plenty of beautiful women, and beauties are never in short supply in the universe, let alone for the Heavenly Emperor. If it were a matter of affection, wouldn't there be imperial consorts whom the Heavenly Emperor had watched grow up, resulting in a deeper bond than with a foreign-born Heavenly Consort? Lin Shen thought over and over but could never figure out why the Heavenly Consort was so favored. Yet today, after reading this book, it seemed he had found the answer. According to Lin Shen's speculation, the Heavenly Consort was a life-saving talisman for Emperor Tianshu. Whether it would be of any use remained unknown, but there was a 50% chance it could be vital. Perhaps it could save his life during a fatal calamity he could not otherwise escape. That old man, Emperor Tianshu, is indeed very cunning. Lin Shen hurriedly returned the book to its place. This thing was to be seen and forgotten. It absolutely must not be allowed to leak out. It would be best if no one knew he had read this book. Upon reflection, the Heavenly Consort was somehow pitiful. She appeared to be loved and adored by all, but in reality, she was just a tool. Lin Shen browsed through some other books, all incomplete works, some so confusing he couldn't even understand what they were about. It's not that they were worthless. Based on these concepts, the resulting creations could be quite impressive, but the majority were impractical. After browsing a few books, Lin Shen didn't want to waste any more time, so he left the room and returned to the skill pavilion, preferring to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Lin Shen looked around for a while, then made his way to the blade technique area. He now had two fine blades in his possession. One was the evil ghost blade, which could be used as a blade, and the other was the indestructible scrap sword. Add to that, the inheritance fan could also be used as a blade. He had never really made use of these, which was a waste. Since he was here, it wouldn't hurt to pick up a blade technique to practice. There were plenty of top-tier blade techniques on the bookshelf. Lin Shen looked at a few, all of which were difficult to practice, and all required a long time of practice before any results could be expected. Isn't there a crash course in blade technique? It doesn't have to be mastered. As long as it's usable, that'll do, since I don't rely on blade technique to win anyhow. Lin Shen searched, and before long, he indeed found a blade technique that could be learned quickly. One has to say that the celestial race's treasured collection was indeed rich, and it must have been fate that this blade technique and Lin Shen were meant to be, because the name of the book was, surprisingly, The Greed for Life and Fear of Death Blade Technique. It seemed like a blade technique made to accompany his practiced The Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir, but upon closer examination, it had nothing to do with the immortality scripture. The blade is a fierce tiger among weapons, and most blade techniques are founded on ferocious, ruthless, and lethal offensive moves. However, the Greed for Life and Fear of Death blade technique is based on defensive moves. Lin Shen went through the entire set of 10 moves in the blade technique and, surprisingly, there was not a single offensive move, they were all defensive. Lin Shen took the blade manual and began to read it with relish, and before he knew it, several hours had passed. There were only 10 moves in the blade technique, but each one was the essence of defense against different forms of attack, each with a fixed set of moves. Lin Shen worked hard to memorize all 10 moves, practicing each one until he had the form and style down pat, and he picked it up quite quickly. As he practiced, Lin Shen felt as if the blade technique was missing something. After giving it some thought, he realized why he had always felt something was lacking. He was practicing with a scrap sword, holding the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other. While the sword was being utilized, the scabbard remained idle. This scrap sword and its scabbard were forged from the same material, both indestructible. Since the aim is to defend, then it should be a thorough defense, and it would be better to make use of the scabbard as well. Lin Shen decided that once he was back, he would modify the single-handed blade technique to a dual-handed version. After all, both were used for defense, and there was no real difference between a sword and its scabbard, especially since the scrap sword wasn't sharpened to begin with, making it no different from its scabbard. After putting away the sword, he looked over the chapters in the blade manual and found that the manual for the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword could be borrowed, so he planned to take it with him to study at his leisure. Lin Shen browsed through some other books, but unfortunately he did not find the skills used by Doshi Buddha. He had no choice but to give up and plan to come back to look another time. There were simply too many secret manuals here. Even if it was only this skill pavilion he was in, he alone might not be able to go through everything once even in 10 years. When Lin Shen arrived at the entrance, the librarian processed his borrowing procedure smoothly, and he successfully borrowed the blade manual. Lord Dean. As soon as Lin Shen left the library, he saw a celestial approach the librarian, who immediately stood up to pay his respects. What book did the chief of the Heavenly Institute borrow? The dean asked. The Greed for Life and Fear of Death blade technique, replied the librarian without hesitation. The dean was slightly startled. He spent such a long time inside and only borrowed a blade manual for the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword? Yes, Lord Dean, he only borrowed one blade manual, the librarian confirmed after checking the borrowing records again. The dean furrowed his brows. The Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword is merely a defensive blade technique, not even top tier by itself. It's only on this floor purely because it, together with another technique called the Cut-Off Descendants and Grandchildren's Sword, constitute a dual sword blade technique. They were the secret skills of Zhuo Liangshan, the universe's former #1 most wanted criminal. After our clan killed Zhuo Liangshan, we only found the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword on him, not the Cut-Off Descendants and Grandchildren's Sword. The blade technique on its own is purely defensive and doesn't qualify to be on this floor by itself. So, what is he planning to do with this single blade manual? No one could answer him. He felt it was a bit strange, but he didn't ask any further questions. Since it was just one secret manual being borrowed, it didn't warrant too much attention. However, after the dean returned to his office, he still contacted Angelic to notify him of Lin Shen's borrowing of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword manual. His skills are certainly peculiar, but it's like a student who is severely lacking in general knowledge. Unable to cope with comprehensive exams, trying to make up for his weaknesses is normal, mused Angelic. His self-awareness isn't bad. Choosing to play defensively is a good option for his current situation. However, a set of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword may not be entirely sufficient for defense. Without the pair of the Cut-Off Descendants and Grandchildren's Sword, the blade technique inherently has fatal flaws. I once studied the Greed for Life and Fear of Death blade technique myself, attempting to recreate the lost Cut-Off Descendants and Grandchildren's Sword. Eventually, I realized that to perfect these dual sword and blade techniques, Zhuo Liangshan's unique talent was necessary. Without it, there would be insurmountable flaws. If he doesn't discover this weakness, this blade technique might later become his Achilles' heel, leading him down a path to his demise. Chapter 578. Who created the skill? Angelic was contemplating how to complete the dual blade and sword skill to achieve both full offense and full defense. Yet, Lin Shen had no such thoughts at all. He indeed supplemented some aspects, but what he added was still defensive in nature, completely devoid of any intention to attack. For several days, he researched and practiced the greed for life and fear of death sword technique at home, making considerable progress. Each move and form he practiced bore a genuine resemblance to mastery. However, practicing alone, he didn't know how to supplement the technique properly. He went to the Celestial Master Institute hoping to find Ouyang Yudu to help him practice his blade skills, but Ouyang Yudu was busy restructuring the Special Service Department and simply had no time to assist him. As he was about to leave the Celestial Master Institute, he saw Lin Wan, who had brought over some tea, causing a thought to stir in Lin Shen's heart as he looked her up and down. "Dean, is there something wrong with the way I'm dressed?" Lin Wan asked Lin Shen. "Do you remember telling me that you're at the 10th turn of Ascension?" Lin Shen asked. "Yes, Dean. Do you have any orders?" Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat, thinking Lin Shen might have spotted some flaw in her. "What weapon are you skilled with?" Lin Shen continued to inquire. Hearing Lin Shen ask this, Lin Wan grew more suspicious, but her face remained calm as she answered, "I am skilled with the sword, and my life base is also a sword." As she spoke, Lin Wan pointed with her hand, and blue particles flew from her fingertips, forming a life base in front of her that resembled a bronze ancient sword. Lin Wan thought to herself, "I have the God Ghost shifting skill. Changing the appearance of my life base is easy. If you think you can discern my background from my life base, then you are mistaken." "Very well, I need you to do me a favor," Lin Shen said as he turned and walked toward the back, heading to the martial training ground of the Celestial Master Institute. "Dean, what can I do for you?" Lin Wan was filled with doubts and didn't understand what Lin Shen really wanted to do, and it didn't seem like he was trying to test her. Lin Shen drew the scrap sword, grasping the handle in one hand and the scabbard in the other, and assumed a proper stance before saying to Lin Wan, "Attack me with your swordsmanship." "I'm not sure if that's a good idea," Lin Wan hesitated. It wasn't that she feared Lin Shen had any ulterior motives, but rather she was afraid that she might pierce and kill him with a single thrust. "Don't be afraid, just strike. I have my own ways of dealing with it." "Go all out," Lin Shen said with a smile. "All right, I'll try my best," Lin Wan thought to herself with a silent chuckle. "If I truly used all my strength, I fear that this time next year would be your Memorial Day." Thinking this, Lin Wan pinched the sword hilt and gently thrust out with her sword. To Lin Shen, what clearly looked like a casual thrust was both fast and stable, like a flash of lightning across the sky. This was precisely to Lin Shen's liking. He was worried that Lin Wan's swordsmanship would be too weak to put any pressure on him. With the scrap sword in motion, he parried Lin Wan's sword using the greed for life and fear of death sword technique. "Continue," Lin Shen called out to Lin Wan. Seeing this, Lin Wan launched a continuous series of thrusts. Her control over her power was so delicate it seemed like she was embroidering, careful not to exert too much strength, afraid that Lin Shen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Shen swung the scrap sword, blocking Lin Wan's thrusts one after another. In his eyes, the sword in Lin Wan's hands was like myriad twinkling stars, each point of light representing a piercing strike. He swung his blade with a speed that couldn't keep up with Lin Wan's thrusting swordsmanship, and had no choice but to use both hands, incorporating the other hand's scabbard as well. At first he struggled to cope, but as he became more familiar with the greed for life and fear of death blade technique, it started to feel much easier. However, he always felt that his left hand and the scabbard were somewhat superfluous, even hindering him, making it difficult to fully integrate them into the technique. Lin Wan saw it clearly, and had long realized that Lin Shen's technique was probably just half of some sort of dual strike method with major flaws. Why has this guy only learned half a skill? What's the use of practicing just that half? Lin Wan wondered, could someone have deceived him, deliberately only giving him half the technique? Sure enough, the more Lin Shen fought, the more problems arose, with several instances where his own blade struck his scabbard like a child who had not yet learned to coordinate their body. He's really single-minded, can't he see that this is not a complete technique? Lin Wan thought Lin Shen was truly blockheaded. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more he felt something was wrong, so he asked Lin Wan to stop and took out the greed for life and fear of death blade technique to study it closely again. Lin Wan, seeing the name written on the manual, couldn't help but smirk. "Dean, the name of the technique you are practicing is certainly unique. The creator of this technique is quite a character." "You don't understand. To learn to fight, you must first learn to take hits. It's the same with swordplay. To learn a powerful technique, you must first learn how to defend," Lin Shen explained while poring over the manual. With a peculiar expression, Lin Wan inquired, "Dean, who taught you this profound theory?" "Who taught me isn't important. What's important is that I need to master this technique." Lin Shen studied for a while and felt he was using the technique correctly. The reason his left hand felt like a burden was likely because he had positioned his left hand and scabbard incorrectly. Thus, Lin Shen put away the manual and continued to have Lin Wan accompany him in practicing the blade. After practicing with him for a while and seeing that Lin Shen showed no improvement, failing to realize that his technique was only half complete, Lin Wan couldn't help but hint, "Dean, this technique seems awkward to use. Could there be something wrong with it?" Would any decent person name their own creation such a way? Maybe it's a fake technique meant to deceive people. Impossible. This technique was taken from the top of the #1 library. It can't be wrong. I just haven't mastered it yet. Once I do, there will be no problems, Lin Shen replied. Lin Wan smiled and said nothing. She had already seen that not only was the technique incomplete, but it also had serious hidden dangers. Even if Lin Shen practiced this half-technique to perfection, it would be of little use and would leave him with a fatal weakness. But considering her current identity, Lin Wan did not find it appropriate to speak out, thinking to herself, since I can't tell him directly, I'll let him see the truth for himself. With a thought, Lin Wan made a slight change in her swordsmanship, and this small adjustment immediately put Lin Shen, who had been holding his ground, back at a disadvantage. Lin Wan specifically targeted his weaknesses, forcing Lin Shen to continuously retreat, and at one point, a sword thrust came so swiftly that Lin Wan's sword nearly injured Lin Shen. Dean, I told you there's a problem with this technique. Whoever created this skill definitely wasn't a good person. Their intentions are extremely malicious, Lin Wan thought, hoping that Lin Shen would now believe her. To her surprise, Lin Shen simply smiled and said, It seems I'm about to master it, since I can already identify what's wrong with my practice. Wait for me for a moment while I figure out where I've gone wrong. Lin Wan was nearly driven mad with frustration by Lin Shen's obtuseness. It was so obvious that the problem lay with the technique, yet he still couldn't see it. After pondering long and hard, Lin Shen once again picked up his blade and scabbard, asking Lin Wan to practice with him. Lin Wan noticed that this time, the scabbard in Lin Shen's left hand actually began to work in conjunction with the blade in his right hand, using the scabbard to compensate for some of the deficiencies of the technique. As Lin Wan watched, her brows suddenly furrowed and her expression became strange because she recognized something quite embarrassing. Isn't this the universe-inverting right and wrong hand I created in my early days? Who has turned it into this shoddy mess, to the point that even I almost didn't recognize it? Lin Wan chuckled bitterly, finding it hard to imagine how her top-notch skill had been distorted into such a travesty, thinking that perhaps she had spoken too harshly before. Chapter 579, Fallacious Arguments. Lin Wan's observation of the technique became increasingly similar to her own universe, inverting right and wrong hand, except that her right and wrong hand could be executed with a single hand, manifesting two different kinds of strength, both positive and negative. It was capable of both offense and defense, both straightforward and reversible, turning the hand upward to bring clouds and overturning it to bring rain, and it was a very mysterious skill. The greed for life and fear of death sword that Lin Shen used, the reason Lin Wan initially couldn't recognize it, was because this thing not only split her right and wrong hand into two coordinating skills, but also transformed it into a blade technique, and many original skills from the blueprint had been altered. After Lin Shen utilized the sword sheath to aid the blade, showing off some seemingly integrated techniques, Lin Wan finally had an epiphany, noticing some familiar elements. Continue reading at Free Web Novel. Upon further contemplation, she finally thought of her right and wrong hand. Who turned my right and wrong hand into this trash? I nearly couldn't recognize my own creation. Lin Wan felt both amused and a bit annoyed. Watching Lin Shen practice with such earnestness only made her more amused. Lin Wan intended to teach Lin Shen the true right and wrong hand, but her current identity made it uncomfortable to speak up, so she had to endure and continue practicing with Lin Shen. Watching Lin Shen use the blade and sheath entirely for defensive postures, Lin Wan grew more and more uncomfortable and awkward the more she watched. The essence of the right and wrong hand was a balanced strategy of attack and defense, advance and withdrawal, constant interchange between reality and illusion, inverting the universe and making enemy struggles to distinguish fact from feint upon striking. Lin Shen had turned it all into a purely defensive stance, not only greatly reducing its power but also limiting it to defense, losing the essence of the right and wrong hand. Dean, I have a bit of an immature idea. I'm not sure if I should speak up, Lin Wan finally couldn't help but say when she saw Lin Shen muddling through the technique she created during his rest period. She thought about giving Lin Shen a bit of guidance. Although she couldn't make him master the right and wrong hand, it should still be very beneficial to him. Speak, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. I see you using the blade and sheath together, and from my own understanding, wouldn't it be more efficient if the sheath were used for defense and the blade for attack, combining defense and offense in harmony? Lin Wan suggested. Lin Shen pondered before casually replying, Your thinking is somewhat cliched, who defined that a combined technique must always be one part defense and one part offense, one yin and one yang, one positive and one negative. Isn't it only by combining the soft and the hard that we can truly unlock greater power? Lin Wan's eye twitched. In her whole life, she had never heard anyone accuse her ideas of being cliched. In her era, countless people sought her guidance eagerly, and now, offering directions to Lin Shen, she was branded as cliched. If it wasn't for her desire to discover the secrets to passing the tribulation of death from Lin Shen and to gain his trust first, Lin Wan would have already lost the patience to continue this fruitless conversation with Lin Shen. It appears you truly don't understand. Let me explain this principle to you. Lin Shen casually picked up a scrap sword and wrote the number 1 on the ground. then told Lin Wan, "Can we consider the rigid strength as one?" "Yes," Lin Wan nodded, her heart sneering coldly. "I don't understand." "The trash you are practicing is what I created. If I don't understand, do you? I want to see what kind of reasoning you can come up with. If we consider rigid strength as one, then shouldn't the corresponding soft strength be seen as one? Which do you think is greater, 1 plus 1 or 1 plus 1? Lin Shen continued to explain while drawing on the ground. Lin Wan was dumbfounded by what she heard, and she looked at Lin Shen as if looking at a fool. "Is that how it's calculated?" Lin Wan knew Lin Shen's calculation was definitely incorrect, but she couldn't immediately organize her language to refute him. "Of course, that's how you calculate it. Even a 3-year-old child can do the math. Are you so clueless that you don't understand such a simple principle?" "Read more books," Lin Shen lectured Lin Wan with exasperation. "Cultivating martial strength isn't just about brute force. You need knowledge and theory as a foundation." Lin Wan was so irritated she was about to explode. If she wasn't still hoping to uncover the secret of surviving the deadly tribulation from Lin Shen, she really would have smacked him dead right there. Has the celestial race really fallen this low? To think that such an oddball could actually become the dean of the Celestial Master Institute. Despite the frustration in her heart, Lin Wan forced a smile and said, "The dean is right. I will definitely read more in the future." She had given up the idea of enlightening Lin Shen. Such a person was truly unworthy of her guidance. Lin Wan really couldn't understand how Lin Shen could be so odd yet so confident. If she were Lin Shen, she would be too embarrassed to even voice such a bizarre theory. "Come on, practice with me a little longer. I feel I'm not far from success," Lin Shen said after taking a short break, pulling Lin Wan to continue practicing. This time, Lin Wan said nothing, accompanying Lin Shen in his blade technique practice like a robot. You have no idea what you're missing out on. You could have had the chance to learn my universe-inverting right and wrong hand. Now, even if you begged me on your knees, I wouldn't teach it to you." Lin Wan watched coldly, curious to see what sort of abomination Lin Shen could develop from his 1 plus 1 equation. When Lin Shen was saying those things, he was half joking, but he was also half serious. He obviously knew that yin and yang merging wasn't calculated his way. He had already sensed that the greed for life and fear of death sword was missing a part, likely a complementary technique for the left hand. Without the other part, he had no choice but to fill the gaps according to his own needs. He already had surfing fist and finger sand for the offensive side, so he wasn't lacking in attack power. Rather than researching ambidextrous strategies, it was simpler and more effective to focus solely on defense, which was easier to master. As the dean, he couldn't lose face in front of his beautiful assistant, especially when he couldn't be sure if she was an undercover spy. Lin Shen didn't bother to explain himself properly to her. After practicing for a while, Lin Shen's dual-hand defense became smoother and more fluid, his coordination between the sword and its sheath getting better and better. Lin Shen was pleased with his progress, feeling the results were quite significant, but Lin Wan couldn't care less. To Lin Wan, Lin Shen had merely increased his defensive strength, nothing special. Compared with the special effects of the universe inverting right and wrong hand, it was hardly worth mentioning. Lin Shen, however, was enjoying himself, and as the day was about to end, Ouyang Yudu came over. "Ouyang, how do you think my blade technique is coming along?" Lin Shen showcased the fruits of his blade technique practice. In her days at the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Wan had seen Ouyang Yudu practicing martial skills and knew that his skill was far superior to Lin Shen's, a true martial arts prodigy. Lin Wan couldn't fathom how Lin Shen had the confidence to ask Ouyang Yudu such a question. "Very good," Ouyang Yudu, right under Lin Wan's watchful eye, gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Lin Wan felt a touch of pity for Lin Shen. Even his good friend didn't dare to tell him the truth. "I didn't expect Ouyang Yudu, who looks so upright, to be so insincere. Are the young people of today all so adept at worldly matters?" Chapter 580, unmoved after sending Lin Wan off, Lin Shen chatted with Ouyang Yudu for a while before they both went home. Back at Silent Residence, Lin Shen continued to study combined attack techniques. Recalling his battle with Doshi Buddha, Lin Shen's sword and scabbard slowly traced various trajectories in the air. Doshi Buddha's skills were very strong, similar to Tian Beluo's unity of heaven and man, and even more aggressive. Facing such an opponent, most of Lin Shen's moves were basically ineffective, leaving him only to overpower or outmaneuver by trickery. Finger sand was good for surprise attacks, and although it was strong head-on, it wasn't yet so powerful that it could completely ignore skill. Thus, Lin Shen needed a skill that could confront such opponents head-on. Relying solely on overpowering or sneaky attacks was not a sustainable strategy. Choosing the greed for life and fear of death sword technique was to solve this problem. They are good at anticipation, aren't they? Then, I'll not give them the chance to predict my moves. I'll only defend, not attack. As long as I don't strike, there will naturally be no flaws for them to exploit. How then can you break through? You attack, I defend, and I will wear you down, exhaust you until you lack the strength, exhaust you until even your most basic movements become deformed and reveal flaws, and then, won't you be at my mercy? As long as I can defend myself, then I am invincible in this world. Lin Shen resolved to take his defense to the extreme. These were thoughts he naturally couldn't share with Lin Wan, so even though he thought Lin Wan made some good points, he still insisted on practicing defense. Of course, all of this was predicated on the basis that he could indeed defend effectively. If he couldn't, then it would all be for nothing. Lin Shen recalled his battles with Doshi Buddha and Tian Beluo, noting that despite some differences, the outcome was the same in that both could anticipate others' actions. The sword and scabbard moved slowly as Lin Shen would occasionally stop to ponder how to prevent the opponent from seizing opportunities, considering all possibilities. The more he thought, the more inadequate Lin Shen felt. The original 10 moves of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword technique were continuously expanded as he strove for perfection. 15 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves, 40 moves. The more Lin Shen aimed for perfection, the more flaws he discovered and the more content he found to add. Soon Lin Shen realized that this simply wouldn't work. There was no such thing as a perfect technique in the world. To address one flaw with 10 techniques would only lead to even more flaws. The more he tried to patch things up, the more flaws would emerge. Realizing this approach was futile, Lin Shen set down his sword and scabbard and sat in the pavilion thinking about how to solve the problem. The heavens don't grant me, so I won't take. The times don't favor me, so I won't wait. People don't help me, so I won't seek help. The gods don't endow me, I will take it myself. Unable to find a solution, Lin Shen got up to stretch his muscles, twisting his neck and waist, then looked into the distance and turned his gaze to the heaven and celestial being's skill, written on the waterfall and the cliff face. Suddenly, Lin Shen stood frozen there as he realized he had made a simple problem complicated. Both Tian Beluo and Doshi Buddha required their opponent to attack first so that they could counter the moves. But since Lin Shen chose to defend without attacking, it meant that they had to initiate the attack. Experience Tales with Free Web Novel. That is to say, Lin Shen didn't need to make the first move and wait for them to break it. All he needed to do was wait for them to make the first move and then just block it. So I don't really need a perfect defense skill. I just need to be in a favorable position, ready to strike and block at any time. Once Lin Shen realized this, his mind suddenly cleared, and he no longer pursued a perfect defensive stance. Instead, he did his best to ensure he could exert force conveniently and respond to various attacks. The skills he had previously developed were scrapped by Lin Shen and started over. The original 10 moves were further streamlined by him. Lin Shen also integrated the Crooked Path Heresy skill he learned from Ouyang Yudu, one with regular rhythm and one with reverse rhythm. With both hands working together, the harmony was surprisingly good, although it would make others feel very uncomfortable. By the end, Lin Shen found that so many skills were essentially useless. If he only wanted to defend, the simplest and most force-efficient stance would suffice. The true strongest defense was not to make a move at all. As long as one didn't strike, everything remained possible. Lin Shen held the blade in one hand and the scabbard in the other, slowly adjusting his stance, imagining enemies attacking from different directions, how he should respond, and in what posture it would be easiest to exert strength to stop the opponent's attack with the fastest speed and strongest force. As he continually adjusted his stance, Lin Shen's entire aura seemed to change. Tian Beluo was confined to Rainy Mist Tower, utterly bored, and sneakily slipped out when Tian Qingyu was not around. Arriving at Silent Residence, after calling out several times with no response, Tian Beluo thought Lin Shen wasn't there and climbed the wall into the place on his own. "You are here, why didn't you say anything?" Tian Beluo got a shock when he saw Lin Shen standing like a statue inside the pavilion. However, Lin Shen did not answer him. Puzzled, Tian observed the Lin Shen standing in the pavilion for a moment, then suddenly paused. Tian's gaze grew sharper as he stood opposite Lin Shen and adjusted his stance and momentum, entering the state of unity of heaven and man. He observed Lin Shen, but could not find an opportunity to attack, as if no matter from which position he attacked, he would be blocked. Even the unity of heaven and man that harmonized with the natural order of the universe couldn't find an opening for a while. Suddenly, Tian made his move. He thrust out his hand, and the whole world seemed to press towards Lin Shen with that palm. Lin Shen moved as well, the scabbard in his hand blocking Tian's assault. Tian's palm changed with the motion, and Lin Shen immediately found himself at a disadvantage again. "Haha, Brother Tian, your defensive strategy is indeed extraordinary, but once you start moving, you still fall within the calculations of my heaven and celestial being's skill. However, if you don't move, you can only wait for death. This move of yours, I have broken it." Tian Beluo laughed heartily, looking very pleased. Naturally, breaking such a formidable defense made Tian Beluo very happy inside. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was somewhat troubled. His static defense was already quite good, but once he started moving, he reverted to the previous problem, still unsolved. "All I want is to save my own life. Why is it so hard?" Lin Shen tossed the blade aside and plopped down in the pavilion, too lazy to move anymore. "Brother Tian, defense is actually much more difficult than offense. Offense only requires considering how to attack, but defense requires contemplating how the other will attack. Since you don't know heaven and celestial being's skill, perfect defense is impossible, and there will always be gaps," Tian Beluo said from the side. Chapter 58-1, Bloodlife Blade Skill. Lin Shen knew that Tian Beluo was making sense. To respond to a myriad of changes with constancy, one needed enough insight. In the state of unity of heaven and man, Tian Buluo could easily achieve responding to myriad changes with unchanging responses. Lin Shen hadn't reached the state of unity of heaven and man, but if he could have as rich battle experience as Wei Wufu, he could nearly achieve the same. Unfortunately, Lin Shen neither had the state of unity of heaven and man nor the extensive battle experience of Wei Wufu. Brother Tian, why have you started thinking about practicing blade techniques again? Your finger and fist skills are so powerful, just with these two skills, you could dominate the world. There's no need to practice another blade technique. Wouldn't it be better to refine your finger and fist skills further? Tian Buluo said. Weren't you grounded? How come you're out so soon? Lin Shen didn't want to answer the question and changed the subject. Hee, Sister Yu went out, so I sneaked out for a bit. Otherwise, I would have suffocated. Since you're here, let's practice the heaven and celestial beings skill together. Tian Buluo pulled Lin Shen to practice the heaven and celestial beings skill. Lin Shen didn't use finger sand or surfing fist, only defending with a defensive posture, which frustrated Tian Buluo. Although Lin Shen's defense was indeed quite solid, once he began to move, Tian Buluo could quickly catch a flaw and easily defeat him. Brother Tian, stop using the blade technique. It's not putting any pressure on me. Switch to your finger sand already, Tian Buluo said. Upon hearing Tian Buluo's words, Lin Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right, my defensive stance is already pretty good, but if I only defend, there's no coercive force whatsoever. Tian Buluo can attempt to attack at will, continuing until he finds a flaw. The same would happen with anyone else. No one could withstand it. Lin Shen's thoughts raced. It seems I'd been mistaken. To respond to myriad changes with constancy is fine, but constancy doesn't mean being non-threatening. Even when defending, I must pose a threat to the opponent. Otherwise, they'll attack recklessly, making my defense increasingly difficult. Having realized this, the details of Lin Shen's defensive stance began to change subtly. Seeing that Lin Shen was still insisting on using a blade technique, Tian Buluo felt somewhat helpless. Yet, when he tried to attack again, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss and shuddered violently. If previously Lin Shen was like a punching bag for him to hit at will, he had now become a punching bag covered in spikes. If Tian Buluo carelessly attacked, he might get pricked by the spikes. Now this is getting interesting. Tian Buluo's gaze grew serious. He quickly realized he dared not strike at Lin Shen. This time, Lin Shen's defense was riddled with flaws, not as perfect as before. But even if he seized those flaws, he could only cause Lin Shen minor injuries, whereas Lin Shen gave him the feeling that he was ready to kill him with one strike. Brother Tian, what kind of technique is this? Isn't this just fighting for life with life? Tian Buluo said helplessly. He came to Lin Shen for practice, not to fight to the death. In such a situation, he couldn't bring himself to attack. That's right. Since I can't achieve responding to myriad changes with constancy, I'll do the opposite. While protecting my vital points, I'll always be ready to exchange life for life with the opponent. Ideally, I'll take minor injuries in exchange for dealing heavy injuries to the enemy, Lin Shen said. That's not called defending. That should be called fighting desperately, Tian Buluo said, feeling exasperated. Defense is a fight to the death, Lin Shen smiled. In ancient battles defending a city, there were always casualties. Inflicting fatal damage to the enemy at a smaller price suits my style. Tian Buluo shook his head continuously as he tried several times and found that whenever he attacked Lin Shen, he was likely to get more hurt than Lin Shen. For a moment, he really didn't know how to proceed. After a few attempts, Tian Buluo said sullenly, I won't practice anymore. I won't practice. Playing like this, there's no way to practice. If you won't practice, then I'll practice on my own. Lin Shen was practicing with gusto. At this moment, he had an epiphany. After all, he had the ability to heal quickly, so a little injury didn't mean much. Being able to exchange wounds with the enemy seemed quite worth it. Of course, this was just a last resort. If he could defend successfully without it, Lin Shen wouldn't want to use such a mutually damaging method to defend. But facing Tian Buluo's heaven and celestial being skill and the Dushi Buddha's skills, this was the best method to use. He would rather inflict 1,000 damages on the enemy even at the cost of 800 to himself, just to make the adversary suffer. With nothing better to do, Tian Buluo could only continue practicing with Lin Shen, but the more they practiced, the more disheartened he became, and the less daring he was to strike. Although he could predict all of Lin Shen's moves, Lin Shen himself wouldn't strike first, so Tian had to make the first move. Leading with a move inevitably exposed flaws, and Lin Shen used the sheath to defend, simply protecting his vital points without breaking the opponent's moves. Meanwhile, the sword in his other hand targeted the enemy's weak points. Even the most exquisite finger skills were useless against such defense. Who could endure this? After practicing for a while, Tian Buluo couldn't take it anymore and directly excused himself back to Rainy Mist Tower. He would rather be locked up than continue practicing that cursed blade technique with Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more insights he gained. Attacking required momentum, and so did defense. As long as his determination to risk his life was strong enough that the enemy dared not risk their life in return, their momentum would naturally weaken, and he would have successfully defended. No matter how exquisite your skills are, it's about exchanging blood for blood, life for life. If you're not afraid to die, then bring it on, and let's see who falls first. As Lin Shen was practicing, he suddenly felt that his blade technique might be misnamed as the Greed for Life and Fear of Death sword. After thinking for a long time, he gave his blade technique a new name, Blood Life Blade Skill. I exchange my blood for your life. The main strategy is to be ruthless. Ruthless against the enemy and oneself. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more he felt it, and his momentum grew stronger. In the following days, Lin Shen didn't go anywhere and practiced his blade technique at home every day, streamlining it further. The Heavenly Emperor was away on a trip and hadn't returned yet. That day, Lin Shen received a message from Wei Wufu that the Wei family was ready to explore the underground space, and Wei Changqing invited him to join. Lin Shen, having nothing better to do, agreed to Wei Wufu and set off back to his homeworld, arriving once again at Tiancheng. Wei Changqing and others had already recovered from their wounds. They formed a small team, ready to enter the underground space again, to find the base mutation site referred to by Changhen Dongli. If the underground space truly contained a base mutation site, then the Wei family wouldn't need to follow the minor nirvana path in the future. This time, Lin Shen returned with an important task, to take Wei Wufu away, so he would not undergo nirvana on the homeworld. After exploring the underground space, Lin Shen planned to make another trip to Gourd Mountain. If he could take control of Gourd Mountain, then even if he had to return the mechanical wristwatch to that strange person, it wouldn't matter. Chapter 582, Rebellion. After arriving at Tiancheng, Wei Changqing called Lin Shen to Townlin Hall and told him about some of the discoveries they had made in the underground space during this time. After Changhen Dongli was killed, the number of infected creatures in the underground space did not decrease. There were still Nirvana creatures constantly appearing, but fortunately, no Nirvana creature as powerful as Changhen Dongli manifested again. They took turns entering the underground space to slay Nirvana creatures, but the population of Nirvana creatures in the underground space did not diminish by much. Every time they cleared a few Nirvana creatures, it wouldn't be long before new ones appeared. Therefore, they also believed what Changhen Dongli had said was correct. The underground space must be a base mutation zone, and it was even a base mutation land where Nirvana creatures can be born, so they conducted a certain degree of search in the underground space. After several searches, they finally found the place that was suspected to be the base mutation land. They saw with their own eyes that several Nirvana creatures emerged from there. What kind of place is that? Lin Shen saw that Wei Changqing had a strange expression, so he couldn't help but ask. I can't describe what kind of place it is. Everything there seems to be reversed, Wei Changqing said. Reversed? What do you mean? It's like creatures that should be large become small, and those that should be small become large, Lin Shen guessed. Wei Changqing shook his head. It's not like that. What I mean is, it might be our way of thinking that's reversed. Our way of thinking is reversed? How so? Lin Shen didn't know how to interpret this phrase. For instance, if you intend to raise your left hand, there you'll raise your right hand. If you want to step forward with your right leg, then you'll step forward with your left. Wei Changqing organized his words, trying to explain his feelings as clearly as possible. Completely reversed thinking, does that mean if you want to move forward, you'll move backward? Lin Shen pondered and said, no, it's not that situation. Forwards and backwards don't seem to be affected, but if you want to move left or right, it'll be the opposite, Wei Changqing said with a wry smile. So I said it might be a problem with thinking, or it might not be. You'll know the specific situation once you experience it there. This time you are just going to explore. There is no need to slay the Nirvana creatures there. Safety comes first. Remember not to take risks. Rest assured, Sir Qing, Lin Shen nodded. Also, when you leave this time, take Wufu with you, Wei Changqing said. What if he refuses to go? Lin Shen asked tentatively. I have my ways, you don't need to worry about that. Wei Changqing had a conversation with Lin Shen for a while longer before letting Lin Shen leave. The exploration team this time consisted of Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, Wei Shucheng, and Wei Shucheng, with 2 Ascension and 2 Nirvana members. As long as they did not encounter an existence like Changhen Dongli, they should have more than enough ability to save themselves in the underground space. Lin Shen returned to the underground space, descended to the ground of the underground space using ropes, and under the guidance of Wei Shucheng, they headed towards the strange area they had discovered. Since the mission this time was to explore that peculiar region, even when they encountered Nirvana creatures along the way, they chose to avoid them and had no intention of killing. Are there only this type of Nirvana creature in the underground space? Lin Shen asked Wei Shousheng, who was leading the way. In the last and this visit, he only saw Nirvana creatures resembling the blue-cap mushroom beast. There used to be quite a few other types of Nirvana creatures, but in the last few years, other types of Nirvana creatures have become scarce. Most of them are this type now. Wei Shoucheng paused, then explained. We suspect that other types of Nirvana creatures were mutated and evolved from infection sources brought by the spaceships. However, this blue-cap mushroom beast might have been bred by the Nirvana land itself. Lin Shen nodded in agreement. This hypothesis seemed reasonable, and he thought the same. Because flight was not possible in the underground space, the 4 of them could only proceed on foot. In the bizarre underground world, they encountered various unbelievable sights everywhere. Why is there a well here? When the four reached their destination, Lin Shen couldn't help but be astonished. On top of a small hill, there was an ancient-looking stone well. The well's edge was built with rocks that clearly matched the surrounding stones and could not have been brought by the spaceship. "This is the entrance to that place," Wei Shoucheng explained. "Descending from here will take us to that area." Lin Shen found it even more peculiar upon hearing this and examined the well closely. The walls of the well were rocky, and it was not apparent whether they had been carved by hand or formed naturally. Looking down into the well, it wasn't very deep. One could see the well water smooth as a mirror about 10 meters below the surface. If this thing were man-made, then Lin Shen would begin to wonder if people had been to this underground world before, or if there had already been intelligent life here. "I'll go down first. Wait a minute before the next person goes. The two of you should do the same," said Wei Shuxing. After ensuring safety, he jumped into the well. Wang Shuxin gave them one more reminder and then followed by jumping down. After waiting for a minute, Wei Wufu asked Lin Shen to jump first as he was worried Lin Shen's playful nature would get the better of him and he would plunge in before the minute was up. Lin Shen leaped down and fell into the well water, but strangely he felt no sensation of entering the water. Instead, it was like stepping on a very soft air cushion. This sensation quickly disappeared, and by the time he realized it, he found himself standing in a cave, with Wang Shoucheng and Wang Shouchen standing beside him, dry as well. Wang Shoucheng pulled him aside. Lin Shen looked up and saw that the ceiling of the cave also had a well inverted on the stone ceiling with well water inside. Just as he was marveling at the sight, the water in the well rippled and then Wei Wufu fell out from it. "Why don't I feel anything reversed?" Lin Shen stretched out his hand, not feeling anything amiss with his body, nor did he experience the sensation of inversion that Wei Changqing had mentioned. "Don't rush. Once we leave the cave, you'll feel it," Wei Shoucheng said, leading the way. The four of them quickly exited the cave, and the brightness that greeted them made their eyes, accustomed to the darkness of the cave, struggle to adjust. Lin Shen tried to raise his right hand to shield his eyes from the light, but found that he had lifted his left hand instead. Although he raised the wrong hand, it didn't have a significant impact. He still managed to shield his eyes from the light using his left hand, so it really does happen. Lin Shen exclaimed internally, testing again and finding it just as Wei Changqing had described. When he aimed to walk left, he moved to the right, and when he intended to step forward with his left leg, it was his right leg that moved forward. Yet, moving forwards or backwards posed no issue. Lin Shen had some difficulty adjusting to this sensation for a moment, feeling as if his brain were in disarray. It was as if he had forgotten how to walk. Chapter 583, The Impassable River. There's no need to hurry. Everyone needs time to adapt the first time they come. We only got used to this bizarre environment after a few visits, and even now we occasionally make mistakes, Wei Shouxin said with a smile. Lin Shen nodded, slowly moving to adapt to the strange surroundings while taking in the environment. They were now in a valley filled with colorful mushrooms everywhere. The sky was a brilliant azure, and although very bright, the sun was nowhere to be seen. The end of the valley was met by a large mountain which split the valley in two, causing it to extend in two different directions. It took Lin Shen a while to adapt before he could walk normally. Though it was also Wei Wufu's first time here, he adapted quite well and was soon moving as he would outside. Wei's talent for bodily control is absolutely top-notch, Lin Shen admired internally. "Let's walk and adapt. It's hard to get completely used to it in a short time," Wei Shoucheng said, seeing that Lin Shen was able to walk normally and led them slowly through the valley. Moving forward wasn't an issue, as Lin Shen walked and continuously raised his arms, doing his best to control his limbs. "Are the mushrooms here poisonous?" Lin Shen asked as he looked at the multicolored mushrooms in the valley. "They're poisonous. If you accidentally consume any mushrooms or swallow their liquid, you'll experience hallucinations," Wei Shoucheng answered crisply. Clearly they had tried it before. Lin Shen wanted to give it a try in order to increase his body's resistance, but now obviously wasn't the time. As they reached the fork in the valley without having seen any creatures, it was quite different from what Lin Shen had imagined. He had thought there would be many nirvana creatures here, but he didn't see a single one. "We explored both paths of the fork before, but due to some reasons, we couldn't continue. Let's take the left one today," Wang Shoucheng suggested, heading down the left fork. Lin Shen and the two others followed. This part of the valley wasn't as straight as before. It curved to one side like a crescent moon. The further they went, the more mushrooms there were in the valley. At first they could avoid them, but later they had to step on the mushrooms to proceed. Stepping on the mushrooms, they felt a squishy sensation underfoot and could see colorful liquid squeezing out from under their shoes, which strangely felt quite satisfying. Because the valley curved, they couldn't see far ahead, only noticing that even the valley wall started to overflow with multicolored mushrooms. Later, the entire wall was covered with mushrooms of various colors, like bright, eerie eyes filling the space. Lin Shen was glad he didn't have a phobia of clusters, for such a place could be truly lethal. The four of them walked on for a while until a river appeared ahead. It was only about a dozen meters wide, flowing out from a cave in the mountainside, crossing the valley, and then into a cave on the opposite side. The river water was also multicolored, much like how gasoline looks when spilled on water, reflecting colors in the sunlight. But the colors in the river were more intense, looking very eerie. We were stopped by this river last time, unable to continue our exploration, Wei Shusheng said, standing by the riverbank and looking at the opposite side. The opposite bank was still part of the valley, also filled with various colorful mushrooms. Can't we jump across? Lin Shen inquired, knowing there must be a problem, or else they could have leaped across even without the ability to fly. This river is very strange, Wei Shushan explained. Even if you try to jump across it, you'll still end up in the water. And it seems the river's been contaminated with mushroom toxins. Fall in, and you'll start hallucinating, unable to climb out on your own. Last time someone fell in, and had we not had a grappling hook to pull them out, they would have certainly sunk to the bottom. Having encountered such unnavigable rivers before, Lin Shen was not surprised and simply asked, "Is there a plan to cross the river?" "We can only try to climb across on the cliff face," Wang Shusheng suggested as he tied a rope around himself and handed the other end to Wang Shushan. The cliff face was covered in mushrooms, which stretched all the way into the cave from where the water flowed. Within visible reach inside the cave, the mushrooms were also ubiquitous. "Should we clear the mushrooms first?" Lin Shan inquired, surveying the mushrooms on the cliff. "No need. I have an ability that allows me to climb across without harming the mushrooms. Once I'm across, I'll secure the rope on the other side, and you can all climb over," Wang Shousheng stated as he began to climb the cliff. Wang Shousheng seemed to be sticking to the mushroom-covered cliff face more than climbing it. "Impressive. What ability is that?" Lin Shen was marveling when suddenly he saw Wang Shousheng, who was just above the river, fall from the cliff. Wang Shousheng acted quickly, gripping the rope tightly, but instead of pulling, he let Wang Shousheng drop into the water. It was only after Wang Shousheng had fallen into the water that Wang Shousheng pulled with all his might, quickly hauling Wang Shousheng out of the water. Lin Shen surmised that it must have been impossible to pull him back while he was in midair, and only after falling into the river could they rescue him. If that was the case, Lin Shen was unsure whether his stairway to heaven could enable him to fly across the river. Even if the stairway to heaven couldn't do it, he still had the floating on water skill, which should allow him to traverse the river. Wei Shoucheng, once pulled up, automatically shed his carapace. His entire face turned red as if he were drunk, his eyes mere slits, mumbling something unintelligible. "It seems this path is impassable. We have to try another route," Wang Shouxin said as he administered a potion to Wei Shousheng. Lin Shen had thought it was an antidote to the hallucinations, but it turned out to be an anesthetic, which promptly put Wei Shousheng to sleep. "We haven't yet developed a remedy for the hallucinogenic effect, so this is the only option. Fortunately, the hallucinations don't cause significant harm to the body. He'll recover once the effect wears off," Wang Shousheng sighed. "This way is blocked, so once Shousheng wakes up, we'll have to try the other side. It's equally challenging over there, and I'm not sure if our prepared supplies will be effective." "Let me give it a try, maybe I can get across," Lin Shen proposed to Wang Shousheng. "How will you do it?" Wang Shousheng asked, eyeing Lin Shen with some confusion. "Let's just see, I'm not sure myself," Lin Shen replied, indicating the rope. "Tie it around me." Wang Shousheng unfastened the harness from Wei Shousheng, secured it on Lin Shen, and began holding the rope as he did before. Lin Shen took a deep breath and started walking towards the river. "What are you doing?" Wang Shousheng, seeing that Lin Shen was actually trying to get into the river, was startled and quickly grabbed him, saying somewhat angrily, "The river's hallucinogenic properties can damage the brain. Don't joke with your own health." Only then did Lin Shen realize that their earlier casual attitude was not truly carefree. Instead, they had silently borne the risks. Chapter 584, Crossing the River. Lin Shen didn't know what to say. He should have thought of it earlier. For the Wei family to raise someone like Wei Wufu, they must be a distinct group of people. Wei Shuxin stubbornly shook his head. "No, this kind of damage to the brain is permanent and irreversible. If it can't be healed, I can't explain it to the old master. Let's take another route. Uncle Shin, I'm confident I can make it across. Please let me try." Lin Shen knew that if they took the other route, it would probably mean Wei Shushen and the others would have to take the risk themselves. With Stairway to Heaven and the floating on water skill, he was almost certain he could rush across. Even if the river defied the heavens and he couldn't pass with his fire seed ability, he still had evolution theory as a safety net and super reconstitution to recover. It was much better than having them take the risk again. Wei Shushin wanted to stop him, but Wei Wufu said from the side, "Uncle, he can." Wei Shushin looked at Wei Wufu with doubt. How can there be certainty in such a thing? After a pause, Wei Shushin added, "Lin Shen, I know you're powerful, but that's all the more reason not to take risks. You're the one who has the chance to step out and support a piece of the sky for our human race. It's not worth gambling your future on something trivial like this, not even for a 1 in 10,000 chance." Lin Shen really didn't know what to say. The Wei family's care for him was indeed no different from their own family members. Others would definitely not stop him this way. "Uncle Shin, I'm not gambling. I truly am confident that I can get across. You know Wufu, he doesn't lie," Lin Shen had to explain to Wei Shushin. Wei Shushin hesitated upon hearing this. He naturally knew Wei Wufu's character. If Wei Wufu said Lin Shen could do it, then it probably was possible. But this was Lin Shen's first time here, so how could he be so confident? Uncle Shin, tie the rope well. Seeing Wei Shen hesitate, Lin Shen leaped up, intending to jump across the surface of the river. But as soon as he entered the lake's vicinity, he felt a tremendous force pulling his body downward. Lin Shen quickly stepped his left foot on his right foot's back, trying to leap up again. He did manage to leap a distance, but the height of his leap was not as fast as the speed of his fall. He was about to fall into the river. Lin Shen was a bit surprised, realizing that this river indeed had something peculiar about it. The pulling force was too strong. Although Stairway to Heaven was usable, it wasn't enough to break free. Wei Shen, watching, greatly regretted his hesitation and felt he shouldn't have been indecisive. He should have insisted on Lin Shen not taking the risk. He gripped the rope tightly, ready to pull Lin Shen out the moment he fell into the water to minimize the damage from the river as much as possible. The reason he did not pull now was that it was simply impossible to do so. Forcibly pulling would only break the rope. Just as Lin Shen was about to fall into the river, Wei Shen was prepared to pull the rope, but suddenly he saw Lin Shen lightly tap the water's surface with the tip of his foot, as if a dragonfly skimming the water or as one practicing a light body technique, actually stepping on the water's surface and rushing across step by step, steadily landing on the other side. Wei Shen was both shocked and delighted. Lin Shen, are you all right? I'm fine. I'll secure the rope first. Lin Shen unfastened the rope from his body, found a large stone, and tried to tie the rope around the stone. Don't move, there are mushrooms all over it. If you tie the rope to it, you may damage the mushrooms and possibly get contaminated with poison. Tie the rope to your weapon and then stick the weapon into the stone, Wei Shen quickly said. Lin Shen did as Wei Shen suggested, tying the rope to his sheath scrap sword and then stabbing the scrap sword into the stone. Seeing that Lin Shen had finished, Wei Shen began to pull the rope, trying to straighten and secure it. But a new problem emerged. After the rope had left the surface of the water, it simply couldn't be pulled up. Shin, stop pulling. The river's strength is too bizarre. Nothing can stay on the surface without being sucked down. Lin Shen had already realized that the method of crossing the river with a rope might not work when he came over just now. He once again leapt towards the river surface, using the floating on water skill to return to the opposite bank, then went to Wei Wufu's side and directly hoisted him up. Wei Wufu knew what Lin Shen intended to do, and he cooperated with Lin Shen without any unnecessary movements. Lin Shen, carrying Wei Wufu, leapt towards the river surface again, which gave Wei Shen a scare, but then he saw Lin Shen carrying Wei Wufu, stepping on the river surface and rushing to the opposite bank without falling into the river. The old master values Lin Shen for good reason. Wei Shen completely relieved his worries. Lin Shen repeated the process, carrying both Wei Shen and the unconscious Wei Shen across the river. The four of them rested by the riverbank, waiting for Wei Sheng to wake up. After about an hour or so, Wei Sheng finally regained consciousness, but his condition seemed somewhat off, like a hangover with a headache. After a good while, Wei Sheng appeared to be much better. I'm all right now. It seems we can't cross this river. Let's go around the other way, Wei Sheng said. We have already crossed, Wei Sheng said with a smile. Crossed? How did we cross? Wei Sheng couldn't help but be stunned and looked across the river. Although the two sides seemed similar, the valley had a curvature and he hadn't noticed it before. Now upon closer inspection, he indeed realized they were on the opposite side. Lin Shen carried us across. He can tread on the water surface, Wei Shen explained the events with a smile. After hearing this, Wei Sheng laughed and said, You kid or something, you actually made it across. If I had known it could be done like this, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself. Next time, I'll go first, Lin Shen said. That won't do. Wei Sheng quickly shook his head. You just follow us honestly. Don't mess around. If you get injured, we won't be able to explain to the old master. The four resumed their journey, continuing along the valley, and it wasn't long before they saw some giant colorful mushrooms ahead. Those giant colorful mushrooms stood in the valley like ancient trees, with mushroom caps as large as tree canopies. Lin Shen and his companions carefully walked past those giant mushrooms, stepping on smaller ones, and found that the giant mushrooms were not mobile creatures. They were like the smaller mushrooms, only larger. They didn't dare to be careless. With mushrooms so large, their toxicity could be stronger. In case they burst, they might not escape unharmed. The farther they walked, the more giant mushrooms appeared in the valley. If the earlier small mushrooms were like grassland, then this place had already become a mushroom forest. Still, smaller mushrooms covered the ground beneath the giant mushrooms and on the mountainside. Lin Shen looked at these mushrooms and secretly wondered if there was any connection to the mushroom beast tied at Yashin Base that he had encountered previously. Wei Shen, who was scouting ahead, suddenly stopped, made a gesture for silence, then pointed at a giant mushroom ahead. At first, Lin Shen and the others didn't notice anything unusual, but following Wei Shen's gesture, they looked in that direction and immediately spotted something strange. Chapter 585, Wild Swing Underneath the Mushroom Cap. There were surprisingly many beads that looked like luminous pearls, each the size of a soccer ball, emitting a faint glow. Among the folds beneath the mushroom cap, numerous beads were wedged tightly, countless in number, and it was unclear what they were. Could these be pet eggs? Lin Shen wondered, feeling that they somewhat resembled pet eggs. Might they be spores from giant mushrooms? Wei Shousheng guessed as well. They were merely speculating and did not go up to investigate. Their goal was to find the base mutation breeding ground of the Nirvana creatures, so there was no need to clear minds. The four of them became even more cautious, avoiding contact with the giant mushrooms. From time to time, they spotted those beads that looked like luminous pearls underneath the giant mushrooms. Lin Shen felt that Wei Shousheng was probably right. The beads might indeed be spores of the giant mushrooms. If they were pet eggs, it would be impossible for so many to be here without even a shadow of a creature present. They advanced carefully through the mushroom forest, which, despite its vibrant colors, looked like something out of a fairy tale. Yet as the four of them walked through, they felt an indescribable sense of disharmony, as if real-world people had stepped into an animated world. As they were walking, suddenly, the body of a giant mushroom up ahead began to tremble, its cap swelling as if inflating, growing both fatter and larger. "Back off!" Wei Shousheng urgently shouted, and the four of them quickly retreated. But it was a bit too late. The giant mushroom sneezed its cap violently unfurling, and countless soccer ball-sized beads erupted from the folds. The beads bounced around with the elasticity of bouncing balls, careening wildly upon impact and continuing their chaotic jumps all around. "Don't move, secure anything sharp, and don't burst those beads," Wei Shousheng bellowed. He stood still, not using the power of Nirvana to protect himself, letting the beads hit him and then bounce away. Lin Shen and the other two stood motionless like Wei Shousheng, letting the countless beads bounce on them. After a while, the power on the beads finally subsided, falling to the ground, covering the nearby ground. "Don't burst these beads, let's tread through slowly," Wei Shousheng advised, moving his feet slowly along the ground, parting the beads on the floor as he walked. Following his lead, Lin Shen and the others carefully trudged forward, fearing that they might burst any of the highly elastic beads. The four of them took a good half hour to cover just a few hundred meters of distance. After they left the area with the beads, the four of them let out a long sigh of relief. Although they didn't know whether the beads posed any threat to them, they didn't want to find out. The four continued to move through the mushroom forest, and they even saw quite a few beads that had fallen to the ground in the forest. They walked through them slowly, cautious not to rupture the beads and cause trouble. Fortunately, after walking a bit further, there were gradually fewer giant mushrooms ahead. Just as they were about to leave the mushroom forest, suddenly, they saw creatures appearing up ahead. The four people quickly hid behind a giant mushroom, eyeing the creature that appeared in their field of vision from afar. "What in the world is that?" Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The creature that appeared in their line of sight was a beetle-like creature that shone like gold, its entire body looking like citrine, appearing crystal clear and hardly resembling a living being, but more like a piece of art. It was much larger than the average beetle, slightly smaller than those football-sized pearls, but not by much. As the three were assessing its level, several more beetle-like creatures appeared behind it, and then more and more came along, until within moments, several hundred such beetles had crawled over in their direction. Although Lin Shen and his companions weren't afraid of these beetles, in such a place, it was better to avoid battle if possible. When Lin Shen and the others thought the beetles were coming for them, to their surprise, the leading beetle threw itself onto a pearl, hid behind it, and then stood up, using its forelimbs to push the pearl as it walked back. The other beetles did the same, each finding a pearl and then pushing it back the way they had come. "So their target is those pearls, not us," Lin Shen observed the beetles moving the pearls, and was reminded of another kind of beetle that rolls balls, instantly feeling that these gold crystal beetles weren't as high level as he thought. Just as he was pondering this, one of the beetles, while pushing its pearl back, accidentally pricked it with its spike. The pearl exploded with a bang like a punctured balloon, and colorful liquid shot out from inside, splashing all over the beetle and other nearby ones. The originally golden carapaces were now stained with colorful liquid, and those beetles that were splashed with the liquid began to act as if they were drunk, their bodies swaying unsteadily and their speed significantly reduced. The beetles that had not been splashed quickened their pace, rushing back with their pearls. Suddenly, the beetles that had been splashed with the colorful liquid's eyes glowed, as if a switch had been flipped, and they began to wildly sway. Dozens of beetles swayed crazily together, and the pearls they had been pushing also broke under their movements. With more bangs, the pearls burst one by one, and the colorful liquid sprayed everywhere, staining all the nearby beetles and those that hadn't managed to get away in time. And then Lin Shen and his companions saw nearly 100 beetles on the mushroom grass, furiously swaying, each shaking their heads and wiggling their butts as if fitted with electric motors. They swayed and kept on swaying, even as their stamina was exhausted. They still shook relentlessly, their legs twitching but continuing to shake nonstop. The four people watched aghast as several beetles broke their legs from all the shaking, yet still writhed on the ground swaying. Everyone felt a shiver, relieved that Wei Shousheng's judgment was correct. If they had started breaking those pearls, now they would be the ones crazily swaying on the ground. "These beetles are done for, let's go around." Wei Shousheng led the way, bypassing the scene from another side, and continued to walk forward. Having left the area of the mushroom forest, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued along the valley. There were many traces of beetle movement on the ground. It was probably because of the presence of those beetles that this section of the ground was virtually free of those small mushrooms. The mountain walls were still covered with small mushrooms, which made for an extremely unsettling sight. Following the traces of their movement not far ahead, Lin Shen and his companions witnessed an even more bizarre scene. Chapter 506, A Clone. In the valley ahead, chains stretched into the sky, the other ends attached to black spheres. From a distance, they looked like black hydrogen balloons floating in the air. If not for the chains holding them down, those balloons might have flown up into the sky. But those chains themselves appeared to be metallic, and those black spheres, over a meter in diameter, seemed to be made of black rock, not resembling hydrogen balloons at all. How could they possibly float mid-air, keeping the metal chains taut? The group of people all had complex expressions on their faces. Wei Shusheng said, "Strange, how could there be metal chains in such a place? Could there really be intelligent life here? I wouldn't be surprised by anything in this place," Wei Shushan said with a wry smile. Within the area of those chains and black spheres, Lin Shen and his companions saw the beetles they had observed earlier pushing marbles away. Those beetles, pushing the marbles, actually began climbing those chains as thick as a person's arm. They had 6 legs, with the front 2 controlling the marbles and the back 4 gripping the chain to climb up, looking somewhat clumsy and hilariously comical. Could it be that those black spheres are the beetles' nests? But there are no crevices on the black spheres for them to enter, so how would they get in? Lin Shen wondered aloud. Naturally, no one could provide an answer, as Wei Shoucheng and the others were also seeing these things for the first time. "That's not right." Wei Shoucheng suddenly pointed to where the chains were connected to the ground and said, "Look, those chains don't seem man-made, but rather like they've grown naturally." Following his direction, Lin Shen indeed saw that at the point where the chains met the ground, there were metal strands resembling roots on the chains, burying into the underground. As bizarre as it was, those metal chains did indeed look as if they had grown right out of the ground. While the 4 were marveling at the oddity, one of the beetles had already pushed a marble onto the top of a black sphere. Because their attention had shifted to the metal chains, none of them had seen how the beetle had managed to get the marble to the top of the sphere. Unlike what they had imagined, after placing the marble on the top of the black sphere, the beetle just climbed back down instead of entering the sphere, confirming it was not their nest. While Lin Shen was speculating why the beetle placed the marble there, the black sphere unexpectedly cracked open without warning. The black sphere, which seemed to have no fissures at all, split into several sections, blossoming like a flower. The marble fell into the expanded black sphere, but Lin Shen and the others were not fixated on the marble, because inside that black sphere they saw a familiar face. "Changhen Dongli," Lin Shen exclaimed in a hushed tone, with a blue spherical helmet adorned with a pair of fleshy antennae. Who else could it be but Changhen Dongli? But unlike Changhen Dongli, the creature inside the black sphere didn't just have a blue helmet on its head, its body was also covered with a blue carapace, akin to a snug-fitting suit of blue armor. When they had previously encountered Changhen Dongli, he had a blue helmet on his head, but his body was bare. The creature seated within the black sphere, though it looked exactly like Changhen Dongli, had a blue carapace on its body and did not have the wolf-tooth-like weapon in its hands. Lin Shen and the others all had grim expressions on their faces. They had already exhausted all their means to kill a Changhen Dongli, and it was only with great difficulty that they had managed to slay him. Inside this black sphere, there shockingly was another creature identical to Changhen Dongli, and that wasn't even the key issue. What was more terrifying was that the number of these black spheres suspended in the air was incalculable. Just within their view, there were no fewer than hundreds of them. If each black sphere contained a creature similar to Changhen Dongli, how would humans cope if these creatures came to life? Face hundreds or thousands of Changhen Dongli? Even if the Wei family were to lay down their lives, it wouldn't be enough to cover this deficit. Damn it, what exactly is going on here? Lin Shen couldn't help but curse softly. He had death powder and Feizai Fatty by his side, so he wasn't afraid of the Nirvana creatures. Even if they encountered Changhen Dongli again, he wouldn't be afraid. But that was under the circumstance of encountering a single Changhen Dongli. Now, there were hundreds, even thousands of Changhen Donglis here, which would shake anyone's heart. Carefully examining the Changhen Dongli seated in the black sphere, his entire body was enveloped in a transparent liquid. Between his body and the base of the black sphere, there were many transparent tubes connected, which on Changhen Dongli's body looked somewhat like the infusion tubes used for IV drips. After the bead fell into the black sphere, it dropped into the thick liquid below, and then the bead slowly dissolved into the viscous liquid. Before long, colorful liquid appeared inside those transparent tubes, similar to IV drips, and was transported into the creature's body. To think that the bead with strong hallucinogenic toxicity could be used as nutrient solution for that creature? Can they actually eat this to survive? Wei Shushen said with a complex expression. Wasn't it said that Changhen Dongli was the last of the Dongli clan? Wasn't it said that he had exterminated the Dongli clan? What's going on here? Isn't this a member of the Dongli clan? Wei Shushen said with a face full of confusion. It's also possible that this is Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen paused before adding, Previously, Shanghen Dongli had said that he was a member of the god-making race, and at that time I already had some doubts. Now it seems perhaps Shanghen Dongli was just an experimental subject of the god-making race, and it's very possible that this one inside the black sphere is Shanghen Dongli's clone. Very likely, if this is Shanghen Dongli's clone, then does he possess the same strength as Shanghen Dongli? If in the other black spheres there are also the same clones, with the same strength, Wei Shuxin didn't finish speaking, but everyone knew what the outcome would be. At that moment, more beetle-like creatures pushed beads to the top of the black spheres, which then opened one after another. The expressions on Lin Shen and his group turned exceedingly grim. Within those black spheres, each one held a Shanghen Dongli seated within. Their appearances were all identical to Shanghen Dongli, with blue-helmeted compound eyes, though their carapaces varied in completeness. Some Shanghen Donglis were mostly bare, with little to no carapace except for the blue helmet, while others had carapaces. They were incomplete, only covering part of their bodies. As the black spheres opened one by one, more and more Shanghen Donglis appeared in front of Lin Shen and his group, causing them to feel increasingly terrified. It was only speculation before, with a sliver of hope that perhaps the other black spheres were empty, lacking creatures like these suspected Shanghen Dongli clones. Now that hope had been shattered, nearly every open black sphere contained a Shanghen Dongli, meaning that in all the black spheres, or at least in most of them, there was such a Shanghen Dongli. They seem to still be in slumber. Let's take this opportunity to get rid of them, Wei Shousheng said firmly. Chapter 587, Swallowing the Clone. Lin Shen shared the same thoughts as Wei Shousheng. Regardless of whether these creatures were clones of Shanghen Dongli or not, the best plan was undoubtedly to deal with them while they were still asleep. The four of them could be said to be in perfect agreement, although their purpose in coming here wasn't to kill. In this situation, resolving the issue a minute earlier could potentially avert a disaster. If even a portion of the clones of Shanghen Dongli emerged from the black sphere, the human mother planet would not be able to withstand them. You two get ready for battle. Shuxin and I will go up, Wei Shusheng said, summoning the carapace and climbing up along a chain. Wei Shusheng closely followed him, also climbing up the chain. Lin Shen similarly summoned his carapace, while at the same time pulling out the evil ghost blade from his back and tossing it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was currently using the purple crystal hard whip he'd found on the turtle's back. With Lin Shen giving him the evil ghost blade, Wei Wufu now wielded blades in both hands. With his martial skills and level, it was very easy to handle such weapons. Lin Shen, on the other hand, would face problems double-wielding blades. He still hadn't fully adapted to the opposite attributes of this place. If it were completely opposite, it would be a bit easier to adjust. But it wasn't completely opposite here. Some things were reversed, others were not, which complicated the process of adapting. Moreover, Lin Shen suspected that the reason for the reversals here might not be due to thought processes or the brain. If it were a brain issue, evolution theory should have had an effect, or at least be triggered. But so far, evolution theory hadn't reacted at all, leading Lin Shen to suspect that it wasn't environmental factors affecting the brain, but some other reason. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu made their preparations for battle. In case the clones of Shanghen Dongli inside the black sphere were to awaken, a fierce battle would likely ensue then. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shucheng climbed up the chain and quickly approached the black sphere, only to find it closed up as if it possessed intelligence as soon as they neared it. After a brief discussion, the two climbed back down the chain. Wait here, I'll go get some beads and see if we can use them to lure the black sphere into opening, Wei Shoucheng said, returning to the mushroom forest and took 2 beads back. He placed 1 bead cautiously below, and then he and Wei Shuxin climbed up again together. After setting a bead at the top of the black sphere, it opened on its own after a while, revealing the figure of Shanghen Dongli seated cross-legged inside. With one hand holding on to the black petal-like substance, Wei Shusheng summoned the phoenix plume knife in his other hand and struck directly at Shanghen Dongli's neck, the purple aura coalescing into an astonishing blade chi. There was a clang, and to their surprise, Wei Shusheng's strike failed to sever Shanghen Dongli's head or even harm him. The purple blade chi shattered a foot away from Shanghen Dongli as if it had hit something, completely disintegrating. The phoenix plume knife also struck the invisible object, making a sound like the ringing of metal on stone. Explore hidden tales at free web novel. Wei Shuxin climbed up from the other side, his knife carrying blade chi as he too struck at Shanghen Dongli. The result was the same. When it was about a foot away from Shanghen Dongli, it was blocked by something invisible. The two gritted their teeth and slashed at Shanghen Dongli from different directions, only to find that there seemed to be an invisible shield around Shanghen Dongli's body that prevented all attacks from getting through. After half a day of assaulting the shield without any success, the two could only come down from above in frustration. If we can't break the shield, that's a bit of trouble, Wei Shuxin said, frowning. It's not all bad news. At least we can be sure that these clones of Shanghen Dongli can't leave the black sphere for now, Lin Shen said. We'll have to go back and ask the old master for help, Wei Shousheng said. I have a Nirvana-level pet, maybe it could give it a try. Lin Shen pulled the death powder from his body and tossed it out. Death powder clung directly to the chain, crawling along it toward the opened black sphere. How are you able to activate a Nirvana-level pet? Wei Shoucheng asked in surprise as he examined death powder. This pet is quite special. It's not that I can activate it, but that it can enter combat status directly from its capsule state, Lin Shen explained, though he didn't really know how else to explain it. The four of them watched as Death Powder climbed up the chain. Upon reaching the black sphere, the part of its body that rose up suddenly inflated, turning into a huge creature as thick as a water jar, with a mouthpiece containing numerous gears that resembled red gems, meshing and spinning. Death Powder bit down directly, but the gears were blocked by the invisible shield, creating sparks as they grinded together with a disturbing sound. Despite the strength of Death Powder's body attribute, it couldn't break through the invisible armor, and its massive mouthpiece was blocked on the outside. Just as everyone was becoming somewhat disappointed, they saw a sinister red glow emanating from Death Powder's mouth. The nearly indestructible invisible shield was instantly shredded by the glowing red gears. The next second, Death Powder devoured Changhen Dongli, who was sitting inside the black sphere. Changhen Dongli's body was crushed by Death Powder's spinning gears in an instant, swallowed into its belly. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shoushen looked on, dumbfounded, before bursting with joy. What a formidable pet, now there's hope. After swallowing Changhen Dongli, Death Powder returned to its original form and crawled down the rope. We'll retrieve the beads to lure the black sphere open, and you'll have your pet kill those guys, Wei Shoushan said as he ran toward the mushroom forest. Lin Shen and the others followed, cautiously carrying back some beads. They collaborated, with Lin Shen and Wei Wufu responsible for bringing the beads back, while Wei Shoushang and Wei Shoushan climbed up the chains, using the beads to lure the black sphere open. As soon as the black sphere was opened, Death Powder would crawl in, crush the Changhen Dongli inside, and swallow them into its belly. The Changhen Donglis inside the black spheres, whether for a lack of full development or some other reason, didn't awaken even with such commotion, each one being crushed and devoured by Death Powder. With the true extreme slaying evil deathlight, Death Powder was like an all-destroying shredder. The incredibly hard shields crumbled under its gears, a force so destructive that it made Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shoushen feel a chill. The appetite of Death Powder was like a mysterious existence. Despite swallowing so many Changhen Donglis, it showed no sign of being full, its stomach seemingly a bottomless abyss. Wei Shousheng lured open another black sphere, but then let out a surprised exclamation. This clone seems a bit different. Chapter 5088, Noble Person Carrying the Pearl Back. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu couldn't help but look at the black sphere that Wei Shousheng had lured and opened. Within the unfolding black sphere, there was a clone that looked like Changhen Dongli. However, what set this Changhen Dongli apart from the other clones was that its helmet and carapace were black. Moreover, the carapace and helmet were already connected, covering nearly his entire body except for the face in black armor. Even on the face, parts of the carapace had appeared, though not yet complete, resembling an open-work black butterfly mask, veiling Changhen Dongli's face. Seeing this, Lin Shen let the Death Powder return. That one's a bit special, don't touch him yet. Wei Shoucheng came down from above, took a pearl, and went to lure other black spheres. Several people coordinated with the Death Powder, swallowing down one after another creature that possibly was a clone of Changhen Dongli. After several hours, the Death Powder had consumed nearly 300 clones, which was only about a third of the total number of clones, leaving several hundred black spheres still unopened. The Death Powder, however, appeared to be a bit overstuffed, maintaining its gigantic state without immediately reverting to its usual size. Let's rest for a while. The Death Powder is a bit overstuffed and needs time to digest. Lin Shen called out to Wei Shousheng and Wei Shoushen, who were eager to continue luring the black spheres. The four of them rested below, waiting for the Death Powder to digest the excess food. Lucky that you have such a pet, it can be considered our great savior, Wei Shousheng said with a good mood, looking at the Death Powder lying motionless on the side. What kind of planet did this pet come from, and can we get more of them? Wei Shoushen asked, not for himself, but feeling that with such a pet, many problems in the underground space could be easily solved. This is a pet I obtained on our home planet, and I have raised it up to the Nirvana level, Lin Shen briefly explained the origins of the Death Powder. Turns out to be an alien creature from our home planet, and moreover, it's one that died in the process of evolution and came back to life. Truly an anomaly, Wei Shoushen exclaimed after listening. The old man said you are a person of great destiny. Indeed, he wasn't wrong. Lin Shen gave a wry smile and shook his head. Instead of calling it my destiny, it's better to say that I've been lucky to have so many noble people like you to assist me. The so-called destiny is but the fortune brought by these noble people. Without them, a lazy and playful person like me would just be an ordinary mortal. Lin Shen spoke from the heart, just like the Death Powder. If it hadn't been in his family's storage, and if he weren't the fifth son of the Lin family, how could he possibly have gotten it? He probably wouldn't even have had the chance to see it. Lin Shen had always felt that his achievements today were mostly due to the help of noble people. He was merely going with the flow. If it weren't for Wei, he might not have survived to this day, nor could he have used the primeval eggs to evolve to his current state. Without Tian Shun, maybe he would still be struggling to survive on Giant Ringstar, possibly in a situation not much better than Shiman Swordsman. Don't belittle yourself. The fortune others bring you. If you can withstand it, it means you have the capacity and are worthy to bear this fortune. There is no fortune without reason in the world. If you can bear it, it's your destiny. If you can't, it's your fate. Wei Shousheng laughed. My Wei family has also been helped by noble people, and with added fortune, we've been able to survive in troubled times. However, this meant guarding the underground space for over 200 years, and that's our destiny. Which esteemed benefactor has aided the Wei family? Lin Shen asked with some curiosity. From what Wei Shoucheng implied, it seemed there was more to the Wei family's establishment in Tiancheng than met the eye. Wei Wufu himself didn't know about this matter and looked at Wei Shoucheng, seemingly also eager to find out who the esteemed benefactor Wei Shoucheng mentioned was. Over 200 years ago, a spacecraft crashed, and Tiancheng, being so close to the subspace, was among the places that suffered the most devastation, if not the worst. Without the help of an esteemed benefactor, my Wei family would not have survived until today, and Tiancheng might have already become dust in history. Wei Shoucheng hesitated for a moment before continuing. You have a good rapport with the Wei family, so you're practically not an outsider. There's no harm in telling you, but it's best if this doesn't get out. Lin Shen nodded eagerly. He loved hearing secrets that weren't meant for outsiders. How could my brother be involved in something that happened over 200 years ago? Lin Shen wondered aloud. Of course, there's a connection. Just listen to me slowly, Wei Shousheng smiled. When Mr. Lin Zhongzheng came to Tiancheng, he asked our Wei family to protect you thoroughly. Do you know why, even though our Wei family usually doesn't deal with matters outside Tiancheng, we sent Wufu from Tiancheng to protect you? Could it be related to the Wei family's esteemed benefactor? Don't tell me that the esteemed benefactor you're talking about is related to the ancestors of our Lin family. Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. He had once been puzzled as to why Wei Wufu would accept his brother's invitation to protect him, even at the risk of his own life. Explore more at Free Web Novel. After spending more time with Wei Wufu, he knew that was just the kind of person Wei Wufu was, but he was still curious about how Wei Wufu knew his elder brother. Lin Shen had asked Wei Wufu about this question, but Wei Wufu had not given him an answer. It was only today that he finally understood that his elder brother and Wei Wufu were actually not well acquainted. It was the Wei family that had sent Wei Wufu to protect him. Lin Shen thought to himself, could it be that my ancestor from the Lin family was so impressive to have once been an esteemed benefactor of the Wei family in Tiancheng? It shouldn't be, Wei Shoucheng interjected, disrupting Lin Shen's fantasy. The esteemed benefactor of our Wei family has the surname Zhang, and you are the Lins. Even if we go back to the mythological era, Zhang and Lin were not of the same surname. Then how did my elder brother get involved with this Mr. Jiang, the esteemed benefactor? Lin Shen asked curiously. After pondering for a moment, Wei Shousheng said, That I do not know. Mr. Lin Zhongzheng came to Tiancheng with a token from that esteemed benefactor, requesting our Wei family to protect you thoroughly. At the time, our Wei family was overwhelmed with defending the subspace and really couldn't spare anyone to protect you. We had no choice but for Wufu, the most ill-suited to walk among humans, to become the Wei family's envoy in the human world, to go to Darkbird Base and ensure your well-being. It was a way to repay that debt of karma. Wei Shoucheng continued. Outsiders all think that our Wei family's Purple Chi Phoenix spell was obtained after entering the universe, but that's not actually the case. In fact, we had acquired the Purple Chi Phoenix spell before the spaceship crash, and this spell came from that esteemed benefactor with the surname Jiang. It was because of the Purple Chi Phoenix spell that the Wei family could establish itself in Tiancheng, which experienced the worst of the disaster and was able to suppress the subspace. Wei Shoucheng sighed. Unfortunately, we do not know the origins of the esteemed benefactor with the surname Jiang. For more than 200 years, the human envoys of the Wei family have also tried to inquire about him elsewhere, but we've never heard any news about him. The more Lin Shen heard, the more he felt that something was off. Before the Great Catastrophe, the Wei family had acquired the advanced secret technique, the Purple Chi Phoenix spell, from the universe at a time when no human could leave their home planet. Where then did this Mr. Jiang get the Purple Chi Phoenix spell from? Moreover, how did his elder brother come into possession of Mr. Jiang's token and know of Mr. Jiang's connection to Tiancheng, bringing the token to the Wei family in Tiancheng to seek protection for him? Chapter 589, The Legacy of the Dongli Clan. Lin Shen asked about some noble people with the surname Jiang and about his third brother, but unfortunately, Wei Shousheng and Wei Chengxin knew only so much and were unable to provide any useful information. The death powder still hadn't been fully digested. Wei Shousheng asked about some things in the universe, and Lin Shen told them what he knew about the situation and the recent cosmic ranking event. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shushen listened with a kind of longing, asking many questions about the battle for the cosmic rankings. They too wanted to participate in such battles, to strive for a place for humanity in the universe. Alas, they could no longer leave their mother planet, and entering the universe was no longer possible for them. Continue reading at Free Web Novel. It's not entirely impossible to re-enter the universe, though, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Does the mother planet have a teleporter capable of Nirvana-level transmission? Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shushin were both startled. They certainly wanted to leave the mother planet and join the battle, but if such a teleporter really existed, it would pose a threat to the safety of their home. They would rather stay put than see such an event occur. For now, there shouldn't be. As for the future, who knows, Lin Shen said, uncertain about Gourd Mountain, and so he didn't dare speculate carelessly. The troubles of the Wei family were already abundant. They likely lacked the capacity to deal with anything else. To speak of it would only add to their worries. The death powder regained its vitality. The four of them once again teamed up with the death powder to devour the clones of Changhen Dongli, and the number of clones inside the black sphere was dwindling. After more than 20 hours of effort, they managed to open most of the black spheres, devouring the clones inside, and only the clone in the black armor was left untouched. Lin Shen allowed death powder to rest for a while before getting ready to devour the clone in the black armor. Wei Shousheng approached with the pearl, enticing the black sphere to open. Death powder coiled around the sphere, with its front end enlarging as it opened its mouth to bite down on the black armored clone. The invisible shield shattered, and just as death powder was about to swallow the clone sitting cross-legged inside the sphere, its form suddenly froze. He saw the black armored clone raise an arm, palm upwards, supporting the underside of death powder's maw, forcefully holding up death powder's head to prevent it from lowering and devouring the clone. That clone does indeed have a problem, Wei Shushin exclaimed. Boom! The onlookers only saw that with a forceful push of its palm, the black armored clone tossed Death Powder's body into the air, throwing it off the chain and crashing down. Although Death Powder had the ability to fly, there was an anti-flight restriction in the underground space. Unable to take to the air, Death Powder smashed directly into the ground, creating a large pit and making the entire valley seem to tremble for a moment. Wei Shoucheng, standing next to the black sphere with one hand on the chain and the other summoning the phoenix plume knife, sent a streak of purple blade chi cutting toward the black armored clone within the sphere. The purple blade chi transformed into a purple chi phoenix, with the sound of the blade singing and the phoenix crying, reaching the black armored clone in an instant. The black armored clone's raised hand pressed down lightly, and upon contact with the phoenix blade chi, the formidable blade chi dissipated like smoke in his hand, vanishing into nothingness. Lin Shen hurried over and grabbed Death Powder by the tail, pulling it back into a javelin shape. Turning his head back toward the black sphere before he could attack again, the black armored clone within the sphere had already vanished without a trace. Thump! A thud echoed as Lin Shen and the others turned their heads to look, only to see the black armored clone landing on the ground opposite them, with the ground cracking beneath his feet like a spider's web. His pair of black compound eyes were coldly fixed on the death powder in Lin Shen's hand. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" the black armored clone suddenly asked. His question stumped Lin Shen and his companions. Why kill him seemed a simple query, yet when it came to answering, they didn't know where to begin. "Do you know who you are?" Lin Shen stared at the black armored clone and asked. "Of course, I know who I am." The black armored clone, not understanding Lin Shen's meaning, frowned and said, "Do you know who I am?" "You are Cheng and Dongli," Lin Shen replied. The black armored clone's eerie compound eyes surveyed Lin Shen and said, "It seems you have found the right person. Why do you want to kill me?" "Because you want to kill us too, so we have to kill you." Lin Shen wanted to clarify whether this black-armored Changhen Dongli was indeed the clone of the one they had encountered before. "When did I ever want to kill you?" Changhen Dongli frowned. "Do you know there are many Changhen Dongli? You are just one of them." "The one who wants to kill us is another," Lin Shen succinctly said. "What has it got to do with me if he wants to kill you? Why don't you go after him instead of coming to kill me?" The black-armored Changhen Dongli actually knew there were many Changhen Donglis. "Aren't you all one and the same?" Lin Shen and his companions were somewhat taken aback. "Of course not." The black-armored Changhen Dongli cracked a smile and said, "Many have this misconception. It seems you are also mistaken. Although we are all Changhen Dongli, we are independent entities with no connection to each other. He is he, I am I, the one who wants to kill you is him, you should go find him instead." "You're not a clone?" Lin Shen's expression grew complex. This Changhen Dongli seemed not as malevolent and murderous as the previous one and appeared very agreeable. If all the Changhen Donglis in the Black Sphere were like this, they might have done something rather inhumane. "It seems you have a deep misunderstanding," the black-armored Changhen Dongli explained. "We are all Changhen Dongli, not clones. For the Dongli clan, it's natural to give birth to many identical individuals every time, so we look alike, but we are not clones." "Do you mean to say you're a newly born Changhen Dongli?" Lin Shen immediately caught a loophole in his speech. The first Changhen Dongli had obviously been born many years ago and had even joined the god-making race. This Changhen Dongli claimed he'd just been born, but he seemed to know a lot. How could this be explained? The black-armored Changhen Dongli saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile, "Our Dongli clan has inherited memories. Each Dongli inherits the memories of the previous generation, or rather, the memories of countless generations before, so we have no juvenile phase like other species. We are born almost godlike, omniscient, and omnipotent from the start." Lin Shen and his companions were taken aback, not expecting the Dongli clan to have such a capability. This made Lin Shen realize at once that perhaps the first Changhen Dongli they had met was not the real Changhen Dongli, nor the one who had joined the god-making race, but also just one who had inherited the memories of his predecessors. "Have you killed other Changhen Dongli?" the black-armored Changhen Dongli suddenly said. Chapter 590, Killing You All as Repayment. Lin Shen and the others immediately tensed up again, silently preparing for battle. They had killed so many of the Dongli clan of Chenghen Dongli that they had slain many brothers of the Carapace Chenghen Dongli, and the enmity was now immense. Yet Carapace Chenghen Dongli only offered a faint smile. Don't be nervous. You killing the other Chenghen Dongli is actually a good thing for me. You could say that you've done me a favor. I have no intention of seeking revenge just because you killed them. What do you mean? Wei Shoucheng, who had climbed down from the ropes, asked with a frown. Carapace Chenghen Dongli explained, our Dongli clan can birth many descendants at once, but there can be only one true heir. Each Chenghen Dongli must use their own strength to obtain the true inheritance, which means they need to defeat and kill the other Chenghen Dongli until only one remains, the true Chenghen Dongli. In other words, you killing the other Chenghen Dongli is essentially doing me a favor by saving me the time and effort of killing them myself. Lin Shen and the rest listened, dumbfounded. With their own racial concepts, they simply could not understand what Carapaced Chenghen Dongli was saying. To express my gratitude, I'll kill you as my way of repaying you. Another statement from Carapaced Chenghen Dongli left them stunned all over again. They simply could not grasp the notion of the Chenghen Dongli, where killing one's foes was a way of expressing thanks. Lin Shen and his companions thought that what Chenghen Dongli had previously said was all sarcasm, that in the end he still wanted to avenge those Chenghen Dongli they had killed. You are mistaken. As I've said, your killing them is something for which I am thankful. Carapaced Chenghen Dongli, incredibly patient, slowly explained, killing you is the greatest thanks I can offer. As I've told you before, only one Chenghen Dongli is the true heir, and I am now that true heir, having acquired the ability to pass on the inheritance. But our Dongli clan has a rather troublesome method of passing on our lineage. It requires other species as a host. I have decided to carry out my inheritance on this planet, and all the species on it shall become hosts for my offspring. Every creature will have an inheritance seed implanted within them, which will root, germinate inside your bodies, and gradually absorb the energy within, until the host is completely consumed. By that time, even if you wish to die, you'll no longer have the ability to take your own lives, and can only suffer through an extended agony until you are consumed alive. So, by killing you, preventing you from becoming hosts, and sparing you that inhumane suffering, I am paying back your favor. Lin Shen's face turned extremely grim. Never had he imagined that somewhere in the universe there could be such a malevolent race, one that reproduced in such a vicious manner. The group exchanged looks and all simultaneously unleashed their strength, launching an attack on the Carapaced Chenghen Dongli. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shushan's blade chi, one to the left and one to the right, transformed into two purple chi phoenixes and slashed at Chenghen Dongli. The death powder in Lin Shen's hand, too, was like a spear thrusting at Chenghen Dongli, with its spear tip sending out a purple beam of light that, advancing at an incredible speed, reached Carapaced Chenghen Dongli even before the phoenix blade chi of Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shoucheng. Carapaced Chenghen Dongli raised one hand, and facing the beam of true extreme slaying evil death light shot by the death powder, fired a black beam of light. The collision of black and red light beams in space resulted in mutual annihilation, with neither gaining an advantage. His other hand alternating palms and backhands slapped upon the phoenix blade chi. One after another, he disbanded the blade chi like dissipating smoke. It was as if what Wei Shoucheng and his team had slashed out was not astonishing purple profound chi, but merely a puff of mist. Everyone was greatly shocked. This Chenghen Dongli in the black carapace was even stronger than the one they had fought before, and not by just a slight margin. Lin Shen immediately threw out the death powder, which, trailing red light, rushed towards Chenghen Dongli. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shushan also charged forward, attacking Chenghen Dongli together with the death powder. Death powder, along with two Nirvana-level powerhouses, were surprisingly unable to get the upper hand against Chenghen Dongli. Chenghen Dongli stood there, handling the death powder with one hand and Wei Shoucheng and his team with the other, his feet unmoved, blocking all their attacks. Lin Shen had already summoned the inheritance fan and was repeatedly fanning towards Chenghen Dongli with both sway style and folding style activated as the mysterious light pattern descended upon Chenghen Dongli. Wei Wufu also donned the white robe life base, an invisible aura unfolding around him, his robe stirring without any wind. They did not rush forward because their speed could not keep up with the intensity of a Nirvana-level battle. Rushing in might have been more of a hindrance than a help. 3 weakening skills landed on Chenghen Dongli, which immediately reduced his speed and strength significantly. Lin Shen then took out the mutated Jade Exquisite, planning to have it use the base talent, suppressing mountains and rivers to continue weakening Chenghen Dongli. But before he could command the mutated Jade Exquisite to activate suppressing mountains and rivers, he saw black luminescence rising from Chenghen Dongli's black carapace. The fan dance skill, which had nearly never met a predator, had encountered its nemesis. The mysterious light pattern branded on the black carapace was quickly dissolving in that black glow, eventually disappearing without a trace. Lin Shen's face drained of color in shock. It was the first time his fan dance skill had failed. Changhen Dongli moved rapidly, and while Wei Shousheng and Wei Shushen were already quite fast, they seemed sluggish in comparison to Changhen Dongli. Bang bang. With a palm to each, Changhen Dongli struck Wei Shousheng and Wei Shushen on their chests, simultaneously sending them flying. Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shushen crashed into the mountain wall, spewing blood from their mouths. On their chests, the carapace showed a palm-shaped deficit as if a part of it had vanished out of thin air. This ability, Black Cat Mushroom King, Lin Shen, was even more startled internally. He had seen this ability before. It was precisely the Black Cat Mushroom King that had used this move. At that time, Lin Shen had been amazed by this ability, and now seeing it again, it felt almost insurmountable. Only the true extreme slaying evil death light from the death powder could contend against Changhen Dongli's ability, but even that was merely contending. One red and one black, the two glows clashed and dissolved in the sky, unable to overcome each other for the moment. Chapter 591 changed my mind. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen ran over and poured medicine into the mouths of Wei Shoucheng and Wei Shushen. Luckily, both had cultivated the Purple Chi Phoenix spell. Their life force was naturally stronger than that of a typical Nirvana practitioner, otherwise that palm strike just now would have likely claimed their lives. We can't overpower him, you all go. We'll cover the retreat. Wang Shousheng stood up, unsteady on his feet, and tightened his grip on the Phoenix plume knife, prepared to charge into battle once more. At the same time, he urged Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to leave with a loud shout. Wang Shousheng followed closely, both hands wielding the Phoenix plume knife, unleashing the full force of his purple profound ki. Don't be rash, he has the ability to nullify base mutation powers. No matter how strong you are, it won't work, you can't hold him off. Lin Shen quickly stepped forward, pulling them back as their charge would only be a futile sacrifice. Without a word, Wei Wufu stepped in front of Wang Shushen, preventing him from charging forward. Death is but a release. Let me help you find that release. Changhen Dongli, who was still battling fiercely with death powder, surprisingly had excess strength to spare and pointed at them. A spectral light pierced through space, reaching Wei Wufu in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen turned to look at Wei Wufu, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. He could only watch helplessly as Wei Wufu and Wei Shushen were skewered by the beam of dark light like candied hawthorns on a stick. Fuck your ancestors. Lin Shen's eyes were blood red with fury. His strength erupted wildly, tossing the Holy Shield Dragon towards Wei Wufu as he charged with a sword in one hand and its sheath in the other towards Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen was frantic, his composure shattered in a way it hadn't even when he himself had faced grave danger. Changhen Dongli, expressionless, pointed again amidst the struggle with death powder. A beam of light shot towards Lin Shen with incredible speed. Clang. The sword and scabbard in Lin Shen's hands crossed to block the black beam. The powerful impact pushed him backward. Lin Shen's feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground as he was forced into rapid retreat. The carapace on his legs, shining with a brilliant light, was worn down to reveal the calves it encased, with the skin and flesh on his calves scoured away. Thump. Lin Shen slammed heavily against the mountainside, creating a large hole before finally coming to a stop. Okay, go. Wei Wufu stood up with a bloody hole in his chest, his blood-drenched white robe crimson, attempting to rush back into the fray as he spoke. Suddenly, the Holy Shield Dragon roared, and its 3 life-based shields appeared simultaneously, activating triple-layered protective domes that enshrouded all 3 of them in light. Wei Wufu's body collided with the light dome, unable to break through. Lin Shen extricated himself from the mountainside, his super base change and super base recast rapidly healing his injuries, with neither the scrap sword nor the scabbard in his hands damaged. The materials of these 2 items were simply too resilient. Astonishingly, even Changhen Dongli's attack couldn't cause them any harm. You take Wei and leave, I'll handle things here, Lin Shen thought with relief, grateful that Wei Wufu wasn't dead. Wei Shushen was about to say something when he was interrupted by Lin Shen. You can't stop him. If I leave, the outcome will be the same. It's you who should leave and find Sir Qing. Wei Shousheng knew Lin Shen was right. Only Lin Shen's pet could stop Changhen Dongli. Without Lin Shen, none of them could hold off Changhen Dongli, not even for a moment. Glancing at the severely injured Wei Wufu and the unconscious Wei Shousheng, who had also sustained heavy blows, Wei Shousheng gritted his teeth, rushed over, picked the 2 of them up, one in each arm, and turned to leave. Lin Shen retracted his Holy Shield Dragon, allowing Wei Shousheng and the others to depart. You are harming them. If they die now, they won't need to become vessels and suffer the pain of craving life but unable to live, and craving death but unable to die. Changhen Dongli did not attack the fleeing Wei Shoucheng and the others. Seeing Wei Wufu being forcibly taken away, Lin Shen calmed down significantly and stared at Changhen Dongli, saying coldly, You won't have that chance. You're already as good as dead. You, an Ascender, can use such a powerful Nirvana pet and even withstand my attack without dying. Truly impressive. But alas, that's all there is. You still don't qualify to battle me. Changhen Dongli spoke with a chilling smile. However, I've changed my mind. There is indeed something unusual about you, and you would make a fine vessel. So, I won't kill you. I'll let you continue to live as a vessel's fate requires. Discover more content at Free Web Novel. It doesn't matter. You can talk like that once you defeat my pet, Lin Shen said with disdain. What's so difficult about that? Your pet is indeed strong. Its nirvana attributes can actually contend with my demonic detachment light, which is somewhat surprising. However, nirvana attributes are just the foundation. The Dongli clan's strength doesn't come from nirvana attributes, but from the experiences and insights passed down through generations, along with the perfect skills honed in countless generations of actual combat, said Chonghen Dongli, before he finally stopped passively defending against the death powder and launched a violent assault like a storm. Wei Shoucheng, carrying Wei Wufu and the unconscious, possibly dead or alive, Wei Shoushan, was fleeing when he suddenly heard Wei Wufu speak. I need to go back. Wufu, don't push yourself. Going back won't help. It's only going to be a hindrance, Wei Shoucheng deliberately said. He needs help. I must go back. Wei Wufu continued to speak, his sentences being much more coherent than usual. Even if you return, it will be useless. You'd only be a burden. A battle like that is not something you're capable of participating in at your level, Wei Shoucheng insisted, not willing to let him return. Wei family promised to protect him thoroughly. I represent the Wei family. Wei Wufu's words made Wei Shoucheng's steps falter. Sigh, but it's really useless if you go back, Wei Shoucheng sighed. Useful, the white robe has an influence. I can feel it, Wei Wufu said, his words trailing off intermittently. Even if there is some use, it won't make much of a difference in such a battle, and if you get any closer to the battlefield, you might just be killed outright, Wei Shoucheng said. I am a Wei not protecting the path. I would rather die, Wei Wufu uttered with a resolute tone. Wei Shoucheng came to a complete stop, set Wei Wufu down, and looked at him with a complex expression. Wufu, you really shouldn't have been born into the Wei family. If you weren't, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. I lived, well, I'm going. Wei Wufu turned and headed toward the direction of the battlefield. Watching Wei Wufu leave, Wei Shoucheng carried Wei Shouchan and quickened his pace. He had to inform Sir Qing as quickly as possible. There might still be a chance. Chapter 592, Shattered Diary. The attack of Chenghen Dongli hammered down on death powder like a storm, with the black ghostly light shifting unpredictably, resembling blades of light flashing from various directions, attempting to cut through death powder. However, Death Powder's body twisted like a Chinese finger trap, contorting into various shapes, and no matter how ferocious Chonghen Dongli's assault was, it never landed a hit on it. Chonghen Dongli seemed somewhat surprised, his eyes turning somewhat grim. His carapace began to move, and at the elbows of his arms the carapace protruded, forming two blade-like fangs. In the midst of his frenzied strikes, the newly formed elbow blades unexpectedly slashed across Death Powder's body. Clang! An unexpected event occurred. Death Powder's body also underwent a bizarre change, growing two wing-like red blades, which collided with Chenghen Dongli's elbow blades. Clang, 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 clang. The elbow blades and Death Powder's wing blades furiously hacked at each other, with red and black light ceaselessly clashing and dissipating, yet Chonghen Dongli still couldn't gain the upper hand. Chonghen Dongli was clearly astonished. His various skills, refined through 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements, were the crystallization of countless generations of wisdom from the Dongli clan, and were said to merge perfectly with his own body, enabling him to unleash unparalleled combat power. But this pet in front of him could withstand all of his skill attacks and even block the unique elbow blade technique of the Dongli clan. The strangely emerging wing blades on it managed to match the Dongli clan's elbow blades in an inexplicably similar fashion. Lin Shen watched the battle between Chonghen Dongli and Death Powder with cold eyes, with no immediate intention to help Death Powder. He only had 3 cards up his sleeve that could eliminate Chonghen Dongli: the attribute accumulation of Sacrificial Halo, Phase-Eye Fatty, and Acupoint Sealing. The Sacrificial Halo and Acupoint Sealing could be considered as one card. To ensure killing Chonghen Dongli in one strike, it was necessary to attack the weak points of his acupoints. If he were facing an ordinary Nirvana being, over 2,000 points of attributes already accumulated by the Sacrificial Halo, combined with Lin Shen's own attributes and skills, would be enough to kill instantly, giving them no chance. But this Chonghen Dongli was too strange. Lin Shen had only one chance to strike and could not afford to act rashly under uncertain circumstances. If he acted, it had to be a fatal blow. Therefore, he had to observe what kinds of abilities Chonghen Dongli had. Chonghen Dongli had no plans to kill him, which gave him an even better opportunity to not need to directly engage in the fight. As for whether Chonghen Dongli would kill Death Powder, Lin Shen was not worried at all. There might be Nirvana beings in this world capable of killing Death Powder, but that Nirvana being was unlikely to be Chonghen Dongli. Explore more stories with Free Web Novel. Because Death Powder's life base is the Super Base Crushing Diary, Death Powder could use the diary to record the various data of creatures it devoured and discover their weaknesses. Moreover, based on the data of the consumed creatures, Death Powder could temporarily transform, which explains the sudden emergence of its wing blades. Those wing blades were not actually a power of death powder, but a temporary mutation produced from utilizing the data of Changhen Dongli. Having devoured so many Changhen Dongli and recorded so much data, there was probably no one in the world who understood Changhen Dongli better than death powder. No matter how strong Changhen Dongli was, the chances of him killing death powder were slim to none. One could even say that death powder was his bane. His evolution must differ from that of the blue carapace Changhen Dongli, so death powder's database was not actually complete. Therefore, it would not be easy for death powder to kill Changhen Dongli, but using it to squeeze out all of Changhen Dongli's abilities, forcing him to reveal all his cards, was still possible. The attack style of Changhen Dongli was constantly changing, sometimes like a violent storm, and sometimes as gentle as a breeze caressing the face. Fast at times and slow at others, his techniques were sometimes ever-changing, other times seemingly simple but skillful. Yet no matter what kind of skill he used, he could never gain the upper hand in the battle against death powder. Because death powder was too familiar with various data on Changhen Dongli, it handled the battle with ease. Very good, it seems your pet is stronger than I thought. After you die, I will take your place and make good use of it, Changhen Dongli said. The carapace under his ribs writhed, and from it, a pair of black arms emerged. Transforming into a four-armed being, Changhen Dongli immediately gained the upper hand, and the black light in his hand seemed poised to strike death powder's body. But something unexpected happened once more for Changhen Dongli. A pair of red claws grew out of death powder's body, resembling the claws of a five-clawed golden dragon, clashing against the extra pair of arms that Changhen Dongli had grown. A sliver of surprise flashed in Changhen Dongli's eyes as the black carapace under his ribs writhed again, and another pair of arms sprouted. With 6 arms, Changhen Dongli ceaselessly attacked death powder with fingers, palms, fists, elbows, and arms, changing his techniques unpredictably, like a demon god. On death powder's body, another pair of dragon claws appeared as well. Now, with a total of 4 claws plus a head and tail, it continued to fight evenly matched against the demon god-like Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen, watching from the side, was clear that Changhen Dongli's attributes should be similar to death powder's. Both were of top-notch quality. However, the level of attributes was not the only criterion for the strength of a nirvana being. What truly made a nirvana being powerful were their nirvana attributes, and Changhen Dongli's nirvana attributes were too bizarre. Aside from death powder's true extreme slaying evil deathlight, which could contend with it, there was no other force currently capable of matching it. The overwhelming power of nirvana, like purple profound chi, was directly rendered into nothingness by his black light. Lin Shen worried that his own strength, if unleashed, might also be countered by Changhen Dongli's enigmatic power of nirvana, thereby wasting the long-accumulated sacrificial halo. Besides the power of nirvana, Changhen Dongli's skills were equally terrifying. As he had said himself, he had as many years of skills and experience as the Dongli clan ancestors had been alive, unlike humans who needed to start from scratch. His techniques were unpredictable, and various skills that might take others a lifetime to master appeared effortless in his hands. Lin Shen even recognized the overlapping wave skill among his astonishing array of casually used skills. Among them were some universally renowned skills that Lin Shen had heard of, and many that he had never seen or heard of before. If death powder had not possessed the database of Changhen Dongli, it likely could not have withstood such a daunting barrage of skill attacks. Death powder, well done. Keep at it and force out all his abilities. Lin Shen silently cheered for death powder in his heart. Seeing that even with 6 arms he could not get the better of death powder, Changhen Dongli became frustrated. Death powder seemed to be aiming for his weaknesses, making it difficult for him to defend himself, and several times he almost got hit. This is extremely fortunate. Such a powerful creature is the perfect legacy carrier. Changhen Dongli chattered away strangely, seemingly very excited. Amidst Changhen Dongli's eerie laughter, black particles flowed out from his body, and these black particles behind him condensed into a monster. Chapter 593, Invalid. After participating in the racial ranking battle, Lin Shen had become quite worldly, having observed many different life bases of various races. Yet he had never seen a life base like that of Changhen Dongli. The life base of Changhen Dongli was like an enormous oval black walnut. Its surface was covered with many strange wrinkles, and there was a raised ring in the middle which bore a strong resemblance to the outer shell of a walnut. Crack. Suddenly, the life base split open, just like a walnut shell being cracked in half. Inside the life base, however, there was nothing, empty like a walnut shell, emitting only a black luminescence. Changhen Dongli, who was in the midst of battle with death powder, suddenly withdrew from the battlefield, turned his back toward the empty shell-like life base, and collided into it. Then the shell closed up, returning to the shape it had when it first appeared. Death powder, chasing like a dragon, was not willing to let him go so easily. Its tail, sharp like a lance, glowed red as it pierced towards the black life base. Crack. The life base, though it appeared very hard, could not withstand the true extreme slaying evil deathlight. It was directly punctured by Death Powder's tail. Death Powder withdrew its tail, then stabbed out again rapidly, like a series of meteor shadows, furiously puncturing the black life base. In mere moments, it had turned the life base into a hornet's nest. In the end, Death Powder's tail, like a whip, lashed out, its red light striking the life base, directly shattering the already tattered life base shell into fragments. Inside the remaining half of the life base, Changhen Dongli, his body pierced with many holes and bleeding from within these wounds, lay reclining on the remaining half of the life base, eyes wide open as if unwilling to close in death. Is he really dead? What in the world is the use of his life base? Lin Shen was highly doubtful that Changhen Dongli had perished. Changhen Dongli could clearly contend with Death Powder. Why then did he enter his life base, only to be easily stabbed to death by Death Powder? Having fought with Death Powder for so long, he should be well aware of how powerful the true extreme slaying evil Deathlight was. There should be no room for such a mistake. Death Powder did not approach the dead Changhen Dongli, but the data it recorded did not contain any related information. It was unclear about the situation and simply watched the body of Changhen Dongli. Bang! Suddenly, Death Powder's body flew forward, slamming heavily against Changhen Dongli's body and the fragments of the life base, knocking the body and half of the life base to one side. Lin Shen's pupils contracted as he witnessed an unbelievable scene. At the place where Death Powder had just been, stood another black-armored Changhen Dongli. His elbow blade, emitting black light, clearly indicated that he was the one who had sent Death Powder flying. Your body is incredibly resilient. Even that did not break through. I am growing fonder of you by the moment, Changhen Dongli said, looking at Death Powder getting up from the ground, his face featuring a sinister grin. Lately, Death Powder had not been accustomed to such setbacks. In a burst of ferocity, it propelled itself upward, carrying a strange red light, and shot toward Changhen Dongli like a javelin. Changhen Dongli unexpectedly did not dodge or evade, standing there like a fool, allowing true extreme slaying evil death light of Death Powder to pierce his body. Something eerie happened. The invincible true extreme slaying evil deathlight this time did not penetrate Changhen Dongli's body, vanishing the moment it touched his flesh. Changhen Dongli had not used his power of nirvana, but merely took the hit with his body without sustaining a single injury. Death Powder was a bit stunned, evidently not having anticipated this scenario. Changhen Dongli, with a sinister chuckle, charged at Death Powder, completely ignoring Death Powder's attacks, adopting a reckless, all-out offensive posture. The attacks of Death Powder hit Changhen Dongli's body, but the formidable true extreme slaying evil lost all effect and could do no harm to Changhen Dongli. On the other hand, Changhen Dongli's assaults hit Death Powder's body, twisting and warping it as if it were an elastic being incessantly stretched. Fortunately, Death Powder possessed skills such as 100 refinements. Changhen Dongli's elbow blades, glowing with a black light, repeatedly slashed at it, seemingly ready to sever its body each time, but each strike failed to succeed. Seeing Death Powder's body stretched like rubber to its limits, as though it could snap at any moment, Lin Shen felt utterly terrified. What's going on? Why isn't true extreme slaying evil deathlight working? Something isn't right, not right at all. Lin Shen's brain worked frantically, his gaze searching all around. Roar. Death Powder went berserk, its body enlarging tremendously, resembling a bizarre red behemoth, its maw aglow with red light, about to swallow Changhen Dongli whole. Boom. Changhen Dongli threw an uppercut, sending Death Powder's massive frame soaring through the air, then quickly followed up, his 6 arms flailing rapidly, mercilessly pounding on the giant Death Powder's body, forcing it to retreat through the sky and harshly crash against the mountain wall. But Changhen Dongli's assault did not cease, his fingers, palms, fists, and elbows striking maniacally at Death Powder, twisting its enormous frame, with rocks behind it constantly shattering, its body being hammered into the side of the mountain, blowing out a large hole in the crumbling wall. Lin Shen knew Death Powder was desperate. Although it was strong, facing information and data not recorded in its annihilation diary, it could only fight on instinct now. The thing Lin Shen feared still happened. The black-armored Changhen Dongli truly had some differences compared with those blue-armored Changhen Dongli, and the data recorded by Death Powder were not entirely effective against the black-armored Changhen Dongli. What is actually happening? Watching Death Powder being pummeled, Lin Shen's thoughts raced. These bizarre events started when Changhen Dongli activated his life base. But his life base has already been smashed by Death Powder. What does this have to do with his life base then? Lin Shen's gaze swept toward the distant shattered life base. The black walnut-like life base was long split into pieces, seeming completely beyond use. Enjoying new adventures at Free Web Novel? No, that's not right. If Changhen Dongli's life base had truly been destroyed, then his core would also have suffered damage. But there's not a single thing wrong with his core. Could it be? Lin Shen's eyes shifted to Changhen Dongli's corpse, dashing over with the inheritance fan as his light sword, viciously slashing down upon the corpse. That corpse's carapace was still extremely resilient. The destructive power of an Ascension life base couldn't harm its carapace at all. Lin Shen retracted the inheritance fan, drew the scrap sword, and scraped it straight across the corpse's face. The carapace on his face was not yet fully formed, resembling a latticed butterfly mask with only a thin layer. With one scrape of Lin Shen's sword, he opened a gash on that facial mask, leaving a bloody streak across the face. As Changhen Dongli relentlessly bombarded death powder, the carapace on his face suddenly split open with a slanted gash across his cheek, and beneath it, a bloody mark appeared as well. Chapter 594, The Great Battle. At Changhen Dongli seeing this, Lin Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart as he knew his guess had been correct. The dead body indeed had a connection to the living Changhen Dongli. The reason why the true extreme slaying evil deathlight was ineffective against him must also be related to this connection. It was impossible for Changhen Dongli to accidentally kill himself with death powder, therefore, his life base must have had an extraordinary function. With scrap sword in hand, Lin Shen fiercely slashed across the corpse's face. Each slash deepened the wound on the corpse's face, and likewise, the injuries on the living Changhen Dongli's face became increasingly apparent. "You're courting death." The living Changhen Dongli, furious to the extreme, counterattacked with a crescent-shaped black light directed at Lin Shen. The black light was extremely fast, and under normal circumstances, Lin Shen would have had a hard time avoiding it. However, Lin Shen had no intention of dodging. The moment Changhen Dongli released the black light, he rolled on the ground, using the corpse as a shield above him. Discover hidden stories at free web novel, Clang. The black light struck the corpse, slashing a mark on its carapace, and a similar wound appeared on the back of the living Changhen Dongli, blood oozing out immediately. "I didn't want to kill you right now, but you're asking for it." Changhen Dongli's eyes filled with murderous intent as he flashed in front of Lin Shen, who had just risen, throwing a punch towards Lin Shen's head, aiming to burst it open. Lin Shen's super base change had been completed, with super base pattern, super base recast, and super base form all activated, greatly enhancing his physical attributes. But when compared to Changhen Dongli, he was still falling short. Nonetheless, he was not completely without the ability to react. Lin Shen shifted laterally in a bizarre manner, while clutching one of the corpse's legs with his left hand. With a sudden exertion of force, he hurled the corpse toward Changhen Dongli's fist. Changhen Dongli frowned slightly and, in a critical moment, forcefully changed the trajectory of his fist to avoid the corpse while launching another powerful punch towards Lin Shen's belly. The fist hadn't arrived yet, but the force of the punch had already hit Lin Shen. However, before the black light could affect him, a platinum scrap sword appeared, blocking the impact. The black light hit the blade of the scrap sword, sending Lin Shen, along with the sword, flying backward, snatching the corpse in the process. As Changhen Dongli sought to continue his assault, death powder flew toward Lin Shen and landed in his hands. In midair, with one hand gripping the scrap sword and the other holding death powder, Lin Shen swung the death powder like a whip. It streaked through the air in an unsettling arc, and, catching Changhen Dongli off guard, actually wrapped around the neck of the corpse. As Lin Shen was blasted backwards, the stretch of death powder's body was extended, and the noose around the corpse's neck tightened increasingly. With the boost from the true extreme slaying evil deathlight, the carapace on the neck had been strangled to breaking point, and it seemed the corpse's neck was about to be severed. Similarly, the carapace on Changhen Dongli's neck shattered, and blood poured forth. Damn it! Changhen Dongli's eyes turned ice cold, and a black glow rose from his body. Before death powder could decapitate the corpse, he crushed the corpse's neck with a single palm strike himself. With the corpse shattered, death powder instantly lost its grip and was flung away along with Lin Shen. Fortunately, the previous pull had reduced a lot of the force that had sent Lin Shen flying. He flipped in the air to land on the ground and had to retreat over 100 steps before he could stabilize his stance. Lin Shen held death powder in one hand and the scrap sword in the other as the power of the world's force flooded crazily into his body. Without waiting for Changhen Dongli to make a move, Lin Shen lashed out with his whip, the light from the whip tracing a strange arc through the air. This time, Changhen Dongli didn't resist the light of the whip, but instead released a black light that dispersed the whip light made from the true extreme slaying evil death light. His own black light was also dissolved by the true extreme slaying evil death light, with neither force gaining the upper hand. Indeed, without a corpse, he now dares not withstand the true extreme slaying evil deathlight head-on. Lin Shen quickly swung the death powder, lashing out whip lights at Changhen Dongli. The strength of Lin Shen, coupled with the inherent power and acceleration of the death powder, made the whipping incredibly fast, almost too fast for Lin Shen's own control. Changhen Dongli's figure moved rapidly like a monster, dodging all the whip lights, and rushed towards Lin Shen, reaching out to grab his head. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Shen quickly rebounded backward, avoiding Changhen Dongli's hand. Using a pet as a weapon, and with such an odd technique, I must say I've never seen anything like it. Too bad you're just an ascender, and although your abilities far exceed a normal ascender, the gap between us is still too vast. If you were at the Nirvana level as I am, your peculiar skills could indeed give me a great deal of trouble. But as it stands, you can't even react fast enough. No matter how strange or bizarre your skills are, they're useless. I'll show you what true speed is, Changhen Dongli said, gearing up to make his move again. He had inherited memories from many generations of the Dongli clan. His combat experience was incredibly rich, and he saw through Lin Shen's fatal weakness at a glance. He didn't need to concern himself with the death powder at all. By using extreme speed to render Lin Shen unable to react, that odd technique of using a pet as a weapon would be pointless. Lin Shen also recognized his weakness. Without using the attribute of the sacrificial halo, he was vastly inferior to Changhen Dongli in terms of attributes. Unable to keep up with the speed, he couldn't react to Changhen Dongli's full blast velocity. It was at this moment that Lin Shen suddenly heard the sound of a gong from the mushroom forest. Changhen Dongli, who was about to make a move, was also slightly startled and turned his head to look at the mushroom forest, but he saw no one. But the sound of the gong continued rhythmically, followed by a man's robust voice coming from the mushroom forest. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless. In my life I am the boldest. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless. In my life I am the boldest. The voice was strong and forceful, and although it was just one man singing, the rhythm conjured the momentum of thousands of troops. Lin Shen suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power within his body that boosted all his attributes. At the same time, his body received another surge of power, further elevating his attributes. Lin Shen was both startled and delighted, knowing that Wei had returned. Wei's warsong channeled through the Kixin wooden fish was empowering his warsong fire seed ability significantly. But as for the additional surge of power, Lin Shen didn't know how Wei had managed to produce it. Lin Shen's attributes surged, but he was very worried that Chang'an Dongli would target Wei Wufu. Without hesitation, he once again swung the death powder at Chang'an Dongli. Chapter 595, 1 against 2. Lin Shen's speed distinctly increased, while Chang'an Dongli's slowed down a bit. In this changing dynamic, Lin Shen realized that although he still could not match Chang'an Dongli's speed, he was no longer completely powerless to resist. Lin Shen stepped with his surfing step, his footsteps getting faster and faster, while the death powder in his hands was flung at Chang'an Dongli like a haunting specter. Chang'an Dongli, with his broad experience, was not unfamiliar with rod skill, but was simply unaccustomed to the fact that the whip-like object Lin Shen was using was a living creature. But the routine of the rod skill did not have much effect on him, as Chang'an Dongli, seeing Lin Shen's whip movement, had already predicted its trajectory. He struck towards the death powder with one hand and towards Lin Shen with the other, two streaks of black light bursting forth instantly. Lin Shen's movement technique was bizarre. He sidestepped and accelerated. The stacked effect of the surfing step had not dissipated, making him even faster, easily dodging the black light while pulling and stabbing with the death powder which, though whip-like and flexible, suddenly became rigid and pierced the unsuspecting Chang'an Dongli. Chang'an Dongli's carapace was punctured by the spear glow of the death powder, but his reaction was overly quick. He managed to rapidly retreat, avoiding the strike and preventing any injury to his flesh. Lin Shen, wielding the death powder, charged forward. The death powder softened and hardened unpredictably, sometimes automatically curling towards Chang'an Dongli, its techniques too peculiar to defend against. Amidst Mr. Wei's warsong, Lin Shen's prowess seemed even more extraordinary. Despite inheriting so many generations of memories, Chang'an Dongli searched through them but could not find any skill resembling Lin Shen's. For a moment, Chang'an Dongli, overwhelmed by Lin Shen and the death powder, was at a disadvantage, unable to break through such unique tactics despite his multitude of memories. Empowered by the warsong and another boost, Lin Shen's surfing step became faster and faster, and his use of the death powder became increasingly bizarre. The rod skill taught by Yi Jingren, the stabbing technique taught by Mr. Wei, the Thousand Men's Pointer learned in the Undersea City, all various skills blended into the death powder, making its strikes unpredictable and its techniques hard to foresee by ordinary people. Chang'an Dongli's gaze grew colder. Although he had just been born, he inherited so many generations of memories that calling him a reborn ancient being was the same. However, their collective memories coexisted without any notion of soul usurpation. Having lived so long, being bested by an ascension level like this ignited a ferocious killing intent in his heart. Yet he could not break through the bizarre techniques Lin Shen employed with the death powder. Had it been an ordinary weapon, he might have prevailed with sheer strength. But the death powder's power was not inferior to his, and even the power of Nirvana matched his own. He could not win with strength either. Chang'an Dongli huffed coldly, and his body suddenly retreated. The black particles that emanated from him instantly formed a black walnut. As Chang'an Dongli retreated, the black walnut, the life base, opened and enveloped him inside before closing. The life base then heavily fell to the ground. Lin Shen frowned slightly, pausing involuntarily. Attacking Chang'an Dongli seemed futile now, the life base allowing him another body. No, wait, a sudden thought occurred to Lin Shen. If the Chang'an Dongli inside the life base had been killed before, what if the Chang'an Dongli inside this time was still alive? Could it be that the one inside the life base was also living? Lin Shen shuddered at the thought and, brandishing his whip, struck toward the black walnut-like life base, aiming to shatter it along with Chang'an Dongli inside. Boom. In front of the black life base, the figure of Chang'an Dongli appeared, blocking the whip strike of the death powder. The black walnut behind also turned into black particles and disappeared at that moment, and another Chang'an Dongli appeared behind the first. Lin Shen felt that Mr. Tian didn't have to spoil him so much. Getting it wrong was fine too. The Changhen Dongli from behind stepped out, standing side by side with the first Changhen Dongli, both coldly staring at Lin Shen. To his surprise, one of the Changhen Donglis actually spoke. "It's all the same. You can consider both of us as Changhen Dongli. You suspected that I was a clone before, but actually, I wasn't. Now these are the real clones, or rather, copies. My life base is called Core of Life, capable of duplicating and transforming myself. You can also see my life base as another self. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? How can a clone prevent you from getting hurt? Can it share the injury with your body?" Lin Shen said with a scornful curl of his lip. "You are not yet worthy of my lies." Changhen Dongli said indifferently, "You don't need to know too much, just accept your death." As Changhen Dongli spoke, both Changhen Donglis moved to attack at the same time. Their strength, speed, and abilities were identical, showing no differences due to being clones. Lin Shen once again brandished his death powder, but even with Wei Wufu's empowerment, facing two Changhen Donglis immediately put Lin Shen at a disadvantage. Not only did the two Changhen Dongli possess equal formidable strength, but their coordination was also seamlessly perfect, as if they were two halves of a whole. Right, the Dongli clan has memory heritage. Do clones also have it, or do they share thoughts? Lin Shen had guessed some of it, but it was of no help to his current predicament. Lin Shen and his death powder, facing two perfectly coordinated Changhen Donglis, instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. He failed to dodge in time and was closed in by one of the Changhen Donglis. An elbow blade chopped down on the scrap sword in Lin Shen's hand, sending him reeling back hundreds of meters before he could stop. The two Changhen Donglis attacked from left and right, front and back, leaving Lin Shen with no chance to fight back, his carapace continuously damaged by the black light, blood spurting forth. Lin Shen had been refraining from using the sacrificial halo, uncertain whether a single strike could kill Changhen Dongli, or rather, which Changhen Dongli he had to kill to count as defeating him. "You have a life base, but I also have assistance." Lin Shen reached out and grabbed Fei Zai, tossing him out directly. After being thrown out, Fei Zai flashed across the sky, instantly appearing above the head of one Changhen Dongli. The moment Fei Zai landed on his head, that Changhen Dongli unexpectedly stood still, motionless. However, the other Changhen Dongli was unaffected and, sensing that something was amiss, sent an elbow blade chopping towards Fei Zai. As the black light slashed towards him, Fei Zai flapped its wings, flying away from atop Changhen Dongli's head, and upon its departure, Changhen Dongli immediately regained the ability to move. The two Changhen Donglis charged again, and Lin Shen, wielding his death powder, met them head-on, while Fei Zai avoided the fight with flapping wings, not daring to confront Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen felt frustrated, unsure whether Fei Zai truly lacked combat strength or if his skills were on cooldown. In any case, he was once again besieged by the two Changhen Donglis. Chapter 59-6, forced to make a move. Fei Zai was no help, and Lin Shen once again found himself in a tough fight. In actual combat, Lin Shen realized the defense techniques he had trained were utterly useless. He lacked the strength to block the opponent's attack, and taking hits would only result in injury. Ordinary injuries were one thing, but being hit directly by a black ray from Changhen Dongli was another, where not dying would still mean losing half of one's life, an unbearable cost. Defending oneself with life-risking measures was completely ineffective against two Changhen Donglis. Lin Shen had thought it a good plan to trade life for life, but reality proved that he would be ganged up on. How many would engage in a one-on-one deathmatch? Lin Shen frustratingly discovered that his defensive techniques were a waste of effort and not as strong as he had imagined. His movement technique was the main reason he hadn't been killed by the two Changhen Donglis. The surfing step, which was a product of stepping on the immortal court and further blended with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, allowed Lin Shen to accelerate continuously with every advance, retreat, and lateral move. Only with his attribute and Wei's blessing was he barely able to keep his life under the joint assault of the two Changhen Donglis. Of course, most of it still depended on Death Powder's containment. Without Death Powder, his body would have probably cooled long ago. Crack. Lin Shen was a fraction too slow in dodging, and several of his ribs were broken by the black light, causing fresh blood to seep from his mouth. "I have to risk it all now." Lin Shen could no longer hold on, and Fei Zai was no help, merely watching from a distance, afraid to enter the battlefield. If he continued like this, he would be killed by the two Changhen Donglis, so he had to risk using the power of the sacrificial halo. Although the two Changhen Donglis looked identical, Lin Shen could tell them apart. The Changhen Dongli that hid inside the life base and the one that appeared out of thin air were actually slightly different. Lin Shen had been observing them, noting that although their skills and abilities were the same, their attack directions were different. Here, there was a left-right reversal issue, and it took Lin Shen a long time to acclimate to this strange environment. When the two Changhen Donglis attacked with the same skill, their left and right hands were reversed. From this detail, he could distinguish between them. The one whose hands weren't reversed was the Changhen Dongli that appeared out of thin air, while the reversed one came from the life base. But which of the two Changhen Donglis was the life base clone and which was the real body was not easy to say. Theoretically, the one that entered the life base and came back out should be the real body. Stay updated through Empire. However, the attacks of the Chenghen Dongli from before were not inverted, whereas the one that came out from the life base now had inverted attacks. Conversely, the one that appeared out of thin air had attacks that were consistent with the previous Chenghen Donglis. Moreover, the first time Chenghen Dongli used the life base, the real body entered and then died, so Lin Shen concluded that the one that appeared out of nowhere was the real Chenghen Dongli, and the one inside the life base was the clone. Lin Shen needed to strike the one that appeared out of nowhere, the one whose attacks were not reversed. The only problem was whether Chenghen Dongli would still remain unharmed while his clone existed. If things were still the same as before, Lin Shen should have attacked the clone, forcing them to share the damage and die together. The issue was that Lin Shen wasn't sure if this was still the case. Under the siege of two Chenghen Donglis, he didn't have the ability to harm Chenghen Dongli to verify his thoughts. If he used the sacrificial halo now, it would be a risky gamble. Lin Shen didn't want to gamble, but his body was on the verge of collapse. His carapace had been swept away bit by the black light, and his body was covered in wounds. Even super reconstitution couldn't repair the damage in time, leaving his body bloodied as if just pulled from a vat of red dye. Lin Shen didn't want to gamble, and there was another consideration. Even if he found the real body of Chenghen Dongli and killed it, it wasn't certain whether it would be of any use. There had been legends of Chenghen Dongli annihilating the Dongli clan, which Lin Shen didn't quite understand before. Now he knew that Chenghen Dongli hadn't annihilated the Dongli clan at all, but the creatures of that planet that he had used as hosts. The real truth seemed to be that Chenghen Dongli performed a heritage ritual on a planet, turning its creatures into carriers for the heritage. Waiting for the heritage seeds to grow and mature within those hosts, they eventually turned into Chenghen Donglis. To become the true inheritors, they slaughtered each other on the planet until only one true Chenghen Dongli remained. The planet's original creatures were eradicated, and the other Chenghen Donglis were killed too. It was likely that someone saw the dead Chenghen Donglis and assumed Chenghen Dongli had wiped out the Dongli clan. In fact, it was just a heritage ritual. The real victims were the planet's original creatures. If Chenghen Dongli were to repeat this on the human mother planet, humanity's fate would be the same as the creatures on that planet. These concerns were for the future and didn't need to be considered for the moment. What truly made Lin Shen wary was the fact that during the inheritance, the heritage seeds residing in different hosts would likely endow them with a variety of abilities. Lin Shen had this speculation naturally because the black carapace Chenghen Dongli differed from the other Chenghen Donglis. If his guess was correct, the blue cat mushroom beasts likely hosted the blue carapace Chenghen Dongli, the Nirvana creatures Lin Shen and his group often encountered in the subterranean space. Pushing that logic further, the black-capped mushroom beasts likely hosted the black carapace Chenghen Dongli. Considering his use of blacklight abilities, which was so similar to the black-capped mushroom beasts Lin Shen had previously encountered, he couldn't help but draw connections. If the black-capped mushroom beasts were indeed the hosts for Chenghen Dongli, Lin Shen was certain that Chenghen Dongli's abilities had not yet been fully revealed and some sort of power remained hidden. Could the black-capped mushroom beasts truly have come from the subterranean space? But that doesn't make sense. The blue-capped mushroom beasts bred here are of Nirvana level, and the level of the black-capped mushroom beasts at that time wasn't that high. Furthermore, the levels of the blue mushroom beasts at that time were also low, nowhere near the Nirvana-level blue-cap mushroom beasts here. Lin Shen couldn't think too much about it, his situation was already perilous. Lin Shen kept eyeing the two Chenghen Donglis, having made up his mind to use the sacrificial halo. His body just couldn't take it anymore. If the fight continued, death powder would be fine, but he would be beaten to death. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt a power surge within his body, bursting forth from within him. Lin Shen was slightly startled. The life-based contrarian, which he never used in combat, had unexpectedly emerged from his body on its own. Why are you coming out now? Isn't this just a senseless death? Lin Shen thought, frustrated. Chapter 59-7, Same Root Born. Although the contrarian had the same innate abilities as Lin Shen, she lacked his skill techniques and the fire seed ability. Her actual combat strength was even less than Lin Shen's, and she couldn't receive the enhancement from Warsong, so how could she possibly combat Chenghen Dongli? Coming out was tantamount to delivering herself to death. Once the life base was destroyed, restoration was far from a simple matter, and even Lin Shen himself would be severely injured. As Lin Shen pondered, the contrarian had already condensed into form, her carapace virtually identical to Lin Shen's. Super base change, super base pattern, super reconstitution, and super form were all activated. Apart from a more feminine figure, she was almost an exact replica of Lin Shen. Both Chenghen Donglis were slightly surprised to see the contrarian emerge, thinking that Lin Shen might have a similar cloning ability. One of them unsheathed his weapon and without hesitation rushed to kill the contrarian. Yet the contrarian had no intention of fighting him. With a flicker of her figure, she rushed back into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen immediately felt frustrated. "Are you out to make a joke?" Showing up for a moment only to flee back. Just as he was brooding, Lin Shen suddenly felt something off about his body. Lin Shen could distinctly feel the power from the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern surging dramatically, as if he'd suddenly switched to a high-power water pump, the world's force furiously pouring into his body. His body became even more crystal clear, entirely radiant with silver light, dazzling to the eyes. The movements of the two Changhen Donglists seemed to have slowed down in his vision. Lin Shen found that he could now keep up with their speed. So the Contrarian can be used this way too. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. He realized that the Contrarian had enhanced all his innate abilities and attributes. The amount of world's force the super base pattern absorbed had increased. The attributes added by the super base form were more substantial. The enhancement to the body provided by super base change had also grown stronger, and the recast talent speed from super base recast had quickened. Lin Shen, who previously had difficulty contending with Changhen Dongli, suddenly found himself almost able to face him head-on. Aside from being unable to block his dark light, there was almost no gap between their attributes. With the disadvantage in attributes gone, his ability to recover and the speed of energy absorption had increased. Lin Shen felt his pressure instantly lessen, his wounds rapidly healed, and death powder in his hand worked like a charm, managing to repel both Changhen Donglists momentarily. Lin Shen's strength, combined with the inherent power and skill of death powder and a burst of super base instantaneous speed, made evasion difficult for Changhen Dongli. Changhen Dongli, after all, was a monster with innumerable memories and experiences, and he quickly stabilized the situation, once again overpowering Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen no longer suffered from a major disadvantage in attributes, there was still a qualitative difference in strength and at the Nirvana level, making it hard for him to compete head-on, so he had to rigidly withstand the onslaught with death powder. The real advantage was that, with sufficient attributes, using Scrap Sword to block Changhen Dongli's dark light didn't put him at such a disadvantage anymore. It no longer sent him flying as before, placing him essentially on an even playing field with Changhen Dongli. Contrarian, you're awesome. Lin Shen brandished the Scrap Sword, blocking a black blade of light from Changhen Dongli, and retreated only a few steps. With Death Powder in one hand and Scrap Sword in the other, Lin Shen staunchly defended against the combined attacks of the two Changhen Donglists. However, as Changhen Dongli became more familiar with the tactics of Death Powder, it became increasingly difficult for Death Powder to take them by surprise, and the strain on Lin Shen grew. Years of battle experience and techniques still seemed too simplistic compared to the inheritance of count generations of skills and strategies Changhen Dongli possessed. If I knew the Celestial Unity skill, I could compete with them in technique, Changhen Dongli and his ilk. Otherwise, no matter how strong my techniques are, given enough time, they would be decoded. Lin Shen's thoughts raced, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. The defensive posture he practiced was useless against the two Changhen Donglists, but that didn't mean the Blood Life Blade skill was entirely without merit. Trading blow for blood, was not suitable for the current situation, but the defensive postures of the Blood Life Blade skill still held up. Lin Shen felt that he could change his strategy. Since he couldn't deter them with a life-for-life approach, he might as well directly break through his dark light. Previously, Lin Shen had used the body of the Scrap Sword to block the dark light, and the force on Scrap Sword made Lin Shen himself quite uncomfortable. When the dark light came again, Lin Shen sliced through it with the edge of his blade. Scrap Sword had no sharpened edge and no sharp blade for slicing people. But when the dark light collided directly, even a blade as dull as Scrap Sword's had a certain ability to slice. The instant Scrap Sword hit the dark light, Lin Shen also pulled it back in a sawing motion, and unexpectedly he managed to slice through the dark light. It was less of a slice and more of a sawing or grating, a technique unexpectedly effective. Changhen Dongli, seeing his strike of dark light fail to push Lin Shen back, revealed a look of astonishment. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was thrilled beyond expectation, never imagining that his understanding of Scrap Sword's unique properties would prove so effective. Lin Shen used the move again and actually managed to saw through the dark light emitted by Changhen Dongli once more, and the Scrap Sword itself remained undamaged. Changhen Dongli had increased his power this time, however, and Lin Shen was still forced back several steps by the force. Far from being alarmed, Lin Shen was delighted. This proved the move was truly effective. Although this defensive technique was exclusive to Scrap Sword, it turned out to be exceptionally powerful. Lin Shen continued to use the Blood Life Blade skill, defending and slicing through Changhen Dongli's dark light, becoming more proficient with each use, and slicing through the dark light more easily. Lin Shen, who had been at a disadvantage, gradually started to turn the tide. With Scrap Sword primarily for defense and Death Powder for offense, Lin Shen managed to seize an opportunity after blocking a barrage of attacks from the two Changhen Donglists. A shot of true extreme slaying evil deathlight hit the arm of one Changhen Dongli. This Changhen Dongli had come from the life base, and as his arm was pierced, the same spot on the other Changhen Dongli's arm also manifested an identical wound. With one successful move, Lin Shen switched from defense to attack. Guarded by the Blood Life Blade skill and aided by the bizarre techniques of Death Powder, for a moment he kept both Changhen Donglists at bay, making it difficult for them to close in. Changhen Dongli evidently had not expected his power of Nirvana to be broken by an Ascension-level human, which was utterly inconceivable. Human, I am growing more and more satisfied with your body. I have decided, your body will be mine. One Changhen Dongli suddenly withdrew from the fray, leaving only one to fight against Lin Shen. The attacks from Death Powder hit this Changhen Dongli but seemed incapable of injuring him. The Changhen Dongli that had withdrawn lit up, his dark carapace gradually turning from black to white like an energy-saving lamp turned on. His entire carapace emitted a glowing white light. Chapter 598, Dongli's Mother Entity. As the white light flared, the area it illuminated saw Lin Shen's carapace quickly receding. Here it comes. Lin Shen watched as the carapace on his body melted away like ice and snow upon contact with the white light, growing more certain that Changhen Dongli must be the one hosting the Black Cat Mushroom King. Moreover, his abilities seemed even stronger than the Black Cat Mushroom King's, being able to nullify other people's base mutation strength with just the white light. The red glow on Death Powder flickered but was not eliminated by the white light. True extreme slang. Evil Death Light was still powerful enough to contend with the white light. Had it been some other power of Nirvana, it might have been wiped out along with it by the white light. I'll take your body, said Changhen Dongli, battling with Lin Shen, as he lunged forward with a sinister smile. Lin Shen's strength diminished along with his carapace, markedly reducing his power. He could no longer sense the Contrarian's enhancement, and both his speed and strength plummeted, no longer able to keep up with Changhen Dongli's pace. Suddenly, a snowball-like pigeon appeared out of a flash of white light, perching atop the head of Changhen Dongli, who was emitting the white glow. Following Fei Zai's appearance, the white light around Changhen Dongli instantly vanished, and Lin Shen's carapace reformed on his body. Now's the time. As Changhen Dongli pounced, Lin Shen suddenly released his grip on Death Powder and simultaneously unleashed the six-surfing sextuple punch. Death Powder entangled the oncoming Changhen Dongli, and under the Contrarian's enhancement, the fist power of six-surfing sextuple punch furiously struck at Changhen Dongli. Changhen Dongli's body burst with black light, which simply neutralized the power of six-surfing sextuple punch with its own force. Almost at the same moment, a silent finger strike stealthily aimed at the heart meridian point on Changhen Dongli, which was precisely his vulnerable spot. Yet this finger strike could not pierce through the black light on Changhen Dongli's body and was likewise dissolved. Such a cunning finger strike, but it's a pity your power is too weak to harm me, said Changhen Dongli as he turned and pounced toward the Changhen Dongli outside the battlefield, attempting to blast away the Fei Zai that was suppressing him. A blood glow surged on Lin Shen's body, and a terrifying strength burst forth all of a sudden, a strength that belonged to the sacrificial halo. What is that strength? It's so terrifying. Changhen Dongli, lunging at Fei Zai, sensed something and showed a look of astonishment on his face. He abandoned his charge at Fei Zai, turning around to face Lin Shen, ready to block the blow with his invulnerable body. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Shen sent out finger sand, silently flying out under the enhancement of the sacrificial halo. Changhen Dongli, who had been pouncing on Lin Shen, unexpectedly sidestepped, evading Lin Shen's strike. Thud. Changhen Dongli, who dodged aside, had a blood hole appear at the heart meridian point, and he froze in place. Why, you should know, you can't harm me. Why would you attack me? Changhen Dongli looked down at the blood hole at his heart, slowly raised his head, and looked at Lin Shen with a face of disbelief. Because you are the main body, said Lin Shen indifferently. How could you know my weakness? Changhen Dongli couldn't believe it, covering his heart with his hand, but Lin Shen's finger sand had already pierced through his chest, the horrific strength blowing up his internal organs and bones within. No matter how he covered it, the blood gushed out like a spring from the back of his heart. I didn't know, I just tried it out, said Lin Shen indifferently. Just tried it out? Changhen Dongli's eyes widened as he fell backward, skyward. Of course, Lin Shen hadn't merely guessed, that was indeed the acupoint on Changhen Dongli's body, most certainly his vulnerability. As Changhen Dongli fell, the body, suppressed by Fei Zai, suddenly began to tremble, the black carapace writhing and twisting, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black oval core of life. The core of life tried to escape, but it couldn't move, as Fei Zai was pinning it down. Lin Shen grabbed the death powder and lashed the body on the ground several times. The body showed no reaction, torn apart by his whipping, indeed dead beyond any doubt. It's finally over. Lin Shen sat down on the ground with a thud, his heart still racing with fear. Between the two Changhen Donglis, he had still chosen the real body, which couldn't be harmed, a very risky decision. Even if the power of the sacrificial halo couldn't kill him, being able to hit his acupoints would do. Fei Zai had subdued one, if he could hit another, the effect would be the same. Just now, when Changhen Dongli turned around trying to block his strike, Lin Shen actually had a moment of hesitation, but ultimately he still chose to attack his real body, and fortunately he had chosen correctly. As strong as Changhen Dongli was, he couldn't withstand a hit from the sacrificial halo combined with Lin Shen's own attributes and skills. The power of Lin Shen's finger sand had probably already broken the 4,000 mark. Wei Wufu emerged from the mushroom forest, with wounds on his body still bleeding. His condition was even worse than Lin Shen's. Wei, Lin Shen suddenly didn't know what to say. As long as he's dead, it's good, Wei Wufu's voice was hoarse. It was impressive he hadn't lost his voice after shouting war songs for so long. I'm glad you were here. Lin Shen nodded and suddenly felt weak as countless particles emitted from his body, coalescing into a contrarian. So this is how the innate skill of the same root-born is supposed to be used. Lin Shen had always felt the contrarian's ability was somewhat superfluous. The ones he couldn't beat, the contrarian couldn't beat either, and for those he could beat, the contrarian was not needed. It did seem rather useless. It was only today that he found out the same root-born skill of the contrarian could allow their strengths to merge as one, attributes would be added together, and the innate skills could also be combined. This was equivalent to a full amplification of attributes and skills, with intensity even more exaggerated than the superbase form. After exchanging a look with Lin Shen, the contrarian turned back into particles and returned inside Lin Shen's body, this time not using the same root-born ability. It was then that Lin Shen noticed his mechanical wristwatch was shaking non-stop. He opened it and saw a message. Killed the mutated Nirvana creature Dongli's mother body, discovered mutated Nirvana life base core of life. Lin Shen was slightly startled. The mechanical wristwatch only gave notifications when he entered the Realm King planet and Ring Mountain planet before. How come killing a Changhan Dongli resulted in a notification as well? Looking at Changhan Dongli's body torn to shreds, he noticed his body was burning with a black light, like particles, gathering together in one spot. When Changhan Dongli's body turned into ashes, a black reincarnation ash appeared before Lin Shen's eyes and fell to the ground. Chapter 599 should be enough. Seeing the reincarnation ashes falling, Lin Shen was overjoyed beyond measure. Reincarnation ashes were valuable in themselves, and the attribute of this particular ash was incomparably mighty, already at the top-tier Nirvana attributes. Just as Lin Shen prepared to pick it up, before he could even bend down, he saw Death Powder deftly swallow the reincarnation ashes in one gulp. Come on, it was already too late for Lin Shen to stop it. He didn't mind losing this reincarnation ash, even if it was an excellent piece. Lin Shen himself didn't need it, and giving it to Death Powder wasn't a big deal since it was now his most reliable battle strength. The problem was that it had just undergone rebirth from Nirvana, and after exerting itself a bit, and now after swallowing the ashes, it was probably going to undergo Nirvana all over again. Although every creature could undergo infinite nirvanas and there was no limit, it also depended on whether one's body could withstand it. Otherwise, the more one underwent nirvana, the higher the probability of becoming inhuman. Of course, Death Powder wasn't human to begin with, nor made of flesh and blood, but its nirvanas were risky too. With an increase in nirvanas, there could be mental issues or even death. It's supposed to be my main battle force, yet it's either evolving or on the path to evolution, hardly ever available to help. Lin Shen felt somewhat helpless. Without Death Powder, it wasn't just the loss of a pet, his skills also could not be fully utilized. Fortunately, I've worked out a new blade technique specifically for my scrap sword. Lin Shen went to check on Wei Wufu's injuries, which were severe but thankfully not life-threatening. He administered a healing potion to Wei Wufu and then turned his attention to researching the core of Like's spirit base. Unfortunately, being a Nirvana-level spirit base, it could only be activated by the power of Nirvana. Unable to activate or see its attributes, Lin Shen could only store it in his spatial storage to prevent it from getting away or causing more mischief. He'd have to wait until he found a Nirvana-level being to activate it and check its attributes then. Not good. Lin Shen suddenly realized something, slapped his thigh, and said to Wei Wufu, "Wei, we need to rush back, your two uncles might be in trouble." Wei Wufu was stunned at first, but then quickly grasped the situation and followed Lin Shen back without a word. By the time they crossed the mushroom forest and reached the valley river, they saw Wei Shousheng carrying the unconscious Wei Shoushen on his back, climbing up the cliff, but his progress was painfully slow, having barely made it to mid-mountain. Wei Shoucheng also seemed a bit out of sorts, groggy as if he might fall asleep at any moment, and nearly slipped off the cliff several times. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they were all right. He had only just remembered that they had no way to cross the river and no means to send word back. Wei Shoucheng had chosen to climb the cliff, hoping to cross over the mountain, but the cliff was covered in mushrooms with hallucinogenic effects. Although he had cleared a part of the mushrooms from the cliff using his purple profound chi, the cliff was 10,000 meters tall, and his blade chi couldn't reach that far. He could only climb and clear simultaneously, but the residual mushroom juice, or the juice falling from above, still affected Wei Shousheng. Lin Shen quickly leaped up, using the capability of Stairway to Heaven to swiftly ascend, reaching Wei Shousheng, who was almost losing control of himself. As Lin Shen approached Wei Shousheng, he saw him standing on a protruding ledge, cutting into his own body with purple profound chi. His body was already marked with many wounds, likely self-inflicted to stimulate pain and fight off the hallucinogenic toxins. Lin Shen hastily intercepted Wei Shousheng's arm. He was already so delirious that he had no strength to struggle with Lin Shen and could hardly recognize him. Even so, he still firmly grasped Wei Shousheng, who was on his back. Lin Shen caught them and then descended from the air using his Stairway to Heaven ability. Wei Shusheng, also not lightly poisoned, could no longer distinguish who was who. In such a state, he still carried Wei Shushen on his back, climbing upward. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire the reliability of the Wei family people. There would be no further exploration of the underground world this time. Lin Shen carried the two back. When the four of them returned to the Townland Hall, Wei Chongqing and the others were shocked by their terrible state. Without time to ask questions, they tended to their injuries first. Fortunately, they were not in life-threatening danger, but Wei Shushen's injuries were too severe. Even with medicinal potions, he would need some time to recover. Wei Wufu's injuries were also quite severe. He was already badly hurt, and after struggling for so long and deploying the wooden fish and white robe to assist Lin Shen, his condition had worsened. Thankfully, the medicinal potions Lin Shen brought were powerful and helped stabilize Wei Wufu's condition. After they were all settled down, Wei Chongqing finally inquired about the situation from Lin Shen. Lin Shen carefully recounted the events, attributing the success of killing the black-armored Changhen Dongli entirely to death powder. "We were lucky to have you, or else the trouble would have been endless," Wei Chongqing sighed. Exploration of the underground space must continue, but Lin Shen dared not venture there now, at least not until the death powder completed its second nirvana. After discussing with Wei Chongqing, Lin Shen planned to take Wei Wufu to Sky Pinnacle Star for healing, as the medicinal baths and treatment conditions there were much better than here. Wei Chongqing naturally had no objections, and Lin Shen left all his own medicinal potions for Wei Shushen. He then took Wei Wufu back to the Sky Pinnacle Star, intending to find a nirvana being with powerful healing nirvana attributes to treat Wei Wufu's injuries, so he could recover sooner. As Lin Shen was subject to restrictions on the Celestial Star, he had to first arrange for Wei Wufu to stay in his house on Sky Pinnacle Star. Ouyang Yudu wasn't home, so Lin Shen sent him a message to inform him, as it was now Ouyang Yudu living there. It didn't take long for Ouyang Yudu to rush back. Seeing the severity of Wei Wufu's injuries, he immediately asked what had happened. Lin Shen briefly explained the situation of the underground space, and Ouyang Yudu frowned as he listened. "Next time you go to the underground space, I'll come with you." "Okay," Lin Shen agreed, knowing that having Ouyang Yudu's help would be excellent. Lin Shen sent a message to Ma Yuna, Sai, asking her to recommend a nirvana being with strong healing abilities. "Why bother with introductions? Where are you, Dean? I'll come over right now." And Ayunayu's message quickly came back. "You have healing abilities?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. "Should be sufficient," Anayunai replied. Lin Shen told Anayu he was at his house on Sky Pinnacle Star. In a short while, Anayu arrived, still holding the sweater she was knitting. Lin Shen watched speechlessly as Anasai examined Wei Wufu's injuries, then ignited a white light in her hand and placed it on Wei Wufu's wounds. In less than a minute, Wei Wufu's injuries had healed. Lin Shen was gobsmacked. Such severe injuries were healed in less than a minute. And SI's healing abilities weren't just strong, they were extraordinary. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Back in the day, when people from the Celestial Master Institute went on missions and got injured, it was always me who took care of them, NSI said as she continued knitting. Chapter 600 Blade Wind Current Lin Shen felt that he should start paying the elderly at the Celestial Master Institute some wages and benefits. He had originally thought it was just a retirement home, but it turned out to be a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Debts owed to others could be put off, but the wages and benefits owed to his own family should be paid out. After seeing an Asai off, Wei Wufu was no longer busy and was asked to stay here for the time being, while Lin Shen himself returned to Silent Residence. At Silent Residence, he studied the scrap sword blade technique and realized that this skill could only be used with a scrap sword or a scabbard. Using other weapons or even hands could perform the skill, but the effect was significantly worse. Nowhere near as good as using the scrap sword, it was virtually impossible to cut through another's strength levels. Lin Shen incorporated the techniques of the scrap sword into the Blood Life Blade skill, and also made some modifications to the previous routine. The previous approach clearly had issues, being somewhat useful only in one-on-one situations with a fairly narrow application range. After incorporating the scrap sword skill into the Blood Life Blade skill, Lin Shen returned to a purely defensive routine. Without death powder, he had to rely on this blade technique to protect his life, so he practiced it extremely diligently. With this blade skill, it wouldn't be so easy for an ordinary nirvana being to take his life. During practice, Lin Shen had an epiphany while using the scrap sword skill with a crossing motion of the sword and scabbard. He thought of the principle of scissors. Perhaps the effect would be even better if the scrap sword and scabbard were used together in the art of the scrap sword. Upon trying it, he found the result was surprisingly effective. His own surfing fist force could easily be cut through with a single snip. Therefore, Lin Shen adjusted the Blood Life Blade skill once again, perfectly creating a combined strike technique with the sword and scabbard. Practicing alone, he wasn't sure how strong the Blood Life Blade skill really was, so Lin Shen went to the Celestial Master Institute and called over Lin Wan to be his practice partner once more. Lin Wan felt somewhat helpless when she heard that Lin Shen wanted her to accompany him in practice again, Ignoring the real gods, you just have to train blindly on your own. What can you possibly achieve? However, she couldn't bring herself to say this to Lin Shen's face and could only continue to be his sparring partner. Lin Wan was initially planning to just go through the motions, but when she saw Lin Shen standing there with his sword still in its sheath, she felt that something was different from before. Lin Wan, looking at Lin Shen holding the sword hilt, suddenly felt a sense of being at a loss as to where to begin. It was as if any angle she chose to attack from would be met with Lin Shen's counter, but that was just a small surprise. Such a sword momentum was easily broken by Lin Wan. She summoned her own sword and thrust it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen immediately drew his sword to slash at Lin Wan's with such a forceful momentum that it split her sword right in half. With each subsequent thrust of her sword, Lin Shen's blade met hers with fierce chops. Although every move was defensive, it gave off a ferocious and tiger-like impression. Lin Wan found it somewhat unexpected. Lin Shen's sword technique was truly eccentric. It appeared to still be her method of defensive maneuvers for both hands, yet he had trained it to be both ruthless and fierce. The moves were clearly defensive, yet the aura felt as if he was about to cleave someone alive, indescribably bizarre. "I'm done training." Lin Shen suddenly sheathed his sword and stepped back. "Why have you stopped training?" Lin Wan asked with some confusion. "Your level is too low. Sparring with you, I can't unleash the true power of my blade technique," Lin Shen explained as he put Scrap Sword back in its scabbard and ceased practicing with Lin Wan. After all, Lin Wan was only at Ascension level, and during practice he dared not use the Scrap Sword skill for fear of severing Lin Wan's life base. Continuing to practice seemed pointless. Lin Wan almost had her defenses broken by that remark, thinking to herself, "You actually despise my low level? If I were to use my full strength, a mere breath from me could finish you off." Unfortunately, she had set her own identity as a 10th turn Ascension, and she couldn't destroy her persona, so she had to forcefully swallow this resentment. "Dean, if you want to practice your blade technique, I can actually recommend a place to you. It's much better than finding someone else to practice with." Lin Wan narrowed her eyes, seemingly having thought of an idea, and quickly followed Lin Shen, speaking from behind him. "What place?" Lin Shen asked, uninterested. Practicing blade technique obviously made sense in actual combat, and one could only truly gauge the proficiency of their blade technique by sparring with experts. Lin Wan continued to explain, "Blade Wind Star. On that planet, there's a kind of wind that can form blades of air when it blows, much like blade chi flying from different angles. It's perfect for practicing blade techniques." "Tell me more," said Lin Shen as he listened to Lin Wan and checked the data on Blade Wind Star with his communicator. After looking at the information about Blade Wind Star, he found it really was, as Lin Wan had said, an excellent place to practice blade techniques. The winds on Blade Wind Star were unusual. Instead of being omnipresent when they blew, they formed streams of wind akin to blade chi, and they were visible to the naked eye. Blade Wind Star was also a planet under the celestial race, but ordinary people didn't have the authority to teleport there. For decades, only members of the Imperial family could enter Blade Wind Star. Lin Shen had the clearance to visit Blade Wind Star, and thought it would be a good opportunity to test his blade technique there. However, to avoid any unexpected incidents, Lin Shen contacted Tian Beluo to accompany him to Blade Wind Star. If anyone wanted to plot against him, with Tian Beluo by his side, no one would dare make a move on Blade Wind Star. Watching Lin Shen leave, Lin Wan's lips curved upward slightly. "I'm curious to see how well you've mastered my reverse grip technique." Tian Beluo happened to be free, and upon hearing that Lin Shen wished to practice his blade technique on Blade Wind Star, he gladly agreed to join him. After the two teleported to Blade Wind Star, Lin Shen discovered that it truly was a strange planet. The whole planet looked like a giant desert, without mountains or water. A demonic wind blew past, and the sky surprisingly filled with many white, blade-like streams of air, as if countless flying swords were streaking across the sky. "The air currents on Blade Wind Star are quite peculiar." Tian Beluo paused and then continued. "It is said that many eons ago, the planet was covered with mountain ranges, but due to the constant scouring by the blade wind, all the peaks were destroyed, leaving behind only these sands." Tian Beluo paused again and continued. "Blade Wind Star is divided into several regions, each with slightly different blade winds. However, the blade winds on the surface of the planet aren't too powerful. At most, it's equivalent to the strength of the Ascension level. The higher you go, the stronger the blade wind becomes. Those flickering blade chi in the sky have destructive power that can reach the Nirvana level." "Let's find a place with less destructive power to try first," Lin Shen said, eager to try. In the midst of their conversation, a gust of wind blew over. Strands of white mist, shaped like blades, mixed with the wind and assaulted them. The two summoned their carapaces, and as the blade chi collided with it, it immediately shattered. The blade chi in this area was only of base mutation level standard at best.